Chapter 161 Purchasing Alchemy Equipment. The Goblin's Alchemy Warehouse outside the city is located in the western suburbs of Nuda City. It is a small fortress with extremely tight defense. Walking in the fortress, you can see fully armed combat puppets everywhere, and the military strength is extremely strong. Let Yinqing finally understand why the goblin merchants are all arrogant and ask for a beating. Because they can't beat them at all. The fortress is very busy. You can see many goblins commanding stone puppets to pull large wooden boxes back and forth. Occasionally, you can see human officers in armor passing by. The Goblin Gaga enthusiastically introduced to Yinqing, according to the intelligence we have obtained. The Orc and Elf coalition has moved south, and the vanguard has fought several local battles with the Wind Highland Legion, and has taken down several human fortresses. The war will start soon. We have also received many orders from Marquis Anderson and other human nobles, and the entire factory is working overtime to produce alchemical weapons. If you, Night Yinqing, want to buy any alchemical equipment, it is best to place an order now. The current reserves of alchemical materials are still sufficient. If you want to buy them in a few days, the price will definitely be much higher. The Goblin Gaga was very shocked by the fact that he bought so many alchemical watches and had not yet studied them. Now, he just wants to sell a batch of his own alchemical equipment to Yinqing to find balance for his injured heart. By the way, he can recover some of the funds spent on alchemical watches. Yinqing seriously considered the purchase suggestion of the Goblin Gaga. Most of the 500 watches he put out for sale have been sold, and the rest will surely be sold soon. This is the income of 250,000 God-given gold coins. The order for flight goggles has also been negotiated with Earl Theodore, and the Windy Highland Legion urgently ordered 1,000 pairs. However, Earl Theodore was unwilling to pay with God-given gold coins. After repeated discussions with Yinqing, the price was set at 100 gold coins per pair of flight goggles. 1,000 pairs is 100,000 gold. In addition, the cost of repairing the road from Yongheng to Nuda City has also been calculated. The total length of this road is 126 kilometers. And Yongheng is responsible for half of the cost, and Nuda City is responsible for half of the cost. There is a road construction team in Yongheng territory responsible for road construction. The road construction fee is 65 gold per 100 meters. And Nuda City has to pay Yinqing 40,000 gold. There is also the cost of Yongheng territory and Nuda City jointly building a fortress, which is also paid by Nuda City. The estimated initial construction cost is 10,000 gold. Regardless of how much of this huge sum of money has not yet arrived, Yinqing is now rich and confident. It's rare to come to the alchemy warehouse of the goblins. How can you not enjoy some consumption fun? Yinqing said, Mr. Gaga, do you have a detailed list of goods here? I just want to buy, but I don't know what you have here. Finally making money from Yinqing, the Goblin Gaga immediately stopped a goblin and asked for a statistical table from him. He read it once, then handed it to Yinqing. This is our current inventory, and the following are the products we can manufacture. Please take your time to read it. Night Yinqing, tell me what you want, and I will immediately arrange for someone to stock it for you, giving priority to your needs. Yinqing took the list of goods and called his secretary. Is there anything you want to buy? If you like something, the master will buy it for you. Does it feel like taking a little secretary to a big mall to shop? Ha ha ha. Shuchui changed his clothes, put on glasses, and sat at his desk. He saved the records on the list of goods into his database, and then identified them one by one based on his stored alchemical knowledge. Master, the supercomputer laboratory in the territory has started working, and the supercomputer alchemy module is integrating alchemical knowledge and technical data to generate an alchemical technology tree structure. We still need to build an alchemical laboratory to implement the calculated alchemical technology. I hope the master can build an alchemical laboratory for Chue. In this list of alchemical items, there is a full set of equipment for building a primary alchemical laboratory. As long as I have these, I can make more advanced equipment to upgrade the alchemical laboratory. The supercomputer that Chue wanted before is not difficult to buy, and it can work with a gasoline generator set. With a supercomputer, Chue also has a second brain, and it is a brain with stronger logical calculation ability. Therefore, Chue has a faster processing ability for magic and alchemy theory knowledge, and has developed many magic technologies based on real technology. It's just that there is no alchemy laboratory, so these technologies cannot be verified, corrected, improved and realized. An alchemy laboratory is essential for the development of eternal territory. Bye. Yinxing compared the purchase list reported by Chui with the inventory list in his hand, and told Gaga what he wanted to buy one by one. Gaga didn't expect Yinxing to not want alchemy products, but equipment related to alchemy experiments. So he asked, Mr. Yinxing, according to the alchemy technology you have mastered, you shouldn't need these things. Yinxing explained, the alchemy system of Thunder Swamp is very different from that of the Cloud Tower. We can make alchemy watches, but we can't make magic generators. Now our alchemy technology has reached a bottleneck, and we hope to get inspiration from the alchemy of the Cloud Tower. The joy of being able to make money suddenly disappeared from Gaga's face. Of course, he could see that the alchemy technology contained in the watch was completely different from the alchemy technology mastered by the Cloud Tower. They don't want alchemy products. They want alchemy technology. This is what they rely on for food. So Gaga is certainly not happy. Sorry. Yinxing interrupted Gaga and said, don't rush to refuse. I absolutely believe that the things I want are not only provided by your Goblin Alchemy Factory. It is not like the finished products of alchemy products, which contain superb alchemy technology. These are the most basic things for an alchemy laboratory. Count Theodore must have them. I am willing to order from you just to express my goodwill and let you earn this money. I want to use this to establish a good start for our future cooperation. I don't mind you learning our technology from the alchemy products of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce. Yinxing's words made Gaga fall into thought. The advantage of the Cloud Tower is advanced alchemy. They can do the same thing better. But the alchemy technology of the Cloud Tower is also developed based on the basic alchemy of the world. Everyone knows basic alchemy. And the Cloud Tower can't be much better. The things Yinxing wants are the most basic equipment for an alchemy laboratory. And they can really be bought anywhere. Just like using a stone to crack nuts. There is no need to buy a stamping machine. Therefore, refusing to sell these things to Yinxing will not stop anything, but will affect the relationship between the two parties. Gaga is very jealous of the alchemy technology of Yongheng territory. Chapter 162. Prepare to slaughter each other. Sell. Must sell. Since others can buy it elsewhere. Why don't you make money? Besides, since the alchemy technology of the Cloud Tower can surpass the alchemy technology of the whole world, are you still afraid that you can catch up by building a primary alchemy laboratory? Gaga knows that technological leadership means leading step by step. The Eternal Territory can't even make a magic generator, but can make an alchemy watch. It's obvious that the alchemy technology tree is wrong. Although Yinxing has some alchemy technologies that look mysterious, Gaga believes that the mystery is only temporary. And as long as he gives himself time, he can crack the tricks inside. In terms of alchemy technology, the Cloud Tower is unsurpassed. Gaga was very happy after thinking it through. He prepared the equipment for Yinxing according to the equipment purchase list reported by Yinxing. And the price was very fair. After all, it is not a monopoly business. And the relationship between Yinxing and Count Theodore needs to be considered. If the quotation is too high, the business will fail. The Goblin merchant's calculations are very detailed. The basic equipment of the alchemy laboratory has been purchased. And Yinxing has purchased some alchemy raw materials according to Chuichu's requirements. All things related to alchemy are indeed expensive. But alchemy raw materials are still much cheaper than alchemy finished products. The Goblin Alchemy Shop rips off customers because of their unique technology. Now the alchemical materials have been bought. Chui said to Yinxing, Master, Chui has recently studied all the books related to alchemical puppets. The center of control of the action of the alchemical puppet is an alchemical device called the Spirit Ball. If we can connect the Spirit Ball with a smartphone, we can connect each alchemical puppet to the Territory Information Network. But the Spirit Ball of the alchemical puppet does not have an interface for connecting to a smartphone. We need to develop and add a weak current signal and magic energy signal converter. I hope the master can purchase a batch of Spirit Balls as experimental consumption for the weak current signal motor signal converter. Bye. In Chuchui's low-level puppet transformation plan, these low-level puppets are upgraded to connect to the territory server. Under the control of the server, these low-level puppets are no longer doing heavy physical work, but become skilled workers to operate the machine tools purchased later to carry out large-scale production. Smartphones are a ready-made terminal device for controlling low-level puppets. Master, Chuchui wants to buy a batch of high-level alchemical metal muscle fibers for the consumption of high-level alchemical puppets. Bye. High-level alchemical puppets are too expensive, so make them yourself if you can. Master, Chuchui wants to buy a neural sensor source, which should be useful for the transformation of low-level puppets. Bye. Master, I want to buy a magic core reactor. Buy. Master, Chui wants to buy. Buy. Anyway, I will buy whatever Chui wants. I won't lose money or be cheated when buying something that my secretary wants. They must be useful. But the final settlement. 100,000 gold coins. It really shocked Yanxing. You charge me so much for such a small amount of things? My 1,000 pairs of windproof glasses only sold for 100,000 gold coins. And you took it away from me in one go. You profiteer. Faced with Yanxing's questioning, the Goblin Gaga listed the purchase list and calculated it for him one by one. The basic equipment and alchemical materials of the alchemy laboratory are really not expensive. The expensive part is the things Yanxing bought later. These are finished and semi-finished alchemical products. Of course, we must adhere to the consistent principle of the Goblin Alchemy store. When we rip off customers, we will never be soft-hearted. Don't buy? You can't buy it anywhere else. If you want it, just pay the money. Looking at those eye-catching numbers, Yanxing could only sign the order agreement obediently. There is no way. He has the technology. He is the boss. Next, Yanxing didn't dare to ask Chui what else he wanted to buy. He really couldn't afford it. He just asked Gaga to take him to see the magic generator, and pulled the things and left quickly. If he stayed any longer, Yanxing was afraid that his pants would be left here. The Goblin Gaga, who had made money, smiled again. After Yanxing had seen the magic generator, he was satisfied to get the watch on Yanxing's wrist. But when Yanxing returned to Nuda City and drove his truck to visit again, Gaga's smile disappeared again. He heard that Yanxing used a batch of heavy-duty wheeled alchemical vehicles when he competed with the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce in road construction. He didn't see it with his own eyes at the time, so he didn't think much of it, because after the wheeled vehicles reach a certain weight, many problems cannot be solved well. You can only prepare more accessories and constantly replace the parts that are easy to wear. It is time-consuming, labor-intensive, and costly, and consumes a lot of energy. The puppets made by the Goblin Alchemy Factory are more durable and efficient, even though they weigh more than 10 tons. But when he actually saw the big truck driven by Yanxing, he was amazed by the solid structure of the truck. The wheels were not the metal wheels he imagined. This black hard and elastic wheel can maintain its shape well under heavy pressure. Otherwise, once it is deformed, it is better to change it to a multi-legged structure. And according to this volume, this weight and this structure, the pressure bearing should have broken long ago. How could it run here from Nuda City? We have to run back to the Eternal Territory from here. Not to mention that the carriage has to be loaded with various components of the magic generator weighing more than 10 tons. And some low-level alchemical puppets. These low-level alchemical monsters are all made of stone. And they are not light at all. The total weight should be more than 20 tons. Adding the weight of this alchemical car, it is estimated to be nearly 40 tons. And the body structure has not changed in performance. What is this thing made of? What kind of power system can drive such a heavy alchemical vehicle? The Goblin Gaga circled around the truck with extreme curiosity. The more he looked, the more itchy he felt. Finally, he couldn't help asking Yanxing, "Are you selling this car?" Yanxing used ropes to secure all the goods, then climbed into the cab. He said to the Goblin Gaga, "Sell. As long as the price is right. It's yours. Come on. Get in the car. Before we discuss the price, I'll let you test drive it first. I'm going to take all the purchased items away, and I need to make a few more trips, which is enough for you to experience the performance of my truck. I promise that you will buy it home, and it will definitely be worth the money. The co-pilot is on the other side. Get in." Looking at Yanxing's smile, the Goblin Gaga seemed to see how he had just smiled. He knew that as long as he got on this car, Yanxing's sharp knife would definitely cut off an arm or a leg from his body. As a businessman, Gaga warned himself, turn around and leave immediately. But Gaga still couldn't control his hands and feet. Walked to the other side of the truck, controlled the alchemy seat, and climbed onto the open passenger seat. At this moment, Gaga felt like he was lying flat on the chopping block, waiting for the moment when Yanxing's knife fell. Chapter 163, Selling Trucks. The magic generator arrived at the Eternal Territory and was quickly assembled under the guidance of the Goblin Gaga. The main body of the magic generator is a large black ring-shaped alchemical device with a height of 2 meters. The center of the ring is the signal tower built by Yanxing using a steel frame structure. The magic eye is installed on the top of the signal tower. And then the magic eye is connected to the main body of the magic generator with a special alchemical pipeline. The magic generator is assembled. When Yanqing put a set of rare alchemical resources into the magic generator, the goblin Gaga started the device. With a sound similar to electric current, a beam of light shone out from the center ring of the magic generator, and the brightness became higher and higher. Then, the alchemical circuits wrapped around the signal tower also began to emit white light, and waves of magic power could be clearly seen transmitting upward. Magic power quickly gathered in the magic eye on the signal tower, and gradually the magic eye floated up, and dazzling light burst out from the inside out. The violent magic elements tore open a dark subspace around the magic eye, and the glowing magic eye was embedded in the middle of this dark subspace, just like the pupil of an open eye. At this moment, Yanqing felt that the entire eternal territory was covered with a special magic fluctuation. This fluctuation made the magic elements within the range more active, and it was easier than usual to mobilize the magic elements to construct the magic structure. This feeling is everywhere in the area controlled by the goblins. This special magic field can also be felt in some places in Nuda City, including in the City Lord's mansion. The goblin Gaga took out a small instrument from the alchemy chair and tested the magic generator. Finally, he came to Yanqing and said, "Our goblin alchemy products are synonymous with excellence. In fact, even if I am not here, you can complete the assembly of this magic generator, because when we design alchemy products, we will fully consider the intelligence of customers. Look, those low-level puppets have received energy and can act. The common low-level puppets produced by the goblins are all stone men. This kind of low-level puppet is strong, easy to control, and has a strong ability to execute commands. It can easily handle heavy, dirty and tiring work. The magic energy generator is running, and the magic field is unfolding. Those stone men who were thrown on the ground at random when unloading the truck got up one by one, and then automatically lined up in a square. Looking at the magic eye suspended on the top of the signal tower, Yanqing finally put down a big thing in his heart. With a stable energy source, many plans can be carried out. For example, converting magic energy into electrical energy can unify the current and future electrical equipment in the territory into a power grid, thereby greatly saving dependence on fuel. We can develop equipment that uses magic as energy and includes modern technology. We can use magic to make machine tools and production lines move. The magic generator is equivalent to adding a strong heart to the eternal territory. Under the coordination of Chui, Yanqing could not predict what he could do in the future. But now Yanqing knows what he wants to do. He enthusiastically invited the goblin Gaga. "Thank you, Mr. Gaga, for providing me with the magic generator. You have just experienced the transportation capacity and stability of the truck. Let's find a cool place and talk about truck trading while drinking some iced drinks." Alas, Gaga sighed. He followed the car from Eternal Territory to the Goblin Alchemy warehouse several times, and assembled the magic generator by himself, just to be slaughtered by Yanqing, and then drive back to study? Not selling? It was impossible from the moment I got on the car, especially seeing this alchemical vehicle called a truck, which was loaded with a lot and ran fast, and ran back and forth for hundreds of kilometers without falling apart. I wanted to dismantle it immediately to see what was inside. Following Yanqing to a pavilion. From here you can see the first wall of the territory being built, as well as the roads and canals that have been built. At this time, the Werewolf Road construction team has moved to the edge of the Thunder Swamp, and the road connecting the territories of the Werewolf tribe is under construction. Therefore, the outside of the Eternal Territory seems much more empty. Under the pavilion, Yanqing and Gaga sat on both sides of the coffee table, and the maid who came back from Nuda City brought 2 bottles of happy water with straws. Yanqing picked up a bottle of happy water and drank it, and said to Gaga, "One truck costs 100,000 gold coins. If Mr. Gaga agrees, sign the transaction agreement. Drink this bottle of drink and drive away directly." Gaga knew that Yanqing's offer of 100,000 gold was obviously a counterattack against him for quoting a high price in the alchemy warehouse. Gaga said, "No. No. No. Not Yanqing. Your truck still has many defects. For example, it has been stuck in the mud many times on the road because it is too heavy, so we have to use magic to drag it out. This is not a perfect alchemy product." Yanqing knew that Gaga was nitpicking and wanted to lower the price. Continuing the discussion would only be a verbal dispute. Yanqing didn't want to waste time, so he proposed a second plan. "Yes, my truck is often stuck in the mud because it is too heavy. and even the road I built cannot bear the weight of the truck. This seriously restricts the carrying capacity of my territory. Therefore, I hope to cooperate with the Goblin Alchemy Factory to make up for the various defects of the truck. I have my unique technology and craftsmanship. And you have your technology and craftsmanship. We can completely develop a brand new vehicle based on this truck. It has a higher load capacity, better passability, faster speed, better energy saving, and stronger defense capabilities. Yinxing's proposal came from the heart. The roads and terrain of this world are so bad that it is impossible to rebuild all the roads into standard highways for trucks. Moreover, this chaotic world is full of dangers. Vehicles far away from their control must have certain self-defense capabilities. Therefore, the truck can only be changed. Technology has already used the most extreme cost-effective design on trucks. If you want to meet Yinxing's requirements for trucks in the magic world, you need to find a way in alchemy. Chui has just come into contact with alchemy. She can do it by making a small modification on the basis of the finished product. If she designs a brand new alchemy equipment, it may be a bit difficult for her. Alchemy technology. The Goblin Alchemy Factory is not good. After all, there is a tower in the clouds behind them. If you want to perform alchemy enhancement on modern technology vehicles as quickly and as well as possible, cooperating with the Goblin Alchemy Factory is the best way. Everyone can organically combine their own expertise and parts, and they will definitely be able to build a truck suitable for running in this world. This is also beneficial to the Goblin Alchemy Factory. After all, it has a large carrying capacity, runs fast, is strong and difficult to use, and saves transportation costs. It saves a little money. Chapter 164 New Truck R&D Project. Yinxing invited the Goblin Gaga to work together to develop a new generation of trucks, and also wanted to let Chuichu learn from them. As for whether the Goblin Alchemy Factory can learn the technology on Earth from the trucks, Yinxing is not very worried. From a watch, you can see the level of mechanical manufacturing in this world, as well as the materials and the finishing technology of the materials. To put it simply, it is whether mathematics, physics and chemistry have been thoroughly learned. These three disciplines have not reached a certain level. There is no complete industrial system, and there are no supporting technical workers and scientific researchers. Not to mention studying the electronic sensor equipment on the car. They can't even make a qualified engine. However, the basic structure and power transmission system of a car should be figured out by the Goblin Alchemy Factory. It would be better if they could figure it out. Yinxing hoped that the Goblin Alchemy Factory would build cars. At that time, the core components of the entire truck would need to be purchased from him. Well, repair parts are also a long-term business. According to the ability of the goblins to cheat customers, and my ability to cheat goblins, that would be more than 100,000 gold. The Goblin Gaga certainly didn't know that he was facing a product of a modern technology-heavy industry system. He had mysterious confidence in the Goblin Alchemy Factory, believing that as long as he participated in the research and development and construction of the new truck, he would definitely be able to learn the technology of wheeled vehicles. At that time, the Goblin Alchemy Factory can use its superb alchemy to make better trucks. Another thing that makes Gaga excited is that he can save the purchase cost of 100,000 gold. You must know that the Goblin Alchemy Factory serves the Cloud Tower, and Gaga can't spend money casually. A magic generator given for a watch requires the Goblin Gaga to piece together to fill this hole. If another 100,000 gold coins are spent, I am afraid that the Cloud Tower will send people to New Tower City to check the accounts. Is such a heavy truck worth 100,000 gold? In the heart of the Goblin Gaga, it's worth it. But in the eyes of the alchemist of the Cloud Tower, it is definitely not worth it. Because the alchemists in the Cloud Tower study alchemy, not to build such machines. What they pursue is to use magic and alchemy to gain immortality. The alchemists in the tower support the goblins, and they value the goblin machinery manufacturing ability, which can make money and resources for the Cloud Tower. They are not very interested in the machine itself. What they do is to develop some alchemy according to the needs of the goblins, so that they can make money. They are not interested in wasting time and materials to study how to build trucks. Therefore, trucks are a gimmick for alchemists, who are obsessed with alchemy and seek immortality. And they are not very attracted to what they pursue, which is putting the cart before the horse. But for the goblins, who are obsessed with mechanical manufacturing, this complex mechanical body is really incomparable. Goblins are born to like machines. The second plan proposed by Yinxing can not only help Gaga save 100,000 gold in purchase costs, but also understand the construction process and operating principles of trucks by participating in the research and development of new trucks. Kill two birds with one stone. As long as these technologies can be understood, his Goblin Alchemy factory can manufacture heavier and stronger alchemy puppets. Gaga said, "Night Yinching. Your suggestion is very good. We can all see that there are still many problems with your truck, which need to be solved with the technology of our Goblin Alchemy factory. I agree to cooperate with you in the research and development and manufacturing of new trucks. The Goblin Alchemy factory is willing to cooperate, which is definitely a good thing for the industrial development of Eternal Territory. Alchemy and technology industry are very complementary." Yinching said, "I plan to build a heavy industrial park in the east of Eternal Territory, and we can put the new truck manufacturing project in this heavy industrial park. Your Goblin Alchemy factory will send some personnel and equipment over, and we will also send some personnel and equipment over in Eternal Territory. We will work together to build this new truck." Gaga heard that Yinching wanted to put the new truck research and development center in Eternal Territory, and immediately replied, "I think it is better to put the research center of new trucks in our alchemy factory in Nuda City. Our alchemy factory has a very complete range of machines, which are convenient to use." Yinching said, "Your machines can't dismantle my trucks. Dismantling trucks requires very professional tools and personnel, which you don't have. And since the trucks are made by us, this project must be led by my Eternal Territory. This is the basis of our cooperation. The R&D center for new trucks must be in Eternal Territory. If you still insist on setting up the Goblin Alchemy factory in Nuda City, then you should buy the trucks, and we will make new trucks ourselves." Gaga had no bargaining chips in front of Yinching. The experience of disassembling watches also made him realize that Yinching was right. The equipment in the Goblin Alchemy factory might really not be able to dismantle the trucks. If they were violently disassembled and then reassembled, they might break down. In the Yongheng Territory Heavy Industry Park, you can directly see the process of disassembling, modifying, and assembling trucks up close. It won't hurt your own interests to transfer some equipment and Goblin craftsmen here. "Okay," Gaga said in a helpless tone. "I will go back to Nuda City to allocate equipment and craftsmen. When will your manpower and equipment be in place?" Yinching thought about it. It is not difficult to get the equipment to dismantle the vehicle, but there is no manpower for the development of new trucks. The farmers in the territory can't do this kind of work, so they can only wait for Chuichu to transform the low-level alchemy puppets and connect to the network server of the base. This will take some time. Yinching thought about it and answered Gaga, "The Orc and Elf Coalition will soon launch a full-scale attack on the Wind Highland Legion of the Silvermane Principality. I have some military cooperation plans with Earl Theodore, so the heavy industrial zone of Eternal Territory cannot be built quickly. I need some time to prepare. But please rest assured that I have a very strong ambition to build a new type of truck. As long as I have time, we will immediately invest in the research and development of new trucks. Mr. Gaga can prepare manpower and equipment first. I think it is not easy to withdraw your craftsmen in the early stage of the war. Damn war." For the first time, the Goblin Gaga felt that war was so annoying. He knew that Yinching's Eternal Territory and Earl Theodore's New Tower City had cooperated on many projects for the war. His own Goblin Alchemy factory was also running day and night because of the war orders. The exhausted Goblin craftsmen had little energy to participate in the research and development of new trucks. They could only wait until the most intense stage of the war was over before slowly transferring personnel and equipment. "It can only be like this," Gaga said helplessly. "It seems that the new truck research and development project can only wait for a while before we can proceed. We really need to prepare well." Yinching and the Goblin Gaga finalized the plan to cooperate in the development of a new truck, and the Research and Development Center was set up in the heavy industrial zone of Yongheng Territory. This means that Yinching has limitedly introduced the Goblin Alchemy factory into his own territory, improving the research and development capabilities of Yongheng Territory in alchemy machinery. After the development of the new truck is completed, it is impossible to remove this R&D center, as long as this platform is improved. There are too many things that can be jointly developed in the future. Yinching held a bottle of happy water and invited the Goblin Gaga. "Let's toast to the cooperation between the Eternal Territory and the Goblin Alchemy factory. I believe this is a new beginning of our friendship." Gaga then picked up the happy water on the table. After clinking glasses with Yinching, he imitated him and drank a sip with a straw. "Well, what kind of drink is this? It tastes good." "Great." Yinching smiled and said, "I can talk about the supply of this drink. Chapter 165 Humanoid Alchemy Golem. After Yinxing sent the Goblin Gaga back to Nuda City, he returned to the real world and ordered a complete set of equipment needed for a car repair shop. Then he urged Chichui to transform the low-level alchemy golem as soon as possible and quickly connect it to the territory's information network. Now there is a magic generator and a network server. The technical workers, who can accurately execute orders, have become the last link. Chichui has no entity now, and there is no one in the camp who can provide help in alchemy and magic. Yinxing can only go down in person and dismantle a low-level alchemy golem under Chichui's guidance. In the newly built alchemy laboratory, a stone man was disassembled by Yinxing on the alchemy workbench. The open limbs, torso, head and various disassembled alchemy devices covered the entire table. With a physical reference, Chui corrected the written knowledge he had obtained from the alchemy books based on the alchemy component data obtained. Then he compared his needs with the indicators, analyzed and optimized. The low-level alchemy puppet provided by Gaga not only needs a weak current signal and magic energy signal converter, but also needs to install more induction sources to increase the puppet's sense of touch and information collection capabilities. It is also necessary to increase the bionic alchemy muscle fibers to cover more areas to make the puppet's movements more accurate. There are also various small problems that make Chui sigh. These low-level alchemical puppets are too crude. It is completely relying on the brute force of bionic alchemical muscle fibers to make a stone model move. Master, I strongly suggest that you give up the body and skeletal components of these low-level alchemical puppets. Except for the alchemical part. The other structures are really a mess. The alchemical part is not much better. It is handmade at first glance, and the efficiency utilization rate is too low. I think these puppets can't even use chopsticks. I suggest ordering the body and skeletal components of the puppets from the real world. Use metal as the skeleton. Install the disassembled alchemical components into it. Cover the bionic alchemical muscle fibers, and then put on the silicone skin. Install a large number of alchemical neural induction sources under the skin, and you will have a perfect skilled worker. The humanoid doll production factory in the real world has very sound technology. We can customize the skeleton, filler and skin individually, and then assemble them ourselves. As long as the master can assemble the first humanoid alchemical puppet, I can continue to produce such excellent workers. When Chui began to make his own suggestions, Yinxing nodded in approval. Even if Chui didn't say it, Yinxing could feel that these guys were too rough when dismantling the stone man. The design ideas of Li Dejuan Fei are everywhere. Therefore, no matter how much modification is done on the basis of these stone men, it is impossible to make their limbs dexterous. The body and joints must be redesigned, and the bionic alchemical muscle fibers must be laid out more reasonably so that the alchemical puppet can accurately complete technical movements. Chui proposed that ordering bones and skins from the real world and stuffing the alchemical equipment inside the puppet is a feasible solution. But your suggestion to import these things from the doll manufacturing factory is too obscene? But think about it. Apart from these doll manufacturing factories, who has nothing to do to produce so many imitation human bones and simulated silicone skin? It seems that it can only be obscene. Yinxing returned to the real world and found a doll manufacturer online. He sent the simulated human skeleton, simulated silicone skin, and standard parameters of the required fillers calculated by Chui. Order 10 sets first. The doll manufacturer was puzzled by Yinxing's order for these things separately, and asked kindly, "Don't you want functional things? Ours are real-life solid molds with built-in lubrication and peristalsis functions." "No!" Yinxing refused very straightforwardly. "We don't even know what the low-level alchemical puppets assembled from these things will look like. If functional things are added, I'm afraid I'll scare myself into functional disorders." Yinxing repeatedly emphasized not to add some messy things. "Just make whatever I want, and ship it out as soon as you're done." "Understood, boss. I'll ship it to you right away. People in this business have seen all kinds of people. Don't ask too many questions. Just give him what he wants. And be harmonious and make money. The manufacturer's delivery speed is very fast. After all, these things are ready-made. Just make a slight change according to the customer's requirements, and you can make the money." Therefore, Yinxing just made a weak current signal and analog signal converter under Chuichu's guidance, and the semi-finished products of this batch of dolls were delivered. Yinxing picked up the goods and returned to the alchemy laboratory, unpacked one of the packages, and moved the human-like metal skeleton to the alchemy workbench. Then the internal alchemical equipment removed from the puppet body was installed on the humanoid metal skeleton in order. Then the fillers ordered together were used to fix and protect these alchemical equipment. Then the humanoid alchemical muscle fibers were laid out, and the fillers were continued to be filled. Finally, the simulated silicone skin was put on. It sounds simple, but Yinxing was busy in the alchemical laboratory for a whole day before assembling the first humanoid alchemical puppet. It just looks like this. It's hard to describe. The simulated silicone skin acquired by Yinxing is a high-end product, and the manufacturer makes dolls. Therefore, the humanoid alchemical puppet should have been a beautiful woman. But because Yinxing's craftsmanship was so poor, the filling was not evenly filled, and the two eyes were not installed properly. Therefore, the humanoid puppet made was like a prop in a horror movie. Yinxing, who was alone in the alchemy laboratory, was scared by his own work, especially when it lay on the table and shook from time to time. It was even more scary. But there was only one part-time magician in the territory, and no one else could do this kind of work except himself. Yinxing could only muster up his courage to put clothes on the assembled humanoid beauty puppet, and then lift it up to sit. Open the skull from the back and install the connected spirit stone and mobile phone. Seeing the spirit stone emitting a faint light after receiving magic energy, Yinxing asked Chui, "How is it now? Can you connect to the signal?" Chui connected to the information and communication network that had just been established in the territory and retrieved the mobile phone signal. After a while, the right arm of the beautiful alchemy puppet raised. Chui replied to Yinxing, "It is still a little incompatible, and the reaction delay is too high. However, it can also prove that the weak current signal and magic energy signal converter we made is generally correct. It is also necessary to change the layout of the magic array and magic circuit inside to make the signal conversion more accurate and smooth. Master, you can take out the spirit ball and mobile phone, and we will modify it again." While talking, Chui was tapping the keyboard of his workbench, rewriting the program for the mobile phone and optimizing the alchemical structure of the converter between weak current signal and magic energy signal. What Yinxing and Chui were doing at this time was the most important thing for the current eternal territory. The first humanoid alchemical puppet could only be made by Yinxing himself. If the internal war broke out in the Thunder Swamp, Yinxing would need to lead the peacekeeping force into the depths of the swamp to perform strategic tasks. So the transformation of the humanoid alchemical puppet would have to be interrupted. When Yinxing completed his strategic goal and returned to Eternal Ridge from the depths of the Thunder Swamp, he could restart the production of the humanoid alchemical puppet. This wasted too much time. The development of the Eternal Territory could not be delayed. Chapter 166 Window Period. Work. Yinxing felt like he was about to become a dog. He had to go to Nuda City every day and then return to Eternal Territory to handle affairs. Then he went to the Stinky Water Forest to supervise the training of the peacekeeping forces. He also had to put most of his energy into the alchemy laboratory, transforming humanoid alchemy puppets day and night. At this time, Yinxing finally realized the benefits of being a magician. A short meditation can replace sleep, allowing Yinxing to finally realize his dream of staying up all night until dawn. But such uninterrupted work day and night also makes people feel physically and mentally exhausted. But Yinxing did not dare to relax at all. The battle on the Windy Highlands finally started. The long-prepared Orc and Elf coalition forces pressed towards the control area of the Silvermane Principality Windy Highlands Legion from the north and west like a tide. They destroyed a large number of fortresses of the Windy Highlands Legion one after another, and the troops advanced with great momentum. Marquis Anderson, the commander of the Silvermane Principality Windy Highlands Legion, adopted a hard and soft tactics to deal with the attacks of the Orcs and Elves, and strictly guarded against the Elven army coming from the north and south, not giving up an inch of land. Marquis Anderson invested heavily in the fortress group here to fight a tug-of-war with the Elves. No matter how many fortresses were robbed, they were determined to take them back, prevent the Elves from opening a gap, entering their rear along the west side of the Thunder Swamp, and threatening the city of Nuda. In dealing with the Orc army on the western front, the Windy Highland Legion resisted step by step and retreated step by step, deliberately letting the Orcs take a lot of advantages. The original intention of Marquis Anderson to fight like this was also to see that the joint attack between the Orcs and the Elves seemed to be powerful, but in fact they were not in harmony. The Elves' attack was not going well, and the Orcs did not dare to attack the Windy Highland Legion too much. The Orcs looked down on the weak and fearful of death Elves, and were afraid that the Elves could not bear the losses of the war, and suddenly retreated. In this way, The flanks of the Orc army that advanced too far were all exposed to the Eastern Front army of Windy Highland. Therefore, in the face of the large-scale retreats of the Western Front troops of the Windy Highlands Legion, the Orc army will slow down the pace of attack. In this way, after abandoning a large number of fortresses, the Windy Highlands Legion can concentrate its limited Western Front troops in the second-line strongholds and rely on the strongholds to confront the Orc army. For Marquis Anderson, the ideal state of war is to drag the situation until the arrival of winter. At that time, the supply of Orcs and Elves will have problems, and they should take the initiative to retreat and end the war. Of course, this is just Marquis Anderson's ideal war deduction. The war situation changes rapidly, and no one knows what will happen the next day. But as long as the Windy Highland Legion itself does not make major decisive mistakes, the Orcs and Elves will not gain too much advantage in the early stages of the war. This is the best time window for Yinqing to enter the Thunder Swamp. During the 1-month preparation period, Yinqing continuously delivered arms to the Werewolf tribe deep in the Thunder Swamp. More than 10,000 pairs of slingshots have been sold, and the number of finger-thick bearing steel balls has reached 300,000. The armor and weapons rewarded by the main quest, as well as the armor and weapons replaced by the Werewolf tribe and the recruited army, were all sent to the Thunder Swamp by Yinqing. In addition, Yinqing also gave each tribe leader of the Werewolf tribe deep in the swamp a pair of steel flails and a set of armor. After being armed, the Werewolf tribe, whose strength has been enhanced, began to become arrogant. In the depths of the Thunder Swamp, the Werewolves occupied a very small territory, but the number of Werewolves was much larger than that of Lizardmen. In the past, Werewolves had already tried their best to defend their territory, so they naturally did not dare to provoke Lizardmen. Now, with a large number of slingshots, the firepower of the Werewolf tribe has increased sharply. The enlarged and heavier steel marbles were shot out by the special high-tensile rubber bands, and a bloody hole would be hit. The use of slingshots has improved the efficiency of Werewolves hunting. When they are full, they become braver. For example, when they encountered a team of Lizardmen in the swamp jungle in the past, Werewolves generally chose to avoid them. Even if they were shot by the bone arrows in the hands of the Lizardmen, the Werewolves would generally bear it as long as they were not killed or seriously injured. After all, it is difficult for the Werewolves and Lizardmen to gain an advantage in the wild. But in a new encounter, facing the taunts and arrow attacks of the Lizardmen, the Werewolves with slingshots immediately fought back. In a melee, both sides suffered casualties. The Lizardmen, who were used to bullying the Werewolves, certainly could not swallow this breath. The Werewolves found that after they had slingshots, they could actually gain an advantage in the mid-range exchange of fire with the Lizardmen. After counting the casualties, they found that the battle damage ratio was not bad. The Werewolves immediately regarded the slingshots as a magical item that could change their fate. This small-scale encounter soon spread in the depths of Thunder Swamp. All Werewolf tribes knew that when a hunting team of a certain Werewolf tribe encountered a Lizardman tribe in the wild, with the number of both sides being similar, they won. Eternal Territory immediately received a large order for slingshots. The slingshots prepared by Yinqing for this order had not yet arrived, and the Werewolf tribe and the Lizardman tribe that had previously clashed started fighting. Then, more and more Werewolf tribes and Lizardman tribes joined the battle. As the casualties on both sides increased, the scale of the war also grew. A war covering the central area of Thunder Swamp broke out just like that. The Eternal Territory also completed the upgrade to the 5th level territory at this time. The 5th level territory can build infantry camps and infantry training grounds, and can recruit and train 5th level infantry. Infantry 5th level human soldier attack, 8 defense, 9 damage, 6 stamina, 25 talent, giant shield when holding a shield in a defensive posture. It can generate a defensive force field to provide stronger frontal protection for itself. So far, the human race finally has a reliable melee soldier. The human infantry has perfect defensive armor, a sharp sword, and a solid shield. Whether it is attacking or defending, it is a very comfortable soldier. Excellent physical fitness allows the human infantry to maintain a good marching speed when wearing full protective armor and carrying a shield. On the other hand, the militiamen have sufficient defense after wearing heavy armor, but their movement speed. There is a reason why Yinqing is unwilling to take the heavy armored spearmen to Nuda city. Now that there is an infantry training ground, all the militiamen in Yonglin territory enter the training ground for training and prepare to upgrade to 5th level infantry. The recruitment cost of infantry is 90 gold/person. And it takes another 60 gold to upgrade a militia. The armor is still the same as that of the heavy armored spearmen. Just replace the spears with customized steel swords. Place an order with the Laquan sword manufacturer. In the fortress built by Yinqing and Count Theodore. It is planned to place 105th level infantrymen on bicycles in the early stage. And cooperate with the Griffins of Nuda City to complete the defense loopholes on the western front. Chapter 167 Preparation for War. During this period, the 3rd level werewolf archers were successfully upgraded to werewolf heavy crossbowmen. Werewolf heavy crossbowmen 4th level unit of the werewolf faction. Attack, 8 defense, 4 damage, 5 stamina, 15 talent, ballistic mastery. Yinqing chose the heavy crossbow for the 4th level werewolf unit, which requires a pulley device to smoothly string the heavy crossbow. Stringing is so laborious, so the power is naturally very considerable. The talent of the last werewolf heavy crossbowman is ballistic mastery, which allows them to strike long-range targets more accurately. In the early stage of territory development, Yinqing planned to place the werewolf heavy crossbowmen in the territory walls and towers as the main heavy firepower points for territory defense. In order to maximize the attack power of the werewolf heavy crossbowmen, Yinqing also asked Chichui to design a crossbow that can be used by a single soldier based on the Scorpion crossbow. Although Chichui tried to simplify the size of the crossbow and ordered parts from modern times for assembly, the crossbow was still very large. Carrying a werewolf heavy crossbowman on his back is like carrying a large cross, which seriously limits the mobility of the werewolf heavy crossbowman. So Yinqing simply positioned the werewolf heavy crossbowman as stationary output, relying on fortifications to carry out long-range strikes on the target. The 4th level unit of the werewolf force was certified. The rewards were also distributed. You have obtained the right to recruit 4th level werewolf heavy crossbowmen of the werewolf race. Your main quest progress increases. You get Anti-Magic Necklace. Increases magic resistance by 10%. Yinqing is no longer a magic novice. In the process of learning magic from Count Theodore, he has a deep understanding of the power of magic. It is no exaggeration to say that a hero who knows magic beats a hero who doesn't. Just like an adult beating a child. From the beginning to the end, you will be beaten without any chance to fight back. Therefore, a magician can choose not to learn melee skills. But a knight must definitely learn magic, especially when the spellcasting ability is not as good as that of a magician. The knight should also focus on improving his own magic resistance and reducing the magic damage he suffers. Yinqing got the anti-magic necklace at this time. And after entering the depths of Thunder Swamp, his survival ability was naturally greatly improved. Primary Fire Magic allows learning to use fire magic. Another skill related to magic appeared, and Yinqing felt that he was getting further and further away from the path of night. I don't know if it has something to do with the fact that he worshipped a magician as a mentor. Now he can be regarded as practicing both air magic and fire magic. Ha 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 ha. Let Chuichu develop a fire magic application. Other rewards are similar to the previous ones, all of which are experience, resources and the like. Anyway, the rewards are free. The more the better. When Yinqing was casually counting the rewards, he found that the special building drawings of the rewards seemed a little wrong. Material warehouse. According to the literal meaning, it is a warehouse for storing materials. Yongheng built a lot of such buildings without any technology. For storing food, water, shovels, ropes, agarwood. Anyway, Yongheng occupied a large enough area, and the ownership of the land belonged to him. He could build whatever he wanted, and as much as he wanted. Therefore, when Yinqing saw that the building drawings of the rewards were material warehouses, he really didn't feel anything. He even mocked. Master, I need drawings to build a warehouse? But after reading the introduction of the material warehouse, he realized that he really picked up a treasure this time. Material warehouse. A unit of rare alchemical resources is provided randomly every day. My goodness! Everything related to rare alchemical resources is good stuff. Things that need to consume rare alchemical resources to operate are good stuff. Things that can produce rare alchemical resources are even better stuff. Until now, the Eternal Territory has been upgraded to the 5th level, but it still does not have its own reliable and stable way to obtain rare alchemical resources. With the development, more and more alchemical resources are needed to maintain the operation of the territory. In addition to the limited rewards for completing tasks, you can only spend God's gold coins to buy from the God's material store. 1,000 God's gold coins per unit. No price increase or decrease. Now building a material warehouse will randomly give a unit rare alchemical resources every day. Isn't it equivalent to getting 1,000 God-given gold coins for free every day? The weekly tax of my entire camp plus the city prosperity reward is no more than 2,000 God-given gold coins. It must be built quickly. And this material warehouse must be built. It's a pity that as a special building, one blueprint can only build one material warehouse. Otherwise, I will definitely build 10,000 material warehouses. Awesome. The rewards given by the main quest are awesome. Now the Eternal Territory has built an infantry battalion and an infantry training ground. Just in time to train the 5th level werewolf troops before entering the Thunder Swamp. Human infantry can be obtained through training and upgrading from level 2 militia, level 3 archers, and level 4 crossbowmen. Level 5 combat units of werewolves can naturally be trained with level 2 light armored werewolves. At this time, the Eternal Territory already has 400 light armored werewolves of its own, 200 of which are trained in the Stinky Water Forest. Yinxing will call back all 200 trained light armored werewolves and train them in the infantry training ground. Upgrade them all to level 5 combat units to improve the combat effectiveness of the army entering the Thunder Swamp. Yinxing continues to debug the humanoid alchemy puppets. The peacekeeping forces in the Stinky Water Forest continue to train. Now that the werewolves and lizard men in the depths of the Thunder Swamp have just started fighting, it is not a good time to intervene. It won't be too late to lead the army into the Thunder Swamp after the werewolf urges them to ship the slingshots they ordered. In order to prepare for the war, Yinxing also purchased a large amount of supplies from the real world. Among them are 10 fixed-wing drones, which can be modified to carry 5 kilograms of things. 5 kilograms is 7 or 8 Molotov cocktails. Let the Eternal Territory have a tactical bombing force on call. In addition, many drones with long air control time and high flight altitude were purchased. These drones will be equipped with wireless signal relay equipment to maintain long-term air duty. Ensure that after Yinxing leads the peacekeeping force into the Thunder Swamp, he can still maintain a smooth data information link with the Eternal Territory. While Yinxing was actively preparing supplies, he also issued a war mobilization order. He asked the werewolf tribes affiliated with the Eternal Territory to send laborers to ensure the logistics of the peacekeeping force. He asked the southern camp of Duanor to strengthen border patrols. The entire Eternal Territory system entered a quasi-war state, with large-scale mobilization of military forces. Labor and supplies. Chapter 168 The First Humanoid Alchemy Puppet. Eternal Territory is actively preparing for war. In the newly built Eternal Airport, a large number of drones take off from here every day and fly to Thunder Swamp. Chue is using these drones to debug and build the data information network coverage from Eternal Territory to Thunder Swamp, so that Yinxing can have a signal connection with Eternal Territory anywhere in the depths of Thunder Swamp. At the same time, Chue also repeatedly released fixed-wing drones with high-definition reconnaissance instruments, and conducted high-altitude reconnaissance of the Thunder Swamp combat area while forming the coverage of the air data network signal. Now Yinxing has a very detailed topographic map of Thunder Swamp in his hand. Sometimes, the reconnaissance drone can also capture the battle between werewolves and lizard men. Chue's powerful data processing capabilities can obtain more useful intelligence from it. Yinxing used a god's perspective every day to observe the all-out war in the depths of the Thunder Swamp that he directed. Then he disassembled and organized the humanoid alchemy puppets in the alchemy laboratory over and over again. Experiments have proved that it is a wrong idea to put simulated silicone skin on the humanoid alchemy puppets. It is said to be simulated, but for a doll manufacturer, the main revenue point is not the simulated silicone skin. So the silicone skin made is really not that good, although it looks delicate and feels slippery. But after putting it on the humanoid alchemy puppet, it looks like a zombie. Very creepy. And the softness and elasticity are not enough, which makes the joints not flexible enough and will break after long-term movement. There is no aesthetic appeal, and it is not very practical. If you want to use truly advanced simulated skin, some professional research institutes can produce it. But the price is too high, and it is not suitable for large-scale use on these low-level alchemy puppets. The manufacturing cost must be considered. After redesigning and selecting materials, high-pressure resin boards were finally selected as the external packaging materials of these humanoid alchemy puppets. First, cut and shape the high-voltage resin plates according to the required size, and then install them on the outer layer of the bionic alchemical muscle fibers. This can not only protect the internal alchemical components to a certain extent, but also replace any damaged parts in the future. It is not necessary to peel off and replace the entire part like the simulated silicone skin when a small part is damaged. After countless improvements, the weak current signal and analog signal converter finally meets the requirements of networking. The humanoid alchemical puppet that stands up and moves, although its appearance and movements are like a robot, can already make accurate movements and use strength like a human under the control of the network server and the built-in smartphone. The first humanoid alchemy puppet was finally transformed. Yanxing sat on a chair in the alchemy laboratory and said to the humanoid alchemy puppet he made himself, "Come and turn around for me." The humanoid alchemy puppet turned around in a circle, and the movement was smooth. "March on the spot, and walk vigorously for me." The humanoid alchemy puppet then marched on the spot. "Do a big jump. Do 100 push-ups. 100 sit-ups." The humanoid alchemy puppet completed it very accurately. Master Yanxing was very satisfied. As the first humanoid alchemy puppet that I personally transformed, you should have your own name, I hope. As a skilled worker in the territory, you must love the master's territory and your work. You must carry forward the spirit of struggle that is not afraid of hardship and fatigue, and work at the forefront of territory construction. Be a labor model of the working class. You will be called Lao. Yanxing originally wanted to name the humanoid alchemy puppet he made as Laoma. But then he thought of Chuichu's previous experience. When naming your subordinates, don't be so casual and down-to-earth. After all, in the process of making the weak current signal and motorcycle signal converter, Chuichu said that the spiritual stone in the head of the low-level alchemy puppet contains spiritual power with soul attributes. It is this spiritual power and the nerve induction sources throughout the puppet that make up the alchemical puppet's central nervous system similar to that of a human. Thus, the entire body of the alchemical puppet has the function of self-coordination and self-learning. Since this spiritual power has the attribute of soul, it has the possibility of generating soul. Generating soul is equivalent to being alive. All high-level alchemical puppets are made by extracting spiritual stones from low-level alchemical puppets after generating souls. Therefore, the name should be either not given or not given casually. Your name is Laura, and you have the same surname as Lao Hans. The humanoid alchemical puppet with a name did not respond to Yanxing. Her mouth is just for show. Low-level puppets don't have the ability to make sounds. Yanxing was just talking to himself. But Yanxing, who had completed an alchemical work alone, was happy. "Let's go out for a walk." Yanxing walked out of the laboratory with the humanoid alchemical puppet. He still needed to do some more tests. See the puppet's obstacle avoidance ability, its ability to recognize people, and its ability to handle some emergencies. The network server of the territory will not guide every action of the humanoid alchemical puppet, because when there are more humanoid alchemical puppets in the future, the amount of calculation will be too large, which will seriously occupy the already scarce network resources. Most of the action instructions of the humanoid alchemy puppet come from the smartphone connected to the spirit stone. When the territory needs the humanoid alchemy puppet to do a certain technical worker, the smartphone will download the corresponding program from the server, and then cooperate with the spirit stone to issue action instructions. Only when encountering something that the smartphone cannot handle will the data be uploaded to the server, and the server will receive instructions. The more things the smartphone handles, the easier it is for the server, and it can manage more humanoid alchemy puppets. This requires more testing of the humanoid alchemy puppet, and continuous programming, and try to hand over more action management to the smartphone. Yanxing walked around the territory with the humanoid alchemy puppet, introduced the people he met to it, and took it to some places with obstacles. He even kicked it from behind out of the blue. The reaction of the alchemy puppet showed the strength of the alchemy technology of the Goblin Alchemy Factory. Yanxing sometimes felt that there was a living person in this body. "Chichi, I feel that the Goblin Alchemy technology combined with the materials and finishing technology of the real world may be able to create real people." Chuchui replied, "The Goblin Alchemy technology comes from the Cloud Tower. The main research of the Cloud Tower is life alchemy. Using alchemy to reshape the body is a branch of life alchemy. Spiritual stones, humanoid alchemy muscle fibers, and neural induction elements are all research projects that the Cloud Tower attaches great importance to. Even low-end alchemy puppets have surpassed the existing robot technology in the real world in these technical fields." Chapter 169. Soldiers point to Blood Crown Mountain. Yanxing thinks that the test of the humanoid alchemy puppet Laura is impeccable, although Chuichui still has many unsatisfactory points. They are all details, or even the defects of these low-end alchemy materials themselves. Anyway, there is no problem in using Laura to make other humanoid alchemy puppets. Yanqing was finally free from the alchemy laboratory and could focus all his energy on Thunder Swamp. Now the war in Thunder Swamp is in full swing. But Yanqing is not as nervous as before they started fighting, fearing that the experience in the real world will not be adapted to the local environment. He reads the battle reports collected by Chui every day to understand the battle situation in Thunder Swamp, and then dispatches personnel and materials in an orderly manner. Chief Claw has completed his visit to the neighboring werewolf tribes. The werewolf tribes on the southern edge of Thunder Swamp are now different from the past. When Chief Claw, who was dressed in fine armor, arrived at those werewolf tribes with his guards, who were also dressed in fine armor, his flowing hair and shining armor immediately intimidated those werewolf tribesmen who were still rolling in the mud. Strength is the right to speak. These werewolf tribes have long noticed the changes in their southern neighbors. Now they know that the previously scattered neighbors have formed an alliance. The nearly 20,000 troops have already scared them trembling. Not to mention that the neighbors are equipped with such weapons. All the werewolf tribes visited greeted Claw respectfully, and sent him off respectfully, fearing that they would be unhappy with the other party and bring disaster to their tribesmen. They also sent envoys to Yongling territory to express their goodwill to Yanqing, and express their willingness to establish trade with Yongling territory to jointly stabilize the peace and stability of the border. Yanqing did not make any further demands on these envoys. Taking the initiative to pull them into the group must pay some price. Just like when the werewolf chiefs meeting was held, Yanqing gave enough benefits to make these werewolf tribes stand firmly on the side of Yongling territory. At that time, Yongling territory had no strength. But it is different now. You cannot take the initiative to promise too many benefits. And you cannot give the werewolf tribes that surrendered later the same status as the werewolf tribes that surrendered first. It is beneficial to your own rule to let the werewolf race form a hierarchy. Anyway, in my eyes, these werewolves are just meat in a steamed bun. When I come back from the depths of Thunder Swamp, these werewolves will be in my mouth. Yanqing continued to observe the war in the depths of Thunder Swamp while waiting for his army to get into the best condition. The 10,000 white-feathered chicken chicks bought from the real world have grown up, after the careful care of the werewolf chicken farmer. A total of 900 carnivorous birds and 300 chocobos were bred, and the beastization rate was astonishing. However, the second generation of white-feathered chickens bred did not have such a high beastization rate. After all, monsters cannot reproduce, and the ones that can reproduce are chickens that have not been demonized. So the next generation of such chickens is naturally not easy to be demonized. Yanqing was very satisfied with this phenomenon, which meant that carnivorous birds and chocobos were his own unique magical beasts. After the magic selection, the white-feathered chickens could be raised as meat chickens without worrying about being stolen. Carnivorous birds and chocobos were cultivated on a large scale. All carnivorous birds and chocobos were controlled in the Eternal Territory. If the close werewolf tribe wanted to obtain them, they could exchange them with contributions. Yanqing also gave each werewolf tribe a carnivorous bird and chocobo to commend their contributions in road construction and canal digging. With tangible rewards and incentives, the werewolf tribes participated more actively in Yanqing's strategy for the Thunder Swamp. 200 carnivorous birds were transferred to the peacekeeping force and handed over to 20 recruited werewolf trainers for training and control. Another 200 chocobos were transferred to the peacekeeping force to serve as mounts and animal power for transporting supplies. Except for chickens and horses, Yanqing was not in a hurry to bring new species from Earth to the magic world. First, he studied the magic beasts that can be cultivated at present, and then considered introducing new species. First, he was worried that he would bite off more than he could chew, causing too many magic beasts to get out of control. Second, he was worried about causing an irreversible species invasion. The cultivation of magic beasts should be done slowly. Days passed, and there were new changes in the Eternal Territory every day. When the werewolf tribe in the depths of the Thunder Swamp frequently sent werewolves out to urge the slingshot to deliver the goods, Yanqing knew that his chance to enter the Thunder Swamp had come. The first thing that was needed when the werewolves and lizardmen fought was a large amount of marbles. Marbles can be replaced with stones or bones, but the power of the marbles is far less than that of the steel marbles specially provided by Yanqing. In addition, the rubber band of the slingshot is easy to break after a certain number of uses, and there is no substitute for this thing. At first, the werewolf didn't know this. He only saw that he used a slingshot to hit the lizardman shooter so hard that he couldn't fight back. Since entering the swamp, the werewolves and lizardmen have never fought so happily. The long-accumulated resentment made the werewolves really attack when they found that they had the opportunity to suppress the lizardmen. The werewolves on the offensive seized a large number of lizardmen's territories, and their troops kept approaching the Blood Crown Mountain, with the momentum of occupying the holy land of the lizardmen. But when the werewolves touched the edge of Blood Crown Mountain, the loss of the slingshots made their attack no longer so sharp. The rubber band broke, and there was no replacement. The werewolves could only stop attacking and switch to defense, and sent werewolves to the southern edge of the swamp to find the slingshot supplier, and asked them to deliver the slingshots they had ordered as soon as possible. The stunned lizardmen did not know that there was a problem with the slingshots in the hands of the werewolves for the time being. The fierce attack of the werewolves stopped the lizardmen from getting a chance to breathe. The two major lizardmen tribes gathered at Blood Crown Mountain, ready to defend the Holy Land in the hearts of the lizardmen. The two lizardmen leaders, the Red-Eye King and the Green-Tail King, also put aside their conflicts for the first time and sat down to discuss how to deal with the crisis that the lizardmen had never encountered before. If the werewolves conquer Blood Crown Mountain, the life that the werewolves had lived in the swamp before will be the life that the lizardmen will live in the future. It may even be worse, because although the lizardmen also live in groups, their racial nature makes their group consciousness not very strong, far less than the wolf pack consciousness of the werewolves. The killing red-eyed werewolves will make the lizardmen feel scared, which is why the werewolves, as outsiders, can occupy the space of the native lizardmen in the swamp and gain a foothold in the swamp. The Red-Eyed King and the Green-Tailed King knew that if they lost Blood Crown Mountain, the lizardmen would lose the spiritual centripetal force that could unite them. After that, under the pursuit of the werewolves, the lizardmen really had the possibility of being exterminated. What made the weak werewolves stand up straight and beat the lizardmen back? It was a powerful alchemical weapon, a slingshot. According to the test firing of the captured slingshots, the lizardmen were all amazed at the power of this alchemical slingshot. It is small and easy to carry, and easy to quickly put into battle. For the lizardmen who don't have too many protective gear, the lethality is not immediately fatal, but it will lose the ability to fight for a period of time. It is almost the same as losing your life on the battlefield. Where did the werewolves get so many alchemical slingshots? Chapter 170, Combat Werewolf. The 5th level werewolf combat unit has been upgraded. For the armor and weapon selection of the 5th level werewolf warrior, Yinqing still insisted on letting the werewolf take the light armor offensive route to complement the heavy defense infantry of the human race. For armor, Yinqing chose half-body plate armor and a one-handed shield. For weapons, Yinqing chose a one-handed battle axe. The 5th level werewolf warrior is named Combat Werewolf. Combat Werewolf 5th level unit of the werewolf faction attack, 10 defense, 6 damage, 7 stamina, 25 talent, high morale on the battlefield. The combat werewolf can always maintain a strong morale. The main task rewards are also delivered. You get the permission to recruit 5th level combat werewolves of the werewolf race. Your main quest progress increases. You get Warrior Medal. The morale of the army you command increases by 1. Anyone with a little military knowledge knows that the morale of an army is very important. When morale is high, the combat effectiveness can be exerted at 200%. When morale is low, the army will be dispersed before going to the battlefield. In this magical world, there are many things that can affect morale. Leadership skills can improve morale. Props can improve morale. And Yinqing's hero specialty skill encouragement can improve morale. Correspondingly, there are also many skills and props that can be used to reduce morale. In addition to these, there are other factors that can affect the morale of the army. For example, the morale of a well-fed army and an underfed army is definitely different. In short, the courage medal that increases the morale of the army is a strategic level god equipment. Wear it. Battle Academy. Soldiers with rich combat experience can learn in the Battle Academy and gain additional combat skills. The more combat skills you have, the more likely you are to be promoted to a hero. In summary, the Battle Academy is a place to train elite soldiers, and occasionally heroes. This can be built slowly. It's just right that when I come back from the Thunder Swamp, I can hold the opening ceremony of the Battle Academy and recruit the first batch of freshmen. Master, I am the Dean of the Eternal Territory Battle Academy. Then I got another skill. Primary Divine Power. Primary Divine Power. Combat skills and physical attacks have divine attributes, which increase the attack power by 10% and increase the attack power by 20% against hell creatures. You can learn divine combat skills. Skills that increase attack power are naturally good. But what are the divine combat skills that can be learned? I still need to ask Zybel about this. It's just that the army has been assembled and is about to set off. As for the question of divine combat skills, I need to wait until I return from the Thunder Swamp before going to Nuda City. After all 200 combat werewolves were upgraded, Yinxing immediately arranged for them to change their clothes. When entering the swamp to fight, you must not wear overly heavy plate armor. Yinxing ordered a batch of military bulletproof vests for his fighting werewolves, and plugged in P composite ceramic plates, which is the third level armor in the game. This kind of military to civilian conversion certainly cannot achieve the effect of military use, but its defensive ability can definitely withstand the test of various cold weapons. This kind of armor is not only lighter than plate armor, but also easy to wear and remove. Time is life in battle. In addition, there are pockets and hanging bags on the bulletproof vest, which can allow the fighting werewolves to carry a lot of combat equipment issued to them. In addition to the third level armor, Yinxing also equipped each werewolf warrior with a bulletproof shield. It is enough to protect yourself and the crossbowman. The style of the helmet is specially designed by Chui according to the werewolf's head shape, which can provide effective protection for the werewolf's head without affecting the werewolf's vision and hearing. The helmet has headphones, goggles, night vision devices, data network signal receiving terminals. This kind of helmet is also a must-have equipment for all warriors who enter the Thunder Swamp to fight. The main weapon equipped by Yinxing for the fighting werewolf is the fire axe. The design of the fire axe repeatedly considers human body mechanics, and the power of the entire axe can be fully exerted comfortably. The flat blade side is sharp and can be used for chopping and splitting. The pointed cone blade side is used for chiseling heavy armor. In addition to the fire axe, Yinxing also equipped the fighting werewolves with slingshots, electric batons, combat daggers, anti-wolf spray, water bottles, first aid kits, ration bags, dry batteries, really fully armed. At this time, the frontline reports collected by Chui showed that the main forces of the werewolves and the main forces of the lizardmen had formed a decisive battle near the Blood Crown Mountain. The werewolves were on the offensive, and their morale was high. But the slingshots were seriously consumed, and they were inevitably a little guilty when facing the lizardmen, who were ready to fight to the death in the Blood Crown Mountain. The lizardmen were on the defensive, and they were beaten into this state by the werewolves, who had been bullying them. The morale of the lizardmen was inevitably a little low. However, since the Blood Crown Mountain is a holy place in the hearts of the lizardmen who guard here naturally have the determination to fight to the death with the werewolves. Both sides are now in a difficult situation. No one can retreat from this war, and no one can afford to lose. The werewolves are waiting for their slingshot supplier to deliver the newly ordered slingshots. The werewolves sent to rush the goods arrive at the Red Mud Wetland one after another. Yinxing believes that the time to enter the Thunder Swamp is ripe, and immediately leads the army to swear an oath in front of the Howling Moon Totem. Then the whole army marches out and passes through the newly built city wall gate. Yinxing and the werewolf heroes, who followed the army, all rode on chocobos and walked in the front of the army. Then came 200 carnivorous birds, followed closely by the werewolf trainers. Behind the carnivorous birds are 200 werewolf archers. Then came the large number of baggage troops. Chocobos were used as animal power to carry supplies, and 300 werewolves were used as logistical labor for the entire army. After that, there were 100 human crossbowmen. Finally, there were 200 fighting werewolves carrying shields and fire axes. The whole team left the territory in a mighty manner, and walked on the newly repaired road to the Red Mud Wetland with the farewell of the people of the Eternal Territory. After Yinxing left, the Eternal Territory still had Gosper, Lao Hans and Eddie to handle government affairs, personnel and military affairs. Orf and Gunya, who were originally in Nuda City, had already returned and received training with the entire peacekeeping force in the Stinky Water Forest. As for Yinxing's beloved horse Feiying, it stayed in Nuda City. Feiying has now entered the critical stage of demonization, and must be well served by the Goblin GAGA. So many gold coins given cannot be wasted. Chapter 171 Life in a Territory Like a Fantasy. Yinxing led his army to the Thunder Swamp, and a large group of poisonous flies in the sky buzzed as the army moved forward. In the higher airspace that could not be reached by the eyes, there was a signal relay drone on duty at intervals. In the Eternal Territory Airport, the humanoid alchemy puppet Laura released a fixed-wing drone with reconnaissance equipment from the runway. The drone quickly disappeared in the sky after it took off. The scene of Yanqing leading the army to the battle was seen by Aranda, who stood in the crowd of territory subjects who were seeing off the master. Aranda looked at the strange army passing by with complicated eyes. All the warriors in the Eternal Territory were dressed very strangely. The style of the helmet was very different from that of traditional human warriors. And there were many things fixed on it that Aranda didn't know the names or functions of. When working in the territory, she often heard the warriors of the Eternal Territory talking to themselves. It seemed that they were talking to someone, but it was unclear who they were talking to. Aranda thought that this should be some kind of magic communication technology. But this kind of magic communication method is generally used between two magicians. And it also requires a lot of code words to convey more content to save the consumption of magic power. And the Eternal Territory actually used such advanced magic communication technology on every soldier in the territory. It's really luxurious. Luxury is everywhere in the Eternal Territory. The shovels used by farmers are made of fine steel. Although the clothes on farmers don't look gorgeous, the weaving and cutting of the fabrics are definitely done by the best weavers and tailors. And shoes? Aranda couldn't believe that the Eternal Territory actually gave each farmer 3 kinds of shoes. One pair is leather boots, worn when working in the field. One is sandals, worn in the territory when not working. One is slippers, worn in the dormitory. I have to change shoes when entering the dormitory. Aranda didn't know if the Lord's head was pecked by a griffin. Otherwise, how could he come up with such a strange rule? But the leather boots are really comfortable to wear, and much lighter than they look. They provide all-round protection for the entire foot and ankle, and are very suitable for wearing outdoors. What Aranda couldn't understand was that Eternal Territory not only gave each farmer 3 types of shoes, but also 2 sets of one type, to wear alternately. 2 sets of clothes were also given. And if all clothes, shoes, and tools were damaged, you could ask Lord Gosper to exchange the old ones for new ones. You didn't even need to mend them. And you didn't need to pay any compensation. The farmers had meat and eggs for 3 meals a day, and milk was available for them to drink. Aranda racked his brains, but couldn't figure out why Yanqing, the Lord of Eternal Territory, spent so much money on farmers. What the farmers do every day is to dig ditches, build houses and city walls. Even if you only need to follow Aunt Rapeseed Flower to guide the new farmers who have joined the territory, or do some odd jobs every day, you can enjoy all this. Is this the life a farmer should live? This kind of life was something Aranda never dared to dream of before. The elves live in the bitter cold snow in the north. There, except for the abundant supplies in the summer, the elves live a comfortable life. In the long winter, the elves have to endure extremely harsh environments. Maybe a blizzard will make a relatively rich elf village disappear. From childhood to adulthood, Aranda has never had such a comfortable life. Needless to say, winter is the season of snow and wind in the north. In the short summer, every elf has to store supplies to survive the winter. Everything must be used in a planned way. Otherwise, if summer comes late, the elves may die in their tree houses. Replace clothes and shoes when they are damaged. Not only elves can't do this. No other race dares to do this. Eat and drink meat, eggs and milk freely. Throw the leftovers directly into the chicken farm. The first time she did this, Aranda cried. She found that she was particularly fond of crying recently. The experience in the Eternal Territory was too much of a conflict with the world she knew. Sometimes Aranda even thought that he was dead and lived in a legendary fantasy. This is not the emotion that a determined assassin should have. When the team that was seeing off the master began to disperse, Aranda asked Aunt Rapeseed Flower, "When will Master Yanqing come back?" At this time, Aunt Rapeseed Flower was still immersed in the momentum of the mighty army in the territory. Hearing Aranda's question, she replied, "I don't know, but I know that the master will soon return from the Thunder Swamp with victory. Eternal understanding will be even stronger." Aranda did not get an accurate answer. It seems that he will have to wait for a while to assassinate Yanqing. Need to continue lurking. Aranda looked at the sky, and then at the warriors guarding the territory around her. The sharp intuition of an assassin told her that there seemed to be many eyes hidden in the dark in the camp, watching the every move of everyone in the territory, especially around Yanqing. This feeling was extremely strong. Is this the protection from the Thunder Swamp? Aranda thought of her sister's failed assassination, secretly reminded herself. Everything must be done carefully in the Eternal Territory. Otherwise her sister's fate will be her own. At this time, another reconnaissance drone took off from the airport. The airport in the Eternal Territory is heavily guarded. There are high walls and towers to enclose this area separately, and no one can enter without Yenxing's order. Aranda pointed at the drone flying higher and higher, and asked Aunt Rapeseed, "What is that? I see many of them flying out every day these days." Aunt Rapeseed looked at the almost disappearing drone, and replied to Aranda, "When the master watched a movie with us before, he seemed to have said that this thing was called an airplane. The airplanes in the movies we watched were much bigger than this one, and many people sat in them, and flew in the sky. The master said that when he built that kind of big airplane, we would all sit on it. In the future, wherever you want to go, you can take a plane. Master Yenxing, you always keep your word. Master Yenxing, you always keep your word." Aranda echoed softly, looking at the sky, thinking how great it would be if he could fly over the Thunder Swamp. But the physical strength of flying creatures is not enough to fly over the Thunder Swamp in one go. They need to land to rest. And if they land, they may never rise again. I don't know how far this plane can fly. Let's go. Jade. Aunt Rape Flower said to Aranda, who was a little dazed, "We still have a lot to do. The master's reputation is spreading far away, and new refugees come here every day. We have to take good care of them, and familiarize them with life here. I like to see them surprised when they enter the territory. The master is so good to every subject. So good that I forget that I am a lowly peasant." Aranda nodded in approval. "Yes. Master Yenxing is so good to every subject here." Chapter 172. Build a road to convey the master's voice. The Thunder Swamp is a life-forbidden zone for non-swamp creatures. There are invisible quagmires everywhere, and in the quagmires lurk giant pythons, lizards, crocodiles, all kinds of monsters waiting for something to fall into the trap. There are poisonous creatures everywhere, and hunters with various magical powers. And even some plants have evolved the ability to prey on animals. It can be said that in this environment of the swamp, those who can survive in it are all carefully selected elites. Humans, orcs, and elves dare not touch the Thunder Swamp. And they are all answers learned from bloody lessons. Yenxing dared to enter the Thunder Swamp because he had a group of swamp creatures, werewolves, and brought a large number of survival tools and medicines from the real world. There are reconnaissance drones from the air, and cameras on individual helmets. There is Chue, who can use big data to analyze the safety level of the surrounding area based on the video data taken. The Art of War says, despise the enemy strategically, and pay attention to the enemy tactically. The height of civilization makes Yenxing, who leads a quasi-modern army, confident about the attack on Thunder Swamp. In the specific marching arrangements, he is very cautious. Even though Chue has developed a relatively safe marching route through high-altitude reconnaissance during this period, but Yenxing still sent a werewolf trainer to lead the fighting werewolves, with poisonous flies and carnivorous birds, to repeatedly scout the marching route. Then, there is a special obstacle removal team to clear obstacles on the road, pave roads, and build bridges for the large army to pass through. At the same time, there are several small mixed combat teams scattered on both wings of the large army. All the monsters and dangerous creatures found in the search are killed or driven away from the road. After confirming safety, the large army will protect the baggage and pass through in turn. Every time they walk a certain distance, Yenxing will arrange personnel to build a safe camp for the follow-up personnel to rest. Behind Yenxing's main force, there is a werewolf logistics support force led by the Claw Chief. After the main force in front clears, this forcibly open road will have a period of safety. The main task of the werewolf logistics support force led by the Claw tribe is to expand this road. They also need to use the camps left by the main force to build armed strongholds with certain defensive capabilities. Then, relying on these armed strongholds as nodes, they organize a road patrol team and road reinforcement troops. This road is built as a permanent main road for Eternal Territory to enter the depths of Thunder Swamp. With the experience of building the canal and road from Eternal Territory to Red Mud Wetland, the werewolf tribe of the Eternal Territory faction has cultivated the ability to cooperate and coordinate large-scale projects. The use of woven bags allows the Eternal Territory engineering team to not need to carry a large amount of heavy building materials when urgently building camps and roads, taking soil from the spot and packing it into bags to build mounds, and then cutting trees nearby to reinforce it. You can quickly build fortifications to protect the camp and the road. Finally, a wire mesh is erected on both sides of the road, and a bell warning system is installed. There are drones on duty in the sky for monitoring, and werewolf warriors are armed patrolling on the ground. As long as there is no large-scale attack, ordinary monsters and small swamp creatures will hardly threaten the safety of this road. Yanqing's purpose of entering the Thunder Swamp this time is to mediate the conflict between the werewolves and the lizardmen and expand his influence to the core area of the Thunder Swamp. And how can this influence take root in the core area of the Thunder Swamp? It is a big problem. If you can't help the werewolves and lizardmen to stop fighting, your influence will decline rapidly. And you won't even be able to keep the benefits you've gained. This road, which is being built along the way, is an important facility to ensure that Yanqing can maintain his influence and protect his core interests in the Thunder Swamp. It can be said that the core of Yanqing's strategy to enter the Thunder Swamp this time is to build this road. After the road is built, no matter where Yanqing is in the future, his voice can be directly transmitted to the core of the Thunder Swamp. Now most of the werewolves and lizardmen in the core area of the Thunder Swamp are concentrated near the Blood Crown Mountain. And Yanqing led the army to walk slowly. Even if you encounter werewolves and lizardmen along the way, it's okay to give way. But if you dare to provoke anything that hinders me from building the road, no need to report. Just destroy it. Yanqing led his army to Blood Crown Mountain, making a big fuss along the way without any disguise. The werewolves and lizardmen sent messengers to ask Yanqing to stop moving to Blood Crown Mountain. But they were all rejected by Yanqing. The werewolves' reaction was relatively calm, because Yanqing said that he was carrying the slingshots they bought. If you don't let me go to Blood Crown Mountain, I won't give you my slingshot. The lizardman's reaction was more intense. After all, although Yanqing was a human, most of the team were werewolves. These werewolves from the edge of the swamp were obviously here to support the werewolves in attacking Blood Crown Mountain. And the equipment looks very sophisticated. If they can be eliminated in the wild, the pressure on the lizardmen in Blood Crown Mountain can naturally be reduced. So an ambush against Yanqing's team was quietly set up on the only way to Blood Crown Mountain. However, Yanqing has a high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft that does not follow martial ethics. This high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft has a long hovering time and can collect ground information continuously for several hours. It is far more efficient than the aerial scouts riding flying creatures. The high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft controlled by Chui was the first to discover a two-legged dragon sent by the lizardmen without even exposing himself. The two-legged dragon has little to do with the ultimate creature dragon clan. It is an 11th level flying creature among the swamp forces. The hind limbs are lizard-like legs, and the front limbs are a pair of fleshy wings. As the top creature of the regular units in the swamp, the wyvern is like a dominant existence in the swamp area. Therefore, when this wyvern flies in the sky, it is extremely arrogant, and it neighs from time to time to show its presence. On the back of this wyvern, there is also a lizardman hero riding. He controls the wyvern to fly over the Yanqing team and conduct aerial reconnaissance on the werewolf reinforcements that they want to ambush. The lizardman hero looks at the army marching below. The equipment of this army is somewhat beyond his cognition. But since there are humans in this army, it must be that there is a werewolf tribe in the south that betrayed the swamp and joined humans. So they obtained human weapons and armor. Ignorant humans. Do you think you can enter the Thunder Swamp by taming some werewolves? We will soon make you understand that the swamp is the swamp of the lizardmen. Even the werewolves are invaders, and will be swallowed by the swamp sooner or later. Let's go. Let's go! The road ahead is a dead end for you, and your corpses will become food for the monsters. Your weapons and armor will make us lizardmen stronger. Chapter 173 Ambush and Counter-Ambush. While the lizardmen were conducting aerial reconnaissance on Yanqing's team, Yanqing was also watching the lizardmen army setting up an ambush in front of him through his mobile phone. In the middle of a series of muddy puddles, there was a not-so-wide forest belt. To cross this muddy puddle, you must pass through this forest belt. The forest is very suitable for setting up an ambush. Even though Yanqing couldn't see how the lizardmen arranged it in the forest, it was nothing more than letting the poisonous flies hide in the bushes and treetops, and letting the monster lizards lurk in the muddy puddles. When his team entered the forest, the poisonous flies attacked in the middle, and the lizards came ashore from both sides to surround them. Finally, the lizardmen led the snake-skinned bison to launch a full-scale assault to end the battle. Yanqing has seen many battles between werewolves and lizardmen these days, and they basically fight like this, using the complex terrain of the swamp to launch an ambush and sneak attack. The swamp tribe has used this method over and over again. Although it is not new, it is absolutely practical. However, sneak attacks must be based on stealing as a war premise. Once exposed, all your arrangements will become chains that bind your hands and feet. After the wyvern above his head left with satisfaction, Yanqing immediately stopped his army and gathered all the werewolf heroes who were not on duty around him. Under a dense tree, the werewolf heroes stood around an unfolded folding tactical table. Yanqing found the map of this area from the map bag and spread it on the tactical table. Yanqing took out a pen and drew a circle around the ambush area of the lizard men. Then said to the werewolf heroes around him, according to intelligence, "A lizard man army has set up an ambush here, waiting for us to pass through and launch a sneak attack on us. The enemy troops that ambushed us include 500 lizard men, 39th level snakeskin bison, and about 107th level magical beast lizards. Among them, there are a small number of 8th level giant lizards and 10th level snakeskin bulls. The number of poisonous flies is unknown. There is only one two-legged flying dragon. If we take a detour, it will increase our logistical pressure. Therefore, we must eliminate the enemies blocking the way ahead and kill a way out. Do you have any suggestions?" Yanqing asked his subordinates. When fighting in the swamp, it is better to listen to the opinions of the swamp tribe before making a decision. However, even after training in the stinking water forest, it is difficult for most werewolves to break out of inertial thinking and use the asymmetrical equipment in their hands to fight an asymmetrical battle. Only Gongya thought seriously. Then he pointed to the map and said, "Master, this pool of water is slightly narrow, and poisonous flies and carnivorous birds can fly over. It only takes a few werewolf trainers to swim across the pool under the protection of magic, and then they can go around to the other end of the forest belt and ambush the enemy hiding inside. This is the great detour tactic you taught us, Master. Then we used drones in the air to throw gasoline into the mud on both sides of the forest belt, and ignited the gasoline during the attack, so that the lizards lurking in the water could be driven away from the shore. At this time, we quickly attacked the forest before the lizardman trainer used magic to extinguish the fire, used meat chickens to clear the ambushed poisonous flies, and the fighting werewolves covered the crossbowmen to shoot the snakeskin bison. In order to ambush us, the lizardmen would not hide densely in the woods. As long as we decisively concentrate our forces and rush forward, we can force the lizardmen to retreat without order. Finally, we enter the ambush circle we set up. This is the roller tactics taught to us by the master." After listening to Gongya's analysis, Yanqing couldn't help but look at him with new eyes. He immediately asked Chichui to simulate the battle plan proposed by Gongya. Chichui conducted a more detailed investigation of the detour point proposed by Gongya. The simulation showed that Gongya's battle plan could indeed achieve the result of annihilating the enemy with only a small loss. Then we should fight according to Gongya's plan. Yanqing issued a battle order. After nightfall, Gongya led 4 werewolf trainers with 80 poisonous flies and 100 carnivorous birds, swam across the pool area and set up an ambush circle behind the enemy. The air tactical bomber group set up burning belts in the muddy swamps on both sides of the enemy overnight. The other troops were ready for battle. After the Steel Fang outflanking troops arrived at the position, they immediately launched an attack on the enemy. All the carnivorous birds were pressed into the woods to catch the lurking poisonous flies. The combat werewolves followed up and left some personnel behind to contain the enemy, while the others continued to move forward. The crossbowmen and werewolf archers entered the woods as the third batch. The crossbowmen followed the combat werewolves and focused on shooting the snakeskin bison. The archers cleared the besieged enemies. For this battle, I have only one requirement, which is to be fast. Don't give the enemy any time to assemble and react. Push them north. Push them out of the woods, and push them into the ambush circle of Steel Fang. Do you understand?" The peacekeeping troops had practiced similar tactics many times during the training in the stinky water forest. Yanqing named it the roller tactics. It is to use resolute and decisive continuous attacks to suppress the enemy army so that they cannot rest and breathe, and can only be pushed back continuously. The slow-moving enemy will be continuously crushed by the roller and eliminated by the follow-up troops in isolation. The tactics are clear, and the werewolf heroes answered in unison, "Understood." Steel Teeth's voice was particularly loud. It is absolutely a great honor for him that the battle plan he proposed was fully accepted by the master. Now he has been entrusted with an important task and led the army alone away from the main force to carry out the encirclement and ambush plan. What kind of trust and merit is this? Although this detour through the pond is extremely dangerous, Gongya is eager to fight and wants to prove himself to the master with this battle. Seeing that his generals all understood their respective tasks, Yanqing stretched out his wrist to show his watch and said, "To prevent accidents such as communication interruption, We set the final time of the general attack to 4 o'clock in the morning. When the time comes, regardless of whether there is a signal from Gangya's troops, the whole army will immediately launch an attack on the enemy. Now check the watches. All the werewolf heroes stretched out their wrists and checked the time on their watches according to the time on Yanqing's watch. Then the meeting was adjourned and each unit prepared for battle. The whole team continued to move towards the pond area. After entering the night, Gangya led the outflanking troops to quietly leave and rush to the swimming point. At the same time, a large number of tactical bombing drones from Yongheng territory flew over the water pool area. Under the control of Chichui, they flew low along the two sides of the woods and threw the Molotov cocktails they carried. There was a narrow muddy land between the woods and the water pool, and the Molotov cocktails stuck in the muddy land would not float away with the water. When Gangya formulated the tactics, he did not know that gasoline evaporated very quickly. If gasoline was poured, it might evaporate before the battle started. Therefore, Chichui made some changes in this link. She threw a large number of Molotov cocktails into the muddy land in advance. And when the battle started, she poured gasoline at low altitude to ignite the Molotov cocktails, so that both sides of the woods could burn and prevent the lizards in the water from coming ashore. Chapter 174 God-Given Wine. Yanqing led the main force and deliberately controlled the speed during the march. After arriving at the water pond area, the entire army stopped advancing and built a camp in the open space in front of the water pond. The laborers used woven bags to build a half-person high earth wall around the camp, and then used the scaffolding carried by the baggage to build several arrow towers. Tents were set up in the camp, and some people carried hand pressure sprayers around the camp to spray drugs to drive away snakes, insects, rats and ants. After a while, the temporary kitchen smelled fragrant, and all the personnel ate dinner in order, and then went to sleep and rest. Some people fed the carnivorous birds and chocobos, and some people pulled a circle of warning lines with bells hanging around the camp. The secret sentries and the visible sentries cooperated with each other to provide early warning for the resting troops. After a busy period, the camp gradually became quiet, with only the crackling of the bonfires burning everywhere. Yanqing did not wear his cool full body armor, which was too heavy. He did not feel much, but the chocobo could not stand it. Moreover, the swamp soil was soft and was indeed not suitable for wearing heavy armor. Yanqing was wearing a jungle camouflage combat uniform and a military bulletproof vest like the combat werewolf on the outside. He wore a steel helmet on his head and lay under a grass-covered shelter. He carefully exposed half of his head and held a night vision telescope to observe the woods not far ahead and the pools on both sides of the woods. The vision was full of green. You can see drones flying in the sky from time to time, dropping a few bottles and climbing away. Many wild animals have good vision at night, but it is just good, which does not mean that they can see as far as during the day. Yanqing has tested the vision of werewolves in low light, which is about 3 to 5 times better than his own. I am blind, so I think they can see everything at night. However, after Yanqing used night vision goggles, at night, those werewolves who rely on their eyes to see things have become blind relative to him. So Yanqing decisively equipped all his soldiers with night vision goggles. With fewer soldiers, you can't save money on equipment. Yanqing carefully observed the movement ahead. Nothing could be seen in the pool, and even if there was a color change occasionally, it was hard to tell whether it was a lizard or something else. However, Chue was setting up a burning zone. No matter what was hidden in the water, if you didn't want to be barbecued, you had to lie down in it. Therefore, Yanqing's main enemy was still in the woods. In the night vision telescope, it was clear that several lizardmen were hiding in the grass in the woods and looking towards the camp. Their movements were very light. After observing for a long time, 2 lizardmen were left to continue monitoring, and the others all retreated. In their opinion, the invading enemy tonight will not enter the woods and pass through the water pool area. The battle will start early tomorrow morning. The lizardmen lurking in the woods can take a proper rest, gather their strength, and wait for dawn to eliminate the enemies invading the swamp in one fell swoop. After the lizardmen retreated, Yanqing also left surveillance personnel, slowly retreated, and returned to his tent. The general attack was launched at 4 a.m., which was the deadline agreed with Gangya. After the communication was accidentally interrupted, the 2 places fought a tacit battle. Now the communication is unblocked, and the location given by Chue shows that Gangya has successfully led his troops across the water pool to the ambush position. In order not to alarm the lizard men in the woods, Gangya's team had to make a big circle. If the march went smoothly, the time of the general attack would only be advanced, not delayed. During this period, Yanqing should also try to sleep a little longer. Tomorrow's war is different from the wars he has experienced before. The armies deployed by both sides are not only large in number, but also have a large number of heroes participating in the war, especially the lizardman hero riding a wyvern. The only one who can fight him in the sky is himself, who can use the angel to descend. Yanqing has a premonition that it will be a fierce battle. Don't think about it. Go to sleep. In the woods at night, the bright moonlight shines through the gaps between the branches and leaves. A series of hissing sounds like snakes spitting out their tongues echoed in the forest. And then a large number of lizardmen came out from their hiding places. Their bodies were a little stiff after a long period of lurking. Since the enemy would not come at night, they just came out to exercise, eat something, and excrete. Then they found a place to sleep. On the north side of the forest belt, there was a temporary shed made of branches and leaves. Inside the shed, a two-legged dragon was lying inside and eating a wild boar. Next to the two-legged dragon, a lizardman hero was holding a pig leg and biting and devouring the flesh and blood on the leg. At this time, a lizardman ran over and knelt in front of the lizardman hero, holding a bottle in his hand, and said, "Long-jawed chief, just dropped something like this from the sky. We don't know what it is. Please have a look." "Chief." The long-jawed chief swallowed a piece of pork, and then took the bottle from his subordinate with one hand. "It's hard to tell what this transparent bottle is made of. It feels like a gem." "Gem?" The long-jawed chief immediately held up the bottle and looked at the moon in the sky. The crystal-clear bottle reflected the moonlight with a green halo, and there was liquid inside. The mouth of the bottle was sealed with a cloth strip. The long-jawed chief said solemnly, "This is the wine given to me by God, which means we will definitely win tomorrow." After that, the long-jawed chief bit off the cloth strip that sealed the bottle, and then smelled it. So pungent. Maybe this is the taste of the wine given by God. Take another sip. Not bad. Ask about the smell again. This special smell is really more and more intoxicating. It is indeed the wine given by God, and it tastes different from the stinky wine we usually drink. Long Jaw looked at his drooling subordinate and kicked him out. "Can you drink the wine given by God? Get out." After the subordinate ran away, Long Jaw took a deep breath of the wine, took another big sip, and then bit off a piece of meat and chewed it. It feels more fragrant the more you chew, and the more you drink, the more exciting it is. When the main force of Yanqing and the Long Jaw tribe of lizardmen began to rest, Steel Teeth led 4 werewolf trainers and a large group of poisonous flies and carnivorous birds on the march. All 5 werewolf heroes were wearing werewolf combat equipment, lowering the night vision goggles on their helmets, and looking at the road ahead with a unique vision color. This swamp was unfamiliar to them, and it was a big problem to accurately reach the ambush site. However, the flashing red lights of the drones in the sky guided their direction of travel, and also continuously sent their positions to Chue. As an excellent employee, Chue is always on duty 24 hours a day, so that the troops and territories going out are always under Yanqing's control. When predicting that the Steel Teeth troops were about to arrive at the ambush site, Chue gently woke up Yanqing, who was sleeping. "Master, Steel Teeth is in place, and the enemy has been surrounded by us." Chapter 175, The First Battle in the Swamp. Orf, who had advanced to the 5th level combat werewolf, sneaked into the woods with 4 combat werewolves. Wearing night vision goggles, they could clearly see the 2 lizardmen who were responsible for monitoring the camp, but were a little dozed off. The werewolves approached slowly, trying to slow down their movements like predators, and rushed up to knock them down before the lizardmen noticed. 2 werewolves grabbed the lizardmen's mouths to prevent them from making any sound. The other 2 combat werewolves stabbed the lizardman's heart with daggers. The lizardman sentry struggled only twice and stopped moving. After dealing with the lizardmen who were monitoring the camp, Orf said the signal of mission completion through the intercom. The soldiers in the camp moved quickly. They put on their armor as quickly as possible, gathered their weapons and left the camp, lining up in front of the woods and ready to go. The fighting werewolves holding shields and fire axes stood in the front line, and behind them were human crossbowmen and werewolf archers. Yanqing and all the werewolf trainers rode out of the camp on chocobos, and behind them, and on both sides, were large groups of carnivorous birds. The army has completed its preparations for the attack. Standing in the middle of his own team, Yanqing looked up at the sky. The moon is bright and white tonight, and the starry sky is shining. In the breeze, The air is filled with the unique stench of the swamp. In the distant airspace, a group of red dots could be vaguely seen flying towards this side quickly. In Yinxing's consciousness space, Chui, who had changed into an adjutant's uniform, saluted Yinxing and shouted loudly, "Report to the master. The tactical bomber group has entered the bombing route. Please give the attack order." Yinxing looked at the time on his watch. 3:49 in the morning. The communication with the Steel Teeth troops was smooth. The morale of each unit was high. Yinxing released the skill encouragement to boost the morale of his army again, and then waved his hand and ordered the army, "Attack!" The werewolf trainer accompanying the army immediately released defensive magic to the frontline fighting werewolves, and the spell effect emitted a faint glow of various colors on the frontline fighting werewolves. The gathered group of carnivorous birds half opened their wings, stretched their necks forward and made a cooing sound, charging towards the forest belt ahead. Chui controlled the tactical bomber group to spray gasoline on the fire field that had not been set up. When 2 ignited Molotov cocktails were thrown from the air, the gasoline ignited the muddy areas on both sides of the forest belt. In the baking of the raging fire, the Molotov cocktails thrown down in advance exploded one by one, igniting a bigger fire. The blazing flames awakened the lizards lurking in the pool. These 7th-level swamp creatures were afraid of flames and swam to the waters away from the fire belt. The tactical bombing drone group that completed the mission returned. The fierce carnivorous birds have already rushed into the woods. Then the fighting werewolves, with their shields in front, rushed into the woods. The human crossbowmen and werewolf archers followed in sequence. Finally, Yinxing led the werewolf trainers to ride on the chocobo into the woods. The lizardmen hiding in the woods were stunned by the sudden attack. They didn't expect that they, as the ambushers, would be ambushed. How did the enemy know we were here? There were 2 blazing walls of fire on both sides of the woods, and the screams of the monster lizards came from the other side of the fire. The lizard men couldn't figure it out. Both sides of the woods were mud flats, not only wet but also without anything to burn. How did the fire start? Did the enemy magician use fire magic? But releasing such powerful magic will inevitably be accompanied by violent magic fluctuations. Why did our heroes not feel any changes in the magic around them when the enemy released magic? There are too many questions that the lizardmen can't figure out. But they know that these 2 walls of fire separate the forest and the water. The magic beast lizards, who ambushed in the pool in advance, would definitely not dare to wade through the fire wall into the woods to join the battle. Without this group of 7th-level magic beast lizards, our combat power would be equivalent to a small loss of half. But we still have poisonous flies, snakeskin bison, and powerful lizard heroes. The lizardmen warriors, startled by the battle, took out their weapons and prepared to fight. They believed, no matter how the fire belt on the mudflats started burning, it would not burn forever, as long as they held on until the fire wall was extinguished. The magical lizards lurking in the pool could come ashore from both sides and attack the enemy. The poisonous flies we ambushed in the woods can slow down the speed of the enemy's attack. The snakeskin bison around us can drag the enemy in the woods and prevent them from moving forward. We have lizardmen trainers. We have powerful 2-legged dragons and even more powerful long-jawed chiefs. As long as we trap the enemy in the woods, victory will eventually belong to us. But the lizardmen never expected that the poisonous flies that made the swamp so proud would be so vulnerable. The enemy sent out a large bird-like monster. This bird-like monster is a natural enemy tailor-made for poisonous flies. They rushed through the woods and could find the hiding places of poisonous flies with great sensitivity and accuracy. In front of this bird-like monster, the poisonous flies had no power to fight back. They died one after another under the iron claws of this bird-like monster, and then were pecked and swallowed. What is this? The lizardmen who saw the scene of poisonous flies being swallowed were all stunned. That expression was exactly the same as the expression of the wolf men when they first saw poisonous flies being pecked by carnivorous birds. The swamp tribe relied on sneak attacks to fight, and sneak attacks relied on poisonous flies. Once the ability of poisonous flies was abolished, the swamp tribe didn't know how to fight. The carnivorous birds happily searched the woods for poisonous flies to eat. The fighting werewolves advanced forward without hesitation. They were all 5th-level werewolves, 2 levels higher than the 3rd-level lizardmen, and 1 level higher than the 4th-level blood crown lizardmen. In terms of physical fitness, the fighting werewolves overwhelmed the lizardmen in all aspects. In terms of weapons and equipment, the bone bows and simple stone and bone weapons in the hands of the lizardmen posed no threat to the fighting werewolves holding bulletproof shields. But the fire axe in the hands of the fighting werewolves could easily break the bones of the lizardmen. In addition, the lizardmen were all scattered in various hiding positions in the woods for this ambush. Yinqing's army entered the forest belt so quickly that the lurking lizardmen had no time to gather. The lizardmen were scattered and surrounded by the charging carnivorous birds and fighting werewolves, and then destroyed. Looking at the companions who attacked the shields in vain and were killed by the werewolves with an axe, the remaining lizardmen knew that they could not beat these werewolves and could only run back. The fire belts on both sides were still burning. The lizardmen who fled in panic could not organize any defense line to stop the werewolves from advancing. But the lizardmen did not sit and wait for death. The lizardmen trainers in the back came up with 50 snake-skin bison. Finally, with these powerful 9th level monsters, they temporarily blocked the fighting werewolves, who were driving the lizardmen away. Chapter 176 Jungle Warfare. For the swamp forces, if the use of poisonous flies is the tactical core of the swamp army, then the snake-skin bison is the backbone of the swamp army. The appearance of the snake-skin bison is a huge cow, but its skin is not covered with hair, but covered with a layer of scales, like snake scales. This is also the origin of the name of the snake-skin bison. The hard scales give the snake-skin bison super defense, and the destructive power formed by its huge strength makes the snake-skin bison the backbone of the swamp army. It can be said that as long as there are snake-skin bison in the army, the swamp tribe has the confidence to continue the war. Moreover, the advanced level 10 snakeskin bull, the snakeskin bull, has a very deterrent skill. Death Gaze. This is a skill of instant death. In the gaze of the snakeskin bull, there is a certain probability that the creature being cast will die directly, whether it is the ultimate creature or the extremely powerful hero. Once the instant death effect is triggered by the death gaze of the snakeskin bull, it is inevitable death. It is precisely because of this skill of equality of all beings that the snakeskin bull has become a strategic deterrent in a sense. It is just a deterrent. The snakeskin bull is only a level 10 monster after all. This strength evaluation is enough to prove that the death gaze cannot change anything. Although everyone is reluctant to encounter the snakeskin bull anywhere, once you encounter it, there are still many ways to avoid the death gaze. The effective way is to make it invisible, or to leave the attack range of the death gaze. For a hero, there are too many ways to make a level 10 monster invisible. When the snakeskin bull launches the death gaze skill, just use anything to block its sight to make its skill ineffective. Even if it is attacked by the death gaze, the skill has a very small chance of killing. Otherwise, if the snakeskin bull really stares at anyone to death, the swamp tribe would not be living in the swamp now, and would have unified the world long ago. The strength of the snakeskin bull lies in its defense and attack power. If you can't kill someone with the death stare, then you can kill him. If you can't kill him, there's nothing you can do. In the battle in the forest, the lizardman trainer led the snakeskin bull to block the advance of the fighting wolfmen. When the fighting wolfmen saw that there were a few snakeskin bulls among the group of snakeskin bulls, they immediately used their shields to block their entire bodies to prevent being attacked by the death stare. Then they quickly approached the nearby trees and used their shields and tree trunks to resist the impact of the snakeskin bulls. The fighting wolfmen knew that it was difficult for the fire axes in their hands to cause damage to the slippery and hard scales on the snakeskin bulls. So they focused on defense and hit the shield with a fire axe to attract the attack of the snakeskin bison. The human crossbowmen who followed the fighting werewolves existed to deal with this kind of heavy armored unit. The crossbowmen hid behind the big tree, put a special armor-piercing arrow in the arrow slot with the string pulled open, and then shot at the snakeskin bison that attacked the fighting werewolves. Yinqing equipped his own human crossbowmen with modern military crossbows, firing specially customized armor-piercing arrows, which can penetrate the heavy plate armor worn by knights. As long as the angle of incidence is large enough, it can also penetrate the scales of the snakeskin bison. The crossbow arrow shot out was inserted into the body of the snakeskin bison. The severely injured snakeskin bison wailed. They turned their targets to attack the crossbowmen who attacked them, and the fighting werewolves immediately swung the fire axe and used the sharp cone head to hit their buttocks. The cone head of the fire axe has a very good armor-breaking effect, and the buttocks of the snakeskin bison are a weak point, so blood was gouged out after a few hits. The attention of the snakeskin bison was drawn back to the fighting werewolves. Seeing that the snakeskin bison turned its head again, the fighting werewolves immediately retreated behind the shield. The crossbowmen took the opportunity to pull the strings and load arrows to shoot. The fighting werewolves, and the crossbowmen cooperated with each other to surround and kill the snakeskin bison. The scattered werewolf archers used dense arrows to prevent the lizardmen from supporting the snakeskin bison. The fire belts still burning on both sides illuminated the battlefield in the middle of the forest. The carnivorous birds that had eaten all the poisonous flies of the lizardmen, under the command of the werewolf trainers, chased the lizardmen who had not had time to catch their breath. The lizardmen trainers knew that if they did not directly participate in the battle, this battle would be completely lost. The lizardmen trainers, who had been controlling the attack of the monsters in the rear, finally stood in the front. They released attack magic, used lightning arrows, fireballs, ice cones, and boulders to attack the carnivorous birds that rushed in front of them. Released the enhancement magic, used the body protecting stone skin, the body protecting shield, the unyielding force, and the will to fight to arm the lizardmen warriors who surrounded them. Then he ordered these lizardmen warriors to rescue the swamp bison who were in a bitter battle. The lizardmen tamers directly joined the battle, and the werewolf tamers, who rode chocobos and followed the team to command the carnivorous birds to attack, also came out. The werewolf tamers also used magic to focus fire on the snakeskin bulls, and used enhancement magic to increase the combat effectiveness of their own warriors. For a while, various magics were flying, and the light generated by the magic releases shone in the narrow woods. The magic attack and defense battle unfolded, pushing the battle in the woods to a climax. However, the lizardmen tamers could not gain an advantage in the magic attack and defense, and could not change the situation of their own troops' defeat. All the poisonous flies in their own home were eliminated, and the snakeskin wild bulls were trapped in a bitter battle, unable to attack or retreat. The monster lizards were still blocked in the pool outside the fire belt. The lizardman warriors could not gain any advantage in the archery, and they dared not even show their heads. The bird monsters rushed forward, and some werewolf archers also rushed forward under the cover of the werewolf trainer's magic. In a short time, the lizardman trainer found that he was cut off from the rear and trapped in the middle of the enemy's attack wave. The few snake-skinned wild bulls were killed. The death gaze is sometimes also a curse for snake-skinned wild bulls, because no matter who finds the existence of snake-skinned wild bulls on the battlefield, they will concentrate their efforts to eliminate the snake-skinned wild bulls, no matter what the price. This also caused the number of snake-skinned wild bulls to be scarce. The snake-skinned wild bulls died, and the remaining snake-skinned wild bulls were also full of arrows, and large areas of their scales were cut into blood and flesh by the fire axes in the hands of the fighting werewolves. The death of the snake-skinned wild bulls was only a matter of time. Next came the lizardman trainers, who were surrounded in the middle. There were already crossbowmen shooting arrows at them, and the armor-piercing arrows with strong penetrating power pierced the defensive magic released by the lizardman heroes and shot into their bodies. The lizardman trainers, who felt their lives were threatened, immediately abandoned the snake-skinned wild bulls that could not be saved and ran to the back. The werewolf trainers rode on the chocobos and chased them slowly. The last resistance of the lizardmen has been lost, and fighting in the woods will increase unnecessary damage. Just push them forward. Let them think they can still escape and keep fleeing northward. In the process of running away, the lizardmen will think that as long as they can outrun their companions, they can escape. Their fighting spirit will be further worn down. They will not believe in anyone's orders, and they will not have any idea of turning back and fighting. They will dive into the ambush circle of steel teeth. They will be attacked by the lurking poisonous flies, and finally be easily eliminated. Chapter 177 Unscientific Magic Changes. While the werewolf warriors attacked the lizardmen ambush troops in the woods, Yin Xing rode his chocobo and strolled forward in the battlefield. The lizardmen were killed by the tide of attacks and lost their will to resist. They were retreating step by step. The fighting around Yin Xing was deafening, but there was no danger. After a while, Yin Xing followed the attacking troops to a simple shed. There were many bones with flesh and blood scattered in the shed. Smell it with your nose. Why is there still a smell of gasoline? Chuchui. Where is the enemy hero riding a wyvern? Chuchui used 5 reconnaissance drones to provide high-altitude early warning for this battle. One of the drones, with a high-precision night vision camera, has been locking onto a figure hovering in the air. Master, the enemy is at coordinates 356:69:24 and has not shown any intention to attack. Yin Xing looked up at the direction indicated by Chui, and the night vision device could clearly see the flying dragon hovering in the air. He thought to himself, what does this guy want to do? Neither rescuing nor leaving? The Long Jaw clan leader riding a flying dragon in the air had no words to express his suffering. As the clan leader, when his family members were attacked, he naturally wanted to join the battle as soon as possible. But, hiccup! The Longjaw clan leader couldn't help but burp a long time. And the strong wine aroma rushed up and drilled into the nose, making people feel a very comfortable dizzy feeling. If it were normal, this feeling would definitely be wonderful. But we are fighting now. Rushing into the battlefield in this state is equivalent to suicide. Right? Burp! The Longjaw chief burped again. The wine given by God is good, but I always burp after drinking it. The aftertaste of burping is also wonderful. But I can't fight when I burp and feel dizzy. In the air, the Longjaw chief can feel that his army is losing very quickly. If he doesn't do something, the elite of the tribe will all be buried here. Something must be done. After another burp, the Longjaw chief looked at the fire belt burning in the woods. As long as this inexplicable fire is put out, only a part of it needs to be put out. And the monster lizards in the pool can land on the shore and cut off the connection between the enemy's head and tail. Provide time for their soldiers to repair and organize. As long as their soldiers can gather together, they can counterattack. With the coordinated attack of the monster lizards, it is not impossible to turn defeat into victory and destroy this invading werewolf army in the woods. The hiccuping long-jawed chief felt that he still had the ability to put out the wall of fire. He kicked the wyvern with his feet. The wyvern immediately folded its wings and died down. Yin Xing was observing the wyvern in the air on the ground. If it ignored the lizard man who was eliminated and left, then Yin Xing would not be so brave as to fight with the lizard man hero. But things went against his will. Seeing the direction of the flying dragon's dive, Yin Xing immediately determined the purpose of the lizard man hero on its back. Now that his army is at a critical moment in pursuit of the lizard men, the magical lizards in the pool cannot be allowed to go ashore to cause trouble. Yin Xing raised his hand and released a magic lightning to shoot at the falling flying dragon. Magic lightning is a first-level air magic. The attack power is not strong, but the release speed is very fast. However, if the magic is in Chui Chui's hands and no changes and optimizations are made, it will be a shame to Chui Chui. The Technical Girls Technology Core. Magic lightning is direct current. After it is released, the energy will show a parabolic attenuation process due to the increase in distance. The power of this first-level magic is not that great to begin with, and it will be even less powerful after attenuation. So Chui Chui added pulses to the magic lightning, turning direct current into alternating current. This allows the magic lightning to shoot farther, and there will not be too much energy attenuation during long-distance flight. Therefore, the pulse-type magic lightning released by Yin Xing is not in the shape of a sharp edge, but a column of electricity that flies forward in an oscillating manner. Longjaw, who was riding a two-legged dragon and diving, found the lightning flying towards him from the ground. He did not dodge, because according to common sense in magic, if this kind of lightning flies and hits him, it would be good if there is only one spark left. There is a high probability that there will be no sparks. Longjaw continued to urge the wyvern to dive down, and prepared a water magic, using the water in the pool to create a wave to suppress the burning wall of fire. But why didn't the magic lightning get smaller, but got bigger and bigger? Longjaw, realizing that something was wrong, immediately pulled the reins of the wyvern, and the wyvern quickly spread its wings and changed direction urgently. The magic lightning, whose power did not decay at all, almost brushed past Longjaw. However, coincidentally, Longjaw actually burped at this time. The bottle that the lizardman picked up from the woods and presented to Longjaw was actually a Molotov cocktail that was blown away. The contents of the Molotov cocktail are naturally gasoline. The smell of gasoline is not stimulating to some people, but is addictive like gambling drugs. Moreover, after drinking gasoline, it evaporates into gas due to the body temperature, which will cause constant burping. What comes out is naturally gasoline vapor. The long-jawed chief drank a bottle of gasoline, and gasoline vapor was constantly produced in his stomach, and then burped out. When the gasoline vapor was sprayed out and mixed with air and encountered lightning, it was ignited and produced a violent explosion. Therefore, Yin Xing on the ground saw a ball of red fire exploding in the night sky. He asked Chui Chui in confusion, wasn't the magic lightning of the air system just released? How did it produce the effect of the fire magic burst flame? Did you change the magic to be mixed? Chui Chui was also very puzzled. Master, Chui Chui doesn't know what happened. Chui Chui obviously changed the magic lightning. How come it became fire magic? This is unscientific. Yin Xing didn't delve into the inexplicable change of magic. After all, They were fighting now, and scientific research issues could be discussed after the war. Don't worry about these. See where the wyvern is? Get ready to go big. Chue said loudly. Yes, Master. Angels descended to prepare for the first level, assisting the magic circle structure, and preparing to release rare alchemical resources. Master. Report to the Master. The enemy hero is riding a wyvern to flee to the north. Should we start the angels descend and chase immediately? Yanqing shouted. What are you chasing? Collect the rare alchemical resources. Since the enemy's main general has escaped, let's close the net and eat all these lizardmen. When the steel-teeth troops rushed out from the ambush position and cooperated with the main force to carry out the final annihilation battle against the lizardmen, the Long-Jaw chief was urging the wyvern to fly quickly to the north. He looked a little embarrassed. His face and body were black, and the wyvern was also burned by the explosion. But the eyes on the black face of the Long-Jaw chief showed an excited look like that after taking drugs. Muttered, I can spit fire. No. It was dragon breath just now. I can spit dragon breath. This is God's gift to me, which has stimulated the dragon bloodline that the lizardmen have always hidden in my body. I will become the greatest lizardman. No. It's a dragon man. Chapter 178. One day, Yanqing's army's siege of the ambushed lizardmen ended quickly, except for the long-jawed chieftain, who did not participate in the battle for unknown reasons. No one escaped. After dawn, the results of the battle were counted. In this battle, a total of 267 lizardmen were captured, including 6 lizardmen heroes, 13 snakeskin bison, all of which died because they were attacked first. The carnivorous birds were too excited to see the poisonous flies, causing all the poisonous flies of the lizardmen to die, and not even the corpses were left. However, the capture of 112 magic beast lizards was an unexpected surprise. Among this batch of 7th level magic beast lizards, there were 23 8th level magic beast giant lizards. Swamp lizard swamp force level 7 unit attack, 11 defense, 11 damage, 10 stamina, 35 talent, petrification 20% chance to petrify the target. Unable to move in petrified state. Magic state will be removed by attack swamp giant lizard swamp force level 8 unit attack, 12 defense, 12 damage, 10 stamina, 40 talent, petrification 20% chance to petrify the target. Unable to move in petrified state. Magic state will be removed by attack swamp lizard is generally more than 3 meters long. Amphibious. Can easily hide in puddles, mud and jungles, and then use its good explosive power to launch sneak attacks on passing targets. The mediocre attack and defense capabilities make the swamp lizard a very difficult character, coupled with the innate petrification. Although the swamp lizard is not as dazzling as the poisonous fly, the snakeskin bison, and the two-legged dragon, it also occupies an important position in the swamp. It is precisely because Chue used the fire belt to block the swamp lizards in the pool from landing at the beginning of the war that the encirclement and suppression of the lizardmen in the forest belt was so easy. If the swamp lizards participated in the war, Yanqing would definitely suffer greater losses. After the battle, this batch of swamp lizards were left in the pool and became ownerless monsters. And because they were domesticated by the lizardmen, these swamp lizards did not have the wildness of wild lizards. After the werewolf trainer used the taming skills, this group of powerful 7th and 8th level monsters became a new force in Yanqing's army. The 13 captured snakeskin bison were also tamed by the werewolf trainer and joined Yanqing's army. Snakeskin bison 9th level unit of the swamp force attack, 10 defense, 14 damage, 16 stamina, 70 talent, defense enhancement. After taming the snakeskin bison, Yanqing saw the specific attributes of this swamp backbone. It was really violent. No wonder 13 of them survived the siege of nearly 200 combat werewolves and 100 human crossbowmen. This defense is really outrageous. The physical strength is also high, twice as high as that of the 7th level swamp lizard. I wonder if this thing can be ridden. While his men were cleaning the battlefield, collecting prisoners and counting the losses, Yanqing was very happy to stay with his newly acquired snakeskin bison. The arrows stuck in the snakeskin bison had been pulled out, and the werewolf trainers were using healing magic to heal the wounds of the snakeskin bison. For those wounds that were too large to be healed by magic, there were werewolf servants who used disinfectant to disinfect them, then applied ointment, and then bandaged them. However, even with wounds all over its body, the snakeskin bison still seemed to think it was no big deal and stood there in high spirits. Yinxing stood beside the snakeskin bison, which was more than 2 meters tall at the shoulder, and touched the scales on its body. The texture was extremely hard. The surface of the scales was very smooth. If the arrow shot in at a small angle, it would be deflected by this layer of scales. It was born with heavy armor, amazing defense, high physical fitness, and fast running. If this thing could be used as a mount, there would be too many things that could be piled on its back. Yinxing saw Gongya coming and asked him, "Why haven't I seen lizardman trainers riding these snakeskin bison? Can this thing be ridden?" Gongya was very happy after winning a great victory. In response to Yinxing's inquiry, he replied, "Snakeskin bison are not so docile in temperament. They will go crazy if they are ridden, so they cannot be used as mounts. Swamp lizards can be ridden, but their bodies swing too much from side to side when they crawl, making riding uncomfortable." Yinxing was somewhat disappointed to hear that the snakeskin bison could not be ridden. Then he thought again, "If I can't ride it, can I pull things?" The leased land in Nuda City is now being reclaimed. If we want to reclaim more land before the sowing season arrives, we need to invest more labor. Recruiting workers in Nuda City with food as compensation went very smoothly. But there were many gaps in the machinery used for reclamation. After all, vehicles are needed everywhere to build territories, build roads, build fortresses, and transport within the control area. Cars need to burn oil, and the current channels for obtaining gasoline in the Eternal Territory do not allow them to burn it casually. After seeing the power of incendiary bombs in war, gasoline needs to be stored for tactical bombing, so it needs to be used sparingly. In addition, vehicles working in the field are prone to various minor problems. Before the Eternal Territory has the ability to repair faulty vehicles, there must be a certain amount of animal power to fill the labor gap caused by vehicle failure. It is a pity that the snakeskin bison is so strong and is not used as a working ox. After Yinxing learned that the snakeskin bison could not be ridden, his interest in them suddenly decreased a lot. He said to Gongya, after treating the wounds of these snakeskin bison, "Hand them over to the claws that followed, along with the captured lizardmen. Send them all to my farm in Nuda City, where the lizardmen will work and reform. As for these snakeskin bison, let them all go to the fields." When Gongya heard that Yinxing actually let the snakeskin bison go to the fields, his faith collapsed a little. He was very surprised and said, "Master, the snakeskin bison is the most powerful monster in our swamp. Even the 11th level wyvern may not be able to defeat them on the ground. Besides, the snakeskin bison can be upgraded to the snakeskin barbarian bull. No creature in the world dares to face the gaze of death. You let the snakeskin bison go to the fields? Please think about it again." "Master," Yinxing said very earnestly, "Gongya, you should change your mind. Master, I have brought a good life to the swamp. From now on, the struggle for survival will naturally no longer be the theme of the swamp race's life. You werewolves and lizardmen should consider a life that is better than a good life, instead of fighting and killing. One day in the future, the swamp werewolves will put down their weapons and pick up sickles to harvest the abundant wheat and rice. There will be so much food flowing out of the granary that the mice will be so fat that they can't walk. One day, the swamp lizardmen will put down their weapons and pick up fishing nets to catch farmed fish and shrimp. They will hang the fish that they can't eat on the trees to dry, and then sell them to distant places. One day, the cubs of the swamp tribe can live happily, and they don't need to look for food in the dangerous swamp early in order to survive. Instead, they can study in the school and walk out of the swamp to see the world. One day, the swamp tribe will have their own civilization. You can raise your head and walk anywhere in the world, and no one will shout behind you, 'Look, it's the barbarians of the swamp.' This day cannot be achieved by me and my eternal leader alone. I can only be your guide, and a better life needs to be created by your hands. You need to look at yourself and the monsters around you in another way. Why can't snakeskin bison plow the land? Why can't swamp lizards be used to guard fish ponds? Why can't poisonous flies be used for grazing? You can also think of some other functions of these monsters. When war is no longer the main life of the swamp tribe, these monsters will be our partners in life." Chapter 179. Both sides after the war. Gangya was stunned by Yinxing's words. He really had never thought about what else these monsters could do besides fighting and hunting. It is estimated that all the swamp tribes have never thought about such a thing. Each tribe is either on guard against invasion or thinking about how to get something from the neighbor's territory. How could they consider using these powerful monsters to farm? But if it is really as the master said, The internal fighting of the swamp tribe stops. What should we do with these monsters in our hands? We must not let them eat and sleep. Sleep and eat. We must work. Gangya said to Yinxing sincerely. The master's eyes can see the distant future. And the master's wisdom is a beacon that illuminates the way forward in the dark night. Yinxing said solemnly, It's good that you understand. These snake-skinned bison and lizardman captives are handed over to you. I will lead the main force to continue to move forward. After you complete the handover with the claws, catch up with the supplies quickly. Gangya replied respectfully, Yes, sir. Yinxing took a look at these snake-skinned bison and turned away. In fact, when entering the Thunder Swamp, Yinxing was still very much looking forward to the powerful monsters in these swamps. However, after experiencing a battle, he found that his expectations for the swamp monsters were a bit too high. Look at their performance. Faced with the attack of their own carnivorous birds, the poisonous flies of the lizardmen just hid and waited to be found and eaten. When the carnivorous birds were attacking, they were almost focused on finding poisonous flies, and even obsessed with ignoring the lizardmen around them. The swamp lizards faced a wall of fire and lay still in the water. When the snake-skinned bison faced the attacks of the fighting werewolves and human crossbowmen, their battle strategy was to hit whoever hurt me. Although Warcraft has a certain intelligence, there is still a big gap between them and intelligent races. They can execute simple and clear tactics, but when they need to make active tactical changes according to the changes in wartime, their performance is very poor, especially when there is no trainer to give them combat orders. They really rely on instinct. Yinxing has very high requirements for the comprehensive ability of each soldier in his main force. Know what to do under what circumstances, and don't wait for orders to do anything. Therefore, after knowing that the snake-skinned bison cannot be ridden, Yinxing has lost much interest in this kind of monster. There are so few of them. Rather than keeping them in the team without knowing how to use them and wasting food, it is better to get them to the rear and let them work to earn food for themselves while accumulating numbers. It just so happens that the rear is indeed short of animal power for work. After cleaning up the battlefield, leading the troops to guard the prisoners, Yinxing led the main force to drive the carnivorous birds and the newly captured swamp lizards, and continued to march towards the Blood Crown Mountain. Meanwhile, while on the road, check out the rewards for this war. You have won a brilliant victory after a fierce battle. You gain experience, 120,000. Your level is upgraded. You gain reputation, 9,000. Based on your excellent performance, with extremely low casualties in the battle. Experience bonus, 80,000. You gain a construction blueprint, Griffin Tower. You gain God-given gold, 15,000. Alas, there are casualties. In the battle against the lizardmen, Yinxing's army lost a total of 14 carnivorous birds, 5 poisonous flies, 4 combat werewolves, 3 werewolf archers, and 1 human crossbowman. This was the most serious loss since Yinxing led his troops to fight. However, compared to the enemy forces that were completely annihilated, these losses were indeed negligible, and the rewards were also comfortable. After 2 consecutive upgrades, Yinxing's hero level was raised to level 19, and his strength was slightly improved. He received a lot of God-given gold coins. What Yinxing valued most was the special building blueprint he obtained. The Griffin Tower. Griffin Tower. Building on the Griffin Tower can increase the Griffin production of the Griffin Tower by 100%. 100%. The level of the Eternal Territory is now level 5. After the territory is upgraded to level 7, the 7th level Griffin recruitment building, the Griffin Tower, can be built. In the future, you can build 1 more Griffin Tower for each level of territory upgrade. A fully upgraded 12th level territory can build 6 Griffin Towers. 1 more Griffin Tower is equivalent to 1 more Griffin Tower. Griffins are the only conventional flying arms of the human race, and are of great importance to the human army's fight for air supremacy. This is why the human race loves Griffins so much. Now that Yinxing has obtained a Griffin Tower, it means that when the Eternal Territory is upgraded to the 7th level territory, the Griffin production will double. It will definitely help Yinxing quickly build his own air force. Love it. Love it. Yinxing kissed the Griffin Tower building blueprint hard, and then put it away solemnly. Now there is more motivation to upgrade the territory. Yinxing's army marched towards Blood Crown Mountain with the power of a great victory. The lizardmen on Blood Crown Mountain also learned the result of the battle from the returning Long Jaw chief. The lizardmen did not expect that the army sent to ambush the invading werewolves would be defeated so thoroughly. Nearly 1,000 troops were all wiped out, and only a dusty Longjaw chief ran back. Moreover, there was no frustration of defeat on the face of the Longjaw chief. Instead, he saw that the two lizard kings not only did not kneel, but also looked arrogant. Can you still win honor after losing a battle? The Red-Eye King looked very bad. The tribe of Longjaws is a tribe of lizard men who are attached to him. It was at his suggestion that the tribe of Longjaws was given this ambush mission. Ambush is the strong point of the swamp tribe. The tribe of Longjaws is familiar with the terrain, while the invading werewolf team is unfamiliar with the terrain from the edge of Thunder Swamp. Not only was you beaten into such a winnable ambush by Longjaws, but you also abandoned the tribe warriors and fled back with a proud look. This really made the Red-Eye King furious. If the Green-Tail King was not sitting next to him, he would have taught Longjaws a lesson. The eyes of the Red-Eye King became even redder, and flames could be seen jumping in his pupils. He said to Longjaws in a stern voice, "Longjaws, you just ran back like this? I see that except for the burn on your face, you didn't suffer any injuries anywhere else. Your cowardice shames me. You have destroyed all the honors that the Longjaw tribe has accumulated for a long time." Facing the reprimand of the Red-Eye King, Longjaw still held his head high and said to his peers, "Red-Eye King, my current name is Longjaw Dragon. I did not fight with my warriors because when the battle started, God opened my dragon bloodline. The new power made me feel extremely uncomfortable during the battle. So I left the battlefield. Now I can control this power. I am no longer a lizard man, but a dragon man." Chapter 180 Longjaw Dragon. In the middle of the Lizardmen army's camp in Bloodcrown Mountain, there is a flat and wide rock. On the rock, the two Lizardmen kings and many vassal chiefs sat together, silently looking at the Longjaw chief standing in the middle. The Longjaw chief's condition was very different from usual. The Red-Eye King also sighed, and his anger towards Longjaw gradually disappeared. The elite of the tribe was annihilated, which was a great shock to him. We don't know what happened to him, and we can't conclude that he escaped without fighting just because he didn't have serious injuries. After waiting for a while, the Red-Eye King said to Longjaw, "Longjaw Chief, you can go back and rest. As for how to deal with this invading werewolf and human army, leave it to us. We will avenge your people." Who would have thought that the chieftain of the Longjaw would not only not leave, but also raise his head higher. "Please call me Longjaw Dragon. I know you don't believe what I say. I will use my newly acquired dragon power to let you truly understand the difference between me and you. Open your eyes and see the power of the lizard men after activating the dragon bloodline." After saying that, the chieftain of the Longjaw walked to the edge of the rock and took a long breath towards the open area outside. The leaders of the lizard men looked at Longjaw together quietly. On the way back to Blood Crown Mountain, the excited Longjaw has been studying his newly activated dragon breath ability. "I kept burping because there was a kind of combustible gas in my body that was constantly being produced. If you want to spit out real dragon breath, you must find a way to store this gas, and then spit it out in large quantities at once." Lizardmen are amphibious species, and there is a storage bubble in their bodies to provide them with nourishing air when they are underwater for a long time. However, because lizardmen spend most of their time on land, the storage bubble is basically not used. So Longjaw adjusted his breathing method to transfer the combustible gas produced in the stomach to the storage bubble. The hiccups also stopped. Now it's time to show the world's first dragon man. Longjaw took a deep breath and squeezed the storage bubble with his expanded lungs and chest muscles. After the pressure reaches a certain level, the passage between the mouth and the bubble storage is opened. The high-pressure gasoline vapor in the bubble storage sprays forward, and Longjaw uses magic to shoot a spark at the right time. The gasoline vapor is ignited, forming a 10-meter-long column of fire that sprays forward. Whoosh whoosh. It sprayed for more than 10 seconds. The two lizard kings were stunned, and many lizard chiefs were stunned. Those lizards who saw the Longjaw chief spitting out dragon breath were all stunned. The lizard man has dragon blood in his body, but it is just a legend that he killed himself. Lizard men worship dragons, and the ultimate creature that protects the swamp tribe is the nine-headed dragon. So lizard men also like to add dragon names to some monsters. Wyverns, in fact, have nothing to do with dragons. Dragonflies, a mosquito-like monster. What relationship can they have with dragons? Lizardmen all know that lizardmen have dragon blood, which is a trick used by adults to deceive children. It has been passed down from generation to generation. However, this time they saw with their own eyes that a lizard man spit out dragon breath in front of everyone, which only dragons can spit out. This is not magic. There are so many lizardman heroes here, and Longjaw can't fool them with magic tricks. This is indeed real dragon breath. What Longjaw said is true. He really received the gift of God to activate the dragon blood in the lizardman. It turns out that the legends left by our ancestors did not lie to us. It turns out that we lizardmen do have the most noble bloodline in the world. We are related to the dragon clan, which makes all lizardmen excited. The dragon's breath will burn everything in the world, and the foreign werewolves will turn into ashes under the dragon's breath. The swamp will eventually return to the hands of us lizardmen. No, it is in the hands of the dragon people. Since the lizardmen have dragon blood in their bodies, it means that the lizardmen have the opportunity to awaken their blood and spit out dragon breath like the long-jawed chief. Complete the upgrade of life and become a higher-level dragon man. The lizardmen cheered around the long-jawed chief and shouted long-jawed dragon. It seemed that as long as they shouted loudly, they could also advance to dragon people. Only the Red-Eye King and the Green-Tail King had very ugly expressions. The elite of the lizard people gathered at Blood Crown Mountain. Longjaw proved in front of the entire race that he was higher than the Blood Crown lizard people and a higher racial class. The two lizard kings were self-proclaimed. Without a legitimate title, how could they face the Longjaw dragon who was higher than them in the racial class? The two lizard kings saw anxiety and worry in each other's eyes. If this matter was not handled properly, then Longjaw would be pushed all the way to the throne of the lizard king by the excited lizard people. At that time, the two pseudo-kings will each control such a large force. If they do not divide their own territory and submit to the new king, they will stand on the opposite side of the entire lizard race. But even if they divide themselves, can they have a good ending? Now the most important thing for them to do is to suppress the rise of Longjaw's reputation as soon as possible and stop his expansion of power. Fortunately, the elite of his tribe were buried. Otherwise, he would not be able to be suppressed at this time. After the two lizard kings exchanged glances, the Red-Eye King spoke to stop the lizard people's revelry. He waved his hand to let the irrelevant lizard people leave, and asked the lizard chiefs who attended the meeting to sit down. Then he said to Longjaw, Dragon, the Green-Tail King and I are happy that you can awaken the dragon bloodline. This means that our lizard men are about to rise, and we will all become a stronger race, the dragon race. God chose you to be the first dragon man, the Green-Tail King, and I will also respect you as the wise man of the lizard race. We will jointly send our strongest warriors to protect your safety, so that you can find a way to awaken the dragon bloodline of other lizard men without being disturbed. This is the mission given to you by God, and it is also the trust that the Green-Tail King and I have in you. The Green-Tail King also said, yes. Protecting your safety is the most important thing for our entire lizard race. You have only one mission, which is to awaken more lizard men to dragons. The solution that the Red-Eye King and the Green-Tail King thought of was to control Longjaw first, not giving him the opportunity to contact other lizard men, and not allowing him to continue to expand his influence and power. Give him another task. If he can't find a way to make other lizard men awaken and become dragon men, then let him keep looking. If he finds a way, the Red-Eye King and the Green-Tail King will naturally evolve into dragon men first. Longjaw will not be able to stir up any waves. The appointment of the Red-Eye King and the Green-Tail King was agreed by all the lizardmen chiefs. Everyone wants to evolve into a dragon man, so they can only rely on the first dragon man to find a way to awaken. How could Longjaw think so much? He gladly accepted the order. Chapter 181 Debt Collection Notice. The terrain around Blood Crown Mountain is flat, with no forests around, and even no mud and puddles. The mountain peaks stand alone in this open area, as if they were piercing out of the flat ground. The entire Blood Crown Mountain runs from north to south, and the mountain is full of exposed rocks without much vegetation. The mountain is about 10 kilometers long from north to south, and the thickest part from east to west is about 3 kilometers, shaped like the flesh crown on the head of the Blood Crown Lizardman. The lizardmen guarding Blood Crown Mountain set up their main force on the west side of Blood Crown Mountain, and arranged them in order according to their tribes to fight against the werewolves attacking from the west. The main force of the werewolves is scattered in the woods and swamp waters outside the open area on the west side of Blood Crown Mountain. Both sides built a large number of simple houses and fortifications, and the camps were full of tamed monsters of all kinds. In this war deep in the Thunder Swamp, the werewolves and lizardmen deployed more than 100,000 troops. However, on the battlefield of Blood Crown Mountain, both sides deployed more than 10,000 troops. More soldiers were doing logistics for the elites of various tribes concentrated in Blood Crown Mountain. The werewolf hunting team and the lizardman hunting team hunted everywhere to supply the main force's food needs. If they met, a fight would be inevitable. Neither the werewolves nor the lizardmen had experience in such large-scale combat, or the concept of a sound logistics support system. Both sides gathered so many troops in this small area, relying entirely on hunting for food, and they were really hungry and full. Moreover, as the prey around became less and less, the hunting team had to go to farther places to hunt, and the logistics of the main forces of the werewolves and lizardmen became more difficult to guarantee. In this situation, no one was willing to take the initiative to end the war. They did not dare to show weakness to the other side. It was this confrontation that allowed Yanxing's army to reach the Blood Crown Mountain almost unimpeded. The werewolves with the army worked to build a camp at the junction of the southern part of the Blood Crown Mountain and the jungle. The werewolves still used woven bags filled with soil to build a low wall surrounding the camp, and then used logging saws and logging axes to cut down the surrounding trees to reinforce the camp. A sentry tower and an arrow tower were erected in the camp, and tents were set up. Outside the camp, trenches were dug, deer horns were erected, and cordons were set up. Combat werewolves were sent to patrol the area and put up warning signs for the military zone. After the logistics were in place, a wire mesh was also erected around the camp. Fishing nets were pulled up on the treetops around the camp to prevent the infiltration of difficult monsters such as poison flies. At the same time, Yanxing sent people to the werewolf army camp and the lizardman army camp to clearly tell the leaders of both sides, "We are the eternal werewolf tribe and have no intention of participating in your fight. This time we entered the depths of the Thunder Swamp and reached the Blood Crown Mountain just for our own benefit." The werewolf tribe in the depths of the Thunder Swamp, headed by Chief Ironhead, owed us a lot of money. We sold them slingshots only because we are both werewolves, and we want to help them improve their lives. We think slingshots are very good hunting weapons, and we agreed to let them buy a large number of slingshots from us on credit. However, the werewolf tribe led by Chief Ironhead did not actively hunt after getting the slingshots and pay for the goods with prey. Instead, they used the slingshots we provided to attack the lizardman tribe. This is what we don't want to see. We apologize to the lizardmen who died or were injured because of the slingshots, and strongly condemn the werewolf tribe led by Ironhead. Please pay the money owed to our eternal werewolf tribe immediately. After hearing Yanxing's call, the werewolves were dumbfounded. The lizardmen were also dumbfounded. The werewolves attacking Blood Crown Mountain were surprised. "We are now waiting for you to send slingshots and steel balls to attack Blood Crown Mountain. Why do you condemn us as soon as you arrive? How can you ask for money at this time? Where can we get money to give you?" The lizardmen defending Blood Crown Mountain were surprised. "So you came all the way from the southern edge of the swamp, not to support the werewolves in attacking our Blood Crown Mountain? You came to collect debts from these werewolves." The Blood Crown Mountain battlefield, which was originally tense, presented a dramatic scene because Yanxing led his army to come. Both sides of the confrontation found that they had misjudged this team composed mainly of werewolves and a small number of humans. Not only were they not reinforcements to attack the werewolves of Blood Crown Mountain, but they came to collect debts from these werewolves. This army, which called itself the Eternal Werewolf Tribe, became a variable in this war. The werewolves and lizardmen fighting for Blood Crown Mountain immediately sent messengers back to Yanxing's camp. Yanxing first met the werewolf messengers in his tent. Chief of the Whispering Tongue was an eloquent werewolf chief in the werewolf tribe deep in the Thunder Swamp. He was entrusted with an important task to come to meet the leader of the Eternal Werewolf Tribe. The purpose of his trip was to get the slingshot from them as soon as possible. Chief of the Whispering Tongue was wearing an elf robe that he had taken off from an elf adventurer a long time ago. The elf adventurer who broke into the Thunder Swamp had long since turned into a pile of dry bones. The chief of the Whimpering Tribe, wearing an elf robe, thought he had the elegant temperament of an elf, and he liked to talk a lot, so he was highly regarded by the werewolf leader Ironhead. When the chief of the Whimpering Tribe came, he was full of confidence in himself. Just a group of weak werewolves from the edge of the swamp. When did they have the right to speak in the Thunder Swamp? But after entering the camp of the Eternal Werewolf Tribe, the chief of the Whimpering Tribe felt that he had come to the wrong place. This is so grand. Compared with his own camp, this place is like a palace. Look at what those werewolves are wearing. Although I can't tell what kind of cloth it is, it looks very powerful. Look at what they hold in their hands: square shields, sharp axes, and sophisticated bows and arrows, which are much stronger than the stone weapons in the hands of his warriors. Look at their hair, fluffy and flowing. They look much bigger than the werewolves in their own family. The big? Chief of the Whispering noticed that the werewolves of the Eternal Tribe were really big. Not just because of their fluffy fur. In addition, Chief of the Whispering also noticed that all the werewolves here had a similar mark on their cheeks, which was very recognizable with their burly bodies. Chief of the Whispering asked the one-eyed werewolf of the Eternal Tribe who brought him into the camp, "One-eyed, why do you look stronger than the big werewolf?" The one-eyed werewolf said in a very proud voice, "Respected Chief of the Whispering, please don't call me one-eyed. My master gave me the name of Orf and gave me a strong body. We are all fighting werewolves loyal to Master Yinching. 5th level fighting werewolves." Chief of the Whispering suddenly stopped. "What? You have reached the 5th level. All the werewolves here have reached the 5th level." Orf replied, "No. There are also some 3rd level werewolf shooters." Chapter 182 I Wish You Can Conquer Blood Crown Mountain. Level 5 werewolves. Level 5 werewolves. The Chief of the Whispering Tribe felt that his head was spinning, and all he could hear was level 5, level 5. Why did the werewolves wander from the orcs to the swamps? And were bullied by the lizardmen everywhere in the swamps? Isn't it because of their low initial level? Now someone told him that there are level 5 werewolves. How can he stay calm? At this time, the Chief of the Whispering Tribe had completely forgotten the purpose of his coming here. He grabbed Orf's arm and asked, "How did you become level 5 combat werewolves?" Orf replied, "You can ask my master about this question. Please follow me. Don't keep my master waiting for long." "Hurry up. Hurry up," Chief Whispering urged. When Chief Whispering bought the slingshot, he knew that the werewolves on the southern edge of Thunder Swamp were attached to a human territory. The Eternal Territory. The Lord of the Eternal Territory was a knight named Yinching. Therefore, after meeting Yinching, Chief Whispering was not surprised to see a human. As soon as he sat on the stool, Chief Whispering couldn't wait to ask about the 5th level combat werewolves. Yinching arranged his tent like the ancient general tent of the Xia Kingdom, and sat on the commander's seat in a grand manner. He said to Chief Whispering, "The matter about the 5th level combat werewolves is actually very simple. There are territory buildings for training werewolves and upgrading werewolves in my territory. It takes 200 God-given gold coins to train a 1st level werewolf to a 5th level combat werewolf. As long as the training fee is paid, my Eternal Territory is willing to train higher level werewolf warriors for any werewolf tribe. The cost of recruiting combat werewolves in the Eternal Territory is 100 gold/1 person. And the cost of recruiting 1st level werewolves is 20 gold/1 person. So the cost of training werewolves to combat werewolves is only 80 gold/1 person." Yinching shouted out 200 God-given gold coins for the training fee, and earned 120 God-given gold coins for each werewolf he handled. Of course, one should not be too shady, so Yinching did not add money to the food and living expenses during the training period. You should know that training and advancement consume a lot of food. 200 God-given gold coins to train a 5th level combat werewolf. This price scared the Chief of the Whispering Tongue sober. The werewolves in the depths of the Thunder Swamp live better than the werewolves in the marginal areas, but not much better. The prosperity of the werewolf tribe's territory is generally not high, and the God-given gold coins brought by prosperity are naturally not much. Is it more practical to use 200 God-given gold coins to recruit 10 1st-level werewolf warriors? Or to train a 5th-level combat werewolf? Or to recruit 2 poisonous flies at 100 gold each? Or to exchange 1/5 of a unit of rare alchemical resources? The sober Chief of the Whispering Tongue found that although the 5th-level combat werewolf looked good, it was not a necessity for the current werewolf tribe. Let's talk about the slingshot. Perhaps we can get some better weapons from the Eternal Tribe, and the attack on Blood Crown Mountain will be more certain. Dear Knight Yinching, Chief of the Whispering Tongue made himself act like a cultured werewolf. I apologize to you on behalf of all the werewolf tribes that owe you money, and thank you for selling me the slingshots that improved our lives. This war was not caused by us. It was because the lizardmen provoked us first that we had to fight back. You have also seen the current situation of the war. With the slingshots, we suppressed the lizardmen's archers, allowing us to defeat the lizardmen who have been oppressing us with equal forces. Blood Crown Mountain is already in front of us, and the werewolves have shown unprecedented unity. I think since you represent the Eternal Werewolf Tribe, it is necessary for the werewolves to contribute to controlling the Thunder Swamp. Support us with weapons, and bring your army to join the war to eliminate the lizardmen. The Thunder Swamp ruled by werewolves will definitely bring you many benefits. The Chief of the Whispering Tongue only talked about ideals, and not money to Yinching. It is obvious that he is thinking of shirking this debt. Yinxing's offer to the werewolf tribe deep in the Thunder Swamp is 1 slingshot for 300 kilograms of food, or something equivalent. The werewolf tribe has bought a total of 10,000 slingshots from the Eternal Territory, plus the equally expensive steel marbles, which has caused each tribe to bear a huge debt. Now they have to purchase a large number of slingshots from the Eternal Territory for the war against the Lizardmen. Another debt that is difficult to repay. Chief of the Whispering Tongue is planning to use some privileges to pay off the debt if he can't pay it back. Of course, Yinxing needs to help the werewolves win this war to get some privileges. But Yinxing doesn't care about that little charity. The Thunder Swamp can't let the werewolves dominate alone. The werewolves and the Lizardmen are restrained by each other, and the Eternal Territory can make both of them obedient. Therefore, Yinxing said to Whispering Tongue very straightforwardly, Chief of the Whispering Tongue, my territory is outside the Thunder Swamp, and the Eternal Werewolf tribe doesn't want to gain any benefits from your war with the Lizardmen. I have no interest in Thunder Swamp. I only care about when you can give me the money you owe me. You are fighting with the Lizardmen now. If you lose, I probably won't get my money back. That's why I came to Blood Crown Mountain in person. As long as you pay, you can take all the slingshots I brought immediately. I can also take my people back to my territory. Every day in the swamp is a torment for me. If it weren't for the fact that you owed me money and were fighting with the Lizardmen, I should be dating the noble ladies in Nuda City now. Yinxing's words made Xiaoxi not know how to respond. Yes, humans don't like swamps. The benefits promised by me are no different from nothing for a human. But I really can't take out so much food or equivalent. However, this batch of slingshots must be obtained. Otherwise the war against the Lizardmen will be unpredictable. The Chief of the Tongue thought for a while and said to Yinxing, Knight Yinxing, you should know that there is a gem mine with a huge reserve under the Blood Crown Mountain. It is now controlled by the Lizardmen. As long as you help us defeat the Lizardmen and capture the Blood Crown Mountain, we can use gems to pay the money we owe you. We can even sell you gems at a lower price. Sell gems at a lower price. Yinxing sneered in his heart at the low price offered by Qiaotong. He said expressionlessly, Chief Qiaotong, I repeat for the last time that I don't want to get involved in your fight with the Lizardmen. Blood Crown Mountain is the holy land of the Lizardmen, and they will defend it to the death. If you are not 100% sure that you can conquer Blood Crown Mountain, don't make a promise that you may not be able to fulfill. Let's be pragmatic. Give me money or something of equal value, and I will take my people away. I sincerely wish you to conquer Blood Crown Mountain. Chapter 183 Paying Debts. Yinxing refused to budge on the various conditions offered by Chief of the Whispering Tongue. If he agreed, he would withdraw his troops. Did I come all the way here for money? Do I need your money? Sir? Asking for money is Yinxing's excuse to drive a wedge here. Not only can he stay in the Blood Crown Mountain battlefield legitimately, but he also distanced himself from the attacking werewolves, so that the Lizardmen would not take risks easily. As long as the flag he had erected in the middle of the camp could be planted here, the longer it was planted, the more solid it would be. Seeing Yinxing was so stubborn, Chief of the Whispering Tongue could not help but reveal a threatening tone. Knight Yinxing, I hope you can see clearly what is best for you. The werewolves have gathered the most powerful army in history at Blood Crown Mountain. Although your camp is built solidly, it is just like a frog in a mud hunting ground under our army. When you anger the crocodiles and lizards in the mud, you will know how ridiculous your cry is. Let me take what I want, and you will get what you want. Otherwise, you will never be able to walk out of the Thunder Swamp and go to Nuda City to see your noble lady. At this time, Yinxing has made his attitude very clear to the werewolves who attacked Blood Crown Mountain. Since the Chief of the Whispering Tongue has changed his threat, it means that the werewolves really have no money. Without money, things will be easy. Yinxing still said slowly, I brought the army here to prevent anyone from stealing my things. I trust my army, and I believe I can take my Qian away from the Thunder Swamp. Chief of the Whispering Tongue, instead of threatening me with things you can't do, you might as well go back and raise money. Once the money is in place, isn't everything solved? If there is nothing else constructive, please go back. I still have to see the Lizardman's messenger. I brought so many slingshots. You can't let me take them back the same way. There will always be someone in the swamp who needs them, and the gem mine is now in the hands of the Lizardman. When Chief of the Whispering Tongue heard that the Lizardman had also sent messengers, his arrogance was immediately suppressed. If the Lizardmen get these slingshots, it will be a disaster for the werewolves. The Chief of the Whispering Tribe immediately stood up and said, Knight Yinxing, your men are werewolves. And we are also werewolves. If you support the lizardmen, once we lose the war, the lizardmen will definitely swing their butcher knives at you. Yanqing replied, that's what I'm worried about. Of course, my weapons are given priority to werewolves. But if you really can't pay, and you still rob me, then it's hard to say what I will do. Please go back. Or, see you off? Yanqing ordered the guests to leave. And the chief of the Whispering Tribe opened his mouth, but didn't say anything, but saluted Yanqing and left. He had done his best, and the rest needed to be discussed by all the werewolf chiefs. How to deal with this force that suddenly appeared on the battlefield of Blood Crown Mountain. Chief of the Whimpering Tongue left the camp. Chief of the Lizardmen Scythefoot, who was anxiously waiting in another tent, was brought to Yanqing's tent. The camp of the Eternal Werewolf Tribe also shocked Chief of the Scythefoot. The camp was well defended, and the soldiers were well armed, especially seeing the equipment and weapons of the werewolves. Chief of the Scythefoot felt cold on his back. The Eternal Werewolf Tribe provided slingshots to the werewolf tribe deep in the Thunder Swamp, which had already beaten the lizardmen so badly. If they provided the werewolves who attacked Blood Crown Mountain with the equipment they wore, Blood Crown Mountain would be even more difficult to defend. Fortunately, the Eternal Werewolf Tribe is not here to support the werewolves attacking Blood Crown Mountain. They look very different from the werewolves in Thunder Swamp. The mission of Chief Scythefoot's visit this time is to determine the true purpose of the Eternal Werewolf Tribe that appeared in Blood Crown Mountain. Do everything possible to prevent them from providing weapons to the werewolves attacking Blood Crown Mountain. After Chief Scythefoot saluted and sat down, Yanqing said first, originally, I should have gone to Blood Crown Mountain to apologize to the lizardmen. It was us who provided slingshots for hunting for our fellow tribesmen in the depths of Thunder Swamp, which caused the conflict between you and the werewolves. But on the way here, I had an unpleasant encounter with one of your lizardmen. I was afraid that going to Blood Crown Mountain would cause misunderstanding, so I only sent someone to pass on the message. When the Camel-Foot chief heard Yanqing say this, his face turned red. The fact that the Longjaw tribe ambushed this invading werewolf and human mixed army and was completely wiped out by them has long been known to all lizardmen. This is definitely the fault of the lizardmen. They came to collect debts from the werewolves who attacked Blood Crown Mountain, which is a good thing for the lizardmen defending Blood Crown Mountain. Although they may not be friendly forces, they are definitely not enemies. It is embarrassing enough to send people to ambush them and be wiped out by them. Now it seems that it is still a big mistake. The nearly 1,000 elite troops of the Longjaw tribe died unjustly. All these emotions intertwined, making Chief Sakazu ashamed. At the same time, he could feel the ease with which the other party spoke about this matter. And he didn't even feel angry about being ambushed by the lizardmen. This means the other party eliminated the elite of the long-jawed lizardmen, and he didn't suffer too much loss. The ease in his words was like being tripped by a tree root on the ground while walking. Chief Sakazu quickly said to Yanqing, Respected Knight Yanqing, on behalf of the Red-Eye King and the Green-Tail King, I apologize to you for the misunderstanding a few days ago. Our misjudgment almost made us lose a friend. I can see that the Eternal Werewolf Tribe you rule is very different from the werewolves who attacked Blood Crown Mountain. You are deeply influenced by the human race, more civilized and more reasonable. The werewolf tribe in the depths of Thunder Swamp attacked us lizardmen after getting the hunting weapons you sold them. Not only did they cause us great damage, they even wanted to rob us of our lizardmen's holy land. The wrong behavior of the werewolves must be corrected. I hope you can sell us a batch of weapons, Knight Yanqing. After we repel the attacking werewolves, we can give you a lot of benefits. Knowing that the werewolves became so fierce because of the weapons they obtained from the Eternal Territory. The lizardmen also wanted to buy some weapons from Yanqing. Yanqing smiled and said, Chief Scythefoot, the werewolves who attacked Blood Crown Mountain owed me a lot of money. If I sell you weapons and let you defeat them, who should I ask for the money? My purpose in coming to Blood Crown Mountain is very clear. I don't want to participate in your war and have no interest in what you are fighting for. I only care about my money. Before those werewolves pay me back the money they owe me, I hope the lizardmen of Blood Crown Mountain will not do anything unfavorable to those who owe me money. It's better to wait until they pay me back before you fight. Chapter 184 Don't Fight Yet. The direction of the talks changed so quickly that Chief Kamazu was unable to react for a while. Originally, I thought that this werewolf tribe dominated by humans could strive to become our ally, or we could buy weapons from them. But I didn't expect that after just a few words. How could it become that we are not allowed to attack the werewolves attacking Blood Crown Mountain? Why? Chief Kamazu, who was smiling apologetically, suddenly turned ugly and said to Yanqing, Knight Yinqing, are you threatening us? Yinqing asked his men to pour a glass of wine for Chief Kamazu. And then said, if you think this is a threat, it is a threat. If you think this is advice, then it is advice. Before I met you, I just met the werewolf messenger. My attitude towards them is the same as towards you. Finally, I reiterate to you, I am not interested in your conflict this time. I just want to take away what belongs to me, which is not too much to ask. I even rejected the request of Chief of the Whispering Tongue to pay for the goods with the gems of Blood Crown Mountain. This fully shows my attitude towards both of you. Please understand me. The slingshots I sold to the werewolves were not blown by the wind. So please wait for both of you. Wait until I take away the money that belongs to me. Then you can fight. What is this? Chief Saifu was so angry that his stomach was a little swollen. There is a war going on here. It's fine if you want to come to the battlefield to collect the debt. But why do you want us to wait until you get the money before fighting? Besides, it's not us who owe you the money. But Yinqing said that Chief Saifu could only suppress his anger and dare not get angry because of the suggestion of Chief Saifu. Use the gems of Blood Crown Mountain to pay the money owed. Isn't it just asking the Eternal Werewolf tribe to help them win the war and seize Blood Crown Mountain before paying? Yinqing refused now, which means he can agree at any time. This is definitely very disadvantageous to the lizardmen. The Eternal Werewolf tribe must be stabilized. After all, in terms of bloodline, they are closer to the werewolves who attacked Blood Crown Mountain. And they cannot stimulate Yinqing to turn to the enemy. Knight Yinqing. Kamatari changed his tone regarding your request. I will first report to the Red-Eyed King and the Green-Tailed King and ask them to make a decision. I believe they will be able to take care of your interests and make a decision that satisfies everyone. Yinqing raised his wine glass and said to Kamatari, let's toast to the Red-Eyed King and the Green-Tailed King together. In addition, I want to remind you of one thing. Kamatari raised his wine glass and asked Yinqing, what is it? Yinqing said casually, it's not a big deal. Since my army was established, it has been conducting drills and exercises every day. So if there is any big movement here tomorrow, please don't be too nervous. I also sincerely hope that the lizardmen will send a military observation group to watch our training and exercises. Similarly, we will also invite the werewolves to watch together. Training? Kamazu understands. But what is an exercise? But since the other party invited me to watch, I will come to watch. Tomorrow, I will definitely be there. Cheers! Cheers! Let or send the lizardmen leader Kamazu out of the camp. Yinqing was very satisfied with his performance in meeting the envoys of both sides. He distanced himself from the werewolves in the deep swamp and slightly got closer to the lizardmen, allowing his eternal werewolf tribe to stand firmly in a neutral position. As long as I don't show any bias towards either side, they won't dare to use excessive means against me. Then, just wait and see. See who can outlast the other. And when both are exhausted, it will be easier to negotiate. Of course, we can't just watch each other all day. If this confrontation lasts for a long time, the pressure on both sides will accumulate. And it is hard to guarantee that someone will not make a decision to die early and reincarnate in a fit of anger. Give them a direction to release the pressure. And there must be a program. The Yonghangling Blood Crown Mountain camp will support this important task. The second day after arriving at the Blood Crown Mountain, Yinqing's Blood Crown Mountain camp was urgently renovated and was considered to be of a small scale. At dawn, the quiet swamp was awakened by the loud trumpet sound. A large group of werewolves and human warriors, fully armed and lined up in neat rows, ran out of the gate of the military camp. 1, 2, 1, 2. The military boots stepped out in the same rhythm and shouted the same slogan. The strong military momentum shown by the neatness immediately alarmed the lizardmen on the mountain and the werewolves below the mountain. All the lizardmen and werewolves came out to watch this army running from the south end of Blood Crown Mountain to the north end. And they were shocked by the power of this army. Compared with the equipment of this army, the lizardmen and werewolves in the confrontation were dressed like beggars. It's okay that the equipment and weapons are poor. The spirit of the people is not comparable to that of the lizardmen and werewolves, who gather in groups of 3 or 5, covered in mud and with blank eyes. The confidence and arrogance that the Eternal Territory warriors unconsciously reveal are cultivated by high-standard treatment and high-standard training. The werewolves and lizardmen who confronted each other in Blood Crown Mountain are not qualified warriors at all. Poor logistics and poor military discipline. It is said that everyone is a soldier. But once you see the real soldiers, The difference is immediately apparent. A month of high-intensity training in the stinky water forest is still very effective. Let the two groups of rabble see clearly what a professional army is. However, Yinxing did not let the morning runners run too far. They returned to the barracks after a brief demonstration. It is better to be cautious for the first time. After both sides are used to it, they can run farther slowly. One morning run certainly cannot achieve Yinxing's goal. After attracting the chiefs of the Sicklefoot tribe and the Clever Tongue tribe, Yinxing took them to the watchtower at the gate of the barracks and announced the start of the exercise. The mutually hostile lizardmen Sicklefoot and Wolf Tongue stood on both sides of Yinxing and ignored each other. Just now, they all saw the eternal leaders running in the morning in their respective camps. This army left a very deep impression on them. It is powerful from the inside out. They are now eager to understand this army and want to see what the exercise Yinxing mentioned yesterday is. Yinxing first asked the werewolf servants to set up the exercise field outside the camp, and then said to Chief of the Whispering Tongue and Chief of the Scythefoot, today's training subject is Unknown Jungle Swamp Encounter. Team Attack Exercise. The obstacles in the exercise field represent trees, bushes, quagmires, and other common terrains in jungle swamps. The standing wooden boards represent the enemies in the jungle. The combat goal of our team is to eliminate all enemies in the jungle. The exercise field cannot be arranged on a large scale in a short time. So let's take a look at a simple one first. Seeing that the exercise field was arranged, Yinxing announced the start of the exercise. A standard jungle combat team entered the training ground. Chapter 185 on the show. The special environment of the jungle swamp makes it difficult for large troops to deploy in it. The complex terrain determines that whether you like it or not, your army will be scattered. Therefore, even the largest jungle battles are gathered from small-scale battles. Yinxing found a reasonable mixed team combination for his army. A werewolf trainer is the core of a mixed team, leading 3 combat werewolves, 2 human crossbowmen, a werewolf archer, 5 poisonous flies, and 3 carnivorous birds. The 3 combat werewolves are at the front, standing in an arc with a distance of 1 meter between them to provide protection for the long-range attack units. The human crossbowmen are behind the fighting werewolves, using the gaps between them to shoot at enemy targets. The werewolf archers are the firepower supplement of the human crossbowmen. During the intervals, when the human crossbowmen are loading arrows, they carry out long-range firepower deterrence and suppression on enemy targets. The carnivorous birds guard against the approach of enemy poisonous flies. The poisonous flies of our side are tactical reserves, coordinating the attack and defense rhythm of the team. The werewolf tamer is in the middle of the dispatch and is responsible for providing magic protection for the team. The entire team fights around 2 human crossbowmen, using the long-range high lethality of the human crossbowman to kill 1 enemy for every enemy attacked. All other units have the tactical goal of protecting the integrity of the team. Deep in the Thunder Swamp, werewolves and lizardmen were fighting fiercely. Chief of the Whispering Tongue and Chief of the Scythefoot were both important leaders of both sides, and naturally they were proficient in jungle swamp warfare. Therefore, after seeing such a combat combination team enter the training ground, they stared at every detail. When the entire mixed team was advancing, the speed was neither fast nor slow, ensuring the integrity of the entire formation. After finding the target simulating the enemy unit, the fighting werewolf immediately raised the shield to block the target's attack angle. The werewolf archer shot arrows quickly, not seeking to hit the opponent, but to distract the opponent's attention. Finally, the human crossbowman half-crouched behind the fighting werewolf, leaned out a little bit of his body, and shot a crossbow arrow at the target. 2 military crossbows cross-fired, and as long as 1 arrow hit, ordinary werewolves and lizardmen would lose their combat effectiveness. A squad exercise ended quickly. Then 3 mixed squads came on stage to conduct a drill of coordinated advancement between squads. The 3 mixed squads entered the exercise field in a triangle. When attacking, the middle squad bulged forward, and the other 2 squads covered the flanks of the middle squad. When defending, the 2 squads bulged forward, and the middle squad lagged behind to expand the formation and provide flank protection for the front squad. During the exercise, the 3 mixed squads often changed positions and made tactical changes. Xiao Tong and Kamazu were shocked throughout the whole process. Can you fight like this in the jungle swamp? Shouldn't you let the poisonous flies ambush and attack first, and then the whole army attack? How can we play if you fight like this? Facing this mixed team, the Chief of the Whispering Tongue and the Chief of the Scythefoot could not think of a way to crack it. The gap in weapons and equipment is too big, and the gap in the quality of soldiers is too big. unless you use several times the military force to push hard. The same or a small number of superior forces facing such an army will basically be slaughtered at will. The chief of the Scythe finally understood why the Longjaw tribe was defeated so badly. If it were him, he would probably not be able to escape. While marveling at the army led by Yongheng, the chief of the Whispering Tongue and the chief of the Scythe also longed to have such an army in their hands. This elite force is truly invincible in the swamp. After a military exercise, Chief of the Whispering Tongue could not wait to ask Yanxing, Knight Yanxing, your army really opened my eyes today. Compared with your warriors, our warriors are too far behind, and cannot even be called an army. I want to know how you make the werewolves obey orders so well. If they were my people, they would have run all over the field long ago. Kamazu said, I wonder if Knight Yanxing is willing to sell the bird monsters in your army? In this exercise, Yanxing did not let the carnivorous birds perform eating poisonous flies. After all, poisonous flies are quite precious, and it is hard to let carnivorous birds eat them. Therefore, Chief of the Clever Tongue did not know that carnivorous birds could restrain poisonous flies. However, Chief of the Sidefoot knew the horror of these bird monsters through Chief of the Longjawed. He wanted to buy some of these poisonous fly killers from Yanxing, so that he could definitely gain a great advantage in the future battles against werewolves. Yanxing said, those bird monsters are called carnivorous birds, and they are not for sale in our eternal territory. As for how to make werewolves obey orders, it is actually very simple. It is training. My werewolf warriors were also very casual at the beginning, and did not know what they were supposed to do in battle. But my territory has a very complete training system. The trained werewolf warriors know what is prohibited by orders, what is cooperation, and how to kill the enemy on the battlefield to protect themselves. Don't fight for nothing. I think the werewolf warriors are very obedient and disciplined, and they are excellent soldiers. They just lack people who can train them into real warriors. Chief of the Whispering Tongue nodded in agreement. Werewolf warriors are brave warriors who obey orders and understand teamwork. Otherwise, with only one weapon, it would be impossible for them to force the lizard men to the Blood Crown Mountain. In the Eternal Leaders, Chief of the Whispering Tongue saw a higher level of discipline and cooperation, or the real war level. If his own werewolf warriors have the same qualities as the Eternal Leaders, even without slingshots, the werewolf army can still be pushed to the Blood Crown Mountain. Therefore, Xiao Tung asked Yanxing, Knight Yanxing, can you please teach us your method of training the army? When Chief Kamazu heard what Chief Kamazu said, he immediately understood his intention. The unity of the werewolves is indeed their strength. If they are allowed to obtain the training method of the Eternal Territory, then Blood Crown Mountain will be in danger. Kamazu immediately said, Knight Yanxing, you said, you will not interfere in the fight of Blood Crown Mountain. Yanxing smiled and said, yes. I will not interfere in the fight of Blood Crown Mountain. I am here to ask for money. I will not help any of you trained soldiers. This is my principle. Let's not mention this matter. I also want to inform you too. Training and exercises like today will become the norm while my army is stationed here. After all, training cannot be neglected for a day. Otherwise it will be useless. I hope both of you can understand our behavior and not misjudge our training and exercises. I have no hostility towards any of you, and I hope to be friends with any of you. Therefore, there is no conspiracy in my military training and exercises. I accept and welcome you to send personnel to supervise and coordinate the relationship between my army and your army. Chapter 186 Military Camp Culture. When Yanxing agreed that the warring parties could come to watch the Eternal Army's drills at any time, Chief of the Whispering Tongue's eyes suddenly lit up, and he was excited. Isn't this a hint that we can come to observe and learn? Yes. We will come to watch every day and take turns to send chiefs to watch. After watching, we will follow your instructions and go back to train the warriors of our own tribe. It's best to practice with you. We don't ask for the same weapons and equipment as the Eternal Werewolf tribe. But if we can train our spirit, it will be easy to attack Blood Crown Mountain. Thank you for the invitation from Knight Yanxing. Chief of the Whispering Tongue bowed to Yanxing. We will come to watch the training of the Eternal Werewolf tribe every day in the future. Of course, Chief Sidefoot could see Chief Whispering's intention. Since the werewolves are training, the lizardmen must also be trained. If they can develop the military might of the Eternal Werewolf tribe, the werewolves will never be able to attack Blood Crown Mountain. Both the werewolves and the lizardmen proposed to come and watch every day, so there was no reason for Yanxing to refuse. It was originally for them to watch. It would be even better if they wanted to learn. Is the military training of the Eternal Territory so easy to learn? Every day. 5 kilometers of weighted running. Various strength training and tactical training. What is trained is will. Physical fitness. Tactical literacy. And what is consumed is real physical strength. The Eternal Territory can train soldiers like this because the quality and quantity of the 3 meals given to the soldiers are controlled. The werewolves and lizardmen also want to train like this. Can their already poor logistics withstand it? The more professional and specialized the army is, the more dependent it is on logistics. The logistics of the werewolves and lizardmen cannot withstand such intensive training, and the consumption of food will accelerate the collapse of their logistics. The lizardmen must defend Blood Crown Mountain and must not retreat. It is rare for the werewolves to gather so many troops. This is the first time they have formed an advantage over the lizardmen, and they will not retreat easily. In the end, when they can't hold on any longer, it is the time for Yinxing to stand up and persuade them to cease fire. No problem. No problem. Yinxing smiled very generously. I don't have any secrets here, and you are welcome to send people to supervise. Chief of the Whispering Clan. When will you give me the money you owe me? Chief of the Whispering Clan said repeatedly, We are preparing. We are preparing. Please wait for a few days for night, Yinxing. Yinxing laughed. It's good to prepare. I want to get the money early and go back early. Life here is not as comfortable as in my territory. The 2 chiefs should not have had breakfast yet. Let's go and have dinner with my warriors. Chief of the Whispering Clan and Chief of the Scythefoot Clan were already drooling over the aroma wafting from Yinxing's camp, although they had eaten something when they came. The 2 chiefs immediately agreed when they heard Yinxing invite them to have dinner together. In the Blood Crown Mountain military camp of Yongheng Territory, there are special kitchens and dining areas. The soldiers of Yongheng Territory eat in batches according to the schedule, eat within the specified time, and leave after eating to make room for the soldiers who eat later. Yinxing took Chief of the Whispering Tongue and Chief of the Scythefoot to take a plate from the tableware area, and then lined up behind the soldiers who were getting meals. Chief of the Whispering Tongue and Chief of the Scythefoot were very puzzled. In the werewolf tribe and the lizardman tribe, the chief has absolute authority. If there is any food, the chief will choose the best first. When there is less food, the chief will eat first, and then distribute the rest to the next level. As the commander of the entire army, Knight Yinxing actually lined up here to get food. This is too unruly. It's too damaging to the leader's dignity. But this is someone else's territory. Although Chief of the Clever Tongue and Chief of the Scythefoot couldn't understand why Yinxing did this, they also followed the cue obediently. When they got their meals, each person had 2 steamed buns, 3 dishes, a large piece of fried meat, a soup, and a banana. Chief of the Clever Tongue and Chief of the Scythefoot also found that the food on Yinxing's plate was the same as that of other soldiers, and there was nothing special about his identity. Of course, the 2 chiefs did not receive special treatment. After sitting down at the table with Yinxing, Chief of the Clever Tongue whispered to Yinxing about his questions. Chief Kamazu also said, This will undermine your dignity as a lord. Letting your subordinates sit on an equal footing with you will make them lose their respect for you. Yinxing grabbed a steamed bun and ate it, and replied to Chief Wobble-Tongued and Kamazu, My dignity is not on a small dining table, and I don't need my subordinates to have respect for me. I just need you to have respect for them. Chief Wobble-Tongued and Kamazu heard Yinxing say this, and turned their heads to look at the Eternal Territory warriors eating at the surrounding tables. There were werewolves and humans, but Wobble-Tongued and Kamazu couldn't tell who among them was a hero and who was an ordinary soldier. Everyone has a sense of publicity, that sense of pride and confidence, making each of them like a powerful hero. The 2 clan leaders suddenly felt a sense of pressure in their hearts. They seemed to understand some of the meaning of Yinxing's actions, but they didn't fully understand. But what is certain is that this human has a unique charm. It is this unique charm that makes the soldiers here willing to be driven by him and willing to sacrifice their lives for him. This kind of army where all soldiers have heroic pride is undoubtedly extremely powerful. It is terrifying. And the person who controls this kind of army is undoubtedly more powerful and more terrifying. Yes, the dignity of this human is not on this table. He sits here. For everyone who eats here, it is an honor. Even Chief of the Clever Tongue and Chief of the Scythefoot feel that it is an honor to be able to sit here at this moment. This feeling is better than enjoying the first bite of food in the tribe. The 2 chiefs took a big bite of the steamed buns like Yinxing, and the feeling of happiness filled their whole bodies. Then eat some vegetables, drink some soup, and tear a piece of steak. Suddenly, I felt that I had been a chief for so many years, and it was really in vain. Delicious. Delicious. It would be even better if I could eat it every day. After breakfast, Chief of the Clever Tongue and Chief of the Scythe Foot left Yanxing's military camp with bulging stomachs. They need to report what they see here to their respective leaders. Both sides must pay attention to the military strength of the Eternal Territory in Blood Crown Mountain. If they attack the Eternal Territory Blood Crown Mountain camp, they will definitely suffer considerable damage, and then be defeated by the opposing enemy. Then Chief of the Whispering Tongue and Chief of the Scythe Foot both strongly requested to learn the Eternal Territory's military training methods. Because our opponents will definitely learn. If we don't learn, we will inevitably be surpassed by our opponents in military strength, and then be defeated. The Werewolves and Lizardmen leaders watched the Eternal Territory training and exercise scenes from a distance. And they highly recognized the analysis and suggestions of Chief of the Whispering Tongue and Chief of the Scythe Foot. The two sides of the battle in Blood Crown Mountain immediately organized a part of the elite. Under the command of Chief of the Whispering Tongue and Chief of the Scythe Foot, these two armies will be stationed near the Eternal Territory Blood Crown Mountain camp. We train the same way as they train. Chapter 187 Civilization Invasion. So, a strange sight appeared in the Blood Crown Mountain area deep in the Thunder Swamp. The Lizardman army guarded the Blood Crown Mountain, and the Werewolf army gathered on the west side of the Blood Crown Mountain. The two armies confronted each other, shouting and cursing at each other every day. In the large jungle in the core area of the Thunder Swamp, the Werewolf hunting team and the Lizardman hunting team frequently fought. And near the military camp set up by the Eternal Territory on the Blood Crown Mountain, the two selected Werewolf teams and the Lizardman teams turned a blind eye to each other even though they were hundreds of meters apart. Both sides had a size of 500 people, and followed the routine of the Eternal Territory's army. The Eternal Territory's army ran, and I ran too. The Eternal Territory's army lined up, and I lined up too. The Eternal Territory's army drilled, and I drilled too. The Eternal Territory's army ate, and I ate too. Yanxing intended to let the Werewolves and Lizardmen learn something, so he asked the instructors who train the army to slow down the pace, shout some things louder, and explain the action instructions in more detail. He even deliberately left some training props on the training ground, which were secretly picked up by the Werewolves and Lizardmen. Yanxing understood very well. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. This path is used equally on both the material and spiritual levels. Once a backward civilization actively approaches an advanced civilization, it cannot resist the cultural invasion of the advanced civilization at all. This kind of soft power dimensionality reduction attack is more effective than using a knife to draw blood. The Werewolves and Lizardmen are eager to break the deadlock and get rid of this situation of being stuck in a dilemma. They all want to win the final victory. In the case of equal strength, Yanxing's Blood Crown Mountain camp has become a way for both sides to enhance their own strength. Regardless of their purpose, the Werewolves and Lizardmen actively approach Yanxing's Blood Crown Mountain camp. They can fight to the death in other places, but they can go in and out in peace in Yanxing. When training with the Eternal Leader Army, many things were learned unconsciously by the Werewolves and Lizardmen who trained together. The chiefs of the Clever Tongue and the Scythe Foot tribes even regarded Yanxing's Blood Crown Mountain camp as their own home. They not only ate and drank here for free, but also boldly brought some heroic animal trainers from their tribe to eat and drink for free when Yanxing ignored them. Seeing that Yanxing was still eating with everyone with a smile all day, they were even more bold to bring their own warriors to Yanxing's military camp to eat at their expense. At first, dozens of people took turns to eat. Gradually, more than 100 people. Finally, the whole team came in at mealtime. After dinner, they left their respective military camps outside. Yanxing finally couldn't stand it anymore. I'm here to collect debts. It's okay if you don't pay, but you can't eat me like this. At most, I will give each of you 300 meal tickets every day, and you can divide them among the people who come to eat. Chief of the Whispering Tongue, when will you give me the money you owe me? I'm waiting to go home. Every time he asked, Chief of the Whispering Tongue said, it will be soon. Soon? It's not just 1 or 2 accounts. We need to prepare more. Yanxing limited the number of people who came to eat every day, and Chief of the Whispering Tongue and Chief of the Scythe Foot took the meal tickets as rewards and gave priority to soldiers with good training performance to eat. The Werewolf and Lizardmen training troops worked harder, and they were attracted by everything in the process of entering and leaving Yanxing's Blood Crown Mountain camp. In it, there are not only things they have never seen before, but also knowledge they have never heard of. There is also something they could not imagine before. How high a warrior's sense of honor can reach. Here, he can stand in front of the tribe leader, or even in front of Master Yinxing to receive food. They can eat at the same table with the tribe leader and Master Yinxing. On their plates are the same food as the tribe leader and Master Yinxing. Master Yinxing sometimes talks to them and gives them gifts. Here, the food is naturally delicious. The mood when eating is also unusually beautiful. Gradually, the thoughts of the trained werewolf warriors and lizard warriors had changed. After leaving the Blood Crown Mountain camp of the Eternal Territory, they returned to their own camps to experience the old rules of the tribe. There was a huge psychological gap. All of them thought that they should train harder and strive to eat the next meal in the camp of the Eternal Territory Blood Crown Mountain. Eating with Master Yinxing. The combat quality of the trained werewolves and lizard men is visible to the naked eye. All the clan leaders are very satisfied with the tribe soldiers who participated in the training, and propose to increase the scale of training. After all, the number of lizard men participating in the training is the same as their own, but they have a rank advantage. So the werewolves sent 200 more people to receive training. The lizard men were also very satisfied with the training results. They saw that the werewolves added 200 people to the training. So I will increase 300. The number of werewolves increased by 400. The number of lizard men followed suit and increased by 500. Anyway, there were so many werewolves and lizard men, and both sides increased the number of trainees again and again in order to suppress the enemy. But the logistics could not bear it. The appetite of the trained werewolves and lizard men increased exponentially. But the food that the hunting team could deliver every day was decreasing. There was also a more dangerous trend of thought that spread rapidly within the two armies along with the training teams. The leaders of both sides were worried about how to end this war. The existence of the Eternal Territory Blood Crown Mountain camp made it difficult for them to let go. If the confrontation continued like this, sooner or later they would be dragged down by so many mouths to feed. Everyone's ambition at the beginning of the war was gradually worn away. Voices for ceasefire and peace talks appeared within each faction. How to stop? How to talk? Whoever takes the initiative to propose a ceasefire at this time will inevitably greatly reduce his prestige. At this time, a different kind of friendship was established in Yinxing's camp. Chiefs Xiaotong and Kamazu also suggested that Yinxing propose a ceasefire and preside over the peace talks. With a step, it is easy to get off the ground. The werewolf leader Tai Tu and the two lizard kings who really didn't want to waste time like this, all tacitly let Xiaotong and Kamazu handle the peace talks. The two chiefs immediately came to the Blood Crown Mountain camp of Yonheng territory. While eating together, they quietly invited Yinxing to preside over the peace talks between the werewolves and the lizard men. Yinxing didn't expect the werewolves and lizard men to collapse so quickly. I've only been here for a month. You're fighting on your own territory. No matter how bad your logistics are, they can't be this bad. Yinxing thinks the werewolves and lizard men should still have some strength left and can hold on a little longer. If I don't push you to your limits, how can I show the importance of the peace I brought to you? Let me preside over the peace talks. Yinxing hesitated for a moment and said, I'm just here to collect debts. I'm not interested in getting involved in the affairs of your two families. Eat. Chief of the Whispering Clan. When will you give me the money you owe me? Chief of the Whispering Clan immediately said, It's almost time. It'll be ready soon. About the peace talks? Yinxing just buried his head in his food. Chapter 188 Depressed Longjaw. Yinxing refused to negotiate on the grounds that he would not interfere in the fight between the werewolves and lizard men. So chiefs of the Whispering Tongue and Sidefood had to reply to their respective leaders truthfully. The two sides in the confrontation on Blood Crown Mountain could only grit their teeth and hold on, hoping that the other side would give up first and lower their posture to seek peace. On the lizardmen's side, the Red-Eye King and the Green-Tail King repeatedly asked Chief Longjaw about the research on activating the dragon bloodline. If Chief Longjaw could find a way to turn lizard men into dragon men, the two lizardmen kings could lead the dragon army and rush down the mountain directly with dragon breath. Burn the werewolves to ashes. Burn the Blood Crown Mountain camp of the Eternal Territory to ashes. The long-jawed chief has been replying that there is no progress. It will take some time to reveal the secret of the evolution of lizard men into dragon men. In fact, the long-jawed chief is now in a panic. Since he became a dragon man, he has frequently boasted about spitting dragon breath for the lizard men. But the air in his stomach is accumulating more and more slowly. At the beginning, the long-jawed chief could spit out a breath of dragon breath every time he gnawed a leg of lamb. Then he gnawed 2 legs of lamb and spit out one. Then he gnawed 3 legs of lamb and gnawed 1 leg of lamb. After a few days, after the long-jawed chief spit out the last small ball of fire, he could no longer spit out dragon breath. The long-jawed chief locked himself in a dark room, breathing in and out desperately, trying to hold back the dragon breath. But nothing came out except a few loud farts. The long-jawed chief was really panicked. He was the first dragon man in the history of the lizard men. A wise man jointly canonized by the Red-Eye King and the Green-Tail King. If he couldn't spit out dragon breath now, what kind of dragon man was he? The long-jawed chief stopped going out and stayed in his house to practice, not letting anyone disturb him. He pondered for a month, but still couldn't regain the ability of a dragon man. What went wrong? The long-jawed chief took out the gem bottle given to him by God. Now the only thing he could be sure of was that he got the ability to spit dragon breath because he drank the fine wine in the bottle. The smell of the combustible gas that kept coming out of his stomach was the same as the smell in this bottle. Could it be that I didn't become a dragon man, and I could spit dragon breath because I drank the wine in this gem bottle? The longer the long-jawed chief thought about it, the more he thought it was possible. He decided to go to the forest where the elite of his tribe fought, and there might be a gem bottle containing dragon breath wine there. If he couldn't find it, the long-jawed chief decided to leave the Thunder Swamp. A month had passed, and he hadn't spit dragon breath for such a long time, which probably aroused the suspicion of many lizard men. The Red-Eye King and the Green-Tail King had been urging him more and more frequently recently. If they call me over one day and ask me to spit dragon breath, my deception will definitely be exposed. There will be no place for me in the entire lizardman tribe. Therefore, the long-jawed chief must find the second bottle of dragon's breath wine, and run away if he can't find it. Determined to find the dragon's breath wine, the long-jawed chief left his house with an empty bottle. The guards arranged by the 2 lizardman kings followed the long-jawed chief closely. Just when the long-jawed chief was thinking about how to get rid of these guards and sneak down the Blood Crown Mountain, he met the Sicklefoot chief. Now the long-jawed chief is the wise man of the lizardman race, second only to the Red-Eye King and the Green-Tail King, and the only dragon man. The hope of the lizardmen evolving into dragon men lies in him. So the prestige of the Longjaw tribe leader in Blood Crown Mountain is extremely high. When the Sicklefoot tribe leader saw Longjaw, he immediately saluted. Then, after seeing the bottle in Longjaw's hand, he asked with a puzzled look, "Chief Longjaw, when did you go to the Blood Crown Mountain camp in the Eternal Territory? And you were holding the bottle of wine from the Eternal Werewolf tribe?" Longjaw, who was originally depressed, saw that Sicklefoot actually recognized the bottle in his hand, and immediately asked, "What did you just say? Where did you see this kind of bottle?" Chief Sicklefoot didn't know why Longjaw suddenly got excited, and he said truthfully, "It was in the Blood Crown Mountain camp in the Eternal Territory. Master Yinxing often invites us to drink, and the bottle is exactly the same as the one in your hand." "I'm sorry." "Sorry, Chief Longjaw. I shouldn't have mentioned the Eternal Werewolf tribe in front of you and reminded you of something unpleasant. Our ambush on the Eternal Leader's army was a misunderstanding in itself. Master Yinxing and his army did not come to support the werewolves." After speaking halfway, Chief Kamaza finally figured out why Longjaw was so excited when he heard about the Eternal Leader. The elite of his tribe were all killed by Master Yinxing. Before Chief Kamazu finished speaking, Longjaw grabbed his hand and continued to ask, "Do you feel anything special after drinking the wine in this bottle?" Kamaza didn't know why Changji kept asking about the wine, so he thought about it and said, "This wine doesn't taste good at first, but after a few sips, I feel refreshed all over." "Then, yes, you can't drink this wine too quickly, or you'll burp all the time." Changji thought about the first time he drank dragon's breath wine. "The first sip didn't taste good, but I kept drinking it, smelling the smell, and it tasted better. After drinking it, I burped all the time. And the night I got dragon's breath wine was the night Yinxing's army attacked my army." That made sense. It seems that dragon's breath wine was not given to me by God, but came from the Eternal Territory. Changji asked again, "Did anything strange happen when you burped?" Kamaza thought about it and shook his head. "No. No means he didn't encounter fire when he hiccuped." Longjaw made a judgment. Since the dragon breath wine came from Yongheng Territory, he would go to Yongheng Territory to get the dragon breath wine. So Longjaw said to Kamaza Chief, "Take me to the Blood Crown Mountain camp in Yongheng Territory. I want to see Master Yinxing." Kamaza Chief thought that Longjaw was going to seek revenge in Yongheng Territory, and hurriedly stopped him. "Chief Longjaw, The battle between us and Yonglin territory was a complete misunderstanding. Whether the Blood Crown Mountain War can be ended now still depends on Master Yanqing's mediation. If we have a conflict with Yonglin territory at this time, the werewolf army will definitely rush to Blood Crown Mountain. Chief Longjaw said, I have other things to do with Master Yanqing. If you don't take me with you, I will go by myself. Chief Kamazu could not stop Longjaw, and he did not dare to let him go to Yonglin territory by himself. So he had to say, okay, I will take you to the Blood Crown Mountain camp in Yonglin territory. I hope Chief Longjaw can put Blood Crown Mountain first. We must not push Yonglin territory to the side of the werewolves at this time. Longjaw was anxious to get the dragon breath wine, and urged Chief Kamazu, I know what to do. Let's go! Chief Kamazu regretted meeting Longjaw, but things had come to this point, so he could only bite the bullet and take Longjaw down the mountain. Chapter 189 Longjaw's Visit. Records of the Three Kingdoms Volume 39 Book 9 A Shoe in the Art of War. Attacking the heart is the best. Attacking the city is the second. Psychological warfare is the best. Military warfare is the second. At the beginning, Zhuge Liang captured Menghui 7 times and released him 7 times to make the southern barbarians return to their hearts, so that he could rest assured to march north. Yanqing now regards the Thunder Swamp as his own backyard, so he naturally has to plan and manage it well. Only by controlling the Thunder Swamp can he calmly deal with the challenges of orcs, elves, humans, or other forces. Since the werewolves and lizardmen are exhausted and don't want to fight anymore, then peace talks will naturally begin. Although Yanqing rejected the werewolves and lizardmen once, he believed that the chiefs of the Whispering Tongue and the Scythefoot would definitely come to him again. If both parties in the confrontation at Blood Crown Mountain want to end the battle in a dignified manner, they must find an influential middleman to mediate. Looking at the entire Thunder Swamp, who else is qualified to do this except me? The Master? Therefore, Yanqing has been busy preparing for the negotiations between the abbot and the werewolves and lizardmen these days, thinking about how to get the most benefits from this peace talk, thinking about how to take the Thunder Swamp into his own hands step by step, violently overthrowing the existing ruling class of the werewolves and lizardmen, and militarily unifying the Thunder Swamp are not suitable for the current strength of the Eternal Territory. Even if he has the strength, Yanqing is unwilling to devote all his strength to the protracted anti-guerrilla and security wars. Fighting is just exhausting yourself. Whether it is werewolves or lizardmen, they are all my soldiers. Therefore, if you want to completely annex Thunder Swamp, it is better to use ideological and cultural invasion. The swamp people have no experience in fighting against such invasions, but Yanqing has seen too many in the real world. The first thing is to cultivate the elite class of werewolves and lizardmen. Let them first feel the ideological and cultural impact of the Eternal Territory, and improve them from barbarians to civilized people. Achieve internal differentiation of werewolves and lizardmen. This went very smoothly. The werewolves and lizardmen who trained with the Eternal Territory Blood Crown Mountain Camp were very proactive in accepting what the Blood Crown Mountain Camp taught them. Yanqing didn't even need to teach them anything specifically. He influenced the Eternal Territory, and the Eternal Territory influenced everyone who came in. For the werewolves and lizardmen who came in, the Blood Crown Mountain Camp was like entering another world. The ideas they received here impacted their inherent ideas. It was like a frog sitting in a well and looking at the sky, suddenly one day jumping out of the well and seeing the whole world. The trained werewolves and lizardmen changed rapidly in the Blood Crown Mountain Camp of the Eternal Territory, and even worshipped Yanqing more fanatically than the warriors of the Eternal Werewolf tribe. After returning to their own tribe, they would unconsciously use the cognition they received in the Blood Crown Mountain Camp to criticize the backward ideas of their own tribe. The civilization level of the werewolves and lizardmen could not withstand such an ideological impact. They did not realize that the invasion was not just about war and blood. For Yanqing, the werewolves and lizardmen who were qualified to get meal tickets to enter the Blood Crown Mountain Camp in the Eternal Territory for meals must be excellent enough. After training, they will definitely become the backbone of each tribe. Then the centripetal force in their minds towards the Eternal Territory will subtly influence their own tribe. Finally, when each werewolf tribe and lizardman tribe has a sense of belonging to the Eternal Territory, then even if Yanqing did not nominally unify the Thunder Swamp, in fact, the Thunder Swamp was the rear base that no one could take away from Yanqing. Even if some werewolf groups want to cause trouble, there is no need for the Eternal Territory to send troops to suppress them. To quell the rebellion, just one word from Master Yanqing is enough. Therefore, after seeing the effect of his civilization invasion plan, Yinqing increased the influence on the training troops during the preparation for the negotiations between the werewolves and the lizard men. Yinqing increased the number of meal tickets distributed. After completing the training, some towels, water bottles, rations, clothes, helmets, and boots will be left behind. Sometimes daily necessities will be directly distributed. Soap, basin, teething stick, small mirror. Let the trained werewolves clean themselves, wear decent clothes, and use the supplies of the Eternal Territory. Even in the literacy class that Yongheng Territory has just started, Yinqing doesn't mind the werewolves and lizardmen who come from outside to sit in. When he is in a good mood, Yinqing will organize a movie show at night. The Blood Crown Mountain Camp in Yongheng Territory, which covers a small area, is like a sea of falling stars, ruthlessly crushing the backward ethnic civilization of werewolves and lizardmen. The elites of werewolves and lizardmen are undergoing irreversible changes. The influence also includes Chief of the Whispering Tongue and Chief of the Scythefoot. Chief of the Scythefoot, who took Chief of the Long Jaw to the Blood Crown Mountain Camp in Yongheng Territory, praised Master Yinqing all the way to try to reduce Chief of the Long Jaw's hostility towards Yongheng Territory. Even when he came to the outside of Yinqing's tent, he told Long Jaw, Chief of the Long Jaw, I can see that Master Yinqing has no ambition for Blood Crown Mountain. He is a generous and kind person, and he knows how to enjoy life. Thunder Swamp is really too barren for him. That war was a misunderstanding, and we were wrong first. Now you have seen the strength of the Eternal Territory's army. If Master Yinqing falls to the side of the werewolves, we will definitely not be able to defend Blood Crown Mountain. Please consider the future of the lizardmen. Long Jaw was anxious to get the dragon breath wine, and replied, I know. I said, I came to Yinqing this time for other things. Chief Camafoot walked into Yinqing's tent with Long Jaw. Yinqing was sitting in his commander's seat, drawing some lines on the map on the table with a ruler and a pen. Seeing Kamazu coming in, Yinqing, who was already familiar with him, casually asked them to sit down, and his attention was still on the map. Kamazu introduced to Yinqing, Master Yinqing, I have brought you a guest this time. This is the wise man of our lizardman tribe, the only dragon man, and the chief of the Long Jaw. Yinqing finally became interested. The wise man of the lizardman tribe must have a very high status. The only dragon man. What is a dragon man? Haven't heard of it before? As for the chief of the Long Jaw, this name sounds familiar. It seems that I have heard it somewhere. That's right. Yinqing remembered it. In that ambush in the woods, he interrogated the captured lizardman prisoners and learned that they were from the Long Jaw tribe. The clan leader is called Long Jaw. He had fought with Long Jaw before, and at that time, a strange incident occurred in which the magic lightning he released turned into a bursting flame. Later, Yinqing and Chui Chui released magic lightning many times together, and even Chui Chui developed the magic lightning to version 2.0. But it still did not turn into a bursting flame. How does an air magic produce a fire magic effect? Chui Chui's whole body was hot from calculating, but he still couldn't figure it out. When Yinqing remembered who Long Jaw was, Chui Chui had already changed into the costume of the famous detective Sherlock Holmes, holding a pipe, and said, Master, ask him quickly. How did the magic lightning you released turn into a revealing flame? I know. Yinqing stopped blowing anxiously, nodded and saluted to the Long Jaw chief, and said, Hello, respected Long Jaw chief. There was an unpleasant incident between us, and the misunderstanding led to regrettable results. Fortunately, the misunderstanding was resolved, and we did not make the same mistake again. After the battle, some of your people were captured by me, and now they are working in my territory. After a while, I will release them and return them to you. Chapter 190 Dragon Breath Wine. The chief of the Long Jaw tribe did not expect that there were still soldiers of his tribe alive, and immediately asked, How many people are there? When will they come back? More than 200 people. The exact number needs to be found out. Yinqing thought for a while, and really forgot how many lizardmen he had captured. So he said, That battle was an ambush you set up in advance to attack me. Although it was a misunderstanding, you must be responsible for our losses. Your tribesmen in the Eternal Territory will repay your war compensation to me in the form of labor. I will release them after they pay off their debts. Don't worry. It won't take too long. You will be able to see them before winter comes. Of course, I also welcome you to visit them in Yongheng Territory and let them work with peace of mind. hearing that so many of his people are still alive. The chief of the Long Jaw was very happy, knowing that they can come back before winter. He is even happier. As for those who died in the battle, as Kamazu and Yinxing said, it was a battle based on misunderstanding. At this time, we should not create strong enemies for the lizard men. Thank you for the kindness of Master Yinxing. Long Jaw stood up and saluted Yinxing, then took out a bottle of wine and asked Yinxing, I came to your camp for another thing this time. Chief Kamazu said that he had seen this kind of wine bottle here. I hope Master Yinxing can give me a bottle of this kind of wine. Yinxing looked at it and saw that it was just an ordinary green beer bottle. At night, he often prepared a few dishes and invited Xiaotong, Camafoot and some werewolves and lizardmen heroes to drink together. This is the kind of beer they drank. Sometimes werewolves and lizardmen would ask for some beer bottles, and Yinxing generously gave them to them. I don't know who Longjaw got the bottle from. I heard that Longjaw wanted beer. Yinxing sent someone to move the beer. Longjaw's reputation includes the sage of the lizardmen and the only dragon man, and he should have a high status in the lizardmen. If they can forget their grudges over a glass of wine, Yinxing is willing to drink a bottle with the chief of Longjaw. More friends are always better than more enemies. After the servant brought beer to Longjaw, Longjaw took it, opened the bottle cap, and put it to his nose to smell it. He took a deep breath, and then said with a puzzled look, It's not right. The taste of this beer is not right. Seeing Longjaw's look, Yinxing thought to himself, could it be that these beers are expired? So Yinxing took a bottle of beer, opened it, smelled it first, and then took a sip. That's the smell. Chief Longjaw. This is the taste of beer. That's right. Chief Longjaw shook his head like a rattle, and said repeatedly, No. No. Although the bottle is exactly the same. This is not the beer I drink. Seeing that Longjaw was holding the bottle tightly in his hand, Yinxing asked, Chief Longjaw, can you let me see the bottle in your hand? The chief of the Longjaw hesitated for a moment, but in order to find the dragon breath wine, he gave the bottle in his hand to the servant to pass on to Yinxing. Yinxing looked at the bottle over and over again. It was indeed a beer bottle, which should not be easy to imitate in this world. Then Yinxing put the bottle mouth to his nose and sniffed. Gasoline? Although the smell was very faint, Yinxing was very sure that this bottle had once contained gasoline. Isn't this the Molotov cocktail he made? How did it end up in the hands of Longjaw? Yinxing remembered that in the battle with Longjaw, Chui had used a Molotov cocktail to create a fire belt to prevent the swamp lizards from landing. Longjaw should have obtained the Molotov cocktail that Chui controlled the drone to throw away at that time. Yinxing gently put the bottle aside, and then said to Changzi, This bottle is indeed mine. When you got this bottle, there should be some liquid in it. I wonder how you dealt with it. I drank it. The answer from the Longzi chief was so straightforward that Yinxing almost couldn't catch his breath. Drank it. He drank this big bottle of gasoline. How did he drink it? At this point, the Longzi tribe was sure that Yinxing had dragon's breath wine in his hand. He didn't want to reveal the secret of dragon's breath wine yet. So he said to the Kamazu chief, Master Yinxing, and I have some confidential matters to discuss. You go out first. Of course. The chief of the Kamazu tribe could hear that there must be something important in the bottle. He was listening attentively, but he didn't expect that Longjaw would drive him out at this time. Master Yinxing, the chief of the Kamazu tribe, did not dare to disobey Longjaw's order, and then asked Yinxing for help. Yinxing felt that Longjaw's visit was very abrupt, and he took out the Molotov cocktail and said that he drank the gasoline inside. He felt that Longjaw must have something to talk to him about, since it was a secret. Of course, it couldn't be known to too many people. So Yinxing said to Kamazu, I think there must be a reason for Longjaw to do this. So please ask the chief of the Kamazu tribe to step aside for a while. Chief Kamazu had to leave. Only Longjaw, Yinxing and several werewolf warriors were left in the tent. Yinxing said to Longjaw, These are all my confidants. If you have anything to tell me, you can tell me with complete confidence. Although Longjaw was reluctant to say anything because there were still a few werewolves here, he knew that Yinxing would never let these guards leave. So he had to say, the things in this bottle used to be very delicious. I hope Master Yinxing will secretly sell me some of those things. Yinxing would not sell gasoline casually. Chief Longjaw, you can drink the wine here as much as you want, but I will never sell the things that were once in this bottle. Even if I sell it, there must be a reason to sell it. If you just like to drink it, you can't convince me. Seeing Yinxing didn't sell it, Longjaw said anxiously, "This thing is very important to me. I can give you money. God-given gold coins. Magic gems. Everything is fine." Yinxing wanted to know what Longjaw wanted the gasoline for. "Chief Longjaw, I'm the only one in the world who has the thing you want. I won't sell this unique alchemical product for a little profit. If you want it, please show your sincerity. Tell me, what do you want it for?" Longjaw was silent. If he couldn't get the dragon's breath wine, he would have to flee the Thunder Swamp and leave his tribe forever to wander outside. But telling Yinxing the real purpose of dragon breath wine is undoubtedly handing over one's own handle to the other party. And Longjaw, who has no solution to his thinking, can only decide to take one step at a time. Spit out the dragon's breath first, and then think about the future. So Longjaw stammered and told Yinxing that he could spit out dragon's breath after drinking dragon breath wine. Chui has already simulated the changes of gasoline after being drunk by Longjaw through modeling in Yinxing's consciousness. He also analyzed it in a famous detective style. Gasoline will not be absorbed. As long as it is not completely excreted, it will continue to evaporate rapidly due to body temperature and turn into steam when it is discharged through the mouth. If there is lightning passing by, the gasoline vapor will be ignited and explode. This is the truth about the magic lightning turning into bursting flames. Chapter 191 Call for Peace Talks. Yinxing is not concerned about how the magic lightning turned into a burst of flames that night. He is concerned about how a bottle of gasoline turned the lizardman into a flamethrower. If this skill can be popularized among the lizardmen will be awesome. Magic is a supernatural power that only heroes can master. And heroes are a minority after all. As Tier 3 and Tier 4 creatures, it means that their numbers are easy to accumulate. Giving each of them a bottle of gasoline can turn them into self-propelled flamethrowers, which are very powerful on the battlefield. However, looking at Longjaw's appearance, it is obvious that he does not want the secret of his ability to spit dragon breath to be known by other lizardmen. Yes, he has gained such a high status among the lizardmen by virtue of dragon breath. If it is really because of the ability gained by activating the dragon bloodline, it would be fine. But everything he has is because of a bottle of dragon breath wine. And the dragon breath wine belongs to someone else. If this secret is known by other lizardmen, he, Longjaw, is a liar. Not only will all his honors be taken away, but his original status will also be lost. After figuring out the reason, Yinxing knew how he should deal with this matter. He said to Orf, "Go, fill your military canteen with gasoline and give it to the Longjaw chief. In the future, if the Longjaw chief comes to ask for this thing, if I am not here, you should give it to him directly. Don't let others know." "Yes, sir." Orf agreed and left. And Su returned with a full pot of gasoline, and handed the pot to the hands of the Longjaw chief. The Longjaw chief opened the pot and smelled it. "That's the smell. Take another sip. The feeling is coming." The whole person instantly became comfortable. As long as he can still spit out dragon breath, his position will be stable. Longjaw thanked Yinxing gratefully and asked, "Respected Master Yinxing, what do I need to pay to continue to get dragon breath wine from you?" Yinxing smiled and said, "Although dragon breath wine is precious, in my eyes, it is far less precious than a friend. Please rest assured, Longjaw chief, I won't tell anyone about this, and my people won't talk nonsense. You don't need to pay anything. I came with good intentions, and I never thought of forcing werewolves and lizardmen to do anything. Instead, I cherish the friendship with lizardmen. I hope that you, the chief, can become the bond of friendship between the Eternal Territory and Bloodcrown Mountain, so that we can join hands to build the Thunder Swamp strong and rich." Hearing that Yinxing gave him dragon breath wine without any additional conditions, the Longjawed chief was relieved. He was really afraid that the Eternal Territory would use this as a threat to make him do something that was not good for the lizardmen. The Longjawed chief saluted Yinxing again. "Thank you, Master Yinxing. Your generosity and kindness have long been known throughout the Bloodcrown Mountain, and the lizardmen all regard you as a friendly friend. I will also work hard to maintain the friendship between the Bloodcrown Mountain and the Eternal Territory." Yinxing laughed and called to Longjaw, "Come on, Chief Longjaw. I have something to show you." Yinxing called Chief Longjaw to his table, and then pointed to the map on the table and said, "This is a topographic map of the Thunder Swamp. Bloodcrown Mountain is at this location. My Eternal Territory is at this location. This is the Red Mud Wetland. The south of the Thunder Swamp is controlled by the human Silver Mane Principality. and the north is controlled by the Snow Elves. Now the road from the Eternal Territory to the Red Mud Wetland has been built, and the road from the Eternal Territory to the Silver Mane Principalities, Nuda City, is also under construction. I want to build another road that runs through the north and south of Thunder Swamp, and open up the route from Silver Mane Principality, Eternal Territory, Thunder Swamp to Snow Elves. This road will not be used for military purposes, but only for trade, to communicate business activities between elves and humans. Thunder Swamp will definitely become richer because of this road. The lines on the map in front of Yanxing are the Thunder Swamp Transportation Network planned by Chui. The main body of this transportation network is a main road that runs through the north and south of the swamp. The east-west direction is a branch road connecting the main road, and there is also a canal project to connect the water network inside the swamp. The Thunder Swamp is rich in water resources, and the land is extremely fertile. It is really a waste of such good land resources not to grow rice. In addition, there are many very valuable herbs and many good things that have not been discovered in the Thunder Swamp. This is a perfect undeveloped treasure house. As long as this transportation network is built, the entire Thunder Swamp will forever be a place to obtain cheap raw materials. And to build this transportation network, it is necessary to get the consent of the werewolves and lizardmen in the Thunder Swamp. Yanxing talked to Longjaw about the benefits of building this road, although the chief of the Longjaw didn't quite understand. He knew that this road would not do any harm to the lizardmen, since Master Yanxing wants to build it. I have to help for the sake of Dragon Breath Wine. After Yanxing finished talking about the idea of Thunder Swamp Avenue, the chief of the Longjaw patted his chest and said, "Please rest assured, Master Yanxing, I absolutely support the construction of this road." After making the promise, the Longjaw chieftain left the Blood Crown Mountain camp of Yonling Territory. He returned to Blood Crown Mountain with Dragon Breath all the way. Yanxing continued to look calm and collected, watching the army training and inspecting the barracks every day. Let's put some pressure on the werewolves. When will the money owed be paid? Yanxing's side has sufficient supplies, and the army is training intensively every day. Still energetic and more energetic. The werewolves and lizardmen really can't hold on any longer. Even the team that followed Yonling Territory for training had a serious shortage of food. The morale of the army was seriously reduced by hunger, and no one was willing to continue the confrontation. Chiefs of the Whispering Tongue and Side Food tribes were commissioned to come to the Blood Crown Mountain camp in the Eternal Territory to meet Yanxing again. Ask him to come forward to preside over the talks between the werewolves and the lizardmen. Yanxing felt that it was almost time to put an end to the Blood Crown Mountain. After the fierce battles in the early stage of the war in the Windy Highlands, the three parties suffered losses, and each entered a rest period to prepare for the next wave of battles. The next will be a long war of attrition. In the case of no good results on the front battlefield, the orcs and elves are likely to take the risk of using surprise troops. The war in the Windy Highlands will only become more and more complicated. Yanxing also needs to solve the Thunder Swamp as soon as possible and return to the Eternal Territory to prepare for the threat from the west. So Yanxing made a public appeal to the two sides of the confrontation in Blood Crown Mountain. I hope that the werewolves and lizardmen can put the prosperity of Thunder Swamp first, end this war, and jointly seek a way to resolve the long-standing conflict between the two tribes. The Eternal Werewolf tribe had no intention of participating in the Battle of Blood Crown Mountain. But as a member of Thunder Swamp, we are willing to make efforts to end the war and usher in peace. Eternal Territory will provide a batch of material support to the werewolves and lizardmen friends in Blood Crown Mountain at a low price. At the same time, the rulers of the werewolves and lizardmen are invited to the Eternal Territory Blood Crown Mountain camp for a meeting to rebuild the Order of Thunder Swamp together. Chapter 192 Fundamental Contradiction. Yanxing's call was immediately responded to by both sides of the confrontation at Blood Crown Mountain. The werewolf leader Ironhead Chief and the lizardmen Red Eye King and Green Tail King expressed their willingness to accept the advice of the Eternal Werewolf tribe and end the war. The main armies of both sides lifted the state of war and retreated in batches. The hunting teams of both sides stopped attacking each other and focused on obtaining food for their own armies. A large amount of supplies were transported out of the Eternal Territory Blood Crown Mountain camp, including food, clothing, medicine. Those extremely special packaging of the Eternal Territory made the werewolves and lizardmen remember the name of Master Yanxing firmly. Yanxing's influence spread in the Thunder Swamp in a short time. In addition, because the three parties had a tacit understanding, the leaders of the werewolves and lizardmen gathered in the camp of the Blood Crown Mountain in the Eternal Territory the day after the ceasefire was announced. Yinxing met the three most prestigious bosses in the Thunder Swamp. Werewolf leader Ironhead Chief, powerful, known as the strongest werewolf tamer, the recognized leader of the werewolves in the depths of the Thunder Swamp. Lizardman Red-Eye King, controls 60% of the Lizardman tribe. Lizardman Green-Tail King, controls 40% of the Lizardman tribe. Other large werewolf tribes and Lizardman tribe leaders all participated in this peace talks. The meeting included the Eternal Werewolf tribe leader Yinxing, who proposed that both sides stop fighting. In order to prepare for this meeting, Yinxing specially built a tent for the meeting near the camp gate of the Blood Crown Mountain camp. Outside the tent, there were fully armed combat werewolves guarding, and inside the tent, there was a long conference table. On both sides of the conference table, there were seats for werewolf representatives and lizardmen representatives. Yinxing sat in the main seat and was responsible for the progress of the meeting. The two negotiating parties entered the conference room, and the leaders of the werewolves and lizardmen glared at each other. They bared their teeth and roared, showing their ferocity. They were ready to fight on the spot if they were not satisfied. Chiefs, leaders, Yinxing knocked on the table and said to the werewolves and lizardmen who were protesting against each other, I invited you here for the peace of Thunder Swamp. If you don't want to stop the war, you can leave my camp now, and I will no longer care about your affairs. If you want to end the war, please sit down and act like a leader. This is good for the werewolves, lizardmen, and other parties living in the swamp. Yinxing said these words with an irresistible momentum. The strong military strength displayed by the Blood Crown Mountain camp of the Eternal Territory also made the werewolves and lizardmen very afraid of the human lord who unified the werewolf tribe on the southern edge of the swamp. The leaders of the werewolves and lizardmen sat down, and the venue quietly waited for Yinxing to preside over this meeting. Yinxing asked his subordinates to distribute the documents he had prepared to each werewolf and lizardman leader. Leaders, I have always believed that Thunder Swamp has its own ideas, since werewolves can become tamers, a unique profession in the swamp. It means that werewolves are recognized by Thunder Swamp as members of the swamp. The swamp is the home of the werewolves. Yinxing saw that the werewolves and lizardmen leaders listened very seriously. So he continued, lizardmen are the inherent race of the swamp, and they also belong to the swamp. The swamp is also the home of lizardmen. I think we should respect the choice of Thunder Swamp. Werewolves and lizardmen should regard each other as brothers, not mortal enemies who must eliminate each other. The werewolf leader Taitu said, lizardmen have never regarded us werewolves as brothers. They only bully us. As long as there is a chance, they will kill our people. The Red-Eye King retorted, after entering the Thunder Swamp, the werewolves have been relying on your large numbers to invade our territory little by little. At first you were still on the edge of the Thunder Swamp, and now you have reached the Blood Crown Mountain. You rogues, as long as we are a little careless, you will expand. The Red-Eye King said the truth. Although the lizardmen are powerful, the werewolves are a first-level race and are easy to recruit, so it is easy to form a numerical advantage. A large number of people means more resources are needed, and the werewolves are united and fierce, which makes the lizardmen look strong against the werewolves. But their living space is being invaded by the werewolves little by little. Now the lizardmen have completely lost control of the edge of the Thunder Swamp. After the werewolves arrived at Blood Crown Mountain, the only territory left in the hands of the lizardmen is the territory east of Blood Crown Mountain. It only occupies 2/5 of the Thunder Swamp. This is also the main reason why the lizardmen hunting team tried their best to drive them away when they met the werewolf hunting team. We can't let the werewolves eat up their territory. During the camping in Blood Crown Mountain, Yinxing learned the reason for the conflict between the werewolves and the lizardmen. It was basically the increasing population of the werewolves that brought about the continuous expansion of the demand for resources. The swamp forces all rely on fishing and hunting for a living. If you want to maintain the survival of a tribe, you need to have a hunting ground of your own. When a new werewolf tribe is born, it needs to find a new hunting ground. The werewolves are all very tight, so of course they will not allocate new hunting grounds to the new tribe. The lizardmen have a small population, and the tribe's initial hunting grounds are very large, so they naturally become the target of the new werewolf tribe. Over time, when the lizardmen tribe on the west side of Blood Crown Mountain found that there were werewolf tribes all around, they had to migrate eastward. As they migrated, the territory controlled by the lizardmen became like this. It can be said that the conflict between the werewolves and the lizardmen over the territory determined that they must have a war. And Yinxing just made this war come early. And if this meeting cannot resolve the fundamental interests of the werewolves and lizardmen, the werewolves and lizardmen will continue to fight. For Yinxing, the conflict between the werewolves and lizardmen can exist, but they cannot fight endlessly in the Thunder Swamp. This is inconsistent with his need for a stable rear base that completely obeys him. After the werewolves and lizardmen started arguing about the territory again, Yinxing knocked on the table again. Leaders, in my opinion, what you are arguing about is not a problem at all. You are not arguing about the size of the territory, but the amount of food that can be provided in the territory. Yinxing waited for the meeting to calm down and said, I have come up with a solution for you on this point. As long as you do what I say, I guarantee that you can use your existing territory to support 10 times more tribesmen than now. At the same time, you will have money to arm your warriors, and let them all use the weapons used by my warriors. Yinxing drew a big pie, which immediately attracted the attention of all the werewolf and lizard leaders. Relying on the existing territory to support 10 times the tribesmen? This is bragging. How is this possible? The Wolf-Tongue Chief asked, Master Yinxing, are you telling the truth? Orf, who was standing behind Yinxing, led the fighting werewolves in the venue to roar together, Master Yinxing, keep your word. Chapter 193 Boundary Division. Yinxing knew that for these werewolves and lizardmen, the same piece of land producing 10 times the food was simply a fantasy. Even humans who were good at farming would think this was nonsense. Yinxing knew that the doubts of the werewolves and lizardmen could not be dispelled by a simple slogan. He said to the werewolf and lizardmen leaders who came to the meeting, please open the file in your hands. The first picture in the file was a photo of a rice field. The chief of the Clever Tongue asked, Master Yinxing wants us to grow food? Yinxing replied, yes. As long as the population of the werewolves and lizardmen increases. Relying solely on fishing and hunting will sooner or later not be able to support your tribe. And the more food you consume, the less prey you can catch. At that time, not only will the war between werewolves and lizardmen never end, but you will also kill each other for hunting grounds. The only way to solve this problem is to obtain more and more stable food through farming. Everyone understands what Yinxing said. However, suddenly changing the lifestyle of the tribe will cause some resistance among the tribes. Moreover, the tribe deep in the swamp can still feed its people, and its urgent need for food is far less than that of the hungry werewolf tribe on the edge. Therefore, Yinxing's suggestion of farming did not receive a positive response. After all, the werewolves and lizardmen came here to talk about a ceasefire, not farming. And how could the hatred between them be resolved by Yinxing's words? The werewolves and lizardmen wanted to destroy each other or drive each other out of the swamp. However, there are still a few werewolf and lizardmen leaders who are interested in farming. They are the chiefs of the tribe, led by the chiefs of the Tongue and the Sickle Foot, who often come to the Blood Crown Mountain camp of the Eternal Territory to eat and drink. Unconsciously, they are influenced by the Eternal Territory. Not only do they yearn for the rich life in the Eternal Territory, but their personal spiritual center also shifts to Yinxing. They instinctively think that everything Master Yinxing said is right. In short, the responses of the leaders who came to the meeting made Yinxing realize that he was too optimistic about the process of controlling the Thunder Swamp. The hatred between the werewolves and lizardmen was formed over a long war. Their world is all about the Thunder Swamp. So how could they easily share it with an enemy? Yinxing ignored the attitude of most werewolves, lizardmen and orcs who were not interested in farming, and continued to let everyone turn the pages one by one. He also explained the many benefits of farming: digging fish ponds, building animal pens, constructing water conservancy, and building roads. Yinxing lowered his goal. He no longer expected all the werewolves and lizardmen in the entire Thunder Swamp to follow him in farming. As long as some tribes are willing to switch from fishing and hunting to farming, it will be a big step towards controlling the Thunder Swamp. Tribes willing to engage in animal husbandry will surely become strong rapidly. And with the support of the Eternal Territory, their military strength will be greatly strengthened. Yinxing believes in the law of change of productivity and production relations. Prosperous, wealthy, and strong tribes will definitely have great appeal to the surrounding backward, poor, and weak tribes. The population of werewolves and lizardmen will irreversibly migrate to these farming tribes. And the farming tribes will also have enough food to feed these newly joined immigrants. Then these tribes will complete agriculturalization and urbanization. And the strength of the werewolves and lizardmen tribes that rely on gathering will be further widened. The Eternal Territory only needs to control the supply and demand of these swamp cities to control the entire Thunder Swamp. Yinqing temporarily adjusted his strategy for the Thunder Swamp according to the changes in the meeting, and asked Cui to add this plan to his memorandum. After Yinqing almost boringly introduced the farming project, he asked the werewolf and lizardmen leaders to turn to a new page in the file in their hands. This page is exactly the north-south road trunk line of the Thunder Swamp that he planned to build. I think an important factor in the frequent battles between werewolves and lizardmen is that the boundary division is not clear. Without a margin, it is difficult to judge who invades who. Yinqing's words finally aroused the interest of the leaders again, especially the lizardmen, who were constantly being eroded by the werewolves. Chief Kamaza said with approval, "Master Yinqing is right. We must draw a boundary so that the werewolves can no longer continue to occupy our land." Yinqing then said, "Please look at the map in your hands. Leaders, I plan to build a road running through the north and south of Thunder Swamp along the west side of Blood Crown Mountain. That is, with the center line of the main confrontation between your two sides as the baseline. The east of Thunder Swamp Avenue will be occupied by lizardmen, and the west will be occupied by werewolves." Before Yinqing finished speaking, the werewolf leader Taitu objected, "I disagree. What about the werewolf tribes that have migrated to the east of this road? Especially the werewolf tribes on the north and south edges. Many of their territories are on the east side of this road." Yinqing said to Chief Taitu, "Chief Taitu, it's not your turn to manage the werewolf tribes scattered on the north and south edges of Thunder Swamp. The werewolf tribes on the southern edge of Thunder Swamp are the sphere of influence of my eternal werewolf tribe. I will be responsible for negotiating with the lizardmen on the border issue between us and the lizardmen. We will bring the werewolves and lizardmen in the northern part of Thunder Swamp together to discuss the border issue. You are only responsible for the werewolf tribe you represent, and the area west of this road is basically your actual control area." Yinqing's words clearly divided the werewolf race into three families, which attracted Taitu's angry glare. "I don't agree with this division of boundaries. Some of my tribe's territories are already on the east side of this road. Taitu thinks he is the leader of the entire werewolf tribe. He may look down on the marginal and weak werewolf tribe, but if you let them openly separate, it will touch his interests." Yinqing replied, "Let the werewolf tribe on the east side of Blood Crown Mountain migrate to the west, or migrate to my control area. I can provide them with land and food. The lizardmen will give some compensation to the migrated werewolf tribe." Do the lizardmen recognize this boundary division? This war made the lizardmen realize that the werewolves in the Thunder Swamp are actually stronger than themselves, especially when they are divided into two factions. At present, the lizardmen just want to end the battle against the werewolves as soon as possible. With a stable border, they can have time to deal with their own internal struggles, integrate the power of the lizardmen, and prepare for the next battle against the werewolves. Therefore, the lizardmen are more in favor of this border division plan. After all, this is the actual control area of both sides, and it is unrealistic to push the border southward. It's just that the border is at the foot of the Blood Crown Mountain, which makes the lizardmen very uncomfortable. Chapter 194 Peace. The Long Jaw Chief remembers his promise to Master Yinqing. Master Yinqing gave the dragon breath wine so readily, and friends must help at critical moments. Besides, there is no better way to draw the border than this. I think this border demarcation plan is very reasonable. The Long Jaw Chief agreed and said, "We will never allow the werewolves to expand east of the Blood Crown Mountain line. I am afraid that the werewolves will not easily return the land west of this line to us. Master Yinqing built a road on this line as a border. The lizardmen to the west migrate to the east, and the werewolves to the east migrate to the west. We can give some compensation to the werewolf tribes that migrate to the west." As the only dragon man, the wise man of the lizardmen, the position of the chieftain of the Long Jaw is very unique. No matter how the Red Eye King and the Green Tail King suppress Long Jaw, his status in the lizardmen is still increasing day by day. After all, he awakened the dragon bloodline lurking in the blood of the lizardmen, satisfying the lizardmen's YY sense. Long Jaw publicly expressed his approval of this dividing line. In the absence of obvious mistakes, the two lizard kings at least cannot express their opposition openly. And after the truce, the lizardmen urgently need to complete the unification. Then, as the only dragon man, if Long Jaw has no intention of becoming king, whoever he supports in the future will have a high probability of becoming the real master of Blood Crown Mountain. Therefore, the Red Eye King and the Green-Tailed King then catered to the Long Jaw and represented the lizardmen to approve the boundary division proposed by Yinqing. Yinqing looked at the werewolf leaders and said, "As the initiator and host of this truce meeting, I hope that I will not end this war, but will allow you and the Lizardmen to have a long-term peace. The Lizardmen and I both believe that this border best fits the current situation of the Thunder Swamp. If you have any objections, please propose a better boundary division plan. There are very few werewolf tribes that invaded the east side, and most of them are still in the territory that they expanded in this war. Although it is reluctant to withdraw, it is not a major loss. Moreover, this border has reached the bottom line of the Lizardmen. If it expands eastward, the Lizardmen will definitely fight to the death. This war will not end. Some werewolf leaders whispered and felt that this border was very reasonable. Everyone wanted to end the war as soon as possible so that they could lead their people back to their own territory. Only Taitu felt that accepting such a border division method would damage his position in the werewolf race, because this meeting only divided the western border between the werewolves and the Lizardmen, and the southern and northern borders will have two groups of werewolves and Lizardmen to negotiate separately. That is, the werewolf tribe was divided into 3 parts, which was widely recognized by the Thunder Swamp. But Chief Taitu couldn't come up with a better plan for demarcation of borders. When many werewolf chiefs didn't want to fight anymore, he didn't have the ability to continue to start wars and occupy more land. Now he could only temporarily set the border. Then, Chief Taitu looked at Yinxing. He knew that the Eternal Werewolf tribe had the method to train 5th-level werewolves. Now Yinxing still controls the werewolves on the southern edge of the swamp. He has money, weapons, and a good relationship with the Lizardmen. I want to unify the swamp werewolves, and then unify the Thunder Swamp. There must be a battle with the Eternal Territory. Under the general trend, Taitu followed the ideas of many werewolf chiefs and said, "Okay. Since it is safe to let the werewolf tribe on the east side migrate to the west side, I agree to use this road as the dividing line between the werewolf and Lizardman-controlled areas." Now that the werewolves and Lizardmen have agreed to this demarcation line, Yinxing can build a bright and clear road. Yinxing was very satisfied and asked the werewolf and Lizardmen leaders to turn the file to the next page. With the border, you two sides can cease fire, and this meeting can be considered a complete success. The remaining things are small gifts from my eternal territory to both of you. The last page of the file is a design blueprint of a city. When the leaders didn't understand, Yinxing continued to introduce, "I plan to expand my Blood Crown Mountain camp into Blood Crown Mountain City. This is a pure swamp system city, whose duty is to maintain the peace of Thunder Swamp. I will build a large market in Blood Crown Mountain City for trade between werewolves and Lizardmen. Eternal Territory will also help werewolves and Lizardmen obtain ironware, cloth, pottery, wine and other things that are not available in the swamp. At the same time, I also suggest that Chief of the Whispering Tongue and Chief of the Scythefoot can be stationed in Blood Crown Mountain City as representatives of werewolves and Lizardmen. We will jointly resolve the conflicts among the parties in Thunder Swamp through consultation to reduce unnecessary fighting and bloodshed." Yinxing's plan to build Blood Crown Mountain City has been supported by the werewolf and Lizardmen leaders headed by Chief of the Whispering Tongue and Chief of the Scythefoot. They yearn for the wealth and prosperity they have seen these days, and have already converted to the Eternal Territory. I am afraid that one day Master Yinxing will take everything from the Blood Crown Mountain camp back to the Eternal Territory, and I will no longer be able to obtain spiritual support. Yinxing wants to build the Blood Crown Mountain City, which can be said to have given these werewolves and Lizardmen, who have already shown signs of naturalization, a backbone. Therefore, without waiting for Taitu, Red Eyes and Green Tail to express their opinions, some clan leaders said that the Eternal Territory should build a city here. Although some other clan leaders have not had much contact with the Blood Crown Mountain camp, they know that the Eternal Territory is indeed rich and has a lot of ironware and other materials that they do not have. If there is a developed market in the center of the Thunder Swamp, it will naturally be of great benefit to everyone's trading and obtaining materials. Another group of werewolf and Lizardmen leaders agreed that the Eternal Territory should expand the Blood Crown Mountain camp into the Blood Crown Mountain City. As for the 3 most powerful leaders, the social structure of the werewolves and Lizardmen is still the model of ethnic alliance. When most of the tribes support the construction of the Blood Crown Mountain City, Ironhead, Red Eyes, and Green Tail cannot openly sing the opposite tune. The issue of Yinxing's construction of the Blood Crown Mountain City was passed. One road, one city. The confirmation of these 2 projects means that Yinxing has completed the main task of entering the depths of the Thunder Swamp this time. The position of the Eternal Territory in the Thunder Swamp has been consolidated, and its power can radiate to the east and west with the Blood Crown Mountain City as the point and the Thunder Swamp Avenue as the line, with cultural and economic invasion as the main means. All the werewolves and lizardmen affected were assimilated into the system of the Eternal Territory. At this time, the Thunder Swamp can be said to be in Yanqing's pocket, because the werewolves and lizardmen have never seen such an invasion method. No war, no killing, no hatred. Master Yanqing came with full goodwill, bringing prosperity and wealth to the werewolves and lizardmen, and peace to the Thunder Swamp. Chapter 195. The Blood Crown Mountain War is over. After determining the tone of building a city and a road in the Thunder Swamp, what remains is the supplementary negotiation of the truce plan between the werewolves and lizardmen. For example, how to relocate the werewolves and lizardmen in the other party's sphere of influence, and the compensation plan, how to collect the land for the Thunder Swamp Avenue and the surrounding facilities, how to recruit laborers from the werewolves and lizardmen to build roads and cities, the border demarcation between the werewolf forces on the southern edge of the Thunder Swamp represented by Yanqing and the lizardmen, and how to invite the werewolf tribe on the edge of the northern lake of the Thunder Swamp to demarcate the border with the lizardmen. The peace talks lasted for 5 days after the details were added, and the two sides officially signed the Blood Crown Mountain Peace Treaty. At the same time, the werewolves and lizardmen signed several agreements with Yanqing. After rounds of negotiations, the war that affected the entire depths of the Thunder Swamp finally ended. The main forces of the werewolves and lizardmen who were confronting each other at Blood Crown Mountain retreated comprehensively, and the soldiers of each tribe followed their respective tribe leaders back to their tribe territories. Yanqing also held several cocktail parties to entertain the leaders of the werewolves and lizardmen, build good relationships, and understand what special products they have in order to trade with them in the future. Then he separately entertained the werewolf and lizardmen tribe leaders who were interested in farming, and signed a number of agricultural and commercial cooperation agreements with them that were supported by the Eternal Territory. Yanqing even went to the territories of Chief of the Clever Tongue and Chief of the Camafoot to inspect the environment of their territories. He also asked Chui Chui to design a set of agricultural urbanization directions specifically for their actual situation. He also privately promised to give them better support. Taking advantage of the heat of the peace talks, Yanqing actively expanded his influence in the Thunder Swamp and consolidated his position and interests in the core area of the Thunder Swamp. When Yanqing returned to the Red Mud Wetland from the depths of the Thunder Swamp with a thick stack of bills and economic agreements, he was satisfied. At this time, 2 months had passed since he passed the Red Mud Wetland and headed north to the depths of the Thunder Swamp. The solar term has changed from the hot summer to the cool autumn. The Eternal Territory promptly distributed autumn clothes to its subjects. At the same time, each person was given a set of velvet quilts. Alanda, wearing a red tight autumn outfit, sat on a bed in her dormitory, thinking about something. The new dormitory area was just built, and Alanda got a separate room of her own. Although the room is not big, it is at least much more convenient than the previous 4-person dormitory, and there is no need to be on guard against roommates discovering her elf identity all the time. Under the windowsill, Alanda also has her own dressing table. On the dressing table is a mirror and a potted plant. With the canal in operation, wood from the Thunder Swamp is continuously delivered to the Eternal Territory. Carpenters in the woodworking workshop use these woods to make a lot of furniture to distribute to the subjects of the territory. The unified supply system allows the subjects of the Eternal Territory to concentrate on completing their work without having to worry about the expenses of food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Moreover, Master Yanqing is so generous to his subjects. So even though the subjects of the Eternal Territory are busy every day, no one has the slightest complaint against their lord. Through the glass windows of the dormitory, you can see that there are still large areas of houses under construction outside. This is the dormitory area for the subjects of the Eternal Territory planned by the Eternal Territory, located outside the central city wall. In the future, the Lord's castle will be built inside the central city wall. Therefore, many buildings that were previously built inside the central city wall are slowly moving outward. The second city wall and moat of the Eternal Territory have begun to be built. The development speed of this human territory amazed Aranda. It is developing almost without any stagnation. Every day is the same. If you don't go to some places for a few days, you may even get lost when you go there again. The reason why the Eternal Territory can develop so fast is that they use something called cement. Cement is gray powder at first, and it becomes a gray mud after mixing with water. Use this mud to build walls on square bricks, and the cement will become as hard as stone in a short time. firmly bonding the square bricks together. And it will not become soft again because of water. The house built with square bricks and cement is very strong. And basically, it can be moved in and used after it is built. Cement is some kind of alchemical product in Aranda's eyes. And using alchemical products to build ordinary houses is probably only seen in the Eternal Territory. And Aranda has seen too many such luxurious use of alchemical products here. She is no longer surprised why the glass on the dormitory window is so clear and transparent. She is not surprised that the clothes on her body are so close-fitting and elastic, breathable and warm, light and comfortable, making her sometimes feel like she is not wearing any clothes at all. I am not surprised that the quilt I just received is so smooth and silky. I am not surprised that the Eternal Territory actually uses steel to make beds. I am not surprised that the place is full of vitality. Aranda fiddled with a pot of musk on the table, and quietly used the natural power of the elves to stimulate the musk to emit a stronger fragrance. She smelled the fragrance and said slowly with a reluctant tone, "I am leaving. I hope the next owner of this room will take good care of you." The incubation period of this assassination exceeded Aranda's expectations. Yinxing has been in the Thunder Swamp for 2 months, and no one knows when he can return to the Eternal Territory. But the God-given gold coins in Aranda's hand have been used up. She was not a human farmer, so she could not get a God-given gold coin as a taxpayer every week. The limited God-given gold coins she had were all brought out from the city of Nuda. Handing in 1 coin every week could keep her identity from being exposed for a week. But the God-given gold coins would eventually run out. So she handed in her last one at the beginning of this week. If she could not produce the God-given gold coins next week, she would naturally not be able to continue pretending to be a farmer in the Eternal Territory. So Aranda decided to leave the Eternal Territory. These days, she secretly stored some food and supplies, and planned to follow the edge of the Thunder Swamp and pass through the border fortress group built by the Silvermane Principality in the northwest. The werewolf tribe on the southern edge of Thunder Swamp all recognize the peasant uniforms of the Eternal Territory. If you encounter a patrol from the Silvermane Principality, you can temporarily hide in the Thunder Swamp. After confirming safety, continue to walk in the gaps of the Silvermane Principality's border fortresses. She feels that the chances of her returning to the elf-controlled area safely are very high. To be honest, Aranda really doesn't want to leave here. This place is really much better than the bitter cold north. But without the God-given gold coins, staying here will expose you. In the Windy Highlands, the hatred between the human race and the elves is deeply rooted in their blood and bones. Once exposed, she will definitely be executed. Dang dang dang. At this time, the dormitory door was knocked. The loud-voiced Aunt Rapeseed shouted outside, "Emerald! Emerald! Another group of refugees have come to the camp. We have to work." "Okay, Aunt Rapeseed. I'll be out right away." Aranda agreed. She changed her clothes and shoes as quickly as possible, put on her hat, and then opened the door. She smiled and said to Aunt Rapeseed outside, "Aunt Rapeseed, let me take over the refugee task this time. You go to do other things. I promise I can do as well as you." Chapter 196 Escape from the Eternal Territory. Aunt Rapeseed did not refuse Onlanda's offer to receive the new refugees independently. With the development of the Eternal Territory, the prosperity has increased, and there are more refugees joining the territory every day. In addition to the farmers and soldiers recruited from the recruitment building in the past 2 months, the human population of the Eternal Territory has already rushed to 2,000. There are also werewolves directly under the Eternal Territory, and those werewolf laborers who come to work. Aunt Rapeseed, who is responsible for managing the new residents of the territory, is busy with various trivial matters every day. Alanda is willing to help her receive the new refugees, and Aunt Rapeseed is of course willing to do so. Great. I have never found fault with your work, and you should do some independent work. The task of receiving the new refugees today is given to you. As long as you perform well, I can recommend you to Lord Lahans and let you be responsible for the reception of new refugees in the future. Well, I have suggested to Lord Gosper that you go to the school in the territory. You are so smart. You can definitely become a hero who helps the master govern the territory like the others. Aranda knew that the school in the human territory could cultivate heroes of government affairs. But as an elf, entering the human school would definitely expose her. It seems that she really has to leave. Thank you, Aunt Rapeseed. You are a good person. I will never forget your help to me. I will go to receive the refugees who have just joined the territory. This is a farewell. Aranda thought to himself. If he could replace Aunt Rapeseed to receive the refugees who have just joined the territory, He would have an excuse to use some tools in the territory. Aranda planned to steal an agricultural tricycle, leave the Eternal Territory, and follow the road to the Red Mud Wetland. His identity would allow him to travel freely on this road. Then he would drive west along the newly built South Ring Swamp Road, abandon the car, and walk after reaching the end. If nothing goes wrong, he could reach the fortresses of the Silvermane Principality in 2 days. The rest depends on your luck. As an assassin, Aranda is very good at making plans, especially how to retreat from the enemy's territory. My sister often said that a perfect assassination must have a perfect retreat plan. These days, Aranda has fully considered every detail of leaving the Eternal Territory, carefully observed the patrol routes of the Eternal Territory guards, and the habits of soldiers in some important locations. Also, try to imagine that you will encounter emergencies as much as possible, and think about how to deal with them properly. Now that everything is ready, let's go! Aranda has done the work of receiving new refugees in the territory many times with Aunt Rapeseed Flower. She was very familiar with every step, and helped the new refugees integrate into the Eternal Territory very seriously every time. Take them to take a shower, distribute clothes, take them to have breakfast, and then get daily necessities. As usual, Aranda received the new refugees and took them to visit the territory to let them know what places were used for. During this period, she successfully transferred a farm tricycle. Originally, Aranda wanted to steal a chocobo. In this way, she didn't need to give up the farm tricycle halfway, and could ride the chocobo all the way back to the Elves' control area. But Yinching was very strict with the chocobo. Riding a chocobo out of the territory would definitely be strictly checked if you met a werewolf. Riding a tricycle is not, because there are always a lot of agricultural tricycles driving on the road from Yongheng to Thunder Swamp. With the tricycle, Aranda moved the food and supplies he had hidden to the agricultural tricycle. After settling the refugees into their respective dormitories, Aranda drove the agricultural tricycle out of the territory. The excuse was that he knew that 2 refugees were injured and did not keep up with the refugee team. He took the supplies to rescue them. Driving a tricycle, Aranda successfully passed the territory guards and drove on the road leading to the Red Mud Wetland. Along the way, you can see many werewolves riding human-powered tricycles and driving agricultural tricycles. And the vehicles are full of various supplies and workers going to the workplace. On the side of the road is the excavated canal. Rafts are floating on the 5-meter-wide river. The werewolves rowing the boat stand on the raft, using poles to propel the raft toward the Eternal Leader. Behind the raft are ropes that hold logs floating on the water. The werewolves rowing the boat on the water greet the werewolves on the road with howls. And the werewolves on the road also respond to the werewolves on the water with howls. The two sides echo rhythmically, expressing praise for a better life with the unique voice of the werewolves. Aranda drove the agricultural tricycle on the road, and sometimes met fighting werewolves patrolling on bicycles on the road. Occasionally, a plane hummed from the direction of the Eternal Territory and flew towards the Thunder Swamp. It was getting farther and farther away from the Eternal Territory, but Aranda could still feel the vigorous vitality of the Eternal Territory spreading outward along the way. She had no doubt that as long as it was not stopped, the Eternal Territory would definitely develop into a great city very quickly. And if it was allowed to develop, the elves would sooner or later dye the entire river red with their blood. Aranda stepped on the accelerator, and the agricultural tricycle ran faster. Ahead was the red mud wet beach. However, the road was congested. In order to open the road as soon as possible, Yinching made the width of the road from the Eternal Territory to the red mud wet beach 4 meters. First, let the materials flow. Then slowly widen the road and expand the canal. Although the road is a bit narrow, the vehicles are not wide either, so it is usually quite smooth to run. Today, for some unknown reason, a large number of vehicles are stuck together. The werewolves jumped on the car one after another, looking north with their heads raised. Aranda could only park the car, then stand on the seat and look ahead to see what happened. At this time, the wolf howl came from the front. The excited tone immediately triggered the howling of the werewolves on the road. All the werewolves raised their howls to the sky, and then spread along the road like a wave towards the direction of the Eternal Territory in the south. Then the wolves began to bark at each other, looking excited as if something great was about to happen. Aranda knew that werewolves would use howls and barks to convey information, so he asked the werewolves around him what happened. Master Yinching is back. Master Yinching is back from the depths of the Thunder Swamp. The Master is leading his army from the Red Mud Wetlands to the Eternal Territory. We must immediately move all vehicles and objects on the road to both sides of the road to allow the master's army to pass. After saying this, the werewolf jumped out of the car and pushed his car to the side of the road. The werewolves on other roads acted together and soon cleared a narrow passage in the middle. Aranda looked at the middle of the road and suddenly realized his chance to assassinate had come. Chapter 197 Assassin. Aranda is now in a congested section of the road. A large number of vehicles and people are crowded here. Even if they move to the sides of the road, the empty passage in the middle is very narrow. It is estimated that only 2 people can pass through in parallel. If it is a cavalry, only one can go. Now the werewolves and a small number of Eternal Territory citizens on both sides of the road are anxiously waiting for Master Yinqing to lead the army to arrive. One by one with their heads raised and their feet on tiptoe. Just now, Aranda can be hidden in the middle. This is the closest time to Yinqing since he entered the Eternal Territory. When he passes through the middle passage, he will definitely slow down, and the guards around him will be reduced to a minimum. I hid beside him and attacked him suddenly. There was absolutely no way he could dodge. I could finally avenge my sister. But I could never escape from here after assassinating Yinqing. The angry werewolf would tear me to pieces or even eat me. But as long as Yinqing could be killed, everything would be worth it. With the help of the werewolf next to him, Aranda moved the agricultural tricycle to the side of the road, and then waited for the arrival of Yinqing's army like the subjects of the Eternal Territory. Not long after waiting, a team of fighting werewolves arrived first, carrying shields and battle axes. They lined up and passed through the middle passage. The werewolves on both sides howled to praise them. Then several werewolf trainers riding chocobos passed by quickly with a large group of carnivorous birds. Then a huge shout suddenly sounded in the north, and the shout spread to the south. The warriors who came back from the Thunder Swamp passed by Aranda one by one. When the shout spread, she knew that Yinqing was coming. She reached into her pocket, tightly grasped the bow handle, and calmed her heart that was beating too violently by adjusting her breathing. As an excellent assassin, before the moment of assassination comes, you must hide your murderous intention. Don't be excited, don't be reckless, and don't use magic skills too early. Any mistakes in details may cause the failure of the assassination. Soon, Aranda saw Yinqing riding on the back of the chocobo. She quickly lowered her head to hide the cruelty in her eyes. Yinqing, who had returned victoriously from the Thunder Swamp, was receiving cheers from the werewolves and the people of the territory on both sides of the road. He waved his hands to both sides, feeling overwhelmed by the spectacular scene. He couldn't help but feel a little proud. Yes, he manipulated the werewolves and lizard men in the depths of the Thunder Swamp to fight. He also manipulated them to be trapped around the Blood Crown Mountain, unable to fight or retreat. Finally, he manipulated the 2 families to negotiate and split the Thunder Swamp with a road. From now on, the whole wine and the whole swamp will be a dish in my hands. Now, the spokesperson of Thunder Swamp is worthy of the title. Finally, I can look at the entire Windy Highlands without any worries. Chuchui, how many humanoid alchemy puppets have you made now? Yinqing asked Chuchui in the consciousness space, while accepting the cheers of the crowd on both sides. Chuchui changed into a white coat of a scientific researcher, tied her hair into a bun, and wore a big black-framed glasses. She looks like a technical girl. Report to the master. The 200 low-level alchemy puppets donated by the Goblin Alchemy Factory have been disassembled, and a total of 125 humanoid alchemy puppets have been assembled. The small number of assemblies is important because our humanoid alchemy puppets have high requirements for movement accuracy and a greater demand for bionic alchemy muscle fibers. More neural sensors were installed. During the assembly process, I optimized the humanoid alchemy puppet to version 1.13. And I hope the master can purchase some alchemy products for me to complete the upgrade of the humanoid alchemy puppet to version 2.0. Yinqing has been busy dealing with the Blood Crown Mountain War recently, and rarely pays attention to the territory. I didn't expect that when Chuichu was collecting and analyzing intelligence with me in Blood Crown Mountain, he actually made so many humanoid alchemy puppets and optimized more than 10 versions. He is really a good employee that the boss likes. Well done. Yinqing praised Chuichu. Give me the list you need, and I will ask Gaga to place an order. With the humanoid alchemy puppet, our factory can introduce machine tools to start production. The war is getting closer and closer to us, and we need to make too many things. There is also the matter of cooperating with the Goblin Alchemy Factory to build trucks. This is your responsibility. Make trucks suitable for this world as soon as possible. Don't build such heavy ones first. Take your time. As the scope of control of the Eternal Territory continues to expand, especially after the construction of the Thunder Swamp Avenue, a large number of low-cost, low-energy, and large-capacity vehicles are needed. Look at the vehicles running on this road. Most of them are human-powered tricycles purchased by Yinxing from the real world. A small number of agricultural motorized tricycles, and some unicycles recently manufactured by the Territory Woodworking Workshop. It takes up too much manpower, and the transportation efficiency is far lower than that of freight trucks. Chui's independent development of the magic engine has not made much progress, and there are too many alchemical technologies missing. And through the bionic alchemical muscle fibers, we know that the goblins must have the alchemical technology to convert magic energy into kinetic energy. The main reason why the goblins cannot use their technology efficiently is that they are limited by the materials and material finishing processes. For example, if the metal used for support is not hard enough, it can only be made thicker and larger, making a puppet weighing dozens of tons, doing the same work as a road roller, can consume dozens or hundreds of times more energy. The cost is also ridiculously high. If the goblins can get the finishing materials from this earth and integrate with Chui's computing power, they will definitely be able to build a practical magic engine. Yinxing only needs to control the raw materials in his hands. Even if the goblins have the technology, they cannot independently build the magic engine. But Chui can learn the goblins' alchemy technology. Chui, who was entrusted with an important task by Yinxing, saluted and replied, "Yes, Master. I promise to complete the task." Master, how come this person is still alive? As Yinxing's intimate secretary, Chui always scans the surroundings of Yinxing with the eye of air after Yinxing experienced an assassination. Especially this time there are so many werewolves around who are not directly under the Eternal Territory, and Yinxing's guards have no way to provide effective protection for him. Chui increased his data processing capabilities to provide early warning for possible dangers. This time, she suddenly scanned a person who shouldn't be here. "Who?" Yinxing asked. Chui quickly projected an image scanned by her AI into Yinxing's consciousness space. Among the werewolves on one side of the road, there was a human woman wearing a hat. Judging from her clothes, she was a subject of the Eternal Territory. She looked at Yinxing and then quickly lowered her head. It was in this short moment that Chui captured her appearance. Chui optimized the woman's appearance in high definition, and the slightly blurred face became clear. After seeing this face, Yinxing was also greatly surprised. Isn't she dead? Chapter 198 Resurrection from the Dead. At this moment, Yinxing's mind instantly remembered the female elf assassin he had killed in Nuda City. She was the first elf he had ever seen, and the first creature he had ever killed with his own hands. After that, Yinxing would often recall the appearance of that elf. She was dying, with blood all over her face, and her eyes were full of hatred as she looked at him. The picture that Chui captured this time showed the same face and the same eyes. It gave Yinxing a chill in his heart. Resurrection from the dead. Yinxing stopped the chocobo and asked Chui, "Do you have any more photos of the female elf assassin?" "Yes, Master." Chui brought up the photo of the elven female assassin and put it together with the picture just captured. Then, through image processing technology, the blood on the face of the elven female assassin was removed, and then the appearance was repaired and adjusted. Yinxing was more certain that they were the same person. Can the dead really be resurrected? If it was in the past, Yinxing would definitely not believe it. But this is a magical world. A magical world with game-like rules. Resurrection may not be impossible. I clearly handed her body to Count Theodore, and Count Theodore handed the body to the temple. Who resurrected her? Why is she wearing the peasant clothes of the Eternal Caller? At this time, she appeared in this place. What did she want to do? But no matter what she wanted to do, Yinxing definitely didn't think that an elf female assassin who had been killed by him once came to give him flowers and certificates. Catch her. Yinxing pointed at the assassin he found, and the ring of the tamer on his finger flashed, and a group of poisonous flies under his control flew over first. Aranda lowered her head and observed Yinxing's movements through the brim of her hat. When she saw Yinxing suddenly stop moving forward, she realized that something was wrong. She remembered the failure of her sister's assassination, and remembered the eyes she felt beside Yinxing. At this time, she felt that she was being stared at by that eye, and she had nowhere to hide under her disguise. Is this the will of the Thunder Swamp? Before Aranda could react, a large group of poisonous flies had already rushed to the front. Yanxing's arrest order was issued, and the surrounding werewolves all rushed towards Aranda without hesitation. Aranda, who had no time to unfold the alchemical bow, knocked down several werewolves with his fists. But there were too many werewolves, and they rushed up one by one without regard for their lives. The poisonous flies took advantage of every opportunity to inject venom into Aranda, and the nearby werewolf trainers released status-weakening magic on Aranda. Aranda's fists became weaker and weaker, and his steps became more and more shaky. When the fighting werewolves also joined the battle, Aranda was even more difficult to resist, and fell to the ground after being hit by the shield continuously. The fighting werewolves threw the tied-up Aranda to the feet of the chocobo that Yanxing was riding. Her hat had fallen somewhere during the fight, and her pointed ears were particularly eye-catching among her emerald green hair. Elves? The wolves barked angrily. The damn elves actually dared to send assassins to assassinate our master. This is a declaration of war. A declaration of war on the Eternal Territory and the Thunder Swamp. The anger quickly spread along the road to the north and south ends with the howling of the wolves. Yanxing, who was riding on the back of the chocobo, raised his hand, and Orf, who was guarding nearby, immediately howled, and the barking of the wolves stopped immediately. All the werewolves waited for the order of Master Yanxing. Yanxing said calmly as if nothing had happened, "Gangya, take this elf with you and keep him under strict guard. Orf, you go back to the territory immediately and notify Gosper, Lao Hans, Eddie, to implement the highest level of blockade in the territory. Investigate all personnel to see if there are other elves sneaking in. Others proceed normally, and do not delay work." "Yes, sir." Orf received the order and immediately requisitioned a nearby agricultural tricycle and drove to the Eternal Territory. Gangya looked at Aranda's condition, and after confirming that she was not dead, he poured a bottle of anti-magic potion into her mouth. Then he asked the fighting werewolves to throw her on a tricycle and arranged 4 werewolf trainers to control a large group of poisonous flies and keep a close watch on her. Yanxing sat on the back of the chocobo and said to the werewolves around him, "You used your bravery to capture the assassin who intended to assassinate me, which also brought glory to you and your tribe. All the werewolves who participated in capturing the assassin can go to the Eternal Territory to receive a reward. And the leader of your tribe can also go to the Eternal Territory to receive my reward for your tribe." Yanxing's words caused cheers from the werewolves on the road. "Master Yanxing, you are generous and kind." Gangya, who rode on the back of the chocobo again, shouted loudly, "Make way." The cheering werewolves immediately moved to both sides of the road, leaving the middle passage for Yanxing's army. The team continued to march towards the Eternal Territory. It was only more than 10 kilometers from the Red Mud Wetland to the Eternal Territory. It didn't take too long for Yanxing to return to the territory he hadn't been back to for 2 months. In the Lord's Council Hall of the City Administrative Hall, Gauspar, Lao Hans, and Aunt Rapeseed Flower knelt in front of Yanxing in fear. The origin of the elf assassin was found out. She mixed in with the refugees and entered the Eternal Territory. She successfully disguised herself as a human farmer with the God-given gold coins she got from somewhere. And she hid for more than 2 months without anyone discovering that she was an elf. Sitting on the chair, Yanxing couldn't help but sigh. Was the elf assassin's disguise too superb? Or was his territory management system full of loopholes? There must be something wrong with his own internal affairs. Gosper and Lao Hans were just promoted to political heroes in the territory school. Before that, they were farmers who could not even read. Asking them to act as managers to manage a territory that is developing so fast is really forcing them to do something they are not prepared for. People's energy is limited, and the speed at which Yongheng cultivates political heroes cannot keep up with the speed of territory development. The Yongheng territory has developed very well, and you have all made contributions to this territory. Yanxing thought about it for a while, and made a judgment on the 3 main responsible persons. Reward those who deserve rewards and punish those who deserve punishment. I allow you to have a special status in the territory as a reward for you. But you allowed an elf to live in my territory for more than 2 months. And even if I hadn't discovered it, she could have continued to hide. Have you lived too many comfortable days? Have you forgotten the life of fear every moment in this wasteland? It's not time for the Eternal Territory to be at ease. You 3 are the main responsible persons for this incident. So you go back and discuss a way to prevent similar incidents from happening again in the future. Not only targeting the elves, Those human thieves and assassins with bad intentions should not be allowed to come and go in my territory as they please. Go back. If you can't come up with a plan that satisfies me, I will change people. Chapter 199 Yinxing's Judgment. Gaspar, Lao Hans, and Aunt Rapeseed were scolded by Yinxing and left the Lord's Council Hall. Yinxing asked Orf to bring up the captured female elf assassin. Last time, she died too easily, and he didn't ask who was behind her. And Yinxing was very interested in resurrection from the dead. Alanda was brought in. During the fight, her clothes were torn in many places. Her hair was messy, and there were many scars on her body. The werewolves would not show mercy to an elf. If Yinxing hadn't wanted to capture her alive, they would have torn Alanda into pieces and eaten her. Orf was also extremely rough with the assassin who assassinated his master. He grabbed Alanda and dragged her in, and then threw her heavily to the ground. Then he pulled out the fire axe on his back, ready to chop whatever he wanted as long as the master gave the order. Aranda, who was tied up with nylon rope, struggled to sit up. When she wanted to stand up again, Orf kicked her to the ground from behind. An assassin was so close to the master, but he didn't notice it, which made Orf extremely angry. His single eye was red. Aranda struggled to stand up again. Orf raised his leg to kick again, but Yinxing waved his hand to stop him. Go. Bring a chair to this crappy assassin who failed to assassinate me twice. Yes, master. Orf immediately went to bring a chair, picked up Aranda, and sat heavily on it. He continued to stand aside with an axe in his hand. Yinxing looked at Aranda. Aranda also looked at Yinxing with hatred, as if he wanted to kill him with his eyes. Yinxing was not afraid that Aranda would attack him suddenly. The anti-magic potion was still effective, and she was a hero with some courage even though she could not release magic. After looking at Aranda for a while, Yinxing said, I can't figure it out. I clearly saw you die in front of me, and the body was handed over to the temple by Count Theodore. Even if I was wrong, Count Theodore could not fail to see whether you were faking your death. And with your injuries, you had bled out, and it was impossible for you to survive. You must have died at that time. But how did you survive? Who resurrected you? When Aranda heard Yinxing's question, she immediately realized that the other party mistook her for her deceased sister. Yes, she and her sister are twin sisters, and they look almost the same. When they were in Nuda City, she and her sister took advantage of this, and only one of them appeared outside. Let the surrounding residents think that there was only one person living in that house. In this way, when carrying out the assassination mission, she and her sister can cover each other. Even if they are investigated, they can create evidence of their absence. Just like when assassinating Yinxing in Nuda City, her sister carried out the assassination, and she went to the crowded market nearby to buy things. Therefore, even after the sister's death, they investigated the area and could only find out that the assassin lived alone. Aranda did not deny, but did not admit it either. She replied, Why should I tell you? After Yinxing was assassinated in Nuda City and the assassin was found, the city lord's mansion conducted a thorough investigation of the surrounding houses. The assassin lived alone, and no other accomplices were found. Chuichu only had a photo of Aranda's sister being seriously injured and arrested. The blood on her face was processed by the image, and it was definitely not a 100% restoration. Therefore, Yinxing did not think about the twin sisters. His inertial thinking made him believe that the elven female assassin in front of him was resurrected from the dead. Resurrection. Plus the mastermind behind instructing her to assassinate temple priest. This elven female assassin has a very important place in Yinxing's heart. You refuse to say who resurrected you, then who sent you to assassinate the temple priest? Aranda replied, Assassins will not betray their employers. This is our code and our honor. Orf on the side said viciously, You answer whatever the master asks. Believe it or not, I will chop off your hand with an axe. Aranda also showed a fierce look and retorted, Come on. Chop, it's better to kill me. Orf raised the axe, but still put it down. Without the master's order, he really didn't dare to chop. Yinxing looked at the elf in front of him and couldn't help but think of the first time he saw her. What she believed in allowed her to face death calmly. Then force should be useless to her. He would be reluctant to kill her, so he couldn't force himself in the end and was humiliated by her. So he needed to think of a way. Orf, untie her. Orf asked worriedly, Master. She is an assassin. Yinxing smiled contemptuously. Just a crappy and stupid assassin. Master, I have the protection of Thunder Swamp. She failed to assassinate me twice. And it will be the same if she tries again. Untie her. Master. I still have a score to settle with her. Orf thought about it, and felt that his master was right. Master is so powerful. Why would he be afraid of a stupid assassin? Orf untied the rope for Aranda. Aranda rubbed her numb wrists and said to Yinxing, "What do you want to do with me?" Yinxing said, "Tell me your name first." This should not be among the things that cannot be answered. Aranda didn't know what Yinxing was thinking. And after thinking for a while, she replied, "My name is Aranda Emerald." Emerald? Yinxing asked. "The name you registered in my territory is also Emerald." "Yes. Aunt Rapeseed named me Emerald. Which happens to be my last name." "What a coincidence. Your hair color is indeed very reminiscent of jade." Yinxing nodded and continued, "There is a rule in my eternal territory. As long as the crime is not serious and must be punished with death, you can offset the crime by serving labor. Although you assassinated me twice. You almost killed me the first time. But you also used your life to offset it. The second time, you didn't even move. It can only be said that you have the motive to assassinate me. But you haven't put it into action. From a legal point of view, it is considered attempted murder. You should be sentenced to a fixed term imprisonment of more than 3 years, but less than 10 years. Assassinating a lord should of course be punished severely. So you will be sentenced to 10 years of labor. That is, you can be released and go home after working in my territory for 10 years. If you behave well, you can still strive for a sentence reduction." Aranda was stunned. He asked, You won't kill me?" Yinxing laughed. "Why should I kill you? Because I really want to assassinate you. I have never seen a lord who would allow his assassin to live. Hey, you saw it this time. I'm afraid you haven't seen a territory like the Eternal Territory in other places. You should have heard about how this territory became like this. You know why the werewolves would risk their lives to protect this human territory. Because it was not built on killing from the beginning, but on the handshake between me and the werewolf. I will never be soft on the real enemy. And for those who have lost their way, I hold the weapon of punishment in one hand and the buns of kindness in the other. I can see your confusion in your eyes. You are eager to die because your hostility towards me is mixed with other emotions, or your emotions towards this territory." Chapter 200 in the Cage. After Yinxing finished speaking, he looked at Aranda quietly, waiting for her answer. Of course, he knew the principle of eradicating all evil. He knew that his conciliatory policy was useful for werewolves, but not necessarily for elves. After all, the more backward the civilization, the more it values credit, and the more advanced the civilization, the more it regards integrity as nothing. Although in the Western fantasy movies and TV series that Yinxing has watched, the elves are noble, friendly and loyal. But we can't draw conclusions about the character of the elves in this world. Of course, Yinxing didn't have the idea of persuading this elf assassin. He just found an excuse for Aranda not to kill her. What good is killing a small fish or shrimp? It is better to let the bait remain in the Eternal Territory and see if there are any big fish to bite the hook. Yinxing's serious boasting was obviously very deceptive. Aranda could hear his intention to recruit her, but it did hit the nail on the head about Aranda's mood at the moment. 2 months of life made her feel emotional about the Eternal Territory. If she succeeded in assassinating Yinxing, it would definitely bring disaster to this territory. Therefore, when she was caught, she even had the idea of liberation. She and her sister were just humble lives in this chaotic world. If she died, she would not have to continue to make difficult choices. "I advise you to kill me now," Aranda said. "I have reasons to kill you, but I don't want to bring disaster to this territory. If you let me live, I will definitely find another chance to kill you. Only when I die can everything end." Yinxing smiled and said, "No. In my territory, you will never have the chance to kill me. Serve your sentence well. Your kindness will bring you good luck. Orf, take her to find Aunt Rapeseed. Tell the relevant personnel that Aranda Emerald will be treated as usual during her sentence." "Yes, sir." Aranda didn't expect Yinxing to still not kill her. She hesitated and stood up, saying to Yinxing, "You are a good person, but you will eventually pay the price for your kindness." After Orf took Aranda away, Yinxing rubbed his nose awkwardly. Alas, after being given the card of being a good person, what should I do next? Or not? It's so confusing. Chuichu. Master, Chuchu is here. Yinxing ordered Chuchu, find an opportunity to let the humanoid alchemy puppet install monitoring devices in her room, and install eavesdropping devices on her clothes, no matter where she is. There must be at least one high-altitude drone monitoring her. You are responsible for collecting all information related to her. Chuichu in the consciousness space took a step back. A shadow covered her body. And a slightly cold voice came out. Yes. Master. Chuichu will bring you the information you want. Yinxing had long been accustomed to Chuichu's evil taste of cross-dressing and role-playing. And then asked, when I captured the lizardmen captives, I asked you to develop an electronic restriction leg ring. Have you modified it? During the ambush in the swamp jungle, Yinxing's army captured a large number of lizardmen. And all these lizardmen were sent to farm. Ordinary lizardmen are easier to manage. But how to take care of lizardman trainers has become a troublesome matter. Yinxing did not have so many heroes to guard the heroes. So he asked Chuichui to develop a device that can restrict heroes. The shadow disappeared. And Chuichui reported loudly, Report. Master. The first generation of electronic restriction anklets has been developed and used on prisoners working in the Nuda city farm. The first generation of electronic restriction anklets has a magic energy sensing enchantment. Once the wearer has magic energy fluctuations, the stress program of the electronic restriction anklet will be triggered. The built-in syringe of the anklet will inject the magic banning potion and anesthetic potion into the wearer's body at the same time, and release a high-voltage current to forcibly stop the wearer's movements. The wearer's range of activities can also be set through the program to limit the wearer's activity area. Yinxing dared to put an assassin in the Eternal Territory, and his biggest reliance was the existence of Chuichu. With all-weather surveillance without blind spots, and the restraint of the electronic restriction anklet, if Aranda still has the opportunity to assassinate him, he will not have to stay in the alien world in the future. Then all that remains is to see what kind of big fish Aranda can catch with this line. The electronic restriction leg ring was sent to Aranda's dormitory by the humanoid alchemy puppet Laura. Blow, who controls Laura, tells Aranda the function of the electronic restriction leg ring through the voice generator in the puppet's mouth, and said, this restriction leg ring is waterproof, heat-resistant, and cut-resistant. You don't need to pay too much attention to it. As long as you don't try to escape or attack my master, it won't hurt you. In this small hut, the aroma of musk is pleasant, and everything is the same as when Aranda left. But for Aranda, everything has changed. Aranda touched the restraining anklet fixed on her left ankle. A very delicate alchemical device. And it has the characteristics of the alchemical items of the Eternal Territory. The alchemical puppet in front of her is also very special. She is as agile as a real person, doing actions that only high-level alchemical puppets can do. But Aranda can feel that the puppet in front of her does not have an independent magic core. Her energy comes from the magic generator in the middle of the Eternal Territory. Only low-level alchemical puppets can use magic generators. Who are you? Aranda asked the alchemical puppet. I know this low-level alchemical puppet is being controlled by you. I can feel your presence next to Yinxing. Yes. Chuichui didn't talk to Aranda anymore, and directly disconnected the control of the puppet Laura. Laura instantly lost her spirituality, and turned to leave according to her mission procedure. The door closed, leaving Aranda alone in the room. Aranda walked to the window and opened it. The wind from outside blew in, blowing her tender green hair. She closed her eyes, and breathed the air coming in from outside. The smell mixed with cement made her feel extremely friendly. After dealing with the assassin who sneaked into the territory, Yinxing didn't spend too much energy on a small character. He didn't have a moment of leisure after returning from the Thunder Swamp. Various matters waiting for him to deal with came together, making him really want to quit. But now his team is not just 3 people in one pot, but a sphere of influence with nearly 2,000 direct subjects and tens of thousands of subordinate populations, with a vast territory. And after negotiating and demarcating the border with the Lizard Men, Yinxing has officially swallowed up all the werewolf tribes in the southern part of the Thunder Swamp. His direct control area has been pushed 80 kilometers northward from the edge of the Thunder Swamp, and the number of werewolves has expanded by at least 30,000. Now these werewolf tribes annexed by the Eternal Territory's power circle do not know that they have been sold. So Yinxing wants to inform them. Naturally, it is necessary to hold the second enlarged meeting of the first werewolf tribe in the southern part of the Thunder Swamp. Chapter 201 Return to Nuda City. Summon Broken Ear and ask him to notify the werewolf tribe leaders who have joined the Eternal Trading Company to hold a meeting. Pay respect to the mountain. Then summon Claw to discuss the construction of Thunder Swamp Avenue and Blood Crown Mountain City. According to Chuichui's measurement, the total length of the road running through the north and south of Thunder Swamp is as long as 500 kilometers. The terrain is complex, and the river network is crisscrossed. It is definitely a super large project for the Eternal Territory. Fortunately, there is no need to worry about the labor problem. Yinxing has a good relationship with the Werewolves and Lizardmen in Thunder Swamp, and has signed a road construction labor employment agreement with them. Basically, they provide food and work, and give these tribes some supplies. Claw participated in the construction of the road from Yonghing Territory to Hongyi Wetland, and he is also a rare werewolf with brains. Therefore, Yinxing, who did not have much energy to manage the construction of the Thunder Swamp, entrusted all the tasks to Claw, and asked Gosper to cooperate with Claw and not to cut off the supply of materials for the Thunder Swamp road construction team, as long as the enlarged meeting of the werewolf chiefs was successfully held. The northern border of Yonghing Territory would have a certain thickness. At that time, even if there was any emergency in the Thunder Swamp, it would not quickly affect Yinxing's core circle. Therefore, Yinxing released his energy from the northern Thunder Swamp and increased his attention to the south and west of the territory. Yinxing was not eager to go to Nuda City. After all, 2 months have passed. Although Nuda City looks very peaceful now, no one knows what is happening in the dark. There is a pool of muddy water there. Before going in, you have to test the depth of the water. The long-range drone group controlled by Chue has increased the intensity of reconnaissance in Nuda City. There is a lot of information from the Eternal Chamber of Commerce and the Eternal Farm in Nuda City. There are also letters sent by the Merchant Eden. The war launched by the Orcs and Elves against the Silver Mane Principality's Wind Highland Corps this time was extremely fierce in the early stage, especially in the direction of the Elves on the western front. The Wind Highland Corps suffered heavy losses. The various consumptions are naturally high, even with the food supplement from the Eternal Territory. The food price in Nuda City has almost doubled. On the other hand, without the food from the Eternal Territory, it is unknown how high the food merchants can raise the food price. A high but affordable food price has kept Nuda City from causing any major trouble. Count Theodore occasionally opened his warehouse to release some relief food to try his best to maintain the stability of the city. There is news that 80% of the original garrison of Nuda City was withdrawn by Marquis Anderson. Now the garrison of Nuda City is only 50% of the original size, and most of them are new recruits who have been urgently trained. These new recruits have combat effectiveness as soldiers, but their combat effectiveness as an army is still lacking. Even so, the army of Nuda City is still being withdrawn. In contrast, the nobles are actively increasing their family private soldiers to prevent the situation from getting worse. These private soldiers are recruited to fill the defense system of Nuda City. The power of the nobles in Nuda City has greatly expanded, and they control many places in Nuda City. In addition, a large number of mercenaries poured into Nuda City. The war broke out in the Windy Highlands, and the ways for mercenaries to make money and the scope of their activities were compressed, in order not to be affected by the battle and lose their lives. The mercenaries ran to a safe place. The mercenary group is a mixed bag, and there are many masters who can eat all three families of human, elf, and orc. It can be said that Nuda City is a real den of dragons and tigers at this time. I don't know how Count Theodore spends his days every day, but it must be hard. Originally, Yinxing wanted to wait until the enlarged meeting of the werewolf chiefs was over, and then decide when to enter Nuda City. Now it seems that he can't wait for the enlarged meeting of the werewolf chiefs to be held. This situation, maybe when I wake up, I will receive the news that Count Theodore has died, and the flag on the top of Nuda City has been changed. This flag must be firmly erected now. Therefore, after reading the collected intelligence, Yinxing decided to leave for Nuda City immediately to support Count Theodore. After replenishing the warehouse of Yonghing Territory several times and purchasing a batch of machine tools, Yinxing, who dared not delay, rode the battle griffin to Nuda City. Looking down from the air, the road from Yonghing Territory to Nuda City is under construction. Yonghing Territory invested more than 3,000 werewolf workers in this section, making the construction of this road very fast. For the section from Nuda City to Yonghing Territory, Yonghing Commerce recruited 5,000 workers in Nuda City in one go, absorbing a large number of urban residents who could not eat because of rising prices. According to Chue's calculations, before the wheat in Yonghing Manor is sown, these two sections can be combined and completed. It greatly facilitates the flow of personnel and materials between Yonghing Territory and Nuda City. On the road section built in the south, in addition to the main road leading to the Eternal Territory in the north, there are many small roads extending east and west. These small roads connect the manors built by the eternal territory in this area. Large tracts of arable land have been reclaimed between the small roads. There are also up to 5,000 farmers working here for Yinqing. 5,000 plus 5,000 is 10,000. And behind them are tens of thousands of family members. These people eat the food from the eternal territory, which has allowed Nuda City to remain stable until now. It also made countless nobles and wealthy businessmen regard Yinqing as a thorn in their eyes and a thorn in their flesh. Therefore, without knowing how much power Count Theodore had left, Yinqing, who arrived in the suburbs of Nuda City, did not go directly into the city, but went to the warehouse of the Goblin Alchemy store on the outskirts of the city first. Find the Goblin Gaga and talk to him about jointly setting up a truck R&D center. After a period of fierce fighting, the Windy Highland Legion was very tight on money, so naturally they bought fewer alchemical weapons. The Goblin Alchemy factory freed up some equipment and craftsmen. In Yinqing's eternal territory, the information data network has been laid out, and the humanoid alchemy puppets have been connected to the network. The equipment in the vehicle repair shop is in place, and some vehicle parts are in place. Both parties completed the preparations for the establishment of the truck R&D center almost at the same time, and the rest is naturally to get together to do something big. Gaga, who had been waiting anxiously for a long time, immediately arranged for craftsmen and equipment to go to Eternal Territory after knowing that the factory building in Eternal Territory had been built. Yinqing also took advantage of the goblins' underground transportation pipeline and quietly entered Nuda City. Wearing the smock prepared in advance, tied his waist with a piece of hemp rope, and inserted an alchemical dagger from Gaga on his waist. Finally, he put the fat hood on his smock on his head. Yinqing's outfit at this time was no different from the mercenaries on the street. Really mercenaries on the street. It can be said that most of the mercenaries in the entire Windy Highlands came to Nuda City. Most of these mercenaries did not have any special skills, and there were not so many jobs for them in the city. Therefore, these mercenaries became idle. The rich ones naturally found a place to have fun, and the poor mercenaries tried their luck outside. Chapter 202 Foul Lion Mercenary Group. Yinqing walked along the road towards the city lord's mansion with his head down. His biggest feeling along the way was, this city was like a volcano suppressing an upcoming eruption. The influx of a large number of mercenaries put the already tense city supply system on the verge of collapse. There were almost no shops open on the streets, and even the few that were open did not have much stuff on the shelves. The idle mercenaries made the city's public security extremely worse, especially the mercenaries at the bottom, who did not earn much on weekdays and did not have much savings. Trapped in the city of Nuda, they had no income but had to face prices far higher than usual. Their money bags were quickly emptied, making them irritable. Yinqing had seen many fights between mercenaries along the way, and the city defense army was extremely slow to react, and could even be said to have allowed the conflicts between mercenaries to occur. I wonder if Count Theodore knows what is happening in his city. If the problems of these mercenaries are not handled properly, it will be a big thunder. Hey, your sword is good. Show it to me. Yinqing, who had been walking low-key and close to the wall, was stopped by several sturdy mercenaries. In their opinion, the guy who walked sneakily must not be a powerful character. These people saw the short sword inserted in Yinqing's belt, which seemed to be a good weapon. Therefore, they surrounded Yinqing and cornered him, trying to snatch the dagger that looked worth some money. Yinqing didn't expect that he was so low-key, but he was still targeted. He held the hilt of the sword with one hand, ready to draw the sword at any time, and at the same time released magic power to drive the airflow to form wind pressure to push these mercenaries, and said, "Back off. I don't want to cause trouble. And I guess you don't want to lose your life for a sword." The air pressure pushed with the airflow, and several mercenaries immediately retreated. They didn't expect that the mercenary in front of them, who was dressed so inconspicuously, was actually a hero, and he looked very powerful. Indeed, a dagger was not worth the lives of these mercenaries. They slowly retreated, and the leader stretched out his hand without a weapon to explain to Yinqing, "Friend, I just drank too much. No offense." Before he finished speaking, the leader's back bumped into someone. When the leader turned around and saw the man's appearance, the scene in front of him turned pale in an instant, and he immediately retreated and saluted and said, Captain, we really just drank too much, and we wanted to see this brother's sword. No, we didn't think about anything else." The man called the captain had a mustache on his mouth, a dignified appearance, and an extremely upright look. He was wearing a set of knight armor painted orange with white patterns, a knight shield on his back, and a knight's sword on his waist. Behind him followed several mercenaries dressed in the same attire. Although the mercenaries who stopped Yanxing were not so gorgeously equipped, they were all wearing orange leather armor or chain mail. It was obvious that they were a group of people, or belonged to the same mercenary group. The man called the leader looked at his subordinates with a very serious face, and then looked at the mercenaries who were watching, and then scolded his subordinates. We, the Far Lion mercenary group, have just established a new law, requiring every member of the mercenary group not to disrupt the order of Nuda City. You are not allowed to bully the weak. You are not allowed to covet other people's property. I saw what you just did. The captains of several mercenary groups also saw it. There is no use in quibbling. Go, find the disciplinary officer and tell him all the mistakes they made. Accept the corresponding punishment. And you are still my good brothers. A group of mercenaries, who intended to rob on the road, immediately left as if they had been pardoned. The leader then shouted to the mercenaries, who gathered around to watch the excitement. The war has spread to the entire Windy Highlands. There are few safe places on this land. We are in Nuda City, accepting the protection of Nuda City, and we should abide by the laws and order of Nuda City. But these days, we mercenaries have caused a lot of trouble to Nuda City. The leaders of our large mercenary groups were also summoned to the city lord's mansion, and were severely reprimanded by Earl Theodore. Just as the Earl said, it is of no benefit to us to mess up Nuda City. We, the Foul Lion mercenary group, have issued an order to severely punish all members who violate the laws of Nuda City. We also hope that all friends can consider the interests of us humans, and not mess with Earl Theodore at this time. As soon as the leader of the Foul Lion mercenary group finished speaking, someone in the crowd shouted noisily, "Let us not mess with Earl Theodore. Does the Earl care about our lives? Everything in Nuda City is ridiculously expensive. The face of robbing money is uglier than the most greedy robber." Someone else shouted, "When Nuda City asked us to work, it tried its best to lower the remuneration we should pay. Now they are using such expensive food to rob us of our savings. We are all hungry now. But Earl Theodore is in his castle, eating codfish airlifted from the seaside. You large mercenary groups can also receive missions from Earl Theodore to escort supplies. And we have not had any income for a long time." With complaints and complaints from different voices, the mercenaries became more and more excited. The defense forces of Nuda City finally responded to the large gathering of mercenaries here. Groups of griffins were circling in the air, and some griffin knights used amplification magic to shout, "Demand that the gathered mercenaries disperse immediately." The enraged mercenaries finally left in anger, fearing the force of the Nuda City defense force. The leader of the Foul Lion mercenary group waved to the griffin knight in the air, revealed his identity, and walked towards Yanxing after indicating that there was no malicious incident here. Yanxing was giving orders to Chui at this time. "Have you taken note of those people who shouted and made trouble?" Chui listed several snapshots in the consciousness space, framed the people who shouted in the photos, and replied, "I have taken note of them all, Master. I promise to recognize them all when I see them next time." When Yanxing heard that all the shouts of these people were directed at Count Theodore, he felt that there was definitely something wrong with these people. Recalling their words again, the arrangement is clear. The contradictions are clear, and it is very deceptive. But it just doesn't fit the mercenary style, but has a bit of aristocratic style. If they mix in slang and insults, it will definitely be more natural. Alas, the level of the person who designed this kind of rhetoric is too low, and it can be seen at a glance that he is an upper-class person who has not had much contact with the lower-class people. If I were to write it, at least it should start with MMP and end with MMP. And in the middle, it should greet Earl Theodore's 18 generations of ancestors, and then curse him for having a son without an asshole. This can better mobilize the emotions of the lower-class people, and it will be more difficult to be seen through. Now my sharp eyes have long seen through their tricks. Chapter 203 Thief. The leader of the Foul Lion mercenary group walked up to Yanxing with the support of a group of elite mercenaries. He first looked at the dagger on Yanxing's waist, then smiled and said, "I apologize for my subordinate's offense to you. If they could recognize that your dagger came from the Goblin Alchemy shop, they would not dare to stop you. My name is Donald, the leader of the Foul Lion mercenary group. I wonder if you can tell me your name. Please don't misunderstand. I just want to make a friend with you." Donald's demeanor and tone can be described as gentle and elegant, revealing a strong aristocratic temperament. It can be seen that even if his origin is not aristocratic, he is also a descendant of a family who did not inherit the family title. Yinxing was looking at the screenshots with Chui, but he didn't expect that the leader of the Foul Lion mercenary group would come to him. When Donald appeared just now, Chui listed his information for Yinxing. Yongyong Territory's intelligence collection on New Tower City and Windy Highlands was still somewhat effective. Moreover, the Foul Lion mercenary group was one of the best mercenary groups active in Windy Highlands, and could often receive missions from the military. With strength and background, Donald was the leader of the Foul Lion mercenary group. He was indeed a son of a declining noble family. Although he was forced to join the mercenary business to make a living, he quickly managed the Foul Lion mercenary group with the military knowledge he had learned. With the influence of his family, the Foul Lion mercenary group was able to thrive in the Windy Highlands. When the war broke out in the Windy Highlands, Donald also concentrated the main force of the Foul Lion mercenary group in Nuda City. With the credit and strength of the mercenary group, he could get many tasks of escorting supplies from Count Theodore. Yinxing lowered his head and looked at Donald through the perspective given by Chui using the Eye of Air. He didn't know what role the leader of the mercenary group played in Nuda City now. But this was not the time to reveal his identity. Yinxing continued to hold the dagger at his waist with one hand, and asked Chui to prepare magic. Then he replied, "My name is Tran. A nobody. Thank you, Captain Donald, for saving me. If there is nothing else, I will leave. May God protect you." Yinxing did not give Donald the opportunity to continue to pester him. The air acceleration magic was released, and his body retreated lightly, and then jumped. The rising airflow just pushed him to the eaves next to him. Then Yinxing used the light skills that Chui developed for him, like a martial arts master, and jumped between the ridges of the house as light as a leaf. Soon he disappeared from Donald's sight. Rude thief. Yinxing's agile movements made everyone who saw him think he was a thief. A subordinate behind Donald said angrily, "It is his honor that the captain is willing to make friends with him. It was so rude that he just left like that." Donald looked at the direction where Yinxing left. He couldn't help but marvel at the thief named Tran for his superb application of air magic. The precision of the use of magic power can be said to be extremely stingy. Donald didn't use the word stingy in his mind in a derogatory sense. It was a description of the use of magic power. In that series of dazzling air magic applications, there was no detectable overflow of magic power. All the magic power was used to release and control magic. Air magic itself is the most difficult magic system to control among the 4 magic systems. Because air is everywhere, air magic will inevitably cause airflow changes after it is released. The change of airflow will inevitably affect the release of air magic in turn. Airflow changes are unpredictable, so air magic will diffuse to varying degrees during the release process. If a magician releases low-level air magic and causes a strong wind, it can basically be determined that the air magic of this magic is not very good. And when the thief just released the air magic to help him leave, the airflow around him in all directions did not change at the moment the magic was released. This is awesome. This means that if other air magicians use 100% of their magic power to achieve 50% success, he only needs to use 50% of his magic power to achieve it. Using 100% of his magic power can double the power. Captain Donald originally wanted to take this opportunity to put on a show, but he didn't expect to really meet a master. No, he has the qualifications to be rude to me. The more he thought about the mystery, the more admiration there was in Donald's eyes. Thieves? Assassins? Walking in the dark. Using their abilities to win big with small. They can often do amazing things. But because of the characteristics of thieves and assassins, most thieves and assassins die on the road to growth. Therefore, there are many people in this world who are thieves and assassins, but very few are really strong. Donald was so surprised to meet such a powerful thief this time that he wanted to recruit him. Donald ordered his subordinates, "Mobilize all our people and connections to find this thief named Tran." "Yes, Captain." Yinxing was doing parkour on the roof of the house at this time. Chui is definitely a master of micromanipulation. She can control more than 10 airflows to attach to Yinxing's body. There are spiral airflows to provide stability. There are jet airflows to provide thrust. There are expansion airflows to provide bursts. There are compressed airflows to provide gliding. With modern aerodynamics knowledge, Chui can confidently say, "No one in this world knows air better than me." Yinxing only needs to run and jump, and tell Chui what he wants through the instant communication of consciousness. Chui was responsible for presenting the results. Therefore, flying over the eaves and walking on the walls, chasing cicadas in 8 steps, Lingbo Weibu, and climbing the ladders and clouds. The master can do it. And the master can do it in a variety of ways. After a round and round, Yanqing, who was familiar with how to perform qigong, ran back to the starting position. He carefully lay on the roof and looked down. The people of the Falshi mercenary group had left long ago, and the city residents did not dare to go out casually at this time. Only a few street urchins were strolling on the road. There were also a few mercenaries surrounding a stone pillar, turning daggers to gamble. The dealer was a skinny mercenary with a disabled left hand and 3 deep animal claw scratches on his face. The gambling tool was a specially made dagger, and a line was drawn on the stone pillar to divide it into left and right. The gambler bets on either side, and the dealer turns the dagger. The direction the dagger blade points to wins. It seems very fair, and the mercenaries are gambling very much. The stone pier is full of copper coins and various gambling objects. The mercenary shouted to the dealer to turn the dagger quickly. At this time, a handful of gold coins fell on the stone pier. A voice came from behind them. Take the money and leave. The dealer stays. Chapter 204 Grey Rat. Golden coins were scattered on the stone pillar, and 2 of them rolled to the ground, making a crisp and pleasant sound. The mercenaries immediately grabbed their weapons and turned back. Then they found that the thief favored by the leader of the Foul Lion mercenary group had returned again at some point. When these mercenaries were watching, they saw the thief's strange body movements like a ghost, and knew that this was definitely not a character they could provoke. Mercenaries are in a bloody business, and they have courage, but they are also very aware of the situation. Since this thief has taken out so much money, let us go. This commission is not only simple, but also has a very generous reward. There is no reason not to accept it. The mercenaries put away their weapons, picked up the gold coins on the stone pier in the ground, then slowly retreated and turned around and left quickly. Captain Donald also issued a task to find this thief. If you can find Captain Donald first, you can get another reward. The mercenaries left, leaving only the skinny mercenary, who was sitting in the dealer's position, and stood up in panic, knowing that he couldn't beat the thief in front of him. The mercenary said carefully, "Sir, I am a nobody, and I am disabled. I am definitely not the person you are looking for." In order to be convincing, the mercenary raised his left hand and shook it. His little finger and ring finger were cut off at the root. "I didn't find the wrong person." Yanqing lowered his hood and approached, calling out the mercenary's nickname in a low voice, "Grey Rat." 3 months ago, Yerlin recruited a group of mercenaries to work near Thunder Swamp, and you should be one of them. But I heard that they all died. Why are you the only one alive? When Grey Rat heard that the other party had actually seen through his identity that he had been hiding, he trembled as if he had been electrocuted. He said in a pleading voice, "I'm sorry, sir. I was just a mercenary temporarily recruited by Yerlin at that time, and I really didn't know anything. Please let me go. I will leave Nuda City immediately. No, I will leave Windy Highlands immediately." Before, when Yanqing was watching the pictures that Chuichu had taken, he recognized an acquaintance he had met before. At that time, the mercenary leader Yerlin gathered a group of mercenaries and colluded with the orcs to attack Yanqing's eternal territory. As a result, they were all killed by the werewolf from behind. A group of mercenaries died in the battle. The rest were sent to Nuda City by Yanqing, and were killed by Count Theodore. However, one mercenary was sent by Yanqing to the Orc Spike State Castle to deliver Gustav's head to Chief Little Leah because he confessed quickly. Yanqing didn't expect to meet this mercenary here again this time. The mercenary's name has been forgotten, but Yanqing still remembers his nickname. No one would believe that these mercenaries really knew nothing, as they were recruited by Yerlin and participated in the joint military operations of the orcs. In fact, Grey Rat was spared by Yanqing because he was recruited by Yonling. His accomplices were killed by Count Theodore without asking any questions because they knew something. But they must not know much. Now that a large number of mercenaries have gathered in Nuda City, those mercenaries, who colluded with orcs and elves, must have come in, since Grey Rat was found. Of course, we have to find a way to dig out some more information from him. Facing Grey Rat's pleading, Yanqing used the magician's hand to grab the gambling dagger on the stone pier, an extremely ordinary weapon. "Take me to a safe place and answer some questions for me. As long as I am satisfied, I will give you some money, whether you plan to leave Nuda City or Windy Highlands. You need money." Yanqing held a gold coin between his fingers and spun it around. The golden light stimulated Grey Rat's eyes, bringing Gustav's head to see Chief Little Leah. Grey Rat was able to escape from the state castle with a narrow escape. After returning to Nuda City after countless twists and turns, he received news that all the mercenary captives sent by the Eternal Lord Yinqing died in prison. Grey Rat became a frightened bird, and he cut off all his previous relationships and hid. Fortunately, all the mercenaries who knew that he had participated in the attack on the Eternal Territory were dead. After hiding for a while and feeling that there was no danger, Grey Rat came out again to make a living. But he was disabled and could no longer take mercenary jobs, so he could only rely on his little gambling skills to barely make a living. However, the good times did not last long, and the war in Windy Heights broke out. Prices in Nuda City skyrocketed, and Grey Rat also lived a life of hunger and fullness. The gold coins rolling in Yinqing's hand were very attractive to him. Anyway, it was not a dead end, and if the other party kept his promise, he could really make a lot of money. Come with me. Grey Rat bent down and quickly picked up the scattered copper coins and various small items, then turned around and took Yinqing into a nearby alley. Yinqing followed closely behind him. After a while, several mercenaries led the Foul Lion mercenary group to this place, but none of them knew Grey Rat, and they didn't know where the thief that Captain Donald was looking for had gone. Yinqing and Grey Rat walked through the maze formed by the alleys. If it weren't for Chichui, he felt that if he lost Grey Rat, he would definitely not be able to find the way out. Grey Rat was very familiar with the roads here, and sometimes even passed through the front and back doors of some rooms. Foreign mercenaries generally don't come here, so this place is actually more lively than those spacious avenues. Some markets still have people trading, but most of them are bartering. Grey Rat took Yinqing into a tavern, sat in the innermost and most secluded corner, and loudly ordered 2 glasses of wine and 2 steaks. Not knowing whether it was his last meal, he had to be nicer to himself. The young and beautiful female owner of the tavern brought 2 glasses of beer and warned Grey Rat with a vigilant look. Grey Rat, you'd better let me see that you come with money now. If I find out that there is nothing in your wallet, I promise to chop off both of your hands. Everything in Nuda City is rising in price, making this tavern very deserted. As soon as Grey Rat came in, he ordered wine and meat. The tavern owner was really afraid that he would refuse to pay after eating. Lygia, don't be so nervous. Didn't you see that I brought a friend with me? We are going to discuss a big business here. Grey Mouse took a big gulp of beer and said, 2 large steaks. Come up quickly. Lygia did not move. She did not believe in Grey Mouse, and naturally did not believe that Grey Mouse would have rich friends. At this time, meat was a luxury in the city of Nuda. If Grey Mouse really had no money, he would only compensate with 2 cups of beer mixed with water. Yinqing, who was once a low-level citizen, naturally knew the difficulties of these small shops. He put a gold coin on the table and said, Grey Mouse and I do have a business to discuss. 2 steaks. You can give the rest of the money to Grey Mouse when we leave. Seeing the gold coin, the tavern owner immediately grabbed it. With a smile on his face, he said, Wait a moment. Both of you. I will cook and fry steaks for you myself. Chapter 205 Food Exchange. While the tavern owner was preparing food, Yinqing cast a soundproofing magic to surround the table where he and Grey Rat were sitting. I know there is a mercenary organization that sells intelligence to orcs and elves, and even provides cover for some of their military operations. There are also some nobles involved. Yarlin is a member of this mercenary organization. I want to know the information about this mercenary organization, and who is involved in it. Grey Rat didn't expect the thief to ask such a question that concerns the lives of countless people right away. He looked around to see if there was anyone around, and then reached out to touch the light film produced by the soundproofing magic around him, and then dared to whisper, Who are you serving? That's not what you need to know. Yinqing replied, Answer the questions. Get the money and leave the dangerous Nuda City. That's what you need to do most now. The Grey Mouse hesitated for a while. The tavern owner brought 2 plates of fried steaks. After seeing the soundproof magic, he knew that they were discussing confidential matters. So he put down the plates and left immediately. The steaks were fried until golden brown, and bubbles kept coming out of the surface. The aroma was fragrant and appetizing. Yinqing waited quietly without touching his glass of wine and meat. The Grey Mouse, who seemed to have figured it out, picked up the knife and fork and ate the meat and drank the wine, and told Yinqing everything he knew. I don't know what the name of this mercenary organization is. I only know that it is in Nuda City. Yarlin is a member of the core circle of this organization, and is mainly responsible for contacting Chief Little Lee of Thornstake Castle. However, Yarlin did not set up his own mercenary group. He would directly contact us, the mercenaries who are familiar with each other, if he had any tasks. Last time, Yerlin gathered people to attack the Eternal Territory, and several people did not participate because they were not in Nuda City. I can tell you their names. You should be able to get more from them. The names of several minor characters obviously did not meet Yinxing's expectations. He said, "Is that all? I'm afraid it's not enough to exchange too many gold coins from me." Gray Squirrel said, "Sir, colluding with orcs will be punished by hanging. If you were Yerlin, would you let us mercenaries, who are not even teammates, know too much? I also know 2 properties of Yerlin. Since Yerlin is dead, I guess we can't find anything there." Yinxing had to admit that he had too high expectations for Grey Mouse. But getting a few names was also a gain. Maybe we can find some clues from these mercenaries. Yinxing grabbed a few gold coins and put them on the table, and said to Grey Mouse, "Give me the names and their addresses. This is half of the money. The other half I will give you after I find out that you didn't lie to me." Grey Mouse grabbed the gold coins and counted them. 5. "Sir, I promise I didn't lie to you. Can you give me the 5 gold coins at once, so I can leave Nuda City as soon as possible?" Yinxing didn't want to let such a good informant go easily. "Whether you lied to me or not, I'll know after I finish investigating. Don't worry. I won't owe you 5 gold coins. How can I find you next time?" Seeing that the other party was determined not to take the 5 gold coins now, Grey Rat had no choice. After all, it was normal for the other party to be suspicious. If he gave it directly, he would worry about being silenced. The Grey Rat put the gold coins in his pocket, patted them with peace of mind, and said to Yinxing, "I don't have a fixed residence, but I come here every day for a drink. You can leave a message here with Ligeia and arrange a time and place to meet me." Yinxing turned his head to look at the tavern owner, who was sitting behind the deserted bar, holding a book. The woman was wearing a linen dress with crimson lace and some small decorations. She was pretty, and her skin was not delicate and pampered, but showed a kind of smoky color. She read the book very seriously, and her expression changed with the plot of the book. Yinxing asked the Grey Mouse, "Can she be trusted?" The Grey Mouse continued to eat meat, chewing, and replied, "At least more trustworthy than me." At this time, an old woman carried a bag of grain into the tavern and said to Ligeia, "Miss Ligeia, my son works at Yonghangling Farm, and he received a bag of rice today. It is the same high-quality white rice as last time. We are reluctant to eat such good rice. Can we exchange it for some brown rice from you?" Seeing the old woman coming to exchange rice, Ligeia quickly put down the book in her hand and helped the woman put the rice on the bar, opened her pocket, and grabbed a handful of rice grains. Each grain was round and white. Ligeia couldn't help but sigh. Master Yinxing is really as generous and kind as the legend says. He actually gave such high-quality rice to the employees. The old woman also praised, "Yes. Yes. All the people who work for Yonghangling are saying Master Yinxing is generous and kind. Yesterday my neighbor said that the barley flour he bought from the grain merchant was mixed with sawdust, and he regretted not signing up when Yonghangling was recruiting workers. Master Yinxing gives his employees high-quality food, but the food is too good. I exchange some brown rice from you, and then go to the market to exchange for other things. Life is better than before. I don't know when Yonghang Territory will recruit workers again, so that more people can live a good life." Ligeia smiled and said, "Yes. If Yonghang Territory recruits workers again, I want to go. Wait a minute. I will go to get food for you. It's still like last time. 1 bag for 1.5 bags. The old woman smiled and said, "Okay. Okay. Miss Ligeia is really a good person." Hearing someone praise him behind his back makes Yinxing feel more comfortable than praising him in person, especially after knowing that his own grain has begun to circulate. He felt even happier. In order to suppress the grain price in Nuda City, Yonghangling directly distributes grain to the employees in Nuda City. All of them are fine grains without fakes, and the quantity is sufficient, widely praised by the employees in Nuda City. Now in Nuda City, Yonghangling's grain is hard currency. Almost all merchants are willing to accept it, which can be said to be unimpeded. After all, the battle on the Windy Highlands is in full swing, and hoarding some grain is definitely more reassuring than hoarding other things. Moreover, Yonghangling distributes grain instead of money, which makes the employees have to take the initiative to use Yonghangling's grain for various transactions. Gradually cultivate the trading inertia of the residents of Nuda City, and recognize Yonghangling's grain as a general equivalent. It can be said that this war helped Yanqing to reach into the foundation of Nuda City before the three parties of human race, orcs and elves, had gained any advantage. The grain of Yonghangling has matured as currency. The remaining thing is how to find a suitable opportunity to issue grain coupons. As long as the residents of Nuda City can accept Yonghangling grain coupons backed by Yonghangling grain, then I, the master, can also experience the joy of printing money. Chapter 206 Crisis. After experiencing a minor incident, Yanqing bid farewell to Grey Rat and left Lygia's tavern, and then continued to come to the city lord's mansion in a low-key manner. Outside the towering gate of the city lord's mansion, there were obviously fewer sentries on duty. After seeing Yanqing reveal his identity, the guard officer immediately welcomed him in. Lord Yanqing, the Earl has told us that as long as you come, we will take you to see him immediately. Yanqing followed the guard officer inside and asked, why are there so few guards here? Even if there is a shortage of soldiers on the front line, it is not your turn to transfer the personal soldiers of the Theodore family. Right? The guard officer knew Yanqing's current position in Earl Theodore's heart, and replied respectfully, my lord, Miss Siebel went to Storm City, and the Earl transferred half of the family's personal soldiers to follow the lady. Zybier went to Storm City? Yanqing couldn't understand why Count Theodore, who usually kept Zybier by his side for fear that his daughter might get into trouble, would let her go to Storm City. However, Yanqing didn't ask the guard officer about the private affairs of the Count's family. Anyway, he would know everything after meeting Count Theodore. Soon, Yanqing met the old Count in the city lord's study. After 2 months of not seeing each other, Yanqing could feel that Count Theodore had obviously aged a lot. His face was pale. There were some red bloodshot in his eyes, and his beard and hair were messy. It was obvious that he hadn't had a good rest for a long time. On the table in the middle of the study was a wooden carved map, and on the map were some chess pieces representing different military units. Count Theodore stood beside the map, watching the situation in Windy Highlands, moving the chess pieces on the map from time to time, and did not notice Yanqing coming in. Butler Adley stood beside Count Theodore, holding a tray with chess pieces for military exercises in his hand. When Adley saw Yanqing coming in, he whispered a reminder in Count Theodore's ear. Hearing Yanqing coming, Count Theodore immediately raised his head, and his expression suddenly relaxed. I sent people to the Eternal Territory many times, but I was told that you went to the depths of the Thunder Swamp. Have you finished your work? Yanqing walked to the map, glanced at the situation on it, and replied to Count Theodore, it's all done. I heard something about Nuda City, so I immediately went into the city secretly. On the way to the city lord's mansion, I saw some things that made me feel that the situation here seemed to be more serious than I thought. And I just learned that Miss Siebel went to Storm City. When mentioning Storm City, Earl Theodore turned his eyes to the city at the southern end of the wood-carving map. Storm City guards the main road from the Windy Highlands to the mainland of the Principality. It is connected to Nuda City in the northeast. Military fortresses and fortresses radiate to the north and northwest. Storm City is the center of the human race in the Windy Highlands. Now in the northwest, there are only 3 fan-shaped military fortresses between the main force of the orcs and Storm City. As long as the orc army breaks through this last barrier, they can march to Storm City. Then the function of Storm City as a hub will inevitably be greatly weakened, thus affecting the dispatch of the entire battlefield. The human race's Windy Highland Legion fought on 2 fronts, and Marquis Anderson was forced to make a soft and hard strategy. Concentrate elite and heavy troops to stop the elves from going south and protect the rear of Nuda City. In this way, there will naturally be less military power to deal with the orcs, and they can only give up space to defend the important fortress city. Earl Theodore said, we have made a wrong judgment on the strength of the orcs and elves. They learned from us to use the God-given gold coins to build roads, and forcibly built a road from Windy Highlands to their homeland. The transportation of materials and personnel of orcs and elves is more convenient than before. We missed the best opportunity to drive the orcs and elves down from the Windy Highlands, which put us in a very dangerous situation. The elevation difference on all sides of the Windy Highlands is very large, making it very difficult for the 3 parties, the human race, the orcs, and the elves, who had previously fought for this place, to supply the highlands. Manpower cannot build roads. The benefits of directly using God's gold coins to build buildings are reflected. Marquis Anderson used a large amount of God's gold coins to build a channel from the Windy Highlands to the mainland, so that he could use more convenient logistics than the orcs and elves and gain an advantage in the Windy Highlands. only on the issue of the ownership of the Windy Highlands. Marquis Anderson has never been canonized by Duke Silvermane. He could only keep the thieves and protect himself. As a result, the orcs and elves were a little poor. But they could not lose the strategic location that was related to their lives, even if they had to sell everything they had. So the orcs and elves tightened their belts to save the gold coins given by God, and then built a road to the Windy Highlands on their homeland. In the end, there was this joint war to attack the human race. Marquis Anderson misjudged the strength of the orcs and elves, and the war was more difficult and cruel than he expected. The war against the elves must not retreat. If they retreated, the elves would attack Nuda City, and the Windy Highlands Legion would lose its logistics and lose everything. Therefore, in the battle on the northern front, Marquis Anderson drew troops from various places to fight in the front. They could only retreat again and again against the orcs, and eventually they could not retreat any further. The few soldiers on the western front were defending the strong city. Marquis Anderson also knew that if they defended for a long time, they would lose, and they must have a certain offensive ability to fight back. Zybel was a champion knight. Even if she was not allowed to fight outside the city, she could deter the enemy and increase the morale of her own army if she was released on the front line. During the war, Marquis Anderson repeatedly requested to transfer Zybel to Storm City, but was rejected by Earl Theodore. In the end, Anderson had to issue a formal military order to dispatch Zybel. During the war, Earl Theodore did not dare to disobey the military order and could only let Zybel go to the front line. Earl Theodore pointed to the map and explained the current situation on the Windy Highlands to Yenching. He was not optimistic about the changes after the war. Halfway through his speech, he couldn't help but sigh. Our internal friction is really too great. We could have occupied the Windy Highlands smoothly. But now, even the support from the Principality to the Windy Highlands is only supplies but no soldiers. Hearing this, Yenching couldn't help but say, "Don't you think it's too risky for the Principality to do this?" Count Theodore said, "The Principality obviously wants to rely on this war to weaken the Windy Highlands Legion, and then weaken the strength of Marquis Anderson. Because everything the Marquis has depends on the Windy Highlands Legion. Facing the attacks of orcs and elves, we have to fight hard. When the Marquis can't hold on, Duke Silvermane can appoint a new commander to take over the Windy Highlands Legion with reinforcements. Do you still remember Madame Carroll?" Yenching nodded and said, "I remember. Madame Carroll bought a set of ice jade porcelain tableware from me as the Duke's special envoy. Didn't she leave with the ice jade porcelain tableware?" Count Theodore said, "She is back again. She is now in Nuda City, monitoring the war in Windy Highlands for Grand Duke Silvermane." Chapter 207 Special Envoy. When mentioning Lady Carroll, Yenching couldn't help but think of this peerless beauty. She is a typical classical lady, and her words and deeds are very standard court style. Her unique charm can easily attract men's attention, and they will unconsciously cast their eyes on her. Even when Yenching saw Lady Carroll, he couldn't help but sigh at her style. She is a woman who is very good at showing her most charming side. Such a woman must be very shrewd. Now she is in Nuda City, which must make Earl Theodore very uncomfortable. Yenching looked at the map for a while and said, "I don't know anything about fighting. Besides, Thunder Swamp will not participate in the fight between the three of you for the Windy Highlands. I only focus on my investment in Nuda City. Now the road from Yontion territory to Nuda City is being built, and the farmland is being reclaimed. It will be accessible in a few days, and can be used for farming. Therefore, whoever has a problem with Nuda City is having a problem with Yontion territory. Whoever makes you unhappy, I will make him unhappy." Yenching, who has dealt with Thunder Swamp, now speaks with confidence. Speak with strength. This is also the reason why Earl Theodore relaxed when he saw Yenching coming. No matter what the relationship between Nuda City and Yontion territory will become in the future, Yenching is now his natural ally. Although Yenching has not appeared for 2 months. The food that the Eternal Chamber of Commerce distributed to the employees of Nuda City is the basis for Nuda City to remain stable until now. The grain merchants in Nuda City hate the Eternal Chamber of Commerce to the core. They have repeatedly troubled the Eternal Chamber of Commerce, but the old Earl sent troops to suppress them. When the Eternal Chamber of Commerce distributes food, the old Earl will also send troops to protect it. He even killed a group of mercenaries employed by the grain merchants to ensure the safety of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's food supply. Now that Yenching is back, they can do more together. With Yenching's support, Earl Theodore's spirits have improved. He stopped looking at the map and walked to his desk and sat down. After Yenching sat down, he said, since you entered Nuda City secretly. You should have seen those mercenaries, who were doing nothing in the city. Butler Adley brought wine glasses and plastic wine buckets and poured a glass of red wine for each of them. Yanxing did drink along the way. He picked up the cup and drank it in one gulp. Then he wiped the corner of his mouth and said, "I saw it. Those mercenaries scared the city residents, and they dared not go out. It must have affected the production of materials. Also, I think most of the mercenaries are poor. When they have no money to eat, they will definitely cause trouble. Yes, the mercenary issue must be resolved as soon as possible." Count Theodore nodded. There are many crises in Nuda City, and mercenaries are now in urgent need. In particular, it can be concluded that some mercenaries, with the support of some superiors, are colluding with orcs and elves. We can't just let these mercenaries run around the city uncontrollably. Yanxing asked, "Do you have any good ideas?" Count Theodore shook his head. Now most of the Nuda City defense forces are new recruits, and many are private soldiers of nobles, to train to replenish the consumption in the front and to protect important areas. I don't have too many people to maintain the city's law and order. Now the key is to find something for the mercenaries to do. And my task here is only enough to stabilize those large mercenary groups. Can your Eternal Chamber of Commerce continue to recruit workers? Yes. Of course we can. Now Yanxing has everything except laborers. The more laborers there are, the more land can be reclaimed. The more grain can be grown next year. The people saw with their own eyes that there was a bottom line of grain, and it would be easier for Eternal to issue grain coupons. Just give out tasks such as land reclamation and farming, which is enough to keep the mercenaries busy. Great. Rural Theodore clapped his hands happily. Yanxing is willing to continue recruiting workers, which not only solves the problem of idle mercenaries, but also means that he still has a lot of grain. This gives Earl Theodore more confidence to confront the grain merchants in Nuda City. As long as the price of food is under control, other prices will not go too high. Even more food from the Eternal Territory entering Nuda City will further reduce food prices and stabilize city prices. Yanxing gave Earl Theodore a big gift as soon as he entered the city. The old Earl was not stingy, and gave Yanxing the mansion that was confiscated from a nobleman a few days ago, as the embassy of Thunder Swamp. At the same time, Yanxing was officially recognized as the special envoy of Thunder Swamp to Nuda City. Thunder Swamp was allowed to station 500 troops in Nuda City. Yanxing has diplomatic immunity. All along, colluding with foreign countries has been the focus of the Nuda City nobles and wealthy businessmen attacking Earl Theodore, in order to put pressure on the Earl to close the Eternal Chamber of Commerce. Now, I'm laying my cards on the table. I admit that Yonghing territory is a foreign country, and I will give Yanxing the privileges of a foreign envoy. In the future, Marquis Anderson will defend the Windy Heights, and no matter what crime you accuse me of, it will be useless. If Marquis Anderson loses, I don't mind having one more crime. Count Theodore is clearly trying to drive the tiger to devour the wolf. Give Yanxing the right to station troops. Give him the right to pardon. Push him out in the open. And let him mess with those nobles and dignitaries who have ulterior motives. He only needs to train troops and prepare supplies for Marquis Anderson. As for whether Yonghing territory will be an enemy or a friend in the future, that is a matter for the future. Let's finish the war in Windy Heights first. Yanxing was shocked at first by the fact that Count Theodore suddenly gave him so many core powers. But he understood his purpose after thinking about it. He really didn't have the energy to fight with these petty villains. Military power and power are not obtained for free. They have to share the firepower. Of course, a mere foreign envoy is not qualified to manage the internal affairs of Nuda City. But Yanxing was still a sheriff in Nuda City before, and it has never been revoked. The position of the sheriff is not high, but the scope of authority is not small. If you are stubborn and have a strong background, there is no place in Nuda City that the sheriff cannot enter. Anyway, if something happens, I am a foreign envoy and have diplomatic immunity. Nothing goes wrong. I am the sheriff of Nuda City, and I can walk around freely in the city. The old fox has gone all out this time. What else can I not dare to do? After signing the real estate transfer contract and the relevant special envoy privilege documents, Earl Theodore finally yawned and went to sleep with the help of his butler Adley. And Yanxing also changed into his very cool armor, ordered a team of people from the city lord's mansion, and went straight to his new house. Find someone to make the embassy plaque. Send someone to notify Yongheng to send troops to Nuda City. Arrange for Yongheng Chamber of Commerce to expand the recruitment of workers. Send invitations to the dignitaries of Nuda City to attend the celebration banquet for Master Yinxing's move to a new home. Chapter 208 The Secret Agents. The cost of building Nuda City was borrowed by Marquis Anderson from the duchy's treasury. After the city was built, the Marquis no longer had the funds to develop the economy, and could only invite other nobles and chambers of commerce to settle in Nuda City. Together they built the logistics system of the Windy Highlands Legion. The Duke of Silvermane invested heavily in Nuda City. The assets of the duchy were used to build farms and workshops here, and a palace was built in the city, named Rose Court. A large number of servants and guards were arranged in the Rose Court, making it a place that Earl Theodore could not manage, relying on its special status. The Rose Court became the duchy's intelligence headquarters in Windy Highlands. As the Duke's special envoy, Lady Carol lives in the Rose Court and is in charge of the management of the intelligence system of Windy Highlands. This time, the orcs and elves jointly attacked the Windy Highlands Legion. The principality wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to seize the military power of Marquis Anderson, which was undoubtedly a risky move. How to seize the opportunity to regain control of the Windy Highlands Legion without losing it to Storm City and Nuda City? There must be a capable person who is trusted by Duke Silvermane in the Rose Court. Lady Carol's presence in this position at this time is enough to show her position in Duke Silvermane's heart. A plan that has been laid out for many years began to be implemented, and the principality's spies were unusually active in Windy Highlands. Many unused lurkers were activated. Some of them became residents of Nuda when it was first built. They lived like real civilians, waiting for the moment to be activated. Madame Carol placed her room on the top floor of the east tower of Rose Court, from where she could see the castle of the city lord's mansion. When Yinxing's invitation was delivered to Madame Carol, she was meeting one of her subordinates on the terrace of the tower. Madame Carol, dressed in a court dress, sat in a flower chair on the terrace. She looked through the contents of the invitation and put it on the woven rattan coffee table next to the armrest. Yinxing's entry into Nuda as a special envoy of Thunder Swamp had been notified to the whole city by a decree signed by Earl Theodore. Allow foreign troops to be stationed. Diplomatic amnesty. Even let Yinxing continue to serve as the sheriff of Nuda City. It seems that this old fox is really desperate, no matter what crimes these can bring on himself. Everything is to ensure the logistics of Storm City first. Of course, Earl Theodore did so much for himself, and the effect was immediate. Yinxing's Eternal Chamber of Commerce has begun a new round of recruitment and issued mercenary tasks in bulk. There are too many people building roads vertically from north to south, so they build them horizontally from east to west. Build new manors and reclaim new arable land. Dig wells and build canals. Large quantities of seeds are transported to various manors for sowing. More food is transported to the Eternal Chamber of Commerce warehouse in Nuda City, and then distributed to employees and mercenaries as wages. Yinxing, who arrived at Nuda City, used a heavy punch to hit back the rising grain price. And it fell a lot. There were fewer idle mercenaries in Nuda City, and the public security immediately improved a lot. But how many grain merchants, who had previously stored grain at high prices, were crying? How many nobles who wanted to speculate cursed Yinxing in their own secret rooms? Even the business run by Rose Court was in deficit. But Mrs. Carol didn't care about the money. Money was nothing in front of land and power. What she cared more about was Yinxing, who had been missing for 2 months, suddenly came to Nuda City at this time. What impact would it have on her plan? Mrs. Carol didn't waste time on the invitation. Anyway, she could find out more about this person when she went to the banquet. Lygia, have you done what I asked you to do? The woman standing opposite Mrs. Carol at this time was the owner of the bar where Yinxing and Grey Mouse met. Lygia, wearing a cloth dress like an ordinary civilian woman and a hood, replied to Mrs. Carol very respectfully, reporting to Madam, the safe house is ready. The spies responsible for protecting the safe house are all people who have been lurking since the founding of Nuda City. We are absolutely loyal to the principality. When the elf envoy arrives at the safe house, we will protect the envoy's safety. Please rest assured. Madam. Madame Carol looked at Lygia and nodded slightly. The Grand Duke certainly believes in your loyalty. Otherwise, he would not have used you to take charge of such an important task. But I still want to remind you. This time the elves sent secret envoys to Nuda City, which is related to the national security of the entire Silvermane Principality. If something goes wrong, the Principality will lose the Windy Highlands. Even if you and I die, we cannot wash away our guilt. Yes, Madame Carol. Lygia solemnly promised. We are all the most rigorously trained Principality spies, and we will never let the Grand Duke and you down. Madame Carroll still has great trust in these Principality spies. They are all orphans recruited by the Principality's spy organization, and they have been trained in many skills such as lurking, spying, and assassination since childhood. Only those with the most resolute character and the most delicate mind will be selected to perform such a long-term lurking mission. They have been lurking in Nuda City for so many years just for this call-up. This perseverance is enough to prove their loyalty. Well, I will notify you when the elf envoy enters Nuda City. Mrs. Carroll asked again, is there anything special in Nuda City recently? The Foul Lion mercenary group seems a little restless. As a spy of the Principality, Lygia is also responsible for collecting other intelligence. Talking about the Foul Lion mercenary group, Lygia immediately reported the intelligence she had collected to Lady Carroll. The leader of the Foul Lion mercenary group is most likely from the temple. One of his trusted captains let slip when drinking, boasting that Donald would be able to restore his family title in the near future. And the one who revoked Donald's family title was the Emperor of the Griffin Heart Empire. Therefore, only the Emperor of the Empire could restore his title. It didn't seem to be unexpected that the Foul Lion mercenary group was from the temple. The priests of the temple are used to being flattered, and are not suitable for doing these sneaky things. Donald encouraged the mercenaries to make trouble everywhere. But as soon as Yen Xing arrived in Nuda City, he recruited all the idle mercenaries to work. He didn't dare to attack the city lord's mansion directly. It seems that the restoration of the title is getting farther and farther away. Lygia said at this time, I heard that someone has issued a task to assassinate Yen Xing, and the reward is 100,000 gold. The Foul Lion mercenary group is now looking for a thief named Trent all over the city. This thief named Trent once appeared in my tavern. He talked about some confidential things with a mercenary nicknamed Grey Mouse. But he released the soundproof magic at that time, and I was afraid of arousing suspicion, so I didn't eavesdrop. But looking at their lip shapes, orcs appeared frequently, and Grey Mouse used to work for Short Gun, a mercenary organization that had secret dealings with orcs. Chapter 209 Preparing for the Banquet. Short Gun. Mrs. Carroll repeated the name softly. She had established contact with the Snow Elves very early, and provided them with a lot of intelligence. However, it was difficult to establish a relationship with the wild orcs, because there was a mercenary organization called Short Gun that had established contact with the orcs in advance. In order to investigate the background of Short Gun, Rose Court had secretly competed with this mercenary organization many times, but they did not gain much advantage. Now that a large number of mercenaries have poured into Nuda City, the people of Short Gun must have gathered here. If Mrs. Carroll wants to meet with the elf envoy smoothly and then negotiate cooperation, I have to beware of the destruction of the Short Gun. Are you exposed? This is what Lady Carroll is worried about. Lygia is responsible for receiving and protecting the elf envoys. People who are related to the Short Gun appear in her tavern at this time, which makes people feel sensitive. Lygia said, it shouldn't be. I have investigated Grey Rat. He is just a temporary staff member of the Short Gun and doesn't even know the name of the Short Gun. He seems to like me, so he often comes to my tavern to drink. And if they doubt my identity, they will not take the initiative to come to my tavern to discuss secrets. I think this is just a coincidence. Lady Carroll looked at Lygia. Dressed like a commoner, she still looks outstanding even with some makeup to reduce her appearance. Her facial features are especially friendly, and her eyes are like crescents when she smiles, which makes it easy for people to let down their guard in front of her. If this woman changes into a court dress and dresses up, she will definitely become a beauty surrounded by noble children. Be careful, Lady Carroll reminded Lygia, and said, everything is based on my meeting with the elf envoy this time. If the Short Gun notices anything, I must check it out. There must be no mistakes. Lygia saluted Lady Carroll and replied, yes, ma'am. I will investigate Grey Rat and Tran, and will never give Short Gun any chance. Yen Xing didn't know that he had met Grey Rat, and he actually ran into the high-level intelligence station that Rose Court had just opened. At this time, he was busy preparing for the relocation banquet. The main ideas of this banquet are 3 in total. High profile. High profile. In the end, it was still TM's high profile. Count Theodore didn't want to intrigue with those crooked businessmen and nobles. Yen Xing didn't want to either. If you have time to pay attention to the development of your own territory, go back to the real world to pay attention to gossip. Isn't it good? My lord, I am so busy every day. Isn't it just to enjoy life? Therefore, after Yen Xing got this noble villa, he immediately renovated it. Open the windows and doors. Install glass windows and glass doors. Aren't your alchemy skills good enough to make this kind of colorless glass? I will use glass products as much as I can. Put solar panels on the roof of the villa and put a generator in the attic. Install electric lights in each room. Install fancy chandeliers in the hall. Install neon lights outside the house. Install lighting in the courtyard. Install 4 big street lights at the door of the villa. Keep them on 24 hours a day. For nothing else. Just to make the house bright. Throw away all the old furniture. I will never use second-hand items that have been used by others. Take pictures of each room in the villa and find someone to design them when I return to reality. Paint all the walls on one side. Paste the murals and stick the tiles. Hang all the models of animal heads high. Design 2 more faucets, which will arrive before the banquet starts. Hang them on both sides of the hall. 1 black and 1 gold. To show my bravery. Then put the furniture. The price is not important. It must look expensive and high-end. Make sure that the ordinary nobles dare not touch it after seeing it. For fear that they will not be able to pay for it if they break it. Fill the wine cabinet with wine. Don't consider red wine. Just put all the strong white wine. The alcohol content cannot be less than 60 degrees. Let those nobles who are used to drinking red wine see what a real man is. As for the food for the banquet, Yinqing also arranged it well. Invite the chefs from the city lord's mansion to cook. And use whatever ingredients are expensive on the market. And desserts. Yinqing ordered these from the real world. He has already explained everything to the pastry shop. Taste and other things are secondary. And white sugar must be put in a lot. It is best to spread a layer of white sugar on the surface of the pastry. When picking it up, the sugar must be allowed to sprinkle down when eating it in the mouth. It must be sweet enough to choke the throat. Sugar is a luxury in the magic world. Especially when visible white sugar appears at a banquet. It is definitely a symbol of the host's status. Therefore, Yinqing's requirement for desserts is not only to see the sugar, but also to make the guests feel the sincerity of the master. A plate of dessert and half a plate of sugar. The pastry shop has never made such desserts. How can it be eaten? But the customer is God. For the sake of money, the pastry shop readily accepted Yinqing's order. In short, Yinqing wants to use a banquet to tell the dignitaries in the city. Master Yinqing is a decent man. Master Yinqing has a lot of good things. And Master Yinqing is generous and kind. Master Yinqing keeps his word. While Yinqing was decorating the house and preparing for the banquet, he would occasionally return to the Eternal Territory to handle the affairs of the territory. Especially the selection of the garrison guarding the Thunder Swamp Embassy must be considered and selected. Count Theodore gave Yinqing a quota of 500 troops. But Yinqing did not plan to transfer 500 troops to Nuda City at the beginning. After all, Yinqing is now a foreign army in name. And so many troops coming in at once will have a very bad impact. Besides, there are not so many places to live in the embassy villa. Moreover, if too many soldiers are transferred to Nuda City, the strength of the Eternal Territory will be weakened. First transfer 100 people to fill the facade. And then slowly acquire the houses around the embassy villa. Build a military camp. And then let the rest of the organization come in little by little. Orf led 100 Eternal Territory werewolf warriors, all of whom were newly promoted to the 6th level werewolf warriors. Yinqing led the army into the Thunder Swamp for 2 months. After 2 months of uninterrupted development, the Eternal Territory touched the edge of upgrading to a 6th level territory. So Yinqing used the old method, and used the God-given gold coins to directly upgrade the remaining necessary buildings for the territory. Then he upgraded the meeting hall, and promoted the Eternal Territory to a level 6 city. When the territory was upgraded to level 6, Yinqing naturally built the level 6 recruiting buildings, the guard camp, and the guard training ground, and recruited the human race's level 6 soldiers guards. Guards human race level 6 attack, 9 defense, 10 damage, 6 physical strength, 25 talent, guardian when holding a shield and posing a defensive posture. A defensive force field can be generated to provide stronger frontal protection for yourself and your companions around you. A row of human guards with full body heavy armor and holding large shields can form a shield wall with extremely strong defensive capabilities. Chapter 210 Gun Research. The recruitment cost of human soldiers is generally higher than that of other forces because most human warriors wear sophisticated armor and attach great importance to the defensive capabilities of the army. The 5th level infantry is already full body armor, and the 6th level guards are even thicker on this basis. Human soldiers perform very well on the defensive end, so Yinqing requires his werewolf warriors to have comprehensive offensive capabilities. When selecting weapons for the 6th level Werewolf Warriors, Yinxing found that there was an additional crossbow in the weapon selection column. So he added it without hesitation. So the new soldier unit named the 6th level Werewolf Warrior, based on the main weapon of the battle axe, has an additional crossbow as a secondary weapon. Werewolf Warrior level 6 Werewolf attack, 10 defense, 8 damage, 7 stamina, 25 talent, high morale on the battlefield. The fighting werewolf can always maintain high morale. Shooter mastering the basic shooting skills, the comprehensive ability of long-range weapons such as range, lethality, and firing rate is improved by 10%. The equipment of the newly advanced Werewolf Warriors must be replaced, and all the weapons of the fighting werewolves must be used. Bulletproof vests, bulletproof shields and fire axes. As for the crossbows, Yinxing equipped the first batch of Werewolf Warriors with flintlock pistols that had just started trial production. In fact, with the network human-like alchemical puppets, the Eternal Territory can completely produce guns by purchasing machine tools and materials from modern times. It doesn't matter how sophisticated it is. Normal bang 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 firing is absolutely no problem. But guns are easy to make. But bullets are difficult to make. The material processing technology involved in bullet manufacturing is too advanced. There are also gunpowder formulas and manufacturing technologies, which cannot be made by searching some documents. In reality, there are only more than 30 countries that can independently manufacture bullets, excluding India, which shows that the technical threshold of bullets is not ordinary, especially for large-scale standard manufacturing. It is indeed a bit difficult for Chuichu, with the industrial foundation of Yongheng territory. Therefore, Yinxing asked Chuichu to command the human-like alchemy puppets to hand-make some simple flintlock guns to study gunpowder formulas and manufacturing processes. At the same time, some ballistic data is collected to reserve technology and experience for the next generation of firearms manufacturing. However, even for flintlock rifles, the blow-blown design is better than that of the 18th century using modern materials. Yang Hingling's first generation of flintlock rifles uses breech loading. When loading, fold the buttstock open to expose the barrel, and then insert the handmade standard black powder paper shell projectile into the barrel. After closing the buttstock, the firing device will split the paper shell projectile. At this time, pull the trigger to hit the flint to create sparks, and then you can ignite the black powder and shoot the bullet out. After preliminary test firing, the effective killing distance of the first generation of flintlock rifles can reach 100 meters. If the barrel is lengthened, the range can be even higher. Although the lethality of the flintlock rifle is not as good as the modern military crossbow equipped by Yinxing for human crossbowmen, it is definitely better than that of ordinary archers. Moreover, the flintlock rifle is easy to carry, and the bullets carried by the musketeer are much more than the arrows that the archer can carry. In an emergency, it is definitely faster and more convenient to take out the flintlock rifle with preloaded bullets than to use the crossbow. Just like Yinxing's idea of equipping the werewolves with slingshots. Equipping the werewolf warriors with flintlock rifles is to give them more means of long-range attack. More tactics can be used according to the situation. For example, when the werewolf warriors suddenly encounter the enemy, they can first use the flintlock rifle to suppress the firepower, then continue to reload and shoot, or directly use the fire axe to engage in close combat. In addition to combat equipment, Yinxing also equipped each werewolf warrior who came to Nuda city with a set of ceremonial armor. After actual combat and training, Yinxing found that metal armor has too many disadvantages, and is gradually eliminating metal armor from the combat equipment of the Eternal Territory's direct army. Fully replace modern bulletproof sets as modules. Tactical vests, arm guards, leg guards and plug-in bulletproof plates are freely combined, while giving each soldier the necessary protection. It also greatly facilitates the maintenance and logistic supply of protective gear. However, from the perspective of this world, this is a set of cloth armor, which is not intimidating and far less high-end than metal armor. Therefore, Yinxing also followed the trend of the times, and equipped the werewolf warriors guarding the embassy with a set of full-body metal armor. The armor surface is polished and gold-plated, and all kinds of fancy devices are installed on it. For example, built-in fans and atmosphere lights, and a big red cloak is nailed on the back. The appearance of the armor is made according to the style of the Gold Saints' holy clothes. It can be as cool as you want, and as eye-catching as you want. In the future, the werewolf warriors on war preparedness will wear regular combat uniforms, and the werewolf warriors on duty will wear gold holy clothes. Stand where it is bright. Let everyone see my style. As the decoration of the Thunder Swamp Embassy in Nuda City was gradually completed, a strange sight that shocked the whole city appeared in Nuda City. Especially at night. The whole city was pitch black. And only a few nobles and wealthy businessmen lit up the lights that were not too bright. And the Thunder Swamp Special Embassy was magnificent. Countless lights of various types, a large number of glass doors and windows and glass decorations, made the beams more brilliant. The brilliance was so bright that it seemed to compete with the stars. It also overshadowed all other lights. So every night, there were crowds of people in front of the Thunder Swamp Embassy, and people rushed to see this miraculous scene. The city defense army had to deploy personnel early to maintain order to prevent serious trampling. On the streets, on the nearby roofs, people looked at the Thunder Swamp Special Envoy from all places they could see. Mentality was also undergoing a drastic change. Since Yenxing first came to Nuda City, the deepest feeling he had was the contempt of the people here for the swamp people. The sense of superiority of the upper civilization made the lowest humans look at the swamp werewolves as if they were a beast. They called the swamp people barbarians to get spiritual satisfaction. And the lower the status of people, the more they like to find the dignity they have lost in the backward civilization. This is the bad nature of intelligent creatures. Just like when Yenxing first entered the city, he also felt superior to the people here. He was impetuous and felt that he could call the shots here with his high level of civilization. It was not until he was beaten by Count Theodore that he really found his position. If Thunder Swamp wants to expand its influence, it can no longer continue to carry the label of barbarians and be looked down upon from a high position. If the people of Nuda City cannot recognize that the Swamp Tribe is a civilization of the same level as them, then everything the Swamp Tribe does is original sin. The richer you are, the more you are hated. Morality will restrain an upright person from hurting another person. But will he turn a blind eye to a dog who he thinks is carrying a bag of gold alone? Chapter 211. That is a ray of light. Yenxing, who is experiencing a century of change in the real world, knows how paranoid civilization prejudice can make people, bringing things in the real world into the magic world. It can be analyzed that the Eternal Chamber of Commerce suffered so many attacks in Nuda City. In addition to Yenxing destroying many people's jobs, it is more because of his swamp background. If it was the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce that did these things, I am afraid that those who lost money would only think that they were unlucky. After all, there are gains and losses in doing business, since speculation must bear the risks of speculation. Yenxing believes, in Nuda City, there are very few people who want to seize the power of Earl Theodore. They want to mess up Nuda City, so they will naturally regard themselves as a thorn in their eyes and get rid of them as soon as possible. Others are more people who can't stand the mentality of the barbarians making money while they lose money. When I eat dirt, you dare to eat meat. Of course, I will kill you and eat meat. Therefore, there is no use for explaining and negotiating with such people who want to eat you. There are only two ways to solve this discrimination. One is to use fists to beat them one by one and beat them to call daddy. The problem will be solved naturally. But Yenxing must maintain stability in Nuda City and cannot kill a world in the city. Earl Theodore does not allow him to do so. Therefore, Yenxing chose the second method. Let all the people of Nuda City see the light. See the Thunder Swamp Embassy that can compete with the starry sky. See what other places in Nuda City look like under this light. Let those dignitaries and wealthy businessmen see that the magic lights that they used to be proud of in their homes are so dim under this light. Humans are creatures that tend to be light-oriented. Light also illuminates the development of human civilization. When the Thunder Swamp Embassy becomes the brightest light in Nuda City, will the people here still dare to regard the swamp as barbaric as before? Yenxing is going to hold an opening banquet to entertain the dignitaries and wealthy businessmen of Nuda City. Without Earl Theodore's endorsement, the first thing he has to do is to obtain ideological parity before the dialogue. Have the right to speak. Let what you say be truly heard by them and trigger their thinking. Otherwise, if they regard the swamp as an inferior creature, a screaming cow, they will only think of the steak that is fried and served on the table. If most of the speculative nobles and wealthy businessmen accept the failure of their business, the number of people Yenxing has to deal with will be greatly reduced. The Thunder Swamp Special Envoy has become a unique landscape in Nuda City. In the Underground Assassins Guild, the amount of bounty for the assassination of Yenxing has accumulated to 300,000. Such a heavy bounty made Earl Theodore allocate heavy troops to protect Yenxing's special embassy, and told Yenxing not to leave the special embassy casually. But there is no such thing as a thief who steals for 1,000 days. Especially when the opening banquet of the embassy is held. There are all kinds of people in the embassy. At that time, Yinxing has to meet all kinds of people. And it is also the easiest time for assassins to attack. Although Choi Chue has arranged a set of strict security equipment for the embassy, it cannot guarantee that it will be foolproof on that day. Therefore, Yinxing decided to take the initiative. Let's see who has money to spend and offers such a high price to reward me. Let me want to kill myself and earn this 300,000 gold. During this period, Yinxing knew that the name clan he casually mentioned when he met Donald, the leader of the Foul Lion mercenary group, was somewhat famous in Nuda City, because Donald thought highly of the thief named Tran and issued a bounty mission to find the thief all over the city. Then, after a series of rumors, the legend of the thief Tran was spread among the mercenaries. Some people said that the thief Tran had a dragon treasure map in his hand, which he stole from the bedroom of the Dragon Queen by extremely dishonorable means. Donald was looking for Tran because he wanted to get the dragon's treasure. Some people said that the thief Tran defiled a lady from a noble family and was avoiding being wanted. Some people said that the thief Tran sneaked into the dungeon and successfully seduced the Minotaur princess of the Dungeon Kingdom, and then was cursed by the Dark Wizard and could never see the sun. In short, in the entertainment-deficient Nuda City, the thief Tran unexpectedly became popular. The harder it was to find the thief Tran, the more people were willing to make all kinds of guesses and then talk about him. And they all liked to make up some stories that everyone liked to hear. Yinxing alone knew that he had committed dozens of crimes, and the victims included almost all known intelligent races. He was truly indifferent to the living and the dead. He was notorious. But no matter what, the fact that he could commit these crimes proved that the thief Tran was very powerful. So Yinxing changed into the clothes he had used to sneak into Nuda City, and put the alchemical dagger that had a bit of symbolic meaning on his belt. Go to Ligea's tavern and meet Grey Rat. When I met Grey Rat again, he was in much better condition. Although he was still thin, his physique was much stronger. His face was energetic, and his clothes were new. He had a prosthetic limb installed on his broken finger. He could still stretch it out and clench it, which was obviously an alchemical object with alchemical muscle fibers. Yinxing put 5 gold coins on the table and said to Grey Rat, I have investigated the names you told me. Although I didn't get any useful information, it at least proves that you didn't lie to me. This money is yours. Grey Rat quickly gathered all the gold coins, then checked the soundproof magic light film that Yinxing unfolded, and then whispered to Yinxing, Did you really sleep with the Minotaur princess in the dungeon? Steal the treasure map of the Black Dragon? And hack Lord Medusa? Yinxing's hands trembled when he heard this. Fortunately, his hood was pulled down low, so no matter how dark his face was, others could not see it. Some rumors are true. The missions of the Assassin's Guild are not something that everyone can accept. So Yinxing wants to use rumors to raise his own value. Anyway, the name Tran will be thrown away after it is used up. However, he can take the blame for sleeping with the Minotaur princess. But he must not admit to stealing the Black Dragon's treasure map. But I didn't steal the Black Dragon's treasure map. The dragon will pile up all his financial reports in the dragon's lair, and will not bury them and draw a treasure map. Only fools will believe such rumors. The gray mouse nodded in approval, and looked at Yinxing with admiration. Apart from the theft of the Black Dragon's treasure map, which other major cases are not full of dangers? And they are full of legends. Most mercenaries have no ability to tell the truth. Anyway, what everyone says must be true. What's more, the parties involved have admitted it. The various legends of the thief Tran are absolutely popular in the mercenary industry. Chapter 212 Conflict of Mercenaries. Last time, I got 5 gold coins from Yinxing, which made Grey Rat live very comfortably these days. This time, Yinxing paid the remaining gold coins readily, and Grey Rat let go of his extra vigilance, and was no longer so nervous when facing the thief who suddenly found him. Now that he knew that many rumors about the thief Tran were true, Grey Rat felt a little proud that he could make friends with such a legendary figure, especially in front of Ligeia. This was definitely a plus for him. Thinking of Ligeia, Grey Rat couldn't help but look at the bar. The tavern was still as deserted as ever. Ligeia, who had nothing to do, sat behind the bar and continued to read her book. Ligeia seemed to talk to him more these days. Grey Mouse thought beautifully and felt that his luck was really getting better and better. If he wanted to pursue Ligeia, he would need more money. Grey Mouse forgot what he said at the beginning to leave Nuda City as soon as possible. On one side is a woman, And on the other side is wealth. Why should he leave? As for the risk, where in this world is not dangerous, changing to another place may not be better than here, since he has made friends with a legendary thief. And Tran is so generous. There is no reason not to continue to get some benefits from him. Therefore, Grey Mouse actively said to Yin Xing, Mr. Tran, what is the reason for you to find me this time? I can help you. It's my honor. Grey Mouse took out his purse and put the gold coins into it one by one. The sound of the coins hitting each other was pleasant to the ears. Yin Xing took out another gold coin and put it on the table, and asked Grey Mouse, these days, the people from the Far Lion mercenary group have been looking for me everywhere. I know it has nothing to do with the treasure map. Do you know what Captain Donald wants to do with me? Grey Mouse looked at the gold coins in front of Yin Xing and answered very straightforwardly, I don't know what Captain Donald wants to do with you. I only know that the Far Lion mercenary group and the Giant Front mercenary group have had a big conflict recently. Many mercenaries were involved, and many people died. I guess Captain Donald is looking for you to join his mercenary group. If you, a legendary thief, join, the Giant Front mercenary group will definitely suffer. Unlike the Far's mercenary group, which is a newly rising mercenary group, the Giant Front mercenary group is an old-fashioned mercenary group with a long history. In the early years, when the three tribes were fighting on the Windy Highlands, they worked hard step by step to reach their current size. Now the rapid expansion of the Far Lion mercenary group is not only challenging the Giant Front mercenary group's position in the Windy Highlands, but also snatching many tasks that originally belonged to the Giant Front mercenary group. The interests have caused huge conflicts between the Giant Front mercenary group and the Far Lion mercenary group. At this time, a big battle broke out on the Windy Highlands, and a large number of mercenaries gathered in Nuda City. The Giant Front mercenary group and the Far's mercenary group are now in a close relationship, and most of the mercenaries on both sides are reckless men, so they will naturally draw their swords against each other if they disagree. Mercenaries have always been cruel and ruthless, fighting openly and assassinating behind the scenes. It is really normal for some people to die. Yin Xing asked some more details about the conflict between the Giant Front hero group and the Far's mercenary group. Grey Rat has a wide range of information channels in Nuda City. For the gold coins in Yin Xing's hands, he told everything he knew. The summary is, at the beginning, the Far's mercenary group knew that its strength was slightly inferior to the old Giant Front mercenary group. So it took the opportunity of the mercenaries gathering in Nuda City to recruit soldiers. He also offered a large sum of money to recruit powerful mercenaries to join. At the same time, Captain Donald personally lobbied the nobles and wealthy businessmen to get more tasks from them. During the negotiation, there was no lack of words to slander his competitors. The Far's mercenary group has a strong military atmosphere, uniform dress, and strict discipline. These are very much to the taste of the powerful and wealthy businessmen. And Donald's aristocratic background makes it easy for the Far's mercenary group to obtain more mission commissions. As an old mercenary group, the Jufeng mercenary group is indeed powerful. But some of the mercenaries' bad habits have always been criticized by the clients. Hiring the Far's mercenary group is like hiring a regular army. It looks high-end. Hiring the Jufeng mercenary group is just like hiring a group of scattered soldiers. In terms of strength, the two mercenary groups are clearly superior in appearance. It can be said that the Jufeng mercenary group is facing increasing pressure from the challenge of the Far's mercenary group. A lot of business has been lost, and the income has shrunk. It is becoming more and more difficult to maintain such a large mercenary group. However, the Jufeng mercenary group has a strong foundation and has gained a lot of advantages in the conflict with the Far's mercenary group. This is definitely an extremely effective advertisement in the city of Nuda, where wealthy businessmen and nobles gather. Many commissions have been taken back for the Jufeng mercenary group. In the past few days, the Jufeng mercenary group, which has tasted the sweetness, has actively found trouble with the Far's mercenary group. Grey Rat finally said to Yin Xing, the lights of the Thunder Swamp Embassy in Nuda City at night attracted the attention of the whole city, and the attention of the city defense army was also there. The Giant Front mercenary group took the opportunity to attack many senior mercenaries of the Far Lion mercenary group. It is said that 2 captain-level mercenaries died in the hands of the Giant Front mercenary group. Captain Donald was very angry and threatened to retaliate against the Giant Front mercenary group. The conflict between them will only get bigger and bigger in the future. If you express your willingness to join the Far Lion mercenary group at this time, Captain Donald will definitely offer you a very high salary. Of course, you can also independently accept the spying and assassination missions of the Assassin's Guild. There are many bounties for important figures of the Giant Front Mercenary Group and the Val Lion Mercenary Group. The bounties are all very high. Yinxing did not expect that the highlight moment of the swamp he designed would actually provide a battlefield for the conflict between the two large mercenary groups. Indeed, there are too many residents of Nuda City who come to the embassy to watch the light show. And the City Defense Army's attention is all around the embassy to prevent riots. For the City Defense Army with limited manpower, other places are of course out of their reach. At this time, Yinxing does not intend to intervene in the conflict between the Giant Front Mercenary Group and the Val Lion Mercenary Group. As the saying goes, dogs bite dogs and get a mouthful of fur. As the saying goes, things in the rivers and lakes enter the rivers and lakes. As long as the two mercenary groups don't have a full-scale conflict in Nuda City, Yinxing, the sheriff of the official Eagle Claw, doesn't want to care about their feuds. Since the topic has come to the Assassin's Guild and the assassination bounty, Yinxing asked, I just came to Nuda City not long ago. I'm not very familiar with the situation here, and I don't want to join any mercenary group. I am an independent thief. Tell me about the Nuda City Assassin's Guild. What good tasks are there? I need to make some money. Chapter 213 Exposed. After saying that, Yinxing pushed the gold coins on the table in front of Grey Rat. Grey Rat didn't care much about the feud between the Giant Front Mercenary Group and the Foul Lion Mercenary Group, but only cared about how much money he could make from this legendary thief. Tran's attention to the Nuda City Assassin's Guild meant that he was going to take on the missions issued by the Assassin's Guild. Of course, he could get a lot of benefits by providing information to Tran. So Grey Rat told Yinxing about the situation of the Nuda City Assassin's Guild. The so-called Assassin's Guild was not a chain store organization as Yinxing had thought before, and it was not a unified organization. The Assassin's Guild was an underground organization that was not officially recognized by anyone, and its business was to provide spying and assassination services for certain people or forces. There is almost no connection between Assassin's Guilds and cities. In some large cities, there are even multiple Assassin's Guilds that are independent of each other. Some tasks that are not suitable for mercenaries will be assigned to the Assassin's Guild. Therefore, although the Assassin's Guild has assassin in its name, the scope of tasks it undertakes is not limited to assassination. Even assassination is not the main source of income for the Assassin's Guild. The Assassin's Guild is more engaged in intelligence trading. Therefore, it is more accurate to call the Assassin's Guild the Thieves' Guild. But the name of thief is too low, far less high-end than the assassin. Moreover, ordinary people think that assassins must master what thieves know. Thieves may not know what assassins know. When customers post commission tasks, they will instinctively choose the Assassin's Guild. So the organizations that used to call themselves the Thieves' Guild were eliminated later. The only ones left are the Assassin's Guild. The special nature of the Assassin's Guild determines that it must be hidden enough and not open to the public, whether it is posting tasks or accepting tasks. There is a very strict review process. So Yinxing's statement that he wanted to understand the Assassin's Guild in New Tower City did not cause Grey Mouse to think too much. No matter how legendary a thief is, it is impossible to find the Assassin's Guild in New Tower City easily without guidance. In Nuda City, no one knows where the headquarters of the Assassin's Guild is. The Assassin's Guild's contact person can only be found in some taverns designated by the Assassin's Guild. The Assassin's Guild contact person only receives familiar customers, and newcomers must be led and guaranteed by familiar customers. After briefly introducing the Assassin's Guild in Nuda City, Grey Rat said to Yinxing, I know there is a contact person of the Assassin's Guild in a bar, and I used to receive some intelligence gathering commissions from him. If you, Mr. Tran, want to take a task from the Assassin's Guild in Nuda City, I can take you there and act as your contact person. As he said that, Grey Rat picked up the gold coins and threw them into his purse, and shook them deliberately. Yinxing knew what Grey Rat meant. Don't worry. As long as I make money, you will definitely benefit from it. After getting the promise, Grey Rat stood up happily. Come on. I'll take you there now. Yinxing cancelled the soundproofing magic, and Grey Rat happily walked to the bar to pay the bill, and deliberately talked to Legia for a few more words. After Yinxing walked out of the tavern, Grey Rat took a silver coin as a tip and threw it to Legia, chasing Yinxing away. After Legia watched Grey Rat walk away, she threw the silver coin into the cash box. Then she also left the tavern and walked in the direction where Yinxing and Grey Rat left. She didn't follow too closely. She knew that Tran was a very powerful thief. And if such a thief could be easily followed, he would definitely not be alive now. Just now in the tavern, Lygia could make some guesses about their conversation by reading their lips. She knew that the place they were going to should be related to the Assassin's Guild. In addition, Lygia had already smeared a magical scent on Grey Rat's clothes. Using the corresponding tracking magic, she could see the trajectory of the scent. Therefore, Lygia did not need to see people. She only needed to follow the residual magical scent. And after following for a few blocks, Lygia guessed where Grey Rat was taking Tran. So she gave up following them, and quickly passed them to enter the tavern they were going to. Yinqing was still unaware that he was being followed, and he followed Grey Rat through the civilian area. Then, they walked into a tavern that was many times more lively and larger than Lygia's. The guests of Lygia's tavern were all nearby residents, and the atmosphere was very peaceful. All the people in this tavern were strong and powerful, and it was hard to tell what their identities were. But they were obviously not kind people. Some of them were topless and boasted loudly to their companions at the same table, while others wrapped themselves tightly and stayed alone in a corner to drink and eat. The Grey Rat who came in became very low-key. Like Yinqing, he covered his head with a hood on his clothes to hide his appearance, and then walked in with his head down. At the same time, he told Yinqing, "Don't provoke anyone here. Follow me." "Got it," Yinqing replied. Grey Rat walked straight into the lobby of the tavern without stopping. When he came to a closed secret door, he was stopped by a strong man guarding the door. Grey Rat responded to the secret code with familiarity, and took out a sign to prove his identity. The strong man looked at the sign and opened the secret door, letting Grey Rat and Yinqing in. Behind the secret door was a dim corridor, and at the end was another closed door. Grey Rat pointed to a gap in the door and said to Yinqing, "Only one person can enter here at a time. I can only bring you here. You just need to throw a gold coin here, and the door will open. This is to prevent someone from accidentally breaking in, and it is also a deposit. After you leave, the bar will give you the remaining money after deducting the consulting fee. Just wait for me here." Yinqing took out a gold coin and stuffed it into the gap on the door. Then there was a sound of unlocking, and the door opened with a creaking sound. After Yinqing walked in, the door closed automatically again. In this closed room, there was only a table and 2 chairs in the middle. There was a magic light ball suspended on the table, which was the only light source in the room. Under the light of light green, you can see a person sitting on the chair behind the table. The person hid his whole body in a black cloak, and the fat hood was pulled down very low, covering his entire face in a shadow. Yinqing walked to the empty chair and sat down, without taking the initiative to speak. In this environment, everyone was pretending to be mysterious and pretentious. Whoever spoke first would lose a level of prestige. "My master is now a legendary thief who has swept through the women of all races, female and maternal. You are just a small liaison of the Assassin's Guild. Although you are a newcomer, you must keep your status and position correct, and you must not lose in momentum." The room fell into a long silence. In the end, the liaison of the Assassin's Guild couldn't help but speak first. "Sir, you came here to issue a mission or accept a mission? To buy an alarm or sell intelligence?" Before Yinqing could answer, Chui had already changed into a detective suit in his consciousness space, with a pipe in his lips and a magnifying glass in his hand. He said, "Master," although she deliberately changed her voice, "I can be 100% sure that she is Lygia." Chapter 214, Accepting the Mission to Assassinate Myself. "Lygia? How could she be here?" Yinqing asked Chui, "Are you sure? When Grey Mouse and I left Lygia's tavern, she was still there. And even I didn't know that Grey Mouse was going to bring me here. How did she know in advance?" Chui said very confidently, "Master, analyzing motives is not my specialty. I just conduct the most objective data analysis based on the data I can get. A person's voice can change, but the voice print is not only specific, but also relatively stable. The voice print of an adult can remain relatively stable for a long time, without special voice print camouflage training. Ordinary voice changers cannot change their own voice print characteristics. I can restore the other party's changed voice just now, and the master can listen again." After saying that, Chui made some adjustments to the recorded audio and then played it back. "Sir, are you here to issue a task or accept a task? To buy an alarm or sell intelligence?" In Li Jia's tavern, Yinqing said a few words to Li Jia when he met with Grey Rat. Listening to the recording played back by Chui, It was exactly the same. Although Yinqing still has some questions that cannot be solved. I believe Cui can handle technical matters. How to deal with Ligeia, whose identity has been exposed, but she still doesn't know it. Yinqing's silence made Ligeia unable to help but say, "Sir, don't waste time. I have been charging since you entered this room. The consultation fee of 1 gold coin is not enough to keep you silent here for a long time." Yinqing put a gold coin on the table with a snap. "For me, consulting for intelligence has never been a waste of time. The more intelligence I know, the greater the chance I will complete the task. And I can still get the money alive." Ligeia stretched out her hand and pressed on the gold coin and pulled it in front of her, saying, "I used to have some doubts about your legend, Mr. Tran. But after seeing you today, I think you are worthy of the legendary thief who has done so many big cases. It is my honor to serve you. As long as you pay the consultation fee, I will speak to you freely." Yinqing asked, "How do you know who I am?" Ligeia laughed. "Our Nuda City Assassins Guild can gain a foothold here. Of course, it is our ability. If we don't even know the famous Mr. Tran, our intelligence gathering ability is too embarrassing." Yinqing complained in his heart, "You really know how to flatter yourself. If I didn't know you were Ligeia, I would really be fooled by you. But since the little girl is acting with me, I will play with you first." The strength of the Nuda City Assassins Guild really surprised me. I think with your intelligence support, I will have a very comfortable journey in Nuda City. I am here to accept the mission. Spying, assassination, I can do it all. Do you have any good missions or suggestions for me? I only accept missions that match my identity. From Ligeia's tavern to here, Yinqing has been very aggressive all the way to make himself fit the identity of Tran, the legendary thief. His acting talent is awakened, and his acting skills are super fast. He doesn't believe that a city-level assassins guild has the ability to verify Tran's glorious deeds one by one in a short time. Ligeia really has no way to verify Tran's deeds. In fact, most thieves and assassins will not disclose their identities and strengths. They will not show off what tasks they have done and let everyone know. Moreover, an excellent thief and assassin will not stay in one place for too long. The Assassins Guild does not have a cumulative task promotion mechanism, and the strength of thieves and assassins can only be guessed using the existing information. For assassins and thieves who are new to this city, it really depends on guessing. It must be true that the leader of the Foul Lion mercenary group is looking for the thief trend all over the city. Most of the legends about the thief trend must be made up by mercenaries. But even if a few of them are true, it can prove that Tran is a very powerful thief. And from my observations of Tran several times, I can see from him that he is confident in his own strength. In this world, only those with strength are qualified to be confident. Therefore, Ligeia has a very high opinion of Tran. She found several task commissions from the drawer of the table, and after pushing them in front of Yinqing, she said, "There is a commission in Nuda City that is very suitable for your identity. To be exact, there are 5 commissions. These 5 commissions are for the same assassination target. That is, Yinqing, the special envoy of Thunder Swamp to Nuda City. The total amount of the assassination bounty is 310,000 gold coins. If you can complete the task, our Assassins Guild will take 20% as an introduction fee. 20% for a task. The Assassins Guild is really shady." Yinqing did not say much about the commission, but picked up the task commission copy and looked at it. The reason why it is a copy is that such a commission is in the hands of each task tavern contact. Any assassin who meets the conditions can accept this task from them, and the person who completes the task can receive the task bounty after the commission. On the task commission copy, Yinqing did not see any clues about the task issuer, only a brief overview of the assassination target. It is impossible for the Assassins Guild to write the identity of the client on it openly. Therefore, if Yinqing wants to know the details of the assassination mission against him, he must take this task and then get a lot of information from Ligeia. The bounty is generous, and you can get 5 bounties for killing one person. I like this kind of task that makes money efficiently. Yinqing took the task very readily and asked Ligeia. I accepted the task. I don't know how the rules here are different from other places. What do I need to do? What help can I get from you? As a novice dealing with the Assassins Guild, Yinqing must show his experience. Since he didn't know the process of assassins accepting tasks, he found an excuse to let Ligeia be his task guide. Ligeia has not doubted Yinqing until now. The Assassins Guilds are not subordinate to each other. Although the task process is similar, they also have their own rules. If you want to accept a mission from the Nuda City Assassins Guild, You need to pay a 5% mission deposit. If you complete the mission, we will return the deposit to you along with the bounty. If the mission is not completed, the deposit will not be refunded. If the mission is completed, but not by you, we will return half of the deposit. The deposit is just to ensure that you are not impulsive or malicious in accepting the mission. I think you should be able to understand. I understand, Yanqing said, still cursing the Assassin's Guild in his heart. It's really evil. Chapter 215 Thieves and Thieves. The Assassin's Guild requires assassins who accept missions to pay a deposit, which seems very reasonable. But it is just cutting the assassins like leeks. The Assassination Commission mission is obviously not a mission that other assassins cannot accept if one assassin accepts it. This is an open mission. Faced with a huge mission bounty, there must be many assassins willing to pay a 5% deposit. But only one person can get the final bounty, or no one can complete the mission. Then the deposit will either be swallowed by the Assassin's Guild in half or in full. Even the assassins who completed the mission will be taken away by the Assassin's Guild as a 20% commission. In the end, the Assassin's Guild may earn more than the bounty of the mission. And there is no need to take any risks. I don't know if the quest issuer will be cut off, but seeing how ruthlessly the Assassin's Guild cuts the assassins, I think the quest issuer will also be cut off. This is the awesome part of the monopoly business. You can't do anything about it even if you are bleeding so much. Yanqing said, I can't carry so much deposit with me. I will bring the deposit next time. If there is anything else you need to tell me, just tell me at once, so I don't have to run around anymore. The confidence in Yanqing's tone made Ligeia think that he really wanted to accept this assassination mission, since Madame Carroll asked me to check his background. Then, Ligeia said, pay the deposit, and you can get more intelligence support from me even if you officially accept the mission. However, because the bounty of this commission mission is too large, a supervisor must accompany you to supervise the mission and confirm whether the final target is dead and whether you killed him. Mr. Tran, I know that thieves like you don't like to be monitored by others, but this mission is really too special. In order to be responsible to the employer and other assassins who accept the mission, we must equip you with an assistant. I hope you can understand. Understand? Yanqing wished that the Assassin's Guild would send him an assistant so that he could get more information from the assistant. Yanqing took out a watch and put it on the table, saying, I value time very much. This is the watch of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce. You give it to my assistant and ask him to go to Ligeia's tavern to get the money this afternoon. Do you know Ligeia's tavern? Do you need me to draw a map for you? Ligeia thought to herself, I can find it with my eyes closed. No need. Ligeia put away the watch and said pretentiously, the Assassin's Guild knows everything in Nuda City. I accept this watch because I am your assistant. I also value time very much. We will meet in the afternoon to discuss the specific matters. After getting the deposit, I can provide you with the information you want. Is it also a paid content? Part of it is, and part of it is not. It costs money everywhere. Yanqing feels that being a thief and assassin in this world is really pitiful. After leaving the Assassin's Guild contact office, Yanqing gave Grey Mouse another sum of money and left alone. Then he jumped onto the roof to do anti-tracking parkour. Now Yanqing can control the Qi-based body movement Qigong developed by Qichui for him, and use various incredible body movements to shuttle across the roofs of the city. The drone signal relay system released by the Envoy Villa is in place, and the data link is connecting. The data link is connected. Locate the position of the watch monitor. Yanqing installed a monitoring chip in Legeia's watch. By building a drone data transmission link, Chuichu can keep track of the whereabouts of the watch wearer at any time and monitor him. On the floor plan of Nuda City made by Chuichu, a bright spot representing Legeia appeared. Master, after you left the tavern, Legeia tried to track you. According to my analysis of her route, she seems to have a way to track you out of sight. Hearing Chuichu's warning, Yanqing was shocked. He asked Chuichu, Legeia is following me? Yes, Master. Chuichu marked the positions of Yanqing and Legeia on the floor plan of Nuda City and drew the route they passed. The two routes overlapped, and Legeia could never see Yanqing directly. Yanqing slowed down his running speed and said to Qichui, I put surveillance equipment on Legeia, and Legeia must have put some surveillance magic on me. Perform magic detection on me. Yes, Master. Qichui activated the magic energy fluctuation detection magic on Yanqing, scanning Yanqing's body and clothes over and over again. Finally, a little clue was found. Master, you have a passive magic feedback signal. We are adjusting the passive magic feedback to interpret the magic structure. Interpreting. Interpretation completed. Master, Ligeia should have applied some magic potion on you. It will not release magic actively, but its smell can be revealed in certain magic fluctuations. Ligeia should rely on the smell of this magic potion to track you. Yanqing heard this, and understood how Ligeia got to the tavern before him. She must have smeared this magic potion on the gray mouse's clothes, and then tracked him. Maybe she has some other means to predict her destination in advance, and then get to the tavern first to act like a big shot in front of her. Ligeia is a very professional thief. More professional than herself. Be careful in front of her. Master, Chue said, you only need to take off your smock to get rid of Ligeia's tracking. Yanqing said, no. I got rid of Ligeia's pursuit and told her that her whereabouts are also under my control. I will not go back to the embassy. You inform Orf to prepare the gold coins, and we will arrange a place for handover. Help me find a hotel to rest, and see what Ligeia does. Yes, Master. Chue found a hotel nearby for Yanqing. After a while, Ligeia tracked her nearby. The tracking made Ligeia admire the thief trend very much. The route was really tortuous. Looking at the residue of the magic smell, she couldn't help wondering how agile people could run such a trajectory beyond the limit. A master? A real master? Ligeia no longer had any doubts about Tran's identity as a legendary thief. She was also more curious about his true identity and the purpose of coming to Nuda City. Ligeia lay on the roof of a tall house and carefully looked at the room Tran rented. Through the open window, he could be seen lying on the bed to rest. But he still hadn't taken off his coat, and the hood on his head made it impossible to see his appearance. After a long time, Ligeia, who didn't find much, called in another thief to take over the shift. She returned to her tavern to prepare for meeting Tran in the afternoon. Chapter 216, Money Hungry. 5% of 310,000 gold coins is 15,500 gold coins, weighing more than 200 kilograms. However, the volume is not large. Packed in a sturdy wooden box, Yanqing carried it to Ligeia's tavern. Today, a new person sat behind the bar in the tavern. A young man who usually worked in the tavern. Yanqing casually asked, "What did Ligeia do?" The other party replied, "Miss Ligeia went to buy food." However, the surveillance map showed that Ligeia was hiding nearby, waiting for Yanqing's arrival. Playing tricks on me. The master. I heard everything Ligeia said to you. I'm going to meet a guest here. 2 glasses of beer. Yes, sir. Yanqing didn't waste time talking to the boy who was temporarily watching the store, and went straight to his old seat with the cash box. When the 2 glasses of beer were delivered, Ligeia, who was covered tightly, also came in from outside. Mr. Tran, you are very punctual. You are even more punctual. Yanqing stretched out his hand to show the watch on his wrist to check the time, then pushed the cash box under the table to Ligeia's side with his foot, and said, "This is the deposit. Please count it." Ligeia lifted the box with one hand to feel the weight, and then said to Yanqing, "I trust Mr. Tran not to deceive me. This is the information we have collected about Yanqing. If you have any questions, you can ask me." Yanqing reached out to take a scroll given to him by Ligeia. After opening it, he found information about himself and his embassy. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe that the Assassin's Guild had collected so much information about him. Recalling the incident of the El Faranda pretending to be a farmer in the Eternal Territory, Yanqing felt that his strength had expanded too fast, and he had fallen behind in the infiltration and counter-infiltration of intelligence. When dealing with the werewolves and lizard men in the Thunder Swamp, he might not feel anything, but facing the elves and humans, his own loopholes soon became apparent. You can't just rely on blowing for intelligence. Yanqing slowly looked at the intelligence about himself, and casually asked Ligeia, "How many assassins are there among my competitors who have accepted the same mission as me?" Ligeia said, "I'm sorry. This intelligence is not within the scope of my assistance to you. But please rest assured, as your assistant, I will try my best to prevent you from conflicting with other mission executors. They also have assistants like me around them." Yanqing nodded to show that he understood. Giving each assassin an assistant can prevent assassins who are not in contact with each other from fighting each other when performing tasks. This also means that after formulating the assassination plan, Ligeia must contact other assistants to prevent other assassins from becoming variables outside the plan. At this time, Yanqing was glad that he did not let Ligeia suspect the watch. When Ligeia met with other assassin assistants, Chue could find them through monitoring and surveillance, and then follow the clues to pull out all the assassins. With a plan, Yinxing said to Ligia, according to what I have learned. Yinxing once experienced an assassination in Nuda City. The assassin was an elf from the northern snowfield. Because of the blessing of the Thunder Swamp, Yinxing not only avoided the assassination, but also found the assassin according to the curse of the Thunder Swamp. Yinxing is protected by an unknown power. If you want to assassinate him, you must have a more careful plan. The information you gave me is too little. Ligia has been observing Yinxing. The Assassin's Guild of Nuda City serves the Rose Court, while collecting intelligence on the Windy Highlands for the Principality. It is also recruiting spies for the Principality. Tran is now on her observation list. If such a powerful thief can be successfully recruited to serve the Principality, it will definitely be a great achievement. Before that, Ligia has to evaluate Tran's strength. Reporting to Madame Carroll cannot be based on rumors and one's own estimates. Ligia said to Yinxing, the protection from the power of Thunder Swamp is also the reason why other assassins who accepted the mission have not taken action against Yinxing. After all, the alchemy from the Thunder Swamp in Yinxing's hands is really weird. The way he found the elven assassin can't be explained by common sense. But even the ultimate creature as strong as a dragon can be killed. And Yinxing is just a mortal. We just didn't find the right way to kill him. What information does Mr. Tran want? The Assassin's Guild will do its best to help you. As she said this, Ligia couldn't help but stroke the watch on her wrist. As a thief, she knows the importance of mastering accurate time. The more she uses the watch, the more she feels the power and mystery of the Thunder Swamp today. All mortals will die. Yinxing said pretentiously, I know that Yinxing will hold a cocktail party in the near future to celebrate the opening of the Thunder Swamp Special Embassy in Nuda City, and will invite all the dignitaries in the city to attend the banquet. That is the best time to assassinate Yinxing. Although Yinxing has made comprehensive modifications to the special embassy, the main structure of the villa has not changed. This villa comes from a noble who was confiscated. Do you have a structural diagram of the special embassy? Give me an invitation letter. As an assistant, Ligia did not discount the information she provided. This discount is a pun. She replied to Yinxing, Mr. Tran, the information in your hand is free content provided to you by our Assassin's Guild. If you want more intelligence, you need to pay a consulting fee. After all, we need to invest a lot of manpower and financial resources in intelligence gathering. And the deposit you give us will be returned to you after you complete the task. In previous movies, TV series and novels, the assassin organization left a very tall and awesome impression on Yinxing. But after I really came into contact with the Assassin's Guild, the original high-end perception collapsed again and again. Everything is a business. And the Assassin's Guild makes money so comfortably, which makes Yinxing very jealous. Anyway, the Eternal Territory must establish a formal intelligence system, and it costs a lot of money to establish an intelligence network. If we can make this intelligence system profitable and develop it ourselves, wouldn't it save me money? As soon as the idea came out, Yinxing immediately thought of a feasible intelligence system architecture. Seeing that the thief Tran did not respond to her, Ligia thought that he was angry. So she continued to explain, Mr. Tran, as an excellent thief, you must know the importance of intelligence. You also know that the more important the intelligence, the more difficult it is to collect. And task intermediary and intelligence sales are two different things. All I can do for you is to give you more intelligence consulting discounts and more intelligence. Ligia's words interrupted Yinxing's thoughts. He knew that now was not the time to consider how to build his own intelligence system. So he readily agreed yes. Intelligence and intermediary are two different things. Whatever I ask, just tell me, and we will settle the bill at the end. Chapter 217 Assassin. After receiving the deposit, Ligia was not afraid that Tran would default on the debt. So she answered all the questions in the following conversation. Yinxing asked everything, and gradually got a general understanding of the capabilities of the Assassin's Guild in Nuda City from Ligia's answers. The Assassin's Guild monitored him in all aspects, and they had even begun to infiltrate intelligence against the Eternal Territory. In other words, there was not only Alanda who infiltrated the Eternal Territory. However, in order to ensure sufficient labor, Yinxing recruited the human soldiers in the Eternal Territory from the recruitment building, and did not train and promote them from the peasant group. Therefore, the leaked intelligence did not involve things from the top. But with the increase in the cultivation of administrative heroes and magicians in the territory, there is a high possibility that spies have infiltrated the management of the Eternal Territory. Fortunately, the people of the Assassin's Guild cannot enter the Thunder Swamp, and they don't know what happened inside. The larger the territory, the more people there are, and the more complicated people's hearts are. Intelligence infiltration is inevitable. Let Chue investigate carefully and find out the spies who don't know what technological surveillance is. It's not difficult. But through what Legia said, Yinxing felt that the Assassin's Guild was watching him, not just to provide intelligence to the assassin who assassinated him. Some places are very scary when you think about them carefully. That's all I have to ask today. Yinxing stopped the meeting and said to Legia, I still need to investigate Yinxing's embassy in person and formulate an assassination plan. You don't need to accompany me. I will notify you after I formulate the assassination plan. Legia said, Mr. Tran, I am your assistant. Please take me with you when you investigate Yinxing's embassy. I need. Yinxing interrupted Legia and said, I never think of you as my assistant. Your mission is only to provide me with intelligence and to confirm the assassination results. Following me will only interfere with me. Okay. I will follow your arrangements. Legia did not insist. She knew where Tran lived anyway, and he had the magic potion she left behind. Yinxing asked, How can I contact you? What should I call you? You can call me Blood Falcon. Legia reported her code name and told Yinxing how to contact her. Blood Falcon? I've got it. Yinxing left first, and Legia followed him to the hotel in secret, and then monitored him until the evening. Yinxing also watched Legia through the aerial footage provided by Chuchui. He couldn't help but sigh at the rigor of the Assassin's Guild. Originally, he wanted to earn the 310,000 reward by assassinating himself. But if he pretended to be dead, he must not reveal any flaws during the confirmation period of the Assassin's Guild, let alone show up in public. How long the confirmation time is? I don't know. How long the bounty will be issued? I don't know. But Yinxing knew that if he died for too long, it would definitely cause a serious crisis in the Eternal Territory and Nuda City. It's not worth it for 310,000 gold coins. Therefore, he still needs to find all the assassins who want to assassinate him. Next, Yinxing kept pretending to explore his special envoy's mansion, and often asked Legia to meet to discuss his assassination plan. The plan was perfected step by step, and Chue's surveillance records of Legia became more and more. As Yinxing expected, the assistants of the assassins would meet regularly to prevent conflicts between the assassins. The content of their meetings was naturally the assassination plans of the assassins they were responsible for, all of which were recorded by Chue. So when all the assassins were perfecting their assassination plans, their plans were also synchronized to Yinxing's hands. Sure enough, all the assassins chose the night of the opening banquet of Yinxing's special embassy. Then, this banquet was really lively. As the banquet approached, Yinxing met Legia for the last time before the assassination as Tran. In a remote alley, Yinxing received an invitation from Legia. Legia whispered, You can enter the banquet held by Yinxing with this invitation. I know you don't want me to know your appearance, and I also don't want you to know my appearance. So we act separately? I know your plan. As long as Yinxing dies within the scope of your plan, I can verify that you have completed this mission. I wish you good luck. Yinxing took the invitation and flipped through it. The paper used for the invitation came from the real world, and all the words were printed, which is not easy to imitate. Yinxing had no impression of the name of the invitee on it, but after scanning it, it was found that this invitation was for a businessman. Somehow it fell into the hands of the Assassin's Guild. Yinxing put away the invitation and said to Legia, I'm afraid you can know what I look like, but I don't know what you look like. But I will go in another way. Wait for my good news in the evening. Legia said, Do you want to change the plan temporarily? No. Just modify the plan a little. I don't like people to know what I look like. That's all. See you tomorrow. Without giving Legia a chance to ask, Yinxing jumped onto the roof and left. It was going to be dark soon, and Legia had no time to do anything she wanted to do. At night, the lights of the Thunder Swamp Special Embassy in Nuda City were still bright. Large searchlights cast long beams of light into the sky, as if to illuminate the sky. The embassy, which had been closed to anyone, finally opened its doors. The werewolf warriors in golden armor stood majestically at the door, and under the light of the welcome lamp, they looked even more imposing, like gods of war descending. Groups of guests were brought in by carriages. As soon as men and women entered the embassy, they were all shocked by the layers of light. This is simply moving the day here. walking on the road in the front yard of the embassy. Brutus Nesk felt uncomfortable under the light. As an assassin, darkness protects him, and the night is his home court. But here, the lights on all sides made him unable to even see a shadow, and he was extremely uncomfortable with such a dark night. But the reward of 310,000 gold coins was really too tempting. He believed in his own strength. He believed that he could successfully kill Yanqing in the shelter of the Thunder Swamp in this night as bright as day. Now he had entered the embassy and completed the first step of the plan. The rest was to kill Yanqing with one strike before other assassins could make a move. The bounty must be mine. Dressed as a country gentleman, Nesk walked forward along the road, and from time to time he greeted the people around him, as if he knew them very well. But at this time, a human servant of the embassy suddenly appeared in front of Nesk, and handed over a note and said, "Mr. Nesk, this is from my master." Nesk was shocked. The name he used to attend the banquet here was not Nesk. Exposed. This is the first thing Nesk thought of. He instinctively wanted to escape, but he thought that the other party must have arranged for him to come in, since the other party did not take action first, but sent a note. Then take a look at the content of the note before making a decision. Nesk suppressed his mind and opened the note, which read, "Dear Mr. Nesk, I am the owner here, Yanqing. I know the purpose of your coming here, and I know your identity. You have two choices now. Leave. I will not disrupt my banquet to capture you. Or if you want to solve the doubts in your heart, then follow my servant to see me. I have no ill intentions." Chapter 218 Guests. Nesk held the note and tried to control the huge waves in his heart. What happened? Why was I discovered just after I came in? No. The other party should have known that I had accepted the task of assassinating Yanqing and knew the assassination plan I had made. And the only ones who knew all this were me and my so-called assistant. Was I betrayed by the Assassins' Guild? Nesk could only make this inference. But why would the Assassins' Guild betray me? What good would this do to them except to undermine the credibility of the guild? Yanqing knew that I came to kill him. So why didn't he kill me, but wanted to see me instead? As the note said, Nesk's heart was full of doubts. To solve this doubt, he had to go see Yanqing. He knew that his choice to leave immediately might be the right choice. But curiosity about the answers behind these questions prompted Nesk to take the risk to see Yanqing. After all, he wanted to kill himself, so he didn't need to send a servant to deliver a note to himself. He had been exposed and entered his territory, and his life was in his hands. "Okay, I'll go see your master. Please lead the way." The servant replied, "Mr. Nesk, please follow me." Nesk followed the servant to leave the front yard road, walked around a small path to the side of the main building of the villa, and walked in through a small door. The villa was covered with soft carpets, and the soft lights made it as bright as day. On the wall hung murals that had never been seen before, and werewolf warriors in golden armor stood at various positions with shields and battle axes in their hands. The servant took Nesk up the building to the third floor, and then walked through a winding corridor to the outside of a room. Knock on the door first. A maid opened the door and said to Nesk, "Mr. Nesk, please come in." He was recognized at a glance again. As a relatively successful assassin, Nesk felt like he was stripped of all his clothes here. But since he was here, he had to go to the end no matter how uncomfortable it was. Nesk walked into the room. The room was quite spacious, with 8 square tables and 8 chairs in the middle. In front of him was a podium, on the wall of which hung a black flat crystal object of unknown function. And 2 of the 8 chairs were already occupied. Nesk walked in and immediately attracted the attention of the 2 men. They looked at Nesk with eyes full of surprise, confusion, doubt, and helplessness. "Mr. Nesk, please sit here." The maid walked to an empty seat and pulled out a chair, inviting Nesk to sit down. Then she took a teapot and teacup from the drinking table nearby, poured tea for Nesk and said, "Please wait for a moment. Mr. Nesk, when everyone is here, my master will come to see you." Everyone is here. Nesk looked at the people in the room and the other 5 empty seats, and had a premonition of shock and fear in his heart. Even though the temperature was not that high after the beginning of autumn, Nesk still broke out in cold sweat. He looked at the open window on the other side of the room, listened to the noisy banquet outside, and resisted the urge to jump out. "Thank you, Master Yanqing, for your hospitality." Nesk politely replied, "Master Yanqing doesn't seem to be worried about my sudden departure. The maids who followed Yanqing in Nuda city and were used to big scenes could already deal with some problems calmly. The maid said respectfully, "My master said that the guests who came to the special embassy today are all our respected guests. As long as they are guests, they can come and go freely. Master Yinqing, keep your word. Please don't be nervous. Mr. Nesk, my master is a very good lord." "Thank you." Nesk thanked the maid politely, showing a cultivation that was somewhat inconsistent with his profession. At this time, another person was brought in by the servant outside the door. The four looked at each other, and Nesk couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems that the whole army was annihilated this time. And these who have come, and those who are coming soon, should be the assassins who want to assassinate Yinqing during the banquet this time. The result is such a ridiculous, sad and lamentable scene. If it spreads out, it will definitely be a big joke in the assassin industry. Perhaps because of shock or doubt, all the assassins who were invited were very cooperative and quiet, especially in this room where they seemed to be able to leave at any time. Everyone sat silently in their seats, waiting for Master Yinqing to come and answer their questions. Soon, 3 more people were brought in one after another. 7 people sat in the 8 seats, and only the last empty seat was not occupied. After a while, when the door of the room was opened again, the 7 assassins saw Yinqing walking in from outside. He seemed not to be afraid of the 7 assassins in the room who wanted to assassinate him, and walked to the podium casually. At the same time, the black thing hanging on the wall behind him lit up. The 7 assassins looked at each other, then looked at the last empty seat, and then all turned their eyes back to Yinqing on the podium. Yinqing turned on the large screen display and stood behind the podium looking at the assassins he had summoned. He couldn't help but smile. This is all well. A full-scale conflict broke out in the Windy Highlands, and all kinds of human characters in this area gathered in the city of Nuda. Not just mercenaries, merchants, farmers, craftsmen, adventurers, thieves, assassins, all those who didn't want to be affected by the war, all poured into the city of Nuda. At this time, the city of Nuda was really a mixed bag, with hidden talents. What is the most expensive thing in the world? Talent. Yinqing knew that the total bounty on him in the Assassin's Guild was 310,000 gold. And if he wanted to accept this mission, the deposit alone was 15,500 gold. This amount of money was a huge sum for anyone. For an assassin, money was really accumulated from one mission after another, and they had to be missions with high bounties. Therefore, an assassin with 15,500 gold coins in his hand was definitely a top assassin. An assassin who dared to take out so many gold coins as a deposit was the best of the best. These assassins at the top of the pyramid came to their embassy together. If they were allowed to escape, it would be a huge loss. Knowing that arresting them might not keep them, Yinqing directly revealed their identities and invited them. Without being on guard, they would be drawn here by curiosity. Facts have proved that Yinqing's inference is very accurate, and everyone who should be here has arrived. As for whether these assassins will attack him here, Yinqing is not worried. They were invited here just after entering the embassy, and their assistants were not nearby, so there was no way to review the results of the assassination, and they must have thought that they were sold by the Assassin's Guild. There is no benefit for them to carry out the assassination at this time. Chapter 219, Getting the Assassin Industry on the Right Track. Yinqing acted as if he had everything under control. His confidence made the assassins in the audience more obedient. Glancing at the empty seat, Yinqing said, "Although I feel a little sorry that I didn't invite Mr. Tran. The formal banquet is about to begin, so I won't wait for Mr. Tran. Or, he noticed something and didn't show up. But I feel extremely honored to invite you. I know you have a lot of questions, but due to time constraints, I can only answer 3 questions. After answering the questions, I will tell you the purpose of inviting you." After Yinqing finished speaking, the room fell into a brief silence. The 7 assassins couldn't help but look at the empty seat again, thinking in their hearts. It turned out that Turan, who has become extremely famous recently, also accepted the task of assassinating Yinqing. Originally, the assassins were suspicious of this legendary thief who suddenly appeared. Now, of the 8 assassins who came to assassinate Yinqing, 7 were invited here, but Turan was the only one who was not discovered by Yinqing. The difference in professional level is obvious at a glance. The 7 assassins couldn't help but be convinced. One of the assassins asked Yinqing, "Master Yinqing, you can find us so accurately. Does it mean that we have been betrayed by the Assassin's Guild?" Yinqing replied, "I can't give you too much details about how I found you accurately. In short, There is a very big loophole in the Assassin's Guild in Nuda City. And as you can see, it is an extremely fatal loophole. The answer given by Yenching, heard by the assassins, is that someone in the Assassin's Guild leaked sensitive information, thinking that the 7 assassins on his side don't know each other. Yenching can invite them here one by one, and you will know how big the Assassin's Guild's leak problem is. This is also a definite answer. Another assassin asked, Master Yenching, if the Assassin's Guild leaks our secrets, does it mean that we can't leave here alive? The assassins were waiting for Yenching's answer. The Assassin's Guild leaked the secret to Yenching, and they must have hoped that Yenching would kill all the assassins who came in. Even if Yenching didn't kill him, the Assassin's Guild would kill him to prevent the scandal from being exposed. Yenching said, as long as you are here as guests, I will guarantee your safety. As for what will happen after leaving my envoy's house, it should have nothing to do with me. Yenching's answer almost confirmed the assassins' speculation. They would be killed by the Assassin's Guild. This inference made the assassins nervous. Although they believed in their own strength, they were also afraid of the power of the Assassin's Guild in Nuda City. There was only one last question left. Nesk asked first, Mr. Yenching, I think inviting us here should not be within the scope of your deal with the Assassin's Guild. Letting us go will inevitably affect your relationship with the Assassin's Guild. Aren't you afraid of their revenge? Yenching smiled and said, what should I be afraid of for an Assassin's Guild that can even leak your information? I have Thunder Swamp, Count Theodore, and the Eternal Chamber of Commerce. You stand with me. Yenching's words made the room fall into silence again. Yes. Being in this bright room is a completely different world from the dark night outside. Just from this point, we can see what kind of power Master Yenching has. He can get all the information of his 8 assassins from the Assassin's Guild accurately. So why should he be afraid of the revenge of such an Assassin's Guild? But what does his last sentence mean? Now all 3 questions are answered. Yenching looked at the watch on his wrist and said faster, it's time to talk about the purpose of inviting you here. Yenching adjusted the big screen behind him, and a picture appeared on the screen. There are 5 IC cards in the picture, according to different colors and patterns. The bottom of the 5 IC cards are marked with bronze, silver, gold, diamond and king. At the same time, a maid placed 7 IC cards representing diamonds on the assassins' desks one by one. The assassins looked at the cards and didn't know what they were. They could only recognize the artistic pattern with the word Creed printed on the cards. Yenching said, the Assassin's Guild in Nuda City has major internal problems now, which will inevitably seriously affect the credibility of the current Assassin's Guild. I dare not cooperate with the current Assassin's Guild in the future. Nuda City, or the entire intelligence industry in Windy Heights, will undergo a major reshuffle and adjustment because of this incident. Therefore, I decided to establish the Creed Assassin's Guild to fill the gap in the intelligence industry. The assassins were shocked when they heard Yenching's ambition. They didn't expect Yenching to dare to compete with the Assassin's Guild for food. This is not a matter of revenge. The Assassin's Guild will definitely fight to the death. Nesk held the card and asked Yenching, Master Yenching, do you want us to join your creed? Yenching smiled and said, no. The cards in your hands are just for your convenience to use our intelligence system and task system. See a bulge on your table? Please put your cards on it. The assassins put the cards on the bulge. Then their table immediately lit up and displayed a string of information and many options. Yenching explained, anyone who is willing to serve the Creed Assassin's Guild can get a personal card from us. This card is unique and can read your personal information, permissions, and the intelligence you can obtain and the tasks you can accept under your permissions through the Creed's proprietary equipment. The card levels are bronze, silver, gold, diamond and king. Different cards correspond to different permissions. Different permissions have different price discounts for purchasing intelligence. Different permissions have different levels of tasks that can be accepted. If you want to increase your permissions, you must accumulate personal points. Selling intelligence can get bounties and points. Completing tasks can get bounties and points. When the points accumulate to a certain level, you can upgrade the card level to improve your own authority. With this card, you can perform almost all business operations on the secret room console provided by Creed. Just like the console you are facing now. Use your fingers to operate the keys. Without reception staff, the possibility of leaks is minimized. As the first batch of Creed users, I will make an exception and give you a diamond card directly. The mission commission is reduced to 5%, and the intelligence purchase fee is reduced by 50%. In addition, there is another benefit for being a user of Creed, that is, If there is no special situation, all the tasks of the Creed Assassins Guild will no longer actively collect deposits, but will be replaced by points mortgage. Chapter 220 Intelligence Porter. After experiencing how shady and profitable the Assassins Guild was, Yinxing was thinking about how to get in and play. However, the current Assassins Guild in Nuda City has been operating for so long, and its foundation is extremely strong. It is not something that can be easily intervened. It must be planned well. So Yinxing borrowed the idea of the online e-commerce platform and designed an Assassins Guild platform for himself. Then, with the idea of game membership and level, the idea of the Creed Assassins Guild came up. Creed does not directly participate in the collection of intelligence, but only acts as a porter of intelligence. Using Chue's information processing capabilities and algorithms, the optimal route is calculated for the intelligence supply and demand parties. One card. Anyone can get it. You can earn points by posting and completing tasks, and you can get promoted to a higher level with a certain amount of points. Use the hierarchy system to increase the cohesion between customers and Creed. In addition, the Creed card also has the function of storing money. Yinxing introduced the many functions of this card to the 7 assassins. All members holding the Creed card can open an account in the Eternal Chamber of Commerce, deposit money into the Eternal Chamber of Commerce, and the amount will appear in the Creed card. In this way, after you complete the task amount can be directly transferred to your account, and you can go to the Eternal Chamber of Commerce to collect the bounty, which can avoid the risk of transporting large amounts of money outside. The business philosophy and technical means of the Creed Assassins Guild proposed by Yinxing are definitely a dimensionality reduction attack on the current Nuda City Assassins Guild. Cheap, convenient, fast and safe. Invest money in the early stage. Give members some benefits. And give food and money when you apply for a card. Don't worry about not being able to spread this net. Wait until the current Assassins Guild is squeezed out of the market, and then cut the leaks. The plan is good, and the money prospects are broad. How to take this first step well is the purpose of Yinxing bringing a few assassins here. Giving them 7 Diamond Creed cards is equivalent to getting 7 big stars to endorse themselves. And now they all think that they have been betrayed by the Assassins Guild, and they can't help cursing after leaving. Especially since the Assassins Guild still has their 15,500 gold deposit. The brothers will definitely curse even more fiercely. The Assassins Guild will definitely be overwhelmed by this credit crisis. Then Creed can take the opportunity to develop its business. When Yinxing introduced the business scope of the Creed Assassins Guild, the 7 assassins were all surprised and operated on the touchscreen desktop in front of them. The more they moved, the more surprised they were. What kind of alchemy is this? How are the magic images inside made? How can they be modified at will? Nesk watched and listened, feeling dizzy, and all his previous understanding of the Assassins Guild collapsed. If what Master Yinxing said is true, and only this alchemical instrument can be used to issue, accept and complete tasks, then which Assassins Guild can compete with Creed? He couldn't help but ask Yinxing, Master Yinxing, how does this alchemical instrument achieve the functions you mentioned? Yinxing smiled and said, I can't answer questions related to the alchemy of Thunder Swamp. There are 8 Creed card task terminals here. You can exchange seats with each other, and then issue and accept tasks with each other. According to the voice prompts, most of the work can be completed. Well, I still have to receive the guests outside. You can leave on your own after you understand the Creed card. If you want to play here, you can play here. If you want to leave, my people will take you to the safe passage. Goodbye. After Yinxing finished speaking, he ignored the dumbfounded assassins and turned around and walked out of the room. Yinxing knew that the more confident he was, the less the assassins would care. Besides, their minds were probably all on the Creed card and the mission terminal, and they might have forgotten the purpose of coming to the embassy this time. Let them play with the touch-screen computers. They will definitely find it more interesting the more they play. The assassins stayed to fiddle with the touch-screen computers, and the system's voice prompts answered various questions for them. It was just hard for their assistants. The assassins had to have a very strict plan to carry out the assassination mission, including how to enter, how to execute, and how to retreat. The assistants not only confirmed the results of the assassination, but also provided the assassins with changing intelligence in a timely manner according to the complex on-site situation. But they all found that the assassins they were responsible for were not in the position they should be. Where did they go? What happened? Then all these emergencies were gathered in Ligea's hands. As a senior spy, Ligeia was the general person in charge of the assassination of Yanqing. Her identity was a waiter temporarily recruited at the banquet, carrying a wine tray and shuttling around the banquet to facilitate the grasp of the situation everywhere. Soon she found that Tren had disappeared like the other assassins. A bad premonition soon came over her. She looked at the bright lights around her and felt great pressure. Should I report to Lady Carol? No. Without knowing for sure whether I was exposed. I must not bring danger to Lady Carol. I must leave immediately. Ligeia ordered all assistants to retreat. Some people quietly left the embassy under the watchful eyes of the cameras in the dark. It's good to leave. Yanqing, dressed in a splendid dress, walked into the main hall of the embassy. At this time, Earl Theodore, High Priest Lancelot, Lady Carol and other leading figures in Nuda City were already waiting here. Everyone was shocked by the lights inside and outside the embassy, and once again refreshed their understanding of the Thunder Swamp in their hearts. In the past, the swamp people were uncivilized barbarians, which was a common sense recognized by the world. Even in recent days, there have been frequent exquisite alchemical products from the Thunder Swamp. And even the ice jade porcelain that imitates angel tableware also comes from the Thunder Swamp. But individual highlights cannot change people's overall perception of the swamp people. During this period, the lights of the Thunder Swamp Special Embassy in Nuda City finally gave the swamp people a civilized label. This time the embassy is open, and these lights can be appreciated up close. Then the dignitaries found themselves standing in the hall. If they didn't look out the window, they wouldn't realize that it was night. The light here is not just light. The Thunder Swamp can turn day into night. When Count Theodore saw Yanqing, he immediately pulled him aside and asked, I sent people to find you several times, and your servant said you were very busy. Now you have to explain to me clearly. How did you do it? Why are the magic lights here different from mine? How much energy is needed to keep so many magic lights lit? Chapter 221 Electrification Plan. After seeing that the lights here in Yanqing were brighter than those in the city lord's mansion, Earl Theodore wanted to find Yanqing many times to ask why. Magic lamps are alchemical products, and alchemical products must be valuable. The release of light attribute magic also consumes a huge amount of magic energy. Therefore, no one dares to use magic lamps like Yanqing's embassy, and it is difficult to achieve such brightness. These days, the Thunder Swamp Envoy Mansion, which stands out from the crowd, has rapidly improved its status in the hearts of everyone in Nuda City. Earl Theodore also wanted to transform his own city lord's mansion and use the miracle of light to deter those with bad intentions in the city. Seeing so many people around, Yanqing smiled and said to Count Theodore, Brother, the lighting technology here is not mature yet, and there are still a few technical problems that have not been solved. When my alchemist has developed the last few important alchemy modules, I will definitely fill your city lord's mansion with lights first. Yanqing said that the lighting technology is not mature yet. Not to deceive Count Theodore, the circuit system of the lights is really too complicated, and when Yanqing laid out the circuit, few people could help. Even if he himself hadn't provided guidance and design from Trichui, he couldn't have made such a colorful light. Count Theodore's city lord's mansion is much larger than the special embassy, and Yanqing really doesn't want to be an electrician again. Therefore, if you want to popularize electric lights and make a lot of money in this industry, you must make magic changes to electric lights. Literally magic changes. The magic energy generator uses wireless magic energy transmission, which has an incomparable advantage over transmitting electrical energy with wires. Therefore, you only need to design an exchange device that converts magic energy into electrical energy, and you can install the light bulbs it will within the coverage of the magic energy generator. It is not difficult to convert magic energy into electrical energy, but if the converted electrical energy is not stable, it is easy to burn the lamps. Therefore, it is necessary to develop an alchemy module that can stably convert electrical energy, and it is also necessary to find someone from the real world to design and produce a voltage stabilizing and frequency converting component. If this kind of thing can be produced, it can be used not only in lamps, but also in the humanoid alchemy puppets of the Eternal Territory. Because the mobile phones of the humanoid alchemy puppets cannot be directly charged through the puppet's magic energy system. When the mobile phone is about to run out of power, the alchemy puppet needs to enter a special wireless charging area for charging. Too much work time is wasted. If this technical problem can be solved, it will open up another big source of income. With the Thunder Swamp Envoy Mansion as a model, and the Nuda City Lord Mansion following closely behind. In the future, if you nobles, gentry, And wealthy businessmen don't install the eternal territory lights in every home. Can you sleep well at night? Not only electric lights, but also refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, can all be transported here for sale. This is a unique business. And the price is not something I can set at will. Ha ha ha. Count Theodore looked at the extremely gorgeous lamp hanging above the bright hall, wondering if there were any technical problems that had not been solved. However, since Yinxing promised to install the same lamp in his own city lord's mansion in the future, the worry on Theodore's face faded a little. Okay. I hope that after Zybel returns from Storm City, she can see this beautiful magic lamp installed in her bedroom. Talking about Zybel, Yinxing asked Count Theodore about her recent situation and the battle situation in Windy Highlands. Earl Theodore talked to Yinxing about the situation in Storm City. In order to stop the Orc army, Marquis Anderson personally led his army to support the fortress city northwest of Storm City. After several battles and fights, the Orc army's spirit was finally crushed, and they were not allowed to break through the northwest barrier of Storm City in one go. Now the situation in the direction of the Orcs is relatively stable, except for some logistical supplies. There is no bad military information coming from the front line. But since Marquis Anderson went to the front, Zybel naturally followed him to the front line. He also participated in the most tragic battles. Speaking of this, Earl Theodore couldn't help but sigh. I have always kept Zybel behind and didn't let her go to any dangerous places. I didn't expect that the first war she participated in would be such a large-scale war. Although Zybier wrote to say that she was fine and killed 2 Orc chieftains, I would rather she didn't make any military achievements. Yinxing didn't expect Zybier to be so powerful. Zybier had never been on the battlefield before. This time, not only was it her first time to participate in such a large war, but she was also able to kill 2 Orc chieftains. The champion knight is worthy of being a champion knight, and his military power is indeed outstanding. The savage Orcs are a country of tribal alliance, composed of large and small Orc tribes. The leader of the Orc tribe is the chief. In the human race, it is a noble with a fiefdom, unlike some human nobles who may be straw bags. If you want to be the chief of the Orcs, the first thing is that the military value must be high. Moreover, on the battlefield, the chieftain must be guarded by the most elite tribal warriors. Fighting on the battlefield is different from fighting in the arena. The title of champion knight sounds good, but no one knows how strong he can be on the battlefield. There are also many champion knights who were easily beheaded on the battlefield. Zybel killed 2 Orc chieftains just after joining the battle. He is really a fierce general. Brother, there is no need to worry too much about Miss Zybel. Although Marquis Anderson took Zybel to the front line, he would definitely not let the lady perform 2 dangerous tasks. As long as our Nuda city can smoothly transport supplies to Storm City, the more we send, the safer Miss Zybel will be. Count Theodore nodded in approval. After Marquis Anderson had dampened the Orc army's morale, he turned to defending the city, and did not go out of the city to fight casually. The city of Nuda only needed to ensure the supply of materials for defending the city. With Marquis Anderson in charge, the war against the Orcs would not be too dangerous. Zybel was relatively safe under Anderson's care, and Anderson did not dare to let Zybel take risks casually. If something went wrong and the old Earl was in trouble, no matter how beautiful he fought in the front, it would be useless. Count Theodore, who breathed a sigh of relief, said, Zybel mentioned you in the letter to me. Her ability to make such great military achievements has a lot to do with the platinum armor you gave her. And those flight goggles give our Griffin Knights a great advantage over the Orcs Rock Knights. Let me buy some more from you. By the way, Siebel also mentioned Donna, the maid you left with her. Now she is a knight hero, and Siebel has taken her in as a disciple, following her into battle as her squire. Siebel praised Donna highly, thinking that she has a great fighting talent and is a natural warrior. She even suggested that you allow Donna to participate in the Principality Knight competition next year. Chapter 222 Buying a Griffin. After sending Donna to Siebel for training, Yinxing has not seen her since. The latest news is that Siebel was transferred to Storm City, and she also went to the front line with the second daughter of the Theodore family. Yinxing could not give Donna much help, but only sent a set of special bulletproof vests, steel swords and many small items that might be used in battle. After hearing the news about Donna from Count Theodore this time, Yinxing could not help but ask more about her. It's just that the letters from Theodore and his daughter could not talk too much about Donna. However, Siebel said that Donna is learning writing and magic, and I believe she will be able to write letters by herself soon. After talking about Storm City, Yinxing and Theodore talked about the fortress camp jointly built by the two families to prevent enemy infiltration. Before Yinxing entered the Thunder Swamp, the fortress named West Sentinel Fort began to be built. When Yinxing returned from the Thunder Swamp, the main construction of West Sentinel Fort was completed and put into use. Count Theodore kept his promise and placed 300 griffins in West Sentinel Fort, led by 70 griffin knights, responsible for aerial patrols of the fortress group in the northwest. Eternal Territory also sent Eddie to lead 200 human warriors to station there, equipped with bicycles and chocobos, responsible for ground patrols. However, as various battles continued in the Windy Highlands, many griffins and griffin knights stationed in West Sentinel Fort were withdrawn one after another. Although the number of griffins is still 200, the number of griffin knights has been reduced to 30. With so few people patrolling such a large airspace, all the griffin knights are exhausted. Yinxing took time to patrol the West Sentinel during this period. He told Earl Theodore about the problem he found. Griffin patrols must be led by griffin knights. You have withdrawn so many griffin knights from the West Sentinel. Once an emergency occurs, there will be no air force to fight. And the more this happens, the more risks the elves and orcs will take. I am ready to send reinforcements to the West Sentinel. You don't need to increase the number of griffins, but at least give me 70 griffin knights. Up to now, the entire Windy Highland Corps is short of soldiers everywhere, and the Principality has not sent any soldiers. Earl Theodore, who is in charge of logistics, has to transport supplies to the front line and find soldiers everywhere. Most of the original garrison of Nuda City has been sent to Marquis Anderson. The West Sentinel Fort has 30 griffin knights and 200 griffins because of the importance of this point. Yinxing asked Earl Theodore for soldiers. Where did the Earl have soldiers? The Windy Highland Corps is on the defensive on both the eastern and western fronts, and air supremacy is particularly important. There is a lack of griffin knights everywhere, and I really have no way. I will not withdraw more troops from the West Sentinel Fort, but there is no one to replenish you. Doesn't your Eternal Lord have trained soldiers in the Nuda City military camp? Why don't I train a group of griffin knights for you, and then sell you a group of griffins? You could upgrade the griffin to a combat griffin in the Nuda City Griffin Tower. But the cost, you have to pay in full. The 7th level griffin cannot be ridden. If you want to use the griffin as a mount, you must train it to upgrade to an 8th level combat griffin. It's just that combat griffins are easy to train, but it's hard to find knights who are adapted to air combat. Human griffin troops are generally commanded by a griffin knight and several griffins, mainly because qualified knights are too scarce. Even as long as the 7th level cavalry has the talent to ride a griffin to fight, they can become a griffin knight. Now the Windy Highland Legion is fighting a city defense war, and the demand for griffin knights is high, but the demand for griffins is not that great. Therefore, Earl Theodore wanted to sell a batch of griffins to Yinxing, and with the training costs of griffin knights and the upgrade costs of combat griffins, he could get back some God-given gold coins. When Yinxing heard that Earl Theodore was going to sell him griffins and train them to become combat griffins, there was no reason for him to disagree. He hurriedly asked, "How many griffins are you going to sell me?" Earl Theodore thought for a while and replied, 100. Yinxing immediately calculated in his mind. The recruitment cost of a griffin is 260 God-given gold coins, and the cost of 100 griffins is 26,000 God-given gold coins. But this is the cost. No matter how good the relationship between Earl Theodore and himself is, he still needs to make money. Not to mention that the purpose of selling him the griffin is to collect the God-given gold coins to fill the holes in other places. The cost of training a griffin to upgrade to a combat griffin is 130 gold coins, which is another 13,000 gold. The total is 39,000 gold. If I want to get 100 combat griffins, I may need to pay about 45,000 gold. Add the training costs of the corresponding griffin knights, and the final amount may be as high as 70,000 gold. After getting the estimate, Yinxing couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Wow, this is just 100 griffin knights. As expected, advanced combat units are all made of gold. After calculating the cost, Yinxing felt extremely painful. But no matter how painful it is, it must be done. No matter where you save money, you can't save money on air superiority. Okay. Yinxing made up his mind and replied to Count Theodore, "I want all 100 griffins, and they will all be promoted to combat griffins. Cost. Brother, you have to give me a discount." Count Theodore was very happy to get the God-given gold coins from Yinxing. He said readily, "No problem. I will try my best to give you a discount. But, are you sure you want to promote all 100 griffins to combat griffins? People are different. I can't guarantee that I can train 100 griffin knights for you. Yinxing said, just train 100 combat griffins. If there are no knights, I will use them as ordinary griffins. After all, combat griffins are so big that they must be more powerful than griffins. Yinxing is willing to spend money, and Theodore can't stop him. Okay, you arrange for people to come to Nuda City for training as soon as possible. Count Theodore and Yinxing were whispering in a secluded place at the banquet, when Madame Carol came over with a glass of wine and a smile. Lord, Knight Yinxing, what are you talking about? Are you talking about the lights here? Ah! I never dreamed that alchemy could create such a beautiful magic lamp that can keep the day in the room at night. I think the Grand Duke Silvermane will definitely be interested in this magic lamp. I have already imagined how magnificent and spectacular the Duke's palace will be when it lights up. Mrs. Carroll wore a water-red evening dress with a deep V backless design, and her snow-white skin glowed with a crystal-like luster. Occasionally, very faint flowing magic ripples passed by, making her look more elegant and luxurious. Mrs. Carroll came to Nuda City this time as an official battlefield envoy, inspecting the war on behalf of the Duke Silvermane. Therefore, Earl Theodore saluted Mrs. Carroll politely, and then said, "The Thunder Swamp has given us too many surprises. I was just talking to Knight Yinxing about installing this magic lamp in my city lord's mansion." Knight Yinxing agreed. As long as his alchemists solve the final technical problems, they can sell this magic lamp to the outside world. The world must be chasing after the magic lamp from the Thunder Swamp, just like chasing after ice jade porcelain. Chapter 223. You dare to stay. I dare to stay. Really? Will this magic lamp be available for sale soon? Mrs. Carroll was very happy to hear the news. She said to Yinxing, Duke Silvermane liked the ice jade porcelain tableware very much after receiving it. He held a banquet on the same day and invited all the nobles in the city to come to the palace to appreciate it. The news about ice jade porcelain spread to farther places like wings. I think when this war is over, more people will come here to buy a set of ice jade porcelain tableware. Now you have such a magical magic lamp, bathed in such light. I want to ask you for a room here and stay here. Madame Carroll looked at Yinxing. Her pupils were full of magic, making it easy for people to indulge in it. Yinxing's heart could not help but be moved. Madame Carroll was less than 30 years old, beautiful and charming, and was once known as the most beautiful woman in the principality. It was a pity that her husband died suddenly of an unknown disease less than a year after her marriage. Then, Madame Carroll went in and out of the palace, and soon became a hot figure in the Silvermane Principality. The relationship between Madame Carroll and the Duke of Silvermane was a secret known to everyone, but not made public. Therefore, Madame Carroll's willingness to stay overnight should not be taken seriously. Yinxing did not think that he had the ability to cuckold the Duke of Silvermane now. Ha ha ha, it's not difficult for Madame Carroll to live here. I lack everything here, but I don't lack rooms. Madam, you can look around here. I'll give you whichever room you like. Even if Madam likes my room, I'll make it available to you tonight, so that you can live comfortably. Yinxing still remembers the persona he established in Nuda City. It was very bold and straightforward, which made Madame Carroll at a loss as to how to respond. Fortunately, Madame Carroll had experienced various situations, and she smiled with her mouth covered. I thought Knight Yinxing was afraid that the Duke would be angry and dared not let me stay. I didn't expect you to be so brave. Don't you know the relationship between me and Duke Silvermane? Yinxing smiled and said, I just gave you a room. Why should Duke Silvermane be angry? And I really don't know what your relationship with the Duke is. Could it be that you are the Duchess? Yinxing's words finally hit the nail on the head for Lady Carroll. Duke Silvermane has a wife, and his wife's family background is extremely prominent. Although the relationship between Lady Carroll and the Duke is well known, it is ultimately unofficial, and it is destined to never be unofficial. For Lady Carroll, her current status and power are like duckweed. Once she loses the Duke's favor, she will immediately have nothing. This is the hidden pain in Lady Carroll's heart. And Yinxing poked her with a finger. Mrs. Carroll's face turned bad instantly. She looked at Count Theodore, but the old fox had already turned his head away and pretended not to hear. But the smile on his face was also full of sarcasm. Count Theodore and Yinxing did not believe that Mrs. Carroll was not afraid of the suspicion of Duke Silvermane. Knight Yinxing is really a straightforward person. Mrs. Carroll forced a smile on her face again. You are right. It's just a room. Since you invited me, I will choose a room here to stay. I like to read books in the evening to enjoy the cool air. The light here will make me more comfortable to immerse myself in the world of books. Thank you again, Knight Yanxing. As she spoke, Madame Carol took a glass of wine from the plate in the hands of a passing waiter and handed it to Yanxing. She clinked the glass in her hand with Yanxing's. Yanxing was a little confused at this time. He just wanted to squeeze Madame Carol out. Why did she really want to move in? This is a melon field and a plum field. I am a hot-blooded man. And you are a queen and a slut. Even if nothing happens. The Silvermane Duke's hair is also green. Yanxing felt that he had played too much and wanted to take a step back. But after seeing Madame Carol's provocative eyes, as a righteous master, am I afraid of you? A mistress? Okay. It's settled. I also like reading. When we live under the same roof in the future, I must discuss literature with you, Madame Carol. As they chatted, Madame Carol was going to live in Yanxing's special envoy's house. Count Theodore, who was watching the show, was dumbfounded. What's going on? Could it be that Madame Carol wanted to find a breakthrough from Yanxing and bring Thunder Swamp into the Duke's power? So careless. So careless. I didn't expect Madame Carol to personally take action. I was afraid that Yanxing would lose control. If Thunder Swamp is really brought over, Nuda City is in danger. Wind Highlands is in danger. Cough. 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 Madame Carol clinked glasses with Yanxing. And after taking a sip of wine, she choked and coughed. What kind of wine is this? I have never drunk such a strong wine. It rolls down from my mouth to my stomach like a ball of fire. Maybe it was the high concentration of alcohol that had an effect. But a faint blush appeared under Mrs. Carol's fair skin, making her look charming and beautiful. When it was time to show off, Yanxing drank the whole glass of wine in one gulp. He smacked his lips and tasted the taste, saying, "This is a strong liquor unique to our Thunder Swamp. This is the wine that real heroes drink. A glass in the morning will keep you energetic for the whole day, and a glass at night will help you sleep. A glass before a meal will stimulate your appetite, and a glass after a meal will help you digest, especially in autumn and winter. Drinking it will keep you warm all day long." Mrs. Carol was inspired by Yanxing and took another sip. Yanxing said, "Drinking this kind of strong liquor is different from drinking red wine. Taste red wine. Feel strong liquor. You must drink it in one gulp to feel the after effect of the wine. Cheers. I'll have someone take you to see the room after you finish drinking." Mrs. Carol listened to Yanxing and drank the whole glass of wine in one gulp. Take a deep breath. Then let out a long breath. And you will be a little dazed by the alcohol. Her eyes showed a sense of being drunk, and she became a little confused. Yanxing waved to a maid and took the dizzy Mrs. Carol to see the room. After Mrs. Carol, who was already drunk, walked away, Count Theodore immediately said to Yanxing, "Mrs. Carol is not as simple as you think. If you let her live in the embassy, the disadvantages to you will far outweigh the benefits you get from her." Yanxing handed the empty wine glass to the waiter to take away, and then said to Count Theodore, "I know what you are worried about. But please rest assured, whether she moved in this time intentionally or out of loyalty, as long as you still recognize the relationship between you and me, our alliance is unbreakable. She wants to find a breakthrough from me, so I will play with her. Anyway, delaying time is good for us. The more she pays attention to me, the easier your work will be." With Yanxing's guarantee, Count Theodore put aside his worries. As long as Yanxing stands firmly on his side, the more Mrs. Carol focuses on him, the better. Isn't it to attract firepower from all sides that I let Yanxing open a special embassy? Chapter 224. Summoning Grain Merchants. Mrs. Carol returned to her normal state after leaving Yanxing's sight. Although a glass of white wine was strong, it was not enough to make her drunk. She was pretending, and Yanxing knew she was pretending. Everyone knew it well, and they just wanted to end the confrontational conversation between the two sides. At this moment, Mrs. Carol could legitimately check the entire Yanxing embassy and try to find some secrets. As the head of the Rose Court, the Nuda City Assassins Guild was naturally under Mrs. Carol's jurisdiction. She knew that the Assassins Guild would make a big move tonight, and as many as 8 top assassins would assassinate Yanxing. Originally, she thought that even if the protection of the Thunder Swamp was real, he would not be able to escape the continuous assassinations of so many assassins. There was even a desire to watch the show, to see what kind of expression Count Theodore would have after Yanxing died. However, Mrs. Carol's unique sensitivity made her notice something strange after arriving at the embassy. She felt that there were many eyes watching the every move of the guests. Then she saw the subordinates, who were originally assistants to the assassins, evacuate in a hurry. And even Ligeia left quickly after leaving a code word. All the assassins lost contact. The first thing Mrs. Carroll felt was horror. If all 8 assassins failed to assassinate, she could still accept it. But what does it mean that so many assassins have lost contact? Is there a serious omission in the Assassins Guild? Therefore, although Mrs. Carroll wanted to live in the embassy a little impulsively, she also wanted to investigate Yanxing's secrets. First, the elf assassin Emerald attempted to assassinate Yanxing but failed. And now all 8 assassins have lost contact before they even started. What happened to Yanxing was too weird. Everything about him was extremely weird. Mrs. Carroll had her own duties, and had to investigate Yanxing and the Thunder Swamp behind him. Follow the maid to visit the entire envoy's mansion. Mrs. Carroll found that the exquisiteness of many things here far exceeded her cognition of such things. Even as she looked at it, her mentality gradually changed from visiting to admiring. Is there really such a magnificent civilization in the depths of the Thunder Swamp? The more she visited, the more complicated Mrs. Carroll's mood became. Yanxing's sudden appearance has given Nuda City more possibilities. It will definitely affect the Windy Highlands. Then the Silvermane Principality, the Savage Orcs, and the Snow Elves in the future. This world will inevitably undergo changes that no one expected because of this swamp civilization. What should I do? Madame Carroll asked herself all the way, and chose a room for herself. A bedroom with a terrace on the 3rd floor, from which you can enjoy the view of the entire front yard. In the square in front of the villa, a grand banquet is in progress. The lights from top to bottom illuminate the entire banquet venue, and the music from nowhere stirs up the lively atmosphere. The long tables around the square were filled with all kinds of food and cakes, and the sweetness of sugar could be smelled even from a high place. People of all kinds dressed in gorgeous clothes gathered in groups of 3 or 5 to chat, with smiles on their faces. This banquet will definitely become the most important topic of conversation for them to show off in the future. This place is really too beautiful and magnificent. Mrs. Carroll's sighs in her heart never stopped. She stood on the terrace and looked into the distance. It is another kind of scenery to appreciate the night in the daytime. Even the stars in the sky are suppressed by the light here. Darkness will be instinctively regarded as backward by intelligent creatures. This scene even makes Mrs. Carroll feel like looking at the world from another angle. The angels standing in heaven looked at the mortals in the lower world, and they felt the same as I do now. For a moment, Mrs. Carroll forgot the purpose of moving in. All her mind was focused on this sudden realization. At this time, in another modified conference room in the villa, Yanxing invited all the grain merchants in Nuda City to gather together. Barbarians? Sitting in this bright conference room, there were flowers on the table that would only bloom in spring. In the flawless and transparent glass, there was water exuding a light and elegant scent. In the large magic image on the conference table, a scene in a large warehouse full of grain was played. Who dares to say that the swamp tribe is a barbarian now? At least at this time. In the minds of the dignitaries of Nuda City, the Thunder Swamp has far exceeded the category of barbarians. Look at the werewolf warriors here. The strong ones are definitely not the first level ones. They wear golden armor, and live in such a bright house. They eat exquisite food, and the desserts are piled with high white sugar, which will fall to the ground if the hand shakes slightly. There must be a very advanced civilization in the mysterious Thunder Swamp. Yanxing, who is standing on the conference table, is the spokesperson of this mysterious civilization. The grain merchant sat quietly, waiting curiously for Yanxing to tell the purpose of summoning them. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Yanxing spoke to the microphone on the podium. Gentlemen, I know that most of you hate me, and there may even be people who have posted a bounty for my life in the Assassins Guild. Please don't panic. I have no ill intentions in inviting you here this time. I don't even intend to pursue the person who posted the bounty on me. As for why, perhaps the Assassins Guild will explain to you tomorrow. I have only 2 purposes for inviting you here. The first is to resolve misunderstandings. The second is to make money together. Speaking of this, Yanxing paused for a short while to observe the reactions of the grain merchants. When Yanxing said that a grain merchant had issued a bounty mission to assassinate him, the atmosphere in the entire venue immediately became tense. Fortunately, Yanxing explained in time, so as not to cause greater panic. Then the grain merchants looked at each other. They seemed to want to guess who asked the Assassins Guild to assassinate Yanxing, and wanted to see who would be the first to respond to Yanxing. The one who received the most attention was naturally Gar, the president of the Nuda City branch of the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce. Everyone knew that there was a big conflict between the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce and Yinqing's Eternal Chamber of Commerce. The road repair team of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce snatched the road repair project from Nuda City to Storm City from Gar. The road construction from Nuda City to Eternal Territory did not even pay attention to the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce. Now Yinqing supplies a large number of woven bags to the Windy Highland Legion. In addition to being used for the construction of emergency fortifications, the logistics team can even use woven bags to fill soil and tamp it to fill the damaged roads directly. The Eternal Chamber of Commerce is rapidly encroaching on the share of the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce in the construction and repair of roads. As for food, although the Eternal Chamber of Commerce does not sell food directly to Nuda City, there are too many people working for the Eternal Chamber of Commerce. The wages are paid with food, which makes the grain merchants, who want to make a fortune by hoarding food, feel breathless. The Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce has the most food hoarded in Nuda City, and it is also the most uncomfortable. Chapter 225 Grain Merchants. President Gar, who was sitting at the front, felt very uncomfortable being stared at by people around him, especially Yinqing's eyes, which had many meanings, which made Gar think of running away. Is there something wrong with the Assassin's Guild? Impossible. The Assassin's Guild didn't even know that it was an assassination mission issued by me. So how could Yinqing know? He must have just guessed. The Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce is the leader of the business community in Nuda City, and even most of the grain merchants present are members of the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce. Gar didn't know what Yinqing meant by calling them here at the special embassy banquet. But whatever Yinqing wanted to do, he just had to prevent him from succeeding. Not Yinqing. I have wanted to see you for a long time to talk to you about the issue of food. Gar put on the airs of a senior businessman and said, the purpose of businessmen is to make money. If there is money to be made, merchants will go to great lengths and take risks to transport the surplus goods in one place to the place where they are in short supply. Without sufficient benefits, merchants will never do this. Now a war has broken out in Windy Highlands. As human beings, we are of course willing to contribute to the principality. But we are not just ourselves. We have families, parents, wives, and children. Our employees have families, wives, and children. If we don't make money, what do we eat? What do our families eat? If we don't make money, what are we doing in such a dangerous place like Windy Highlands? If we are really forced to leave Nuda City, can the Eternal Business House supply the city with the ability of one family? Gar's words spoke the thoughts of the grain merchants. There were signs that the war that broke out in the Windy Highlands was traceable. Count Theodore had hoarded military rations early on and reduced the amount of grain sold. It was precisely because of this that the grain merchants spent a lot of money to buy grain from the mainland of the principality, all the way from the mainland to the highlands. The grain transportation loss, transportation costs, and the cost of hiring mercenaries to protect the grain all made the grain transported to Nuda City have a very high premium. After being transported to Nuda City, there were taxes to pay, storage, and guarding, plus losses. It was another very high premium. With the increase in costs, the grain merchants hoped to buy the grain at a high price and make a fortune from the war. But when the war broke out, the grain merchants had just driven up the grain prices, and Yinqing's Eternal Chamber of Commerce began to distribute grain to the hired workers. The quota was sufficient, and the quality of the grain was better than that in the hands of the grain merchants. The residents of Nuda City had food, but the grain price would not go up no matter what. The grain merchants were all heartbroken, and they cried when they saw the full warehouse of grain. They hated Yinqing to the core. Fortunately, as the scale of the war grew, a large number of foreign populations poured into Nuda City, causing the grain price to rise. But who would have thought that Yinqing, who had not been seen for a long time, had just returned to Nuda City and recruited workers again? The grain was distributed vigorously. Before the sweetness of the rising grain price could be tasted, it was hit back again. Count Theodore was naturally happy, but the grain merchants were extremely desperate. The war has reached a stalemate, but it will definitely end in winter. If the orcs and elves come, the grain merchants will definitely not be able to transport the grain in the warehouse. If the orcs and elves retreat, the grain price will definitely not rise to the price the grain merchants want. This means that many grain merchants will lose all their money. Merchants in other industries will also be hit hard by this. It is very likely that Nuda City will usher in a commercial winter after the war. Merchants will be deterred from coming here, which will cause an extreme shortage of supplies here. Therefore, what Gal said was not alarmist. It was also the voice of many grain merchants. For Yinxing, it was a great benefit for the merchants to leave and fill in. However, Yinxing's eyes were no longer only on the windy highlands. This highland was really just a tiny place in the vast world. If Yinxing's Eternal Chamber of Commerce wanted to really get out of the windy highlands, it could not kill all the merchants. Thinking of making all the money by yourself would lead to a dead end. Only when everyone makes money together can we gather more people and do bigger business together. But not everyone can get on your boat. Yinxing really didn't know whether Gars was one of the 5 assassination commissions from the Assassin's Guild. But there can't be 2 tigers in one mountain. If the Eternal Chamber of Commerce wants to take the lead in establishing a new business system, it must naturally kick out the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce, which is in the way. After Yinxing and other grain merchants discussed with each other, they responded to Gar's pressure. If it was yesterday, it would be understandable that President Gar thought that the Eternal Chamber of Commerce could not supply the material needs of Nuda City. If it is now, after you met my special envoy, you still think that Nuda City can't operate without you. You are deceiving yourself. The Eternal Territory and Thunder Swamp can provide Nuda City with all the daily necessities. And I can provide as much as you need. Yinxing's words chilled the grain merchants' hearts. They had all seen the granary and the magic image behind Yinxing. And they all knew that the Eternal Territory was reclaiming farmland on a large scale. Nuda City had the Eternal Chamber of Commerce, and the grain merchants could not cause any trouble on the grain issue. Look at the things in the embassy. None of them were purchased from merchants in Nuda City. All from Thunder Swamp. This means that Thunder Swamp has a complete production and manufacturing system. And the swamp resources are sufficient to supply the urban material needs of Nuda City. Merchants leaving Nuda City will not threaten anyone. After the grain merchants realized that the grain in their warehouses could not be sold even if it rotted, they were all devastated. Some people may have thought about committing suicide. President Gar did not expect Yinxing to be so aggressive. He stood up and shouted to the grain merchants, "I don't think we need to be ridiculed here. Everyone go to my place, and we will discuss a countermeasure together. The Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce will definitely find a way to minimize your losses." Gar encouraged the grain merchants to leave. But Yinxing said at this time, "I invited you all here to discuss the purchase of grain." Hearing this, the grain merchants, who had just raised their butts, immediately sat back in their chairs. Some of them even twisted their buttocks, pretending that they were just tired of sitting and wanted to move around. Not to go with Gar. Can they leave now? Gar didn't know how to deal with the grain in the warehouse. How could he help so many grain merchants reduce their losses? Master Yinxing just said to buy grain. Does he want to take away all the grain in everyone's hands? I don't ask him to buy it at cost price. If they can reduce the loss, everyone will be grateful to Master Yinxing. So all the grain merchants sat upright like elementary school students, waiting for Master Yinxing to talk about buying grain. Only Gar stood there alone. Yinxing smiled and asked Gar, "President Gar, are you leaving? Or sitting down?" Chapter 226 Grain Investment Bank. Gar turned around and looked at the grain merchants. Seeing the money, these fence-sitters no longer looked indignant. They all kept silent and pretended not to see Gar, waiting for Master Yinxing to talk about purchasing grain. Gar, who was instantly alone, cursed you. You short-sighted guys like rabbits. Staying here will only let others suck the last drop of blood out of you. Seeing that the grain merchant still didn't listen, Gar stamped his feet and left in anger. He didn't think Yinxing had any good intentions in purchasing grain from grain merchants at this time. If he had such an advantage, he would definitely take the opportunity of purchasing grain to squeeze the grain merchants to the end. After controlling all the food in the city, he would raise the food price, make up all the losses caused by the price cut in one go, eliminate all competitors and make yourself fat. Gar never thought that Yinxing cooperated with Earl Theodore to cut the food price because of his personal relationship with the Earl. He was not from the Silvermane Principality. So why would he care about the civilians in Nuda City? Everything Yinxing did was to kill the grain merchants in Nuda City first, and then monopolize the grain business in Nuda City. This meeting of grain merchants means that he is going to close the net. Gar felt that there was no need for him to stay here, since he had guessed Yinxing's plan. He would take this time to raise funds. Yinxing collects grain, and I collect it myself. Yinxing wants to raise grain prices to make money, and I will make money with him. Yinxing wants to eliminate competitors, and I will swallow all of them. After the commercial boom, the small-scale merchants here have no potential to withstand pressure and eventually die out. Only large-scale merchants can persist. Only in this way can they take it all in the end. The Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce can afford it. He thought that with other merchants from the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce here, any information would be in his hands. Gao angrily left the venue and prepared to buy grain from grain merchants. Yanqing saw Gao leave, so he asked his attendants to close the door of the meeting. Then he said to many grain merchants, "Grain is the foundation of the stability of Nuda City, especially in this war period. A stable grain price is needed. My Eternal Chamber of Commerce assisted Earl Theodore in stabilizing the grain price in Nuda City. Although it was out of good intentions, I have to admit that the Eternal Chamber of Commerce did harm everyone's interests. I apologize to everyone." Yanqing saluted the grain merchants to show his sincerity. An older grain merchant couldn't help but say, "Business competition is cruel. After we saw that the Eternal Chamber of Commerce actually had so much grain in stock, we really didn't have the confidence to compete with Master Yanqing. I only hope that Master Yanqing can understand our difficulties when purchasing the grain from us. Don't lower the price too much. Leave us a way out." The grain warehouse image that was playing on the big screen behind Yanqing was a big blow to the grain merchants. The Eternal Chamber of Commerce has sufficient food reserves, which means that the grain merchants' idea of holding on until the Eternal Chamber of Commerce consumes all the food and then raising the price of food has gone to waste. Now they must sell all the food in their hands before the end of the war. Otherwise, if the remaining military food of the Wind Highland Legion is transported back to Nuda City, the grain merchants will really lose all their money. But what price will Yanqing be prepared to buy the grain from the grain merchants? No one knows. I just hope that the rumor that Master Yanqing is generous and kind is true. The grain merchants lowered their posture in front of Yanqing, which was equivalent to admitting their failure in commercial competition and thinking about getting out alive. Yanqing then told him the plan he had been thinking about these days. "I now have 2 purchase plans for you to choose from. The first is, according to the market price, I will use my grain to purchase your grain at a 1:1 exchange rate. Your grain goes into my warehouse, and I will issue you grain coupons exclusive to the Eternal Chamber of Commerce. You can take your grain away at any time with the grain coupons. I don't charge you for grain storage or depreciation." After Yanqing said the first purchase plan, it immediately caused a discussion in the meeting. The grain of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce is all refined grain. The wheat grains are full, and the rice grains are round. The flour and rice powder ground out are as white as snow. The current exchange rate for private grain transactions in Nuda City is 1 kilogram of grain from the Eternal Chamber of Commerce for 1.5 kilograms of ordinary grain. Therefore, Yanqing is willing to use a 1:1 exchange rate to exchange his fine grain for ordinary grain in the hands of grain merchants, which is really beyond the expectations of all grain merchants. The price of grain from the Eternal Chamber of Commerce must be high. If you can use this exchange rate to obtain grain from the Eternal Chamber of Commerce and then sell it elsewhere, I can't guarantee whether you can make money, but there is absolutely no problem in recovering the previous investment. Moreover, Master Yanqing also allows grain merchants to deposit the exchanged grain in the granary of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce. Not only does he not charge storage fees, but he also does not charge depreciation fees. You should know that the loss of grain is continuous, which is why grain merchants dare not keep grain in their hands. If there is any fire or flood again, it will be all over. Putting grain in the granary of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce is equivalent to putting grain in a safe that does not need to be managed by yourself and does not need to consider loss. When you are sure that you can make money, you can take out the grain and sell it in places where the grain price is high. You can take it out whenever you want. Such a good thing can't be a lie, right? The grain merchants were very tempted by Yanqing's first acquisition plan, but they were somewhat unbelievable to receive such a good thing of giving money when they were waiting to be slaughtered. No matter how much money Master Yanqing has, he can't just give it away for free, right? At this time, someone asked what the second purchase plan was. Yanqing could see that the grain merchants had doubts. Mainly, grain is still grain in the eyes of grain merchants, but it is something else in the eyes of Yanqing. If the grain coupons can be issued smoothly through grain exchange, and the exchange rate can be increased, Master, I am willing. Since the grain merchants are waiting to hear the second purchase plan, Yanqing continued, you are all grain merchants. You have farms and channels for grain circulation. My Yonghan Chamber of Commerce is preparing to set up a grain investment bank in the near future, which is dedicated to the planting, procurement, and sale of grain. You should have seen that the Eternal Chamber of Commerce has reclaimed a large area of farmland in the north of Nuda City. Before winter comes, these farmlands will be planted with wheat. However, I am not satisfied with this scale of planting area. I hope you can join my grain investment bank. I can use the shares of the Eternal Grain Investment Bank to purchase the grain in your hands. The price is 50% higher than the first purchase plan. But I have an additional condition. That is, your farmland must use the wheat seeds I provide and cultivate according to my requirements. All the produced grains are not allowed to be sold privately and must be handed over to the Grain Investment Bank for operation. Chapter 227, Business is Business. When the grain merchants heard Yinqing's second acquisition plan, they all gasped. They were amazed at the generosity of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce. Anyone with a little bit of brains knows how important grain is. Didn't Count Theodore give Yinqing so many lands and privileges just to let him help suppress grain prices and stabilize Nuda City? The rear area? Now Yinqing wants to set up the Eternal Grain Investment Bank and intends to attract so many grain merchants to invest. It also stipulates that grain should be sown, purchased, managed and sold in a unified manner, just to concentrate on controlling the supply and demand relationship of grain. The huge profits that can be generated arouse everyone's greed. But everyone can see that the risks are not small. Any natural disaster or man-made disaster may cause investment failure. Now Yinqing has already given out the 2 grain purchase plans he has formulated. The first plan is safe, with no risk and can guarantee the principal. The second plan is slightly speculative. If you bet right, you can make a lot of money with Master Yinqing. If you bet wrong, you will lose everything. Which one to choose? Some grain merchants bowed their heads to think, and some discussed with familiar friends. No one knew how to choose. Yinqing was not in a hurry and said, "Such an important matter. You don't need to reply to me now. Choice 1. Choice 2, you decide for yourself. I will not force anyone. I just want to resolve misunderstandings with you. By the way, I will help friends who invest in grain investment banks make a lot of money. I will give you 3 days to think about it. If you don't reply to me by then, I will not make such an exception again in the future." After that, Yinqing left all the grain merchants decisively. Anyway, no matter which plan the grain merchants finally choose to sell grain, it will be beneficial to Yinqing. Choosing the first option will facilitate the issuance and promotion of grain coupons. Choosing the second option will greatly expand the farmland that Yinqing can control. At that time, modern high-yield grain will be used uniformly, and unified management will be used. Then, the mature grain circulation and sales channels in the hands of grain merchants, as well as practitioners familiar with grain trade, can be used to quickly sell the harvested grain. High yield and low cost mean huge profits. In addition, Yinqing is so anxious to cooperate with the Goblin Alchemy factory to research trucks, just to save transportation costs and time and maximize profits. Yinqing estimates that small grain merchants should choose the first acquisition method. Some of them are aristocratic speculators who want to take advantage of the war. They cannot bear too much risk and naturally prioritize safety. Larger grain merchants have a certain ability to resist risks and can see clearly what kind of huge benefits are hidden behind grain investment. These people should choose to invest in grain banks. They are capable of assuming the responsibilities of grain bank operations and can help Yinqing quickly expand grain sales channels. Yinqing let the grain merchants consider their own choices and went to another venue without stopping. He held the opening banquet of the Thunder Swamp Special Embassy in Nuda City this time. Not just for showing off. Spending so much money must be spent on practical things. In addition to inviting grain merchants to the meeting, he also invited many merchants trapped in Nuda City. The literal meaning of merchants is merchants who travel everywhere. Unlike big merchants who control production resources and productivity, they only rely on their fleets to shuttle between cities and remote towns. Most merchants make a living by buying low and selling high and making a profit from the difference. They don't make much money, and they have to bear various tolls and sell goods at the risk of being targeted by thieves. All the money he earned was hard-earned money, and he was looked down upon by big merchants. Eden used to be a traveling merchant, and he used to run around everywhere in misery. Later, he made a fortune by doing business with the werewolves in Thunder Swamp, and only then did he have a little status in the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce. After being squeezed out of Thunder Swamp by Yinqing, he was lucky enough to get the agency of plastic buckets from Yinqing, and now his life is more comfortable than running to Thunder Swamp every day. The people he made friends with were all upper-class people who could afford plastic buckets. This time Yinqing held a banquet, and as the closest merchant to Yinqing, Eden was naturally invited. Yinxing not only invited Eden, who used to be a traveling merchant, but also invited all the traveling merchants in Nuda City through Eden's connections. Therefore, there were more people. The embassy did not have such a large conference room, so the meeting place for the merchants had to be moved to the backyard. A simple fence was used to enclose an open space, and lighting was installed. After placing chairs, a meeting place was set up. When Yinxing was meeting with the grain merchants, Eden had already summoned the merchants here. In fact, they had nowhere to go. The front yard of the embassy and the main building of the villa were all entertained by celebrities in Nuda City, either nobles or big merchants. Although the word merchant also has the word merchant, in the eyes of those dignitaries, they are no different from ordinary civilians. The merchants did not dare to hang around in the front yard, so they all followed Eden to the backyard. The whole backyard was in chaos. Eden, who had just gotten rid of his merchant status, was not yet a snob. He relied on his relationship with Yinxing to let the servants of the envoy's mansion hold another banquet at the merchant meeting venue. Although the food and wine were not as rich as those in the front hall, the merchants did not feel neglected. Eden also entertained the merchants on behalf of Yinxing, livening up the atmosphere here. But one merchant held a plate of dessert, took out a bag, and carefully poured the white sugar on it into the pocket. Some merchants held a water bag and poured wine into it. There were also merchants who kept hitting the light, observing how to take down such a beautiful magic lamp and take it away. Finally, Eden could not help shouting, "Friends, please control your hands and feet. This is a very formal banquet, and all those who receive the invitation are people of status. You have also received the invitation from Master Yinxing, and you should feel honored. Don't do anything that is disrespectful and impolite. If you cause Master Yinxing's disgust, you will definitely lose more than what you stole." Eden's warning finally made the merchants restrain themselves. A merchant who was familiar with Eden asked, "Master Eden, do you know why Master Yinxing summoned us here? I saw that all the people who came here are big shots. And Master Yinxing is also a big shot. We are really worthless in their eyes. Messer, you must eat all the cakes and pastries that you scraped sugar off." Eden scolded his merchant friend. "Master Yinxing is generous and kind, but he hates wasting food the most. I don't know what Master Yinxing invited you merchants to do. He just gave me the invitation letter and asked me to send it to you. I think Master Yinxing invited you. He must need you to do something for him. Therefore, try your best to please Master Yinxing. A little bit of gold sand leaking from Master Yinxing's fingers is a fortune that you can't earn in your lifetime as merchants." Chapter 228, Issuing Food Coupons. The merchants believed what Eden said. Apart from other things, Eden himself is a good example. The alchemical items produced by Yonling territory are now luxury goods that are sought after by the powerful in Nuda City. Eden was lucky enough to get close to Master Yinxing. The agent of a plastic wine barrel made him jump from an ordinary businessman to a celebrity. At this time in Nuda City, which noble family did not have a wine barrel from Yonling territory? Such beautiful wine utensils were placed in the most conspicuous position in the main hall, filled with red wine. Under the sunlight, the color of the wine was really as charming as a gem. Eden gained both fame and fortune, which was considered rich and powerful in the eyes of ordinary merchants. And all of this was really the gold sand that leaked from Master Yinxing's fingers. The merchants who smelled the smell of gold coins immediately surrounded Eden, eager to get some news about Master Yinxing from him. At this time, the werewolf warriors around howled together, and a guard shouted loudly, "Master Yinxing is here." The merchants were like students who heard that the teacher was coming, all running to their seats in a panic, sitting upright with their heads held high. "If I can leave a good impression on Master Yinxing this time, I will be the next Eden." Yinxing, who arrived, walked straight to the podium. While testing the microphone, Eden came forward and handed over a list and said, "Master, this is the list of merchants I invited on your behalf. Basically all the merchants in Nuda City have arrived, and everyone is very grateful for your invitation to such a high-level banquet. Thank you for your hard work." Yinxing took the list in his hand. Eden quickly replied, "It is my honor to work for you. Master, take your seat. We will start the meeting immediately. The guests in front cannot be left alone for too long." "Yes, yes, yes." Eden retreated to the stage and sat down in his seat. All the merchants looked at Yinxing, waiting for this master to solve their doubts. Yinxing looked at the list, and then at the people in the meeting room. More than 200 merchants of different appearances sat in the specially decorated meeting room. Normally, there are not so many merchants stationed in Nuda City. It's all because of the war going on in the Windy Highlands. Storm City blocked the passage between the highlands and the mainland of the principality, and the merchants could not leave, so they had to run to Nuda City. If there was no special event, Yanqing really couldn't gather so many merchants for a while. Yanqing took the opportunity of the opening banquet of the special embassy to gather merchants this time, and the purpose was still to issue the eternal grain tickets. Now the eternal grain tickets are guaranteed by the grain in the warehouse of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce. When the grain merchants exchanged all the grain in their hands for Yongheng's grain coupons, it was equivalent to the authority of this industry recognizing the grain coupons as a general equivalent. At the grassroots level of Nuda City, Yongheng's employees were already using the grain issued as currency for transactions. Under the shadow of war, vendors in the market were very willing to accept Yongheng's grain. There was enough grain for exchange. There was the endorsement of grain coupons by grain authorities. There was the recognition of Yongheng's grain by grassroots transactions. The opportunity for Yanqing to issue grain coupons was ripe. And the last link missing in the middle was the circulation of grain coupons. Only when the grain coupons could circulate in the entire commercial system would the grassroots vendors be willing to accept the grain coupons issued by Yongheng to the employees. Grain merchants can also think of using grain coupons to conduct other transactions directly, as long as this circulation cycle can be stirred up. Yonghengling's grain coupons will officially become currency and participate in the normal trade cycle. How to make the grain coupons flow depends on these merchants. Yanqing specifically asked Eden about the work of merchants. Their main function is to connect commodity producers and urban vendors, and transport goods from one city to another. Although merchants also do retail business, it is limited to the time they stay in the city to purchase. They will sell the goods they carry to small vendors in the shortest time, and then purchase a batch of goods to the next city. Therefore, the amount of money in the hands of the merchants is very large. This time Yanqing summoned the merchants to a meeting to open up this link. After reading the list, Yanqing waved his hand and asked the attendants to bring a box of food coupons to distribute to the merchants. This is the first time I have met most of the people here. Thank you for coming to the opening banquet of the Thunder Swamp Special Embassy in Nuda City. I have prepared gifts for everyone. Please accept them. All the merchants were very happy. Master Yanqing was indeed generous and kind, giving gifts as soon as they met. But after the merchants received the so-called gifts, they were very puzzled. How can these be just a few pieces of paper? The words 1 gene, 5 gene, 10 gene, 20 gene, 50 gene, and 100 gene were printed on it. The paper of different genes had different sizes and patterns, but they were all printed with special grain tickets for Eternal Grain Investment Bank. Although these papers looked extremely delicate, and it was unknown what technology was used to print the embossed patterns. What kind of gift was this? The merchants looked at each other in bewilderment as they took the papers that were handed to them, wondering what the Master Yanqing meant by giving them this. Even Eden was very puzzled. After Yanqing and all the other merchants received the grain tickets given to them, they said, starting tomorrow, my grain business will be separated from the Eternal Chamber of Commerce and handed over to the newly established Eternal Grain Investment Bank for operation. The wages that the Eternal Chamber of Commerce will pay to its employees will no longer be paid in kind, but in the form of food coupons in your hands. With this kind of food coupon, you can get the corresponding weight of fine grain at any Eternal Grain Investment Bank. Oh, the merchants suddenly realized. Big men are big men, and they are so creative in distributing food. At such an elegant banquet, it would be embarrassing for big men to distribute a bag of food to one person. It's better to issue a few food coupons. Master Yanqing has face, and we get benefits. In the current Nuda City, the food of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce is a good thing. Hurry up and check how much food Master Yanqing has distributed. The merchants counted the food coupons in their hands. A total of 200 kilograms. Now the residents of Nuda City all know that the grain of the Yongheng Chamber of Commerce is measured in gene, and 2 gene is equal to 1 kilogram. If everyone here is issued 200 gene of Yongheng's grain, wow, that's more than 20,000 gene. In Nuda City, only Master Yanqing can play such a big hand. He gave out 20,000 gene of grain without blinking an eye. Eden immediately took the lead and stood up to salute Yanqing. Thank you, Master Yanqing, for the reward. Master Yanqing, you are generous and kind. The merchants also stood up and saluted Yanqing, shouting together, Master Yanqing, you are generous and kind. More than 200 people saluted together, which was quite spectacular. Chapter 229 Food Coupon Circulation Closed Loop. Ha! Just a little something. Yinxing laughed and said, "Sit down. Sit down. Let's sit down and talk." The merchants sat down one after another. Yinxing continued, "This time I called you all here to let you know the food coupons that Yongheng Food Investment Bank is about to issue. I believe everyone knows that the employees of Yongheng Chamber of Commerce will use the food they are given to buy things at the market. But food is too heavy to carry. It is also not easy to carry too many metal coins. Especially when you go out. You can't leave money behind. Carrying too much money is not only heavy, but also easy to be discovered by thieves." Yinxing's words really touched the hearts of the merchants. When buying goods, you need to bring money to pay for the goods. And after selling the goods, you have to carry a large sum of money with you. Most of the merchants have small coins, gold coins, silver coins, copper coins, etc., which are packed together into a big package. Therefore, when traveling for business, all merchants are nervous. There is no merchant who has not encountered theft and robbery. And many merchants have lost their lives. How to hide money outside? The merchants really tried every possible way. Yinxing did not talk in depth about the issue of paper currency being easy to carry. Let them discover the benefits of food coupons by themselves, which is much easier for them to accept than talking about the benefits of paper currency at length. After a short pause, Yinxing returned to the topic and said, "I think my employees will use the grain coupons of Yongheng Grain Investment Bank to buy things in the market after receiving them. The vendors in the market may not accept them because they are not real grain. You are all merchants who provide goods to vendors. If you are willing to accept the grain coupons of Yongheng Grain Bank as payment, the vendors will definitely be willing to accept the grain coupons. In this way, my employees will not have to carry a lot of grain to the market every day." Yinxing talked about the use of grain coupons from the transactions between his employees and market vendors, making all the merchants feel that Master Yinxing is a kind person. Grain is much heavier than metal currency. In order to suppress the grain price in Nuda City, Master Yinxing distributed real grain to the hired workers. It is definitely a physical job for hired workers to carry the uneaten grain to the market to exchange for other things. If grain coupons are used for trading, it will naturally be much more convenient. Can the grain coupons really be exchanged for grain from the Eternal Grain Investment Bank? The merchants have no doubt about this. Originally, the Eternal Chamber of Commerce used grain as wages. And now it is just to facilitate the issuance of grain coupons, so that employees can use them as they need. The merchants believe that the grain coupons in their hands can definitely be exchanged for grain. Otherwise, the tens of thousands of workers employed by the Eternal Chamber of Commerce will not riot. It's just, the merchants were flipping through the food coupons in their hands. Having been traveling around for years, they knew the hidden dangers of this kind of food coupons. Gold could be fake. Not to mention a piece of food coupons printed on paper. If someone forged food coupons to exchange for food from Yongheng Grain Investment Bank, then Master Yinxing would be cheated for his kindness. Some of the merchants were even thinking about whether they could print some 100 gene food coupons themselves. Eden knew what the merchants were thinking at this time. So he said to Yinxing, "Master, I know you are kind and want to provide convenience for your employees. But if someone forged this kind of food coupons, it would definitely cause a huge blow to your credit and business." Yinxing took a grain coupon with a face value of 100 gene from his attendant. The grain coupons issued by our Yongheng Grain Investment Bank are not so easy to copy. Please look at the grain coupons in your hands. I will teach you how to identify real grain coupons and fake grain coupons. First, the paper we use to print grain coupons. In the real world, counterfeiting money is illegal. But printing money designed by yourself is not illegal. You can print it as you want. Find a printing factory to place an order. Give them the drawings and specifications, and let them print according to the standards of the currency. As long as you pay them, they won't talk nonsense to you at all. Anyway, you don't know what the patterns and words on them are, and it doesn't affect the credibility of RMB. You can print whatever you want. Yinxing had seen the paper-making level of this world. They didn't even have paper to counterfeit food stamps, let alone other anti-counterfeiting technologies. In order to prevent himself from making mistakes, Yinxing even showed the printed food stamps to the Goblin Gaga. The Goblin Gaga said, "It is impossible to counterfeit such food stamps at a low cost. If alchemy is used, the alchemical materials needed to counterfeit a 100 gene food stamp may be worth 200 gene of grain. And alchemists will not waste time making this thing by hand. In short, without materials and technology, the cost and difficulty of counterfeiting are enough to discourage those who want to counterfeit food stamps." Yinqing carefully explained to the merchants how Yonghan Grain Investment Bank had worked on the anti-counterfeiting of grain coupons. Merchants were the mainstream that promoted the circulation of grain coupons. Only when they believed in and were willing to use grain coupons could the advantages of grain coupons be brought into play. Therefore, Yinqing explained it in great detail. Merchants also discovered that counterfeiting seemingly ordinary grain coupons was not as simple as they imagined. The paper used for grain coupons was very different from ordinary paper. Wear-resistant, not easy to damage. Even if it was soaked in water, the paper would not fall apart. There were also printed ink marks, which felt obviously raised. It was impossible to find only suitable paper and ink, not to mention other anti-counterfeiting features. As Yinqing explained, the merchants felt more and more that the grain coupons issued by the Eternal Grain Investment Bank were magical. This was not an ordinary printed matter, but a product of alchemical technology. Alchemical items made the merchants more interested in grain coupons. Someone even asked Yinqing for confirmation, "Master Yinqing, is the grain coupon issued by the Eternal Grain Investment Bank produced by Alchemy?" Yinqing knew that people in this world were very superstitious about alchemy. He admitted, "Yes. This is the grain coupon I commissioned my alchemist to design and make specifically for my employees. It is to facilitate their daily transactions. You can collect the grain coupons of the Eternal Grain Investment Bank with confidence. We issue food coupons based on the amount of food in the warehouse. And we only recognize food coupons, not people. Bring your food coupons to my food store, and you can exchange the food in full. It is really an alchemical product. Then, the gold content is high. It is worthy of the Thunder Swamp alchemy that can keep time in hand and day and night. It is worthy of Master Yinqing, who is famous for his generosity and kindness. If this kind of food coupons cannot be forged, then why would the merchants not accept them? Food is a scarce commodity at any time and anywhere. The food of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce is all high-quality refined grain, and it is not sold to the public. You can't buy it even if you want to. It is definitely a good business to receive food coupons from the Eternal Food Store, and then exchange them for food to sell elsewhere." Chapter 230 Idea of Forming a Mercenary Army. Merchants are willing to accept food coupons. So Yinqing has created a closed loop for the circulation of food coupons. The rest is to rely on the market to explore the various advantages of food coupons, and gradually become a public currency recognized by both the upper and lower classes of Nuda City. Food coupons determine the currency status in Nuda City, and naturally radiate to the human-controlled area of the entire Windy Highlands. And with the outward expansion of the Eternal Food Investment Bank, it will have an impact on the mainland of the Silver Mane Principality. Gradually, the relationship between food coupons and eternal food will fade. Most people who hold food coupons recognize its value, so it has value. And unless necessary, people who own Eternal Food Bank food coupons thousands of miles away cannot take food coupons to the Windy Highlands to exchange for food. At that time, Yinqing only needed to control the number of food coupons issued, and he could secretly print food coupons to plunder the world's wealth. Merchants are an important link in the circulation of food coupons. In order to prevent mistakes in this link, Yinqing took advantage of the merchants' excitement and proposed to form the Eternal Merchant Guild. This is a new concept. Merchants do not have their own guilds due to their low status and other reasons. Some merchants will be affiliated with a large chamber of commerce to obtain more favorable goods. Most merchants are family-run, with an older and more experienced elder leading a few young and strong juniors to follow the family's business route for many years. Everyone didn't know what benefits a merchant guild would bring to merchants, and joining a guild would definitely require membership fees. Therefore, the merchants who didn't know what to do until they saw the rabbit did not respond positively. Eden didn't know why Yinqing suddenly wanted to form a merchant guild. After seeing that many merchants were not very enthusiastic about this organization, he explained to Yinqing, "Master Yinqing, we know that if merchants unite, there will be many benefits. But forming and operating a guild requires a lot of money. Although we merchants seem to handle a lot of money, the profit is very thin. And I'm afraid we can't afford the guild's membership fees." Membership fees? Yinqing finally knew why the merchants didn't speak this time. He smiled and said, "You don't need to pay membership fees to join my Eternal Merchant Guild. On the contrary, you can get a lot of benefits. My territory will support the Eternal Merchant Guild to form a guild mercenary army to implement armed protection for the trade routes of guild merchants. This guild mercenary army has soldiers provided by the merchants who join the guild, and weapons and training provided by the Eternal Territory. Together, We will form this army of merchants to jointly protect the safety of merchants on the road of business. I believe that with the protection of this armed force, the bandits and mountain bandits on the road, the exploitation of merchants by profiteers and bad gentry will inevitably be restrained. When it comes to forming an army to protect merchants, merchants immediately become active. The biggest headache for merchants is the theft of bandits, robbery by mountain bandits, deception by profiteers, and exploitation by bad gentry. Although merchants have their own children to protect them when they are traveling, they will also recruit mercenaries to protect the caravan. But their own children are few in number after all, and mercenaries are more willing to make money in peace. Therefore, when encountering danger, mercenaries will not fight unless necessary, but will persuade merchants to spend some money and not offend people. The profit of merchants is small. In fact, most of the money they earn is spent on various tolls. If this part of the money can be saved, even if only a part is saved, the life of merchants will be much more comfortable. However, how to form and manage the mercenaries of the so-called Eternal Merchant Guild, and how to effectively protect the interests of merchants. Just a few words from Master Yinxing are not enough to make merchants determined to join the guild. But this proposal really ignited the enthusiasm of the merchants. Everything related to making money is a good thing. Eden said very cooperatively at this time, Master Yinxing, forming a merchant mercenary army is really a great thing for us merchants, who travel outside all year round. But what exactly does this mercenary army do? How large a scale is needed? Yinxing is very satisfied with Eden's performance today, and it is a good connection to this meeting. The business of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce will definitely not be limited to Nuda City. The Eternal Grain Investment Bank will also open branches in other cities after the war. Like you, I need road safety and freedom of road traffic. When you, as individual merchants, face various exploitations on the road, you are probably just passively responding. If you meet someone who is easy to talk to, you can spend money to avoid trouble. If you meet a bandit who wants money in life, you can only fight with all your strength. But as long as we form a strong mercenary army, whoever wants to trouble you on the road in the future will always consider the existence of this army. Now there is a war in the Windy Highlands, and you can't leave. So why not form a mercenary army to train the Merchant Guild? It just so happens that Earl Theodore allowed my army to receive training and upgrade in Nuda City. And all expenses have good discounts. Your children can train with you. And all the children who join the guild mercenaries and sign a 5-year service agreement will have all the training expenses paid by me. Even if you are qualified to become a knight or a hero, I will take care of it. I plan to have 3,000 people in the first merchant mercenary army. All merchants who join the Merchant Guild do not need to pay membership fees, but must have at least 5 people serving in the merchant mercenary army. The part of the insufficient number of people will be supplemented by my eternal leader. The children of the merchant families who serve must receive at least 3 months of training and combat readiness every year, and can follow the family caravan to do business during the non-training period. Merchants who join the Merchant Guild encounter unreasonable exploitation or robbery on the way to do business. First, protect your own life, and then report to the guild mercenary when it is safe. The mercenaries will first send out a negotiation team to help merchants negotiate and recover losses. If you encounter a vicious person, you must resolutely send troops to destroy him. When Yinxing talked about the formation plan and functions of the mercenaries of the Merchant Guild, the atmosphere of the entire venue became more and more heated. No membership fee is required, and the family members are trained for free. Which Chamber of Commerce can give such good treatment? Moreover, the trained family members usually follow the family caravan, which undoubtedly increases the self-defense ability of the caravan. As for the 3 months of training and combat readiness every year, training is good. The more the family members practice, the stronger they are, which is only good for the family caravan. As long as they are trained separately, it won't have much impact on the family caravan. Moreover, the guild mercenaries can also have a standing force to deal with various incidents encountered by merchants on the road. Those who suck blood from merchants are actually small characters. Now the Merchant Guild has a mercenary army ready to attack at any time, which can definitely solve most problems encountered on the road. Money saved is money earned. Chapter 231 The Eternal Merchant Guild is established. Yinxing looked at the reactions of the merchants on the stage, and knew that the establishment of the Eternal Merchant Guild was reliable. In the eyes of people in this world, merchants are businessmen who buy and sell. Because of the speculation of buying low and selling high, merchants do not have a very good reputation. Everyone knows that they need merchants to circulate materials from all over the country. But there is always an unknown disgust towards merchants, especially when the price of the things they bought increases. They secretly curse the merchants. Moreover, the merchants have been traveling for many years, which has tainted them with some bad habits, and they have also done many things such as robbery. Therefore, the social status of merchants is not high. No one is willing to organize slick merchants to form an industry association. In Yinqing's eyes, merchants are very important. Merchants are actually logistics. If Yonghing territory wants to achieve industrialization, it will inevitably need a lot of resources and frequent trade. With the expansion of business and the radiation of Yonghing Grain Investment Bank in the future, a reliable logistics system will definitely be needed. For Yonghing territory to build a logistics network from scratch, it not only needs money and manpower, but also needs to collect local customs and customs from all over the place, and to manage relationships. It is not something that can be done in a short time. Merchants have personnel, fleets, and networks of relationships. Once they are gathered in their hands and slightly integrated, they can be put into operation immediately. This is the main reason why Yinqing wants to form a merchant guild. By merging these merchants, there will be ready-made logistics when you want to use them in the future, and you don't need to do it yourself, which saves time, effort, and money. As for the establishment of a merchant mercenary army, in addition to the benefits mentioned by Yinqing, there are other reasons for urgently establishing this legion. Count Theodore publicly admitted that Thunder Swamp is a force equivalent to the Silver Mane Principality. In addition to bringing many benefits to Yinqing, it also defines Yinqing and his forces as outsiders. The activities of the Eternal Territories Army in the Silver Mane Principality will be greatly restricted, and his business in the Silver Mane Principality will only grow in the future. A military force with a principality background is needed to safeguard its own interests in the principality. The purpose of forming the Eternal Merchants Guild Mercenaries is to protect the safety of the merchants' trade routes, and the excuse of free passage will be very useful for whatever they want to do in the future. Therefore, Yinqing proposed to form the Guild Mercenaries without any perfunctory thoughts. Instead, he attached great importance to this army that has not yet been formed. Because of the special nature of this mercenary army, it is impossible to maintain a large scale. This requires every member of this army to be very capable. Yinqing proposed that each merchant send a family member to join the mercenary army, and let these family members follow the caravan to trade most of the time, just to let these merchants send out their best children. Merchants are a family business. For the continuity of the caravan, merchants spare no effort in training the children of the family. Through the information learned from Eden, merchant families have a selection system. When they meet young people with potential, they will definitely find ways to let them accept training from a certain lord to advance to a high-level warrior. This is a very large capital investment, but all merchants are willing to spend this money. They value the training of family children the most. There is an opportunity to train family children, and family children serve the interests of the family. They will definitely send outstanding children to the mercenaries. In this way, the guild mercenaries have excellent sources of soldiers. As for how to control this mercenary army, first of all, it is the common interests. Yonghing territory makes money together with everyone, and the loyalty of the mercenaries is naturally guaranteed at the most basic level. Then, there is the logistics system. The flintlock rifle developed by Chue Chue has reached the actual combat requirements after testing for this period of time. The sources of mercenary soldiers are complex, and they come and go from time to time, so it is not convenient to train them according to their respective ranks. Therefore, Yinqing decided to equip all soldiers below the 7th rank with flintlock rifles. The 7th rank and above are cavalry, and they are equipped with weapons separately. The flintlock rifle for infantry has been produced in Yonghing territory. The finalized flintlock model is named Type 21. The gun body is 1.6 meters long and 1.9 meters long with the bayonet. Breech loading, using paper shell black powder bullets. After being proficient in using the flintlock, you can fire 6 shots in 1 minute. After repeated tests, it can be determined that the archery skills of the shooter unit can still work on the musket, and the accuracy is higher than that of the non-shooter unit. Even if the non-shooter unit uses this musket, the lethality of dense line shooting is far higher than that of conventional bows and crossbows. Firearms rely heavily on logistics. As long as the logistics supply is firmly grasped and each gun and person is strictly managed, the mercenaries will not cause a big mess. As for the actual combat effect of this new type of firearm in this world, Yinqing did not dare to test it easily on his own army. Although in the real world, the large-scale use of firearms eventually eliminated cold weapons. But there is magic in this world. Without knowing the effect of firearms, asking the army of Eternal Territory to adapt their combat habits will cause big problems if something goes wrong. The mercenaries of the Merchant Guild can be used as a pilot for new weapons and new tactics. Anyway, the mercenaries will face bandits and hooligans in the early stage, so the tolerance for war is high and problems can be adjusted in time. There are also many small-scale actual battles. It is just right to practice and fight, summarize experience, and then apply it to the main force of Eternal Territory. Yinxing thought about the idea of creating an army of the Merchant Guild mercenaries in his heart. The discussion among the merchants on the stage became more and more heated. The more they discussed, the more they felt that once they had an army formed by their own soldiers, they would have a stronger backbone in the future. When they encountered robbers, it was not certain who would rob whom. Moreover, after everyone joined forces, they would have people and soldiers, and it would be easy to open up new trade routes. Other merchants would not have the courage to compete with us for business. Finally, all the merchants expressed to Yinxing that they were willing to join the Eternal Merchants Guild, and they jointly recommended Master Yinxing as the first president of the Eternal Merchants Guild. Yinxing accepted the position of president without hesitation, and appointed Eden as vice president to handle the matters of the establishment of the guild. As for the position of the commander of the guild mercenaries, no one dared to compete with Master Yinxing. After all, the money for training the army was paid by Master Yinxing. So Master Yinxing was in charge of both military and political affairs, and the Eternal Merchant Guild was officially established. The merchant meeting was over, and Yinxing had wasted a lot of time here. The previous banquet was still being held, and it was not appropriate for the host to be absent for too long. Yinxing handed over the next matters of the meeting to Abbot Eden, and asked him to count the personnel sent by each family to join the guild mercenaries as soon as possible. Form an army as soon as possible, and train as soon as possible. Use the idle period of business during the war to train the guild mercenaries. After the war is over and the merchants can leave, they can send mercenaries to open up trade routes everywhere. Eden was very grateful to be so valued by Master Yinxing. He promised to do things here properly. Chapter 232 The Hidden Spy. All the guests at the banquet were attracted by the gorgeous lights of the Thunder Swamp Embassy in Nuda City. It was not just the lights. There was also music everywhere. Even though the band was invisible, the music was something I had never heard before, and it was different in different places. The hall was filled with elegant tunes, which made people feel relaxed during negotiations. Waltz was played in the lobby, as it was full of young people. Under the illumination of the gorgeous stage lights, pairs of young men and women danced. It was a banquet where the host and the guests enjoyed themselves. Until the early morning, the guests who were still not satisfied left one after another. The lights in the embassy were still bright. Yinxing, who had done 3 big things in one night, was in a very good mood. After drinking a few more glasses, he was helped by the maid to fall on the bed in the bedroom. The spring latex mattress was comfortable to lie on. Unlike the Lord's mansion in the Eternal Territory, which had never been built, Yinxing did not have a proper room now. He basically just made do with sleeping, or went back to his small apartment in the real world to rest. After the maid left, Yinxing took out his mobile phone and asked Chui, "Is Madame Carol staying here or leaving?" Chui replied, "Master, Madame Carol stayed in the bedroom she chose." "Had the pinhole cameras and listening devices been installed?" "All installed, Master." "Connected." Yinxing felt that he was very wretched at this moment, but he couldn't be too gentlemanly to a woman like Carol. She took the initiative to move in, so she must have bad intentions towards me. The Master. So do I need to feel psychological pressure to spy on her? He. At this time, Mrs. Carroll was writing a letter on the dressing table in front of the window. The cool breeze at night blew in from the window, causing the curtains to flutter. Outside was the front yard of the embassy, and the guests left a mess after the guests dispersed. The servants of the embassy were cleaning overnight and had to remove the banquet facilities. The noise and the coolness did not affect Madame Carroll. Her energy was all on the letter she was writing. The content of the letter was a love letter she wrote to Duke Silvermane, but the codewords in it conveyed what she really wanted to say. The Nuda City Temple wanted to use the mercenary group they controlled to organize a mercenary riot in Nuda City a few days ago, but it didn't succeed. One of the reasons was that Yinxing suddenly returned to Nuda City from the Thunder Swamp and issued tasks to a large number of idle mercenaries. The expansion plan of the Foul Lion mercenary group was hit. But this was not the main reason for the failure of the temple. Now the Foul Lion mercenary group is under a full-scale attack by the Giant Front mercenary group, and has no energy to complete the tasks assigned to them by the temple. The conflict between the Foul Lion mercenary group and the Giant Front mercenary group. It seems that the dispute was provoked by the Foul Lion mercenary group, but the facts cannot be easily concluded. The war in the Windy Highlands has reached this level, and the forces secretly supported by all parties are very active in Nuda City. And it is very unreasonable that Short Gun has not made any moves in this city. If Short Gun is a mercenary organization serving the orcs, then there should be important personnel in the Giant Front mercenary group working for Short Gun. Then the purpose behind the Giant Front mercenary group biting the Foul Lion mercenary group at this time is worth investigating. Now in Nuda City, there are Foul Lion of the Temple, Giant Front of Short Gun, the City Lord's Mansion of Earl Theodore, the Rose Court of the Principality, and the newly appeared Yinxing Special Envoy Mansion. There are other forces, big and small, both overt and covert. The seemingly stable Nuda City is actually in chaos. The Assassin's Guild lost contact tonight, which made Mrs. Carroll realize that there was a problem within the Assassin's Guild. If the Assassin's Guild is not trustworthy, it is equivalent to cutting off one arm of the Rose Court. I don't know if it will affect my meeting with the Elf Envoy. In the letter, Mrs. Carroll described the situation in Nuda City and the sudden incident of the Assassin's Guild, and expressed the difficulties encountered here to Duke Silvermane, hoping to get more support and power. After writing the letter, she also printed her lip prints on the paper, sealed the envelope, and stamped it with a magic seal. Then she cast a spell to summon a large albatross. Madame Carroll rolled up the letter and stuffed it into the letter bucket on the albatross's foot, and then let it fly out. Then she undressed and took a bath. The next day, Yinxing sat in Lygia's tavern, yawning and drinking beer alone. The banquet ended so late last night, and he and Chue studied Madame Carroll for a long time afterwards. As a result, he didn't sleep well. After seeing Yinxing enter the store, Lygia asked the helper to watch the store, and she left on the pretext of going to the market to buy things. Not long after, Lygia, who had changed into a disguise, sat in front of Yinxing. First, she cast a soundproofing spell, and Lygia asked Yinxing, "What happened last night? Why didn't you show up?" Yinxing took a sip of wine, then cut the steak on the plate and answered in a very unhappy tone, "You asked me why I didn't show up? I also want to ask you why the other assassins were taken away by the embassy people one by one as soon as they entered the door. I hid in there until almost dawn before running out. Blood Falcon. The Assassin's Guild needs to give me an explanation." Yinxing's question made Lygia speechless. What happened last night was definitely the most serious accident that happened to the Nuda City Assassin's Guild since its establishment. Now the news that the Assassin's Guild leaked the assassination plan has spread throughout Nuda City. Even if the Assassin's Guild immediately controls all the internal personnel involved in the assassination, it is impossible to save this catastrophic credit crisis. This was the first time that Lygia participated in the affairs of the Assassin's Guild. Before this, she was an undercover agent and a senior spy in the Principality's intelligence system. Unlike the Assassin's Guild members, who had extensive contact with outsiders, she was trusted by the Rose Court and was not among the suspected leakers. But she still received a warning from Madame Carroll to reduce all unnecessary activities. Check whether her identity has been exposed. The task of receiving the Elf Envoy was handed over to the backup personnel. This was equivalent to being hidden. You have to know that Lygia has been hiding her identity in Nuda City for so many years as an undercover agent, just for a mission that can make contributions to the Principality. As a result, because of the traitor of the Assassin's Guild, all her efforts were worthless. If she knew who leaked the secret, she would make this damn guy taste the punishment of the Imperial spy. Lygia, who had nothing to do now, couldn't help but come to see him after seeing Tran come to her tavern. Tran was the only assassin who was not invited by Yinxing yesterday. Is he lucky? Because of his ability? Or because he discovered something in advance? Thinking of Tran's sudden statement yesterday that he wanted to modify the assassination plan, Lygia felt that he must know something. Chapter 233 Information about the Short Gun. I apologize to you for the negligence of our Assassin's Guild this time. Lygia knew that if she wanted to get something out of Tran, she couldn't make the relationship awkward. If Tran left Nuda City, it would be difficult to find him again. Yinxing snorted. You still have a lot to apologize to me for. You must have put the magic tracking potion on my clothes. Yes. Lygia admitted it straightforwardly. She knew that this tracking trick would not work for a top thief for a long time. She couldn't track Tran yesterday. Yinqing sneered. I'm not in the mood to pursue what happened. But the assassination failed this time, because of the leak of information from your Assassin's Guild. Shouldn't my deposit be returned to me in full? Now other assassins are also looking for trouble with the Assassin's Guild for the deposit. And the Assassin's Guild is overwhelmed by the incident last night. How to deal with it has not been decided yet. Ligia had to say to Yinqing, I'm sorry. There are still many doubts about this matter. We are fully investigating where the problem occurred. Please rest assured, Mr. Tran. If the leak is really all the responsibility of the Assassin's Guild, we will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Yinqing heard from Ligia that the matter was so serious, and the Assassin's Guild still planned to default on the debt. It's really the monopoly business that makes them live too comfortably. But it's okay to default on the debt. You continue to investigate. My sir, the Creed Assassin's Guild will not wait for you. When will you investigate clearly? Yinqing knows that I want to assassinate him. He will never let me go easily. I don't know if the so-called Thunder Swamp curse has been imposed on me. Now I just want to take my money and leave Nuda City as soon as possible. Ligia was afraid that Tran would leave. So she quickly said, Please rest assured, Mr. Tran. Before the investigation of this incident is clear, the Assassin's Guild will be responsible for your safety. If Yinqing has any unusual movements, we will notify you immediately and help you avoid his pursuit. As for the curse of Thunder Swamp, it should be released by the power of Thunder Swamp when the assassination takes place. And you didn't do it last night. And if you were cursed by Thunder Swamp, Yinqing would have brought people here. Okay. I'll trust you again. Yinqing answered casually and continued to eat. Ligia asked, Mr. Tran? You suddenly changed the assassination plan yesterday. Is it because you found something? Have you anticipated the leak of the assassination plan? Yinqing lowered his head to eat and said, No. I didn't intend to act according to the plan from the beginning. Assassination is a very private matter. The fewer people know, the easier it is to succeed. I don't know how you do things in Nuda City. I have my own way. Ligia didn't expect that Tran didn't think about carrying out the assassination according to the plan when he made the plan. At this time, Grey Rat walked in from outside. After seeing that it was not Ligia behind the bar, Grey Rat's expression was a little disappointed. But when he saw Tran, he immediately smiled and walked over. Yinqing said to Ligia, My friend and I have something to discuss. You can leave. Come back to me when you return the money. Ligia didn't want to give up the clue of Tran. She whispered to Yinqing, Are you not looking for the short gun? Grey Rat came over and saw that there was still a person sitting here. So he asked, Is it a friend? I guess so. Yinqing did not chase Ligia away, but let Grey Rat sit down. Yinqing did not know what the short gun Ligia was talking about. But since she thought he was looking for it, he might as well look for it. When Grey Rat heard that the man who covered himself tightly was Tran's friend, he instinctively thought that he was also a very powerful thief. He sat down in the empty seat, and then excitedly said to Yinqing, Mr. Tran, your name is now spreading throughout Nuda City. 8 assassins who went to assassinate Yinqing were found by Yinqing. All of them were famous assassins. Only you. He didn't even find your hair. Those who doubted your strength before have shut up. You are now recognized as the #1 thief in Nuda City. No. The #1 assassin. Grey Mouse looked at the disguised Ligia and whispered to Yinqing, Mr. Tran, the Assassin's Guild has suffered a great blow to its credibility after such a big incident. I have many connections in Nuda City. If you are willing to take the mission, I will be your broker. Yinqing said coldly to Grey Mouse, The person next to you is from the Assassin's Guild. Grey Mouse's face changed drastically. Didn't the words just now show that he died too slowly? He quickly explained, No. 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 I'm just kidding. I just run errands for Mr. Tran, and I don't have the courage to steal the Assassin's Guild's business. Yinqing said, It's okay. Miss Blood Falcon won't make it difficult for you. Now let's talk about the short gun. Do you have any news about the short gun to tell me? Ligia said, You know that our Assassin's Guild charges for news. And we don't charge for news related to the short gun. If you do something for me, I will tell you this news. What is it? Help me investigate the leak of this assassination mission. Aren't you Assassin's Guild investigating again? Ligia looked at Grey Rat and said, We are investigating. But it is likely that we need to sneak into the Thunder Swamp Special Embassy in Nuda City to investigate. The defense there is extremely tight. And there are many eyes hiding somewhere watching. You are the only thief I know who entered the Yinqing Special Embassy, stayed there for a night, and walked out safely. As long as you go to the Yinqing Special Embassy when I need you, I will tell you what I know about the short gun. Yinqing felt that it was not difficult to go to his own special embassy. So he agreed, no problem. You tell me. Do I need to sign an agreement or something? This was Legia's private investigation. So she said, no need to sign an agreement. I believe you. According to our intelligence, there are important management members of the Giant Front mercenary group who are short gun. The attack of the Giant Front mercenary group on the Foul Lion mercenary group should be the work of the short gun in secret to stop the expansion of the temple's power. But we don't know why the short gun did this. Yinqing thought. I didn't understand. What exactly is this short gun for? Ligia thinks she is looking for the short gun. But I can't ask in detail. I can only test my reasoning ability. The people who made trouble when Donald, the leader of the Foul Lion mercenary group, put on a show last time have been investigated. They are Donald's people. And Donald is a member of the temple. Ligia said that the short gun attacked the Foul Lion mercenary group to stop the expansion of the temple's power. The purpose should be to maintain stability in Nuda City. Then the short gun should be Earl Theodore's people. Or Marquis Anderson's people. Chapter 234 Vault. But why does Ligia think I'm looking for the short gun? What exactly is a short gun? If the short gun is Marquis Anderson's people, when did I express my intention to find them? Yinqing looked at Grey Rat, who didn't seem to know what a short gun was. Then let's ask Ligia again. Miss Blood Falcon, you tell me these little things and want me to go to Yinqing's special embassy to work for you. Do you think I'm stupid? Business is about fairness. If it's just these superficial things, I can see them myself. Why don't you tell me? Ligia knew that what she said was really insignificant. Mr. Tran, the short gun has been hiding very deep and mainly active in the Storm City area. We don't know too much information. But please rest assured, if there is new information about the short gun, I will tell you as soon as possible. However, can I know why you are looking for the short gun? Personal grudges. Yinqing made up an excuse. Since the short gun is active in the Storm City area, it should be Marquis Anderson's man. Yinqing guessed. And Ligia had the intention of recruiting Tran from the beginning. If he could win over such a powerful thief to become a spy for the principality, it would be a credit to himself. After knowing that he was hidden, the thief Tran was regarded by Ligia as an opportunity to be reemployed. Mr. Tran, you can actually tell me more. Ligia said sincerely. The Assassin's Guild still has a very strong intelligence gathering capability in Nuda City. We can find the person you are looking for as quickly as possible. Even if you want to go to the orc-controlled area, we can also provide you with help. Yinqing didn't expect that Short Gun hadn't figured it out yet. How did the orcs get involved again? Every sentence is a guessing puzzle. It's so uncomfortable. And at a certain moment, Yinqing seemed to have caught something. Was my initial judgment wrong? The organization Short Gun is actually... Yinqing recalled the scene when he and Grey Rat met here for the first time. He and Grey Rat were sitting here, and Ligia was sitting behind the bar reading a book, facing this side. Since Ligia is not an ordinary tavern owner, she may have a way to know what I talked about with Grey Rat. After the second meeting between him and Grey Rat, Ligia was able to wait at the Assassin's Guild contact point first, which further proved that she was able to break through the soundproof magic to eavesdrop on the conversation. Then Short Gun should be the mercenary organization that colluded with the orcs. But what is the purpose of Short Gun to block the Foul Lion mercenary group? It's hard to draw a conclusion for now. After all, it was just Ligia's one-sided statement, and the truth still needs to be investigated by oneself. It just so happens that the Creed Intelligence Collection System designed by Chue is about to be launched. Let's see what useful things can be collected, since Ligia also wants to help. Yinqing said, before coming to Nuda City, I once stayed in the native land of the savage orcs for a period of time. I heard that the Short Spear and the Little Lia chieftain had very close contacts. Some transactions were carried out in Nuda City. One of them involved a small treasury. I can't swallow so much gold by myself. If you are willing to help me find this treasury, I can give you a share. But only you can help me. Don't let the Assassin's Guild, which is leaking from all sides, get involved. Before Yinqing finished speaking, he heard the Grey Rat in the vault say with shining eyes, And me. I don't ask for a share. Just give me a little bit. Ligia was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that the orcs really had a small vault in Nuda City. The existence of this vault was just speculation before. After all, It is a continuous and large expense for the orcs to buy mercenaries. And just as the orcs have human spies, the human race has also developed many orc spies in the orc circle of influence. Human mercenaries working for the orcs cannot blatantly take away large sums of money from the orc-controlled area. Therefore, the orcs are likely to set up a vault in Nuda City. Nuda City is a commercial city, with countless people and caravans entering and leaving every day. The orcs' money first enters the Silvermane Principality through other borders, then is mixed into caravans and passes through the Windy Highlands on the Principality's mainland, making a big circle and gathering in Nuda City without anyone noticing. Mercenaries and spies serving the orcs can get the money directly in Nuda City. Very safe. The reason why Rose Court made such a guess is because the Snow Elves did this at the beginning. However, the Elves and the Silvermane Principality have no land border outside the Windy Highlands, and they face each other across the inland sea to the east of the Highlands. In addition to the Windy Highlands, the Savage Orcs and the Silvermane Principality also have a border line with complex terrain. Smuggling at sea is much more difficult than smuggling on land. The Elves had just started to trade their property and prepared to set up a small treasury in Nuda City, but they were soon discovered by the Principality's spies. After a series of tracking, the Elves' intelligence system in Nuda City was destroyed by the Rose Court in one fell swoop. The Elves had to rely on the Rose Court to obtain intelligence about the Windy Highland Legion. From this, the Rose Court inferred that the orcs also set up a treasury in Nuda City to purchase intelligence, issue tasks, and provide funds for spies. However, there has been no definite evidence of the existence of this treasury, and it has not been found. Now Trent actually said that the orcs did have a treasury in Nuda City. Then if we find the vault, we can severely damage the intelligence system of the orcs in the Windy Highlands. The Silvermane Principality has two attitudes towards the Elves and the orcs. The Principality and the Snow Elves are across the sea, and the Snow Elves control part of the Windy Highlands. So the Principality does not have such a great sense of crisis. But the wild orcs are different. There are constant conflicts on the land border between the Principality and the orcs. Even when there is no war, small groups of orcs will go south from time to time, rob property, food and farmers. If the orcs can be driven down from the Windy Highlands, they must set up defenses everywhere around the Windy Highlands. And naturally they have no energy to harass the Principality's homeland. Therefore, for Ligeia, if we can find the orcs' vault in Nuda City, it will definitely be a greater achievement than receiving the elf envoy. Mr. Tran. Ligeia was so excited that she almost revealed her original voice. She quickly changed her voice and continued, in fact, we also think that the orcs have a small vault in Nuda City. Since you invited me to help find the location of this vault, I will do my best to provide the best help I can. After we find it, we will each take half. I don't know if Mr. Tran has any other clues to provide me, or what specific things he needs me to do. Grey Mouse said anxiously, and me? And me? I have many underground ways in Nuda City. Hearing that there was a vault, Grey Mouse forgot all potential dangers. Chapter 235 Creed Intelligence Exchange. Yinxing was not talking nonsense about the orcs' treasury. This can be known from real events. I have never heard of such transactions involving intelligence being sold on credit. There must be an underground bank that can quickly withdraw money according to the situation. There must be a brave man under a big reward. The mercenaries working for the orcs are so active, and the money must be paid in place. Moreover, there are no paper money or bank transfers in this world. What is given is real gold. Once there are too many of these things, they will be very eye-catching anywhere in the Windy Highlands. Only by placing them in Nuda City can they be covered under the prosperous trade. Therefore, Yinxing found an excuse to investigate Short Gun. It would be best if he could find the orc's treasury. If he can't find it, he can send Ligeia away. This girl is a bit clingy. I have so many things to do every day. I can't always act with you here. Since Ligeia agreed to investigate the orc's treasury, Yinxing said, okay, let's split it equally. If you want to find the orc's treasury, you must first investigate the Short Gun. But I don't know more about the Short Gun than you do, so I can't give you much help. But Grey Rat has worked for the Short Gun. Grey Rat immediately said, when have I ever worked for the Short Gun? Then Grey Rat finally reacted, yes. Yes, Chief Little Leah. I understand. The mercenary organization that Yerlin served was called Short Gun. Mr. Tran must have found me in Chief Little Leah's Thorn Castle and followed me to Nuda City. Grey Rat's words made up the lie that Yinxing had woven. Ligeia asked Grey Rat in detail why he went to the orc's Thorn Castle. Grey Rat told the story of Yerlin's organization of mercenaries colluding with the orcs to attack the Eternal Territory. Their coalition was wiped out by the Werewolves, who followed them from behind outside the Eternal Territory. Because he confessed quickly, he was sent by Yinxing to the Thorn Castle to deliver the head of the orc leader. So he survived by chance. After Grey Rat finished speaking, he said, all the mercenary captives that Yinxing sent to Nuda City died in prison on the same day. You say, is it Count Theodore or Marquis Anderson who is behind the short gun? Ligeia shook her head at Grey Rat's guess. The short gun was more active during the war than before. Several dangerous situations on the Western Front were caused by the short gun and the orcs. If Marquis Anderson is behind the short gun, then he is too risky. It is not certain who is behind the short gun now. And everyone is suspected. Since Mr. Tran can't provide more clues, I will start with the giant front mercenary group. Grey Rat. Do you really have no other useful clues? This. After hesitating, Grey Rat finally made up his mind and said, yes. Mr. Tran, I didn't mean to lie to you before. I was really scared at that time. I met Yerlin in a tavern in the southern city. And several mercenaries, who worked for Yerlin with me also met him in that tavern. This means that Yerlin used to go to that tavern frequently. I can go check it out? Yinxing said, it's better to have clues than nothing. I believe that as long as you think about it carefully, you will definitely think of other useful things. The matter of finding the orc vault was decided. Blood Falcon will check the Giant Blade mercenary group. And Grey Rat will check the tavern where you know Yerlin. I will try to sneak into Yinxing's embassy and investigate the leaks of the Assassin's Guild. If you have any clues, we will meet here. No problem, Ligeia said. Grey Rat also hurriedly said, I have no problem either. After Yinxing sent Ligeia to do the work, he quietly returned to his embassy. Mrs. Carroll returned to her rose court early in the morning. I don't know if she will come to stay at night. Anyway, her room is under 24-hour surveillance. No matter what her purpose is for staying here, there will always be a time when she is exposed. Just keep an eye on Mrs. Carroll. No need to take the initiative. Taking the initiative is passive. After returning to the embassy, Yinxing immediately prepared to open the Creed Assassin's Guild. At this time, the Assassin's Guild leak in Nuda City was the hot topic. This is not just about the 8 assassins. All those who have secret dealings with the Assassin's Guild are worried that their own affairs will be leaked. The Assassin's Guild is definitely busy dealing with it. This is a great opportunity to launch the Creed Assassin's Guild. However, because everyone is a little sensitive to the name Assassin's Guild now, the public name of Yinxing's Assassin's Guild is Creed Intelligence Exchange. And unlike the Assassin's Guild, which operates underground, Yinxing put his Creed Intelligence Exchange in the open, on the most prosperous main road in Nuda City. A building with a high gate has become Yinxing's property. A few days ago, this building has been secretly renovated, with the lights of the special embassy attracting the focus of the whole city. Naturally, fewer people pay attention to this place. Now the time is ripe. The door of the Creed Intelligence Exchange is open, and the gilded plaque is hung. In crowded places in the city, people wearing vests with the words Creed Intelligence Exchange printed on them seem to appear suddenly. These temporary workers hired by the Intelligence Exchange stuff a flyer into everyone they see. The flyer states the functions and service scope of the Creed Information Exchange, and shouts out the slogan everyone can make money at the Creed Information Exchange. And it uses eye-catching large characters to remind you, during the opening period of the Creed Information Exchange, you can apply for a Creed card for free. Completing the tasks assigned on the Creed card can get 2 eggs. Any information entered into the Creed database can earn points. This information can be your family members, the name of the road you are on, or some interesting things happening around you. The points of the Creed card can be withdrawn into food coupons issued by the Eternal Grain Investment Bank. The food coupons of the Eternal Grain Bank can be exchanged for the refined grains of the Eternal Grain Bank at any time. For a time, the news of the opening of the Creed Information Exchange shocked the entire Nuda City. And it was more popular than the Assassin's Guild leak. And then it was ruthlessly crushed on the ground. After all, the Assassin's Guild is not something that ordinary city residents can get in touch with. Everyone talks about it, just gossip and jokes about the Assassin's Guild. And the Creed Information Exchange really gives out eggs. Although most people don't know what the Creed Information Exchange does, and what the Creed card is. But the stimulation of free physical objects still makes the majority of residents rush to the Creed Information Exchange with the promotional pages they received. It caused congestion in a short time, and the City Defense Army had to send personnel to maintain order when they were already short of manpower. Seeing this scene, Yanxing shook his head. People in the other world are so simple. And they are so happy to have their personal information collected. Before leaving, they even praised Master Yanxing. Generous and kind. Chapter 236 Sweeping Nuda City. Yanxing opened a Creed intelligence exchange in Nuda City, and spent money crazily throughout Nuda City. Flyers were distributed everywhere. Wall advertisements were all over the streets. The lights inside and outside the exchange were also bright. And there were light and shadow advertisements by the first mate at night. Yanxing even let the Griffin formation purchase from Earl Theodore fly over the city, with banners tied under the claws of the Griffins, printed with the slogan of the Creed Intelligence Exchange, "Everyone makes money." Yanxing had only one request for this promotion. Any resident of Nuda City could say, "I know the Creed Intelligence Exchange, but I just don't want to go." No one can say that they don't know what the Creed Intelligence Exchange is. With the large-scale development of business, the exchange is full every day. Hundreds of Creed terminals are full of people, and there are long queues behind them. The limit of one person entering only 10 pieces of information a day makes it difficult for the exchange to maintain order. The Creed Intelligence Exchange began to collect information extensively and submit it to the database connected to Chue for storage and analysis. Early intelligence collection is definitely a money-losing thing. But when the information in the database reaches a certain amount, quantitative change can lead to qualitative change. For example, if you want to investigate someone, you don't need to spend a long time tracking. The intelligence database can instantly retrieve all the records related to this person and then connect them in series. His living habits, the people he often contacts, and the places he often goes to are all clear through what he said and did. And adding psychology, we can analyze what kind of person he is, his family background and family situation. It is also possible to make intelligence predictions through the horizontal connection of information. For example, if certain specific groups of people suddenly appear in a certain range at a certain time, it is possible to predict what is happening or about to happen here. As the saying goes, the eyes of the masses are sharp. Another saying goes, if you don't want others to know, don't do it yourself. No matter how powerful the master of disguise is, he will sometimes ignore the ordinary people around him. And what he does is likely to be recorded by the idle people around him, and exchanged for a little money at the Creed Intelligence Exchange. Yanxing only spent a few cents or dimes to collect this information. But once the information forms a chain, its value is immeasurable. And the people who sold the information to Yanxing had no idea what these things were for, thinking that Master Yanxing was generous and kind, giving everyone benefits to promote his Creed Intelligence Exchange. Of course, the Creed Intelligence Exchange also conducts regular intelligence transactions. On the day when the Creed Intelligence Exchange opened, 7 well-known top assassins in Nuda City announced that they were diamond-level intelligence officers of the Creed Intelligence Exchange at the same time. Since the Creed Intelligence Exchange is open to the public, anything related to assassination needs to be avoided. All people who hold Creed cards are intelligence officers of the Creed Intelligence Exchange. According to the 5-level classification of Creed cards, Diamond-level intelligence officers are second only to the King level. All intelligence officers can see through the Creed information terminal. There are only 7 Diamond-level intelligence officers at this time. The promotion procedure for Creed intelligence officers is very strict, relying on ordinary intelligence. You can only reach the silver level if you brush it to the extreme. If you want to go to gold and diamond, you need to complete a certain number of advanced tasks. King is an honorary title given by the Creed Intelligence Exchange to people with special contributions. You must have strength, quality of task completion, and luck. On the intelligence officer rankings, the 7 lonely and high-ranking diamonds gave the thieves and assassins who had just applied for the Creed card the motivation to move up. The 7 diamond-level intelligence officers were also holding back their efforts, thinking about becoming the king. The equipment and experience brought by Yanxing from the real world allowed the Creed Intelligence Exchange to stand at an extremely high starting point when it was born. On the other hand, the Assassins Guild was still stuck in the quagmire of the credit crisis, and its underground operations meant that it was excluded by the mainstream consciousness. Everyone may need you, but no one likes you. Complicated procedures, greedy appetite, excessive mystery. All of these made the Assassins Guild uncompetitive in front of the Creed Intelligence Exchange. Once the long-distance wireless power transmission technology is developed, the Creed Intelligence Exchange can lay Creed information terminals throughout the city to collect information more efficiently. compared to the high-profile opening of the Crete Information Exchange. The establishment of the Eternal Grain Investment Bank seems a bit obscure. The Eternal Grain Investment Bank has signed grain purchase agreements with major grain merchants in Nuda City, using the grain coupons and stocks of the Eternal Grain Bank to fully purchase the grain in the hands of grain merchants. All grain merchants looked at their empty warehouses with smiles on their faces. For a long time, the full warehouse of grain has been a big worry for everyone, and they are afraid that they can't sell it, and it will be in their hands. Now, the generous and kind Master Yinching has bought it all. And Master Yinching also allows the grain coupons and stocks in the hands of grain merchants to be used for trading all the goods in the Eternal Chamber of Commerce except the grain coupons of the Eternal Grain Bank. Moreover, limited edition goods are sold first to those who spend grain coupons. Grain merchants found that they didn't need to keep grain coupons to exchange for fine grains from Eternal Territory. Since grain coupons are equivalent to cash, they can sell luxury goods from Eternal Territory. Although Storm City blocked the road from Windy Highlands to the mainland of the Principality, those who can become grain merchants are people with connections. Sensitive materials such as grain cannot be transported, but watches, glass, sugar, perfume, lipstick, from Eternal Territory can be sold. These things have very high profits and are in short supply. So the Eternal Chamber of Commerce limits their sales. Grain merchants are all thinking about how to make money with the grain coupons in their hands. The grain coupons issued by Yonghan Grain Store are also used as wages for employees. Some merchants have notified vendors in the city that they are willing to use Yonghan Grain coupons as a settlement method for goods and payments. If vendors are willing to accept grain coupons, Yonghan's employees do not need to exchange them for grain when buying things, but directly use grain coupons as currency for daily consumption. Grain is a hard currency in Nuda City. Now Yonghan Grain Store has refined grain and ordinary grain. 1 pound of Yonghan Grain Store's grain coupons can be exchanged for more ordinary grain, and it is cheaper than using metal currency. When Yonghan Grain Store launched grain coupons, the grain coupon circulation system opened up by Yinching circulated without obstacles. Even people who were not in this system were willing to accept the food coupons of the Eternal Food Bank in order to buy cheap food. Many people even tried to buy food coupons with metal currency. Soon, when the entire Nuda City accepted the food coupons of the Eternal Food Bank as the second trading currency, the advantages of paper money were quickly reflected. First of all, no matter how worn out the paper money is, its value remains unchanged. As long as the worn part is not more than 1/3 and it is a complete piece, you can exchange it for a new one at the Eternal Food Bank. But metal currency is not possible. Once the metal currency is severely worn or a large piece is missing, many people will not want it. This type of currency must be recovered by the ruler, and the amount of money that can be minted after being melted down and recast will never be as high as before. There will always be someone to bear the loss of money here. Therefore, Earl Theodore supports the grain coupons issued by the Eternal Grain Bank. Nuda City is very short of money now, and there is not even metal to mint new money. It can be predicted that after the war, the entire Nuda City will be short of money. The money was consumed in the war. The city lord's mansion has no money, so it has no ability to quickly recover the city from the war. The lack of money in the city will cause various social problems. If the trade volume is sluggish, there will be no tax revenue. Without tax revenue, the city lord's mansion will continue to be short of money. This is a vicious cycle, and it has already shown signs. If it weren't for the grain from the Eternal Territory to share some of the currency needed for transactions, the city's financial system would have been in trouble long ago. Now the grain coupons of the Eternal Grain Bank have entered the city's trading system. Count Theodore can use the city's limited reserves of metal currency for external purchases. Internally, Nuda City signed a low-interest loan agreement with Yinching and borrowed 300 million kilograms of grain coupons from the Eternal Grain Bank for purchases within the city. Once the news that Count Theodore borrowed 300 million kilograms of grain coupons from the Eternal Grain Bank with future city taxes as collateral came out, the stock value of the Eternal Grain Bank doubled up. The grain merchants who used grain to buy shares made a lot of money, which was more than the expected profit from reselling grain before. Each of them was extremely arrogant in Nuda City. And those grain merchants who chose to exchange grain 1:1 for fear of risks regretted beating their chests and stamping their feet. I once had a stock of Yonghan Grain Bank in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. If I could choose again, I would definitely spend all my family's wealth and buy as many shares as I could. But no matter how much I regretted, it was useless. There is only one chance. And if you miss it, you miss it. And there will be no second chance. Because Yinqing announced that Yonghan Grain Bank will no longer sell shares to the outside world. There are only these shares circulating outside. And no more shares will be issued. As soon as this news came out, the stock of Yonghan Grain Bank rose again. However, no matter how much the stock of Yonghan Grain Bank rose, very few grain merchants who held shares sold it, because they could all see that the grain coupons of Yonghan Grain Bank were no longer just grain coupons. They were now currency that could be circulated smoothly in Nuda City. And because of its lightness, the residents of Nuda City gradually became more willing to use the grain coupons of Yonghan Grain Bank in their daily transactions. Yonghan Grain Bank exchanged grain for people who came to exchange with grain coupons without any delay, which rapidly improved the credit of grain coupons. Now the city lord's mansion is using grain coupons to purchase supplies. And more merchants are beginning to accept grain coupons. It has now become a new currency. Its advantages are destined to not be limited to Nuda City. Looking at the vast farmland opened up by the Eternal Chamber of Commerce, you will know that Yinqing's heart is not limited to the city. It won't be long before the grain coupons of the Eternal Grain Store will appear in the manor near Nuda City, and then radiate all the way to Storm City, spreading to the entire Storm Highlands. The value of the stocks in their hands still has a very broad room for growth, and the things behind these stocks may be more valuable than their own value. There are a total of 11 external major shareholders holding Eternal Territory stocks. After discovering the true value of their stocks, they all replan the future of the family. The enemy of the Eternal Grain Store is our enemy, no matter who he is. The special environment allowed the Eternal Grain Store's food coupons to be quickly promoted in Nuda City, and everyone benefited from it to some extent. Only Gar of the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce fell seriously ill. That day, Gar came back early from Yinqing's special embassy banquet, and spent the whole night preparing to bid for other grain merchants' grain. He believed that no matter what price Yinqing offered, as long as he offered the same price, the grain merchants would give priority to selling grain to him. He seemed to see his granary overflowing. When Yinqing couldn't help raising the price of grain to harvest, he would harvest it too. But Gar never expected that Yinqing would offer a 1:1 exchange rate, exchanging his own grain for the grain in the hands of grain merchants. Yinqing's grain is refined grain, which can be exchanged for ordinary grain at a rate of 1 minute and 1.5 seconds on the market. How can you compete with this purchase price? Is Yinqing crazy? No matter how rich he is, he can't do this. However, he did it. The grain merchants handed over the grain very straightforwardly, which shows that Yinqing's promise was very fulfilled. Gar also learned the details of the entire transaction through his own channels. No matter how you look at it, it is an idiotic behavior. But Yinqing has always been very ruthless in doing things. How could he do such a business that loses money? And not just a little bit. Gar thought about it for half a month at home, but still couldn't figure out Yinqing's intention. When he found out that the whole Nuda City was using the grain coupons of Yonghan Grain Bank for transactions, he figured out something. It turned out that Yinqing didn't buy grain. When the news came from the city lord's mansion that Earl Theodore borrowed 300 million caddies from Yonghan Grain Bank, Gar knew that the whole Nuda City was tied to the Yonghan Grain Bank by Yinqing. At this time, no one could touch Yinqing, because no one could take this blame. However, as a businessman, as the person in charge of the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce in Nuda City, Gar knew Yinqing now had the power of life and death over him. As long as he wanted, he could make the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce unable to stay in Nuda City in a minute. Thinking of the task of assassinating Yinqing issued by the Assassin's Guild, and then looking at the farce of the assassination leak, Gar, who didn't know how many secrets of the Assassin's Guild had been leaked, finally couldn't bear the continuous blows and fell ill. But Gar didn't dare to waste time recuperating. At this time, Yinqing had completed his financial stick in Nuda City. Before this stick fell on his head, he had to find a way to save himself. The only people in Nuda City who could save themselves now were Earl Theodore, Lady Carol, and High Priest Lancelot. Earl Theodore didn't need to be considered. The pressure of the war on him was too great. It can be seen from the loan that he has left no way out for himself in the principality. For some reason, Mrs. Carroll moved into Yinqing's envoy's house, and her attitude was unclear. Gar felt that he and Mrs. Carroll did not have a deep friendship, and she might not help him. Therefore, Gar, who had figured everything out, took a carriage with his entourage and went straight to the Nuda city temple with a serious illness, requesting to see the high priest Lancelot. While Gar met the high priest, Yinxing also had a formal meeting with Mrs. Carroll. Chapter 237 Formal Meeting. In less than a month, the Creed Information Exchange opened. The Eternal Grain Investment Bank was established. Grain coupons were issued, and Count Theodore borrowed 300 million kilograms of grain coupons from Yinxing. Mrs. Carroll felt as if she was distracted, and Yinxing played a series of cards without giving her a chance to react. When she came to her senses, Nuda City had become a different place. There is no progress in the Assassin's Guild leak, and Rose Court has lost half of its available manpower. The elf envoy is on the way, and will arrive in Nuda City soon. It is urgent to discuss with the elves how to end this war. The fight between the Giant Front mercenary group and the Foul Lion mercenary group became more and more fierce. Many mercenaries, who seemed to have no interest in the fight, also joined the battle. The Temple and the Short Gun were constantly revealing their cards. Mrs. Carroll was often busy in the Rose Court until late at night these days. But no matter how late she finished work, she would definitely go back to the special embassy of Yinxing to rest. She liked the bedroom she chose very much. Bright but not glaring lights, soft and comfortable big bed, and a bathroom with hot water at any time. What stimulated Mrs. Carroll even more was, the bathtub in the bathroom was made of ice jade porcelain. So big, Mrs. Carroll felt that the most comfortable thing in the day was to lie in the bathtub and take a bath, drinking strong tea to eliminate all the fatigue. Yinxing is a person who knows how to enjoy life very much. After getting to know him for a while, Mrs. Carroll made a judgment about Yinxing. There is a very powerful alchemist group behind him. Their alchemy technology is very different from the universal alchemy, and they have applied the changes in the electrical properties of the air element to an unimaginable height. In this system, I am afraid that even the Cloud Tower cannot compare with the Thunder Swamp. Yinxing established the Eternal Territory on the edge of the Thunder Swamp, and intervened in the struggle of New Tower City so forcefully, which shows that this alchemist group is unwilling to continue to lurk in the Thunder Swamp. They want to come out. Yinxing is their agent, using New Tower City as a springboard to do things. They also found the right person. In just a few months, Yinxing completed the process from entering Nuda to controlling the finance of Nuda City. Madame Carroll had seen the food coupons issued by the Eternal Food Bank. The workmanship was extremely exquisite, and even the paper used was a paper that had never been heard of. The alchemist of the Rose Court said that it was almost impossible to forge the food coupons of the Eternal Food Bank. Therefore, Madame Carroll did not dare to continue waiting for Yinxing to take the initiative to find her. If she waited any longer, she didn't know what he would suddenly do. Madame Carroll made an appointment with Yinxing for dinner. Yinxing's identity in Nuda City was a foreign diplomatic ambassador, and Madame Carroll was the Silver Mane Principality's special envoy to observe the battlefield in the Windy Highlands. The formal meeting between two important figures of the two forces naturally requires good preparation. Madame Carroll finished her work early and returned to the embassy from the Rose Court. She took a bath first, and then changed into a court dress with the characteristics of the Silver Mane Principality. She used the cosmetics bought from the Eternal Chamber of Commerce to make herself a makeup suitable for the evening. Madame Carroll believed that there must be a very beautiful female alchemist in the alchemist group deep in the Thunder Swamp. In front of this set of cosmetics, all the cosmetics in the homes of the ladies can be thrown into the trash. After putting on makeup, Madame Carroll looked carefully in the dressing mirror. Carroll, you are the most beautiful woman in the Silver Mane Principality. Even the Duke of Silver Mane has fallen for your beauty. Is there any man in this world that you cannot conquer? The beauty in the mirror is even more beautiful and flawless after being blessed by modern cosmetics. Carroll herself can't help but fall into a short period of narcissism. Carroll is preparing for this formal meeting, and Yinxing also attaches great importance to this meeting. After all, Carroll represents the Duke of Silver Mane, who is theoretically the most powerful official of the human race on the Windy Highlands. Yinxing's strategy for the Eternal Territory is not to expand by force. After all, he only has one territory, and his starting point is too far behind others, which cannot be made up in a short time. To make up for it, we need money and materials. These are what the Silver Mane Principality can provide for itself. Moreover, with food coupons, a weapon that the world has never heard of, why should we waste energy on force? A peaceful and stable environment is conducive to the exploitation of capital. The relationship with Mrs. Carroll must be managed well to prepare for the food coupons of the Eternal Grain Bank to enter the Silver Mane Principality in the future. For this reason, Yinxing specially returned to the real world to order a table of high-end dishes, and brought them back in a heat-insulating lunch box. The tableware used was Jingdezhen's high-imitation official kiln porcelain. The plates, soup bowls, teapots, and wine pots were all painted with exquisite landscapes. In the huge restaurant, the original long dining table was removed. A smaller round golden Nanma dining table was placed, with a rotating plate in the middle to facilitate diners to take food. Next to the dining table was an insulated dining cart with dishes, and 2 maids were responsible for serving 36 dishes one by one in order. Wine. What we drink at the state banquet. We drink. Ambient music was arranged around. The lighting tone was slightly warmer, and it should be humane. Ha ha ha. At dinner time, Mrs. Carroll, who was dressed up carefully, walked into the restaurant. Yinxing greeted her, praised Mrs. Carroll's beauty, and then invited her to the table. Yinxing required the dinner layout and dishes to be elegant and exquisite, and to reveal the cultural heritage of our great country. Let Madame Carroll know what kind of civilization she is facing. But in terms of personal behavior, Yinxing still retains his usual style in Nuda City. He can't learn the shy aristocratic style. Rough men are suitable for doing things and saying things on their own. Now in the whole Nuda City, I'm afraid no one dares to say that I am rude. After Madame Carroll sat down, Yinxing laughed and said, I have heard that Madame Carroll was once the most beautiful woman in the Silver Mane Principality. The first time I saw Madame in the temple, I was already very surprised. Every time I see Madame in the future, I feel pleasing to the eye and never get tired of seeing her. Today, Madame's beauty is even more amazing to me. If the lady had not been taken, I really wanted to take her into the Thunder Swamp and never come out again. Yinxing's words can be said to be very vulgar, and even meant to flirt with Lady Carroll. But Lady Carroll's expression did not show any displeasure. But she smiled very happily. Night Yinxing is really good at making women happy, but it's still a little bit short. Madame makes me feel like an old woman. I'm actually only a few years older than you. You can call me Carroll. Carroll. Yinxing was very satisfied with the opening of this formal meeting. At least the other party was interested in making friends with him. Yinxing signaled the maid to serve the dishes, and then poured wine for Carroll himself, and said, You have stayed here for so many days, and I have been busy with work and have not treated you well. These wines and dishes are specially prepared by me at the Thunder Swamp and airlifted. I hope you like them. Carroll. Chapter 238 Conversation. At the beginning of the dinner, Yinxing and Carroll chatted casually for a few polite words. Then the topic turned to the war in Windy Highlands. Recently, Yinxing has been busy with the Crete Intelligence Exchange and the issuance of food coupons by the Eternal Grain Bank. Even when he went to the City Lord's mansion to meet Earl Theodore, he mainly talked about the loan from Nuda City to the Eternal Grain Bank. Therefore, Yinxing didn't know much about the specific situation of the war. But looking at the old Earl's expression and fatigue, he was obviously not optimistic. Yes, the Principality did not send a single soldier to support the Windy Highlands Legion, facing the offensive from both the elves and the orcs. The new recruits every week could not offset the consumption. The lack of manpower means that we can only think of ways to deal with war weapons. Recently, Earl Theodore has placed a large order with the Goblin Alchemy Factory. Workshops in various parts of Nuda City have also received large orders for war equipment. Magical shields, alchemical bombs, war puppets, catapults, crossbows, spike plates, armor, shields, crossbows, arrows. All workshops related to war are working at full capacity to manufacture weapons, and the money spent is simply unstoppable. Earl Theodore is not unaware of the consequences of borrowing money from Yinxing. But at this time, who would lend him the money? Who has the ability to lend him the money? Anyway, if the war is lost, or if the Principality sends someone to replace Marquis Anderson, he will have nothing at that time, as long as they can hold on until the end of the war. With Nuda City in their own hands, there will always be ways to solve the problems arising from these wars. Yinxing was afraid of affecting the old Earl's mood, so he didn't ask too much about the war. Now that he had officially met Carroll, he couldn't help but ask more about the front line. Carroll's work in the Rose Court was mainly to collect war intelligence and find opportunities for the Principality to regain control of the Windy Highlands Legion. Therefore, Carroll had a relatively comprehensive understanding of the war situation. The current situation of the Windy Highlands Legion is very bad, and both fronts are in danger. Fortunately, because the elves fought too fiercely in the early stages of the war, The offensive during this period was not as fierce as before. Let the Windy Highlands Legion focus a little on the Orc battlefield on the west front. The Orcs on the west front are facing the Storm City right in front of them. And their offensive is extremely fierce. It has been a while since autumn. Winter comes early in the north. When the first snow falls in the north, the elves are likely to withdraw. Then the Orcs will have to face the Windy Highlands Legion alone. At that time, they may be cut off by the human army on the east front. Therefore, in this war, the Orcs and elves must fight for the result within a month. After a month, the situation will become increasingly unfavorable to them. After knowing that the Windy Highlands Legion is empty, the Orcs on the west front fight desperately in every battle. The three fortress cities in front of Storm City have been attacked by Orcs many times. If Marquis Anderson had not personally led the family soldiers to counterattack, the fortress cities would have been lost long ago. However, even though the battle was so difficult, Marquis Anderson still did not bow to the Principality. The army of the Principality has assembled at the pass leading to the Windy Highlands on the mainland, waiting for the right time to rush into Storm City to seize Anderson's military power. This meeting with the elf envoy is to ensure that when Storm City seizes the military power, the elves will be a helper to the Principality. When Carol was telling Yenxing about the war situation on the east and west fronts of Windy Highlands, she couldn't help but think about some things about her meeting with the elf envoy. Yenxing listened carefully. The situation in the Windy Highlands did not exceed his expectations. But he didn't know why the Principality could still keep its composure at this time. Wasn't she afraid of making things worse and letting the Orcs capture Storm City in one fell swoop? An outsider of mine. Yenxing waited for Carol to finish her story and said, "There are some things that Earl Theodore dare not say. But I dare to say. The conflict between Marquis Anderson and the Principality is easiest to resolve at the beginning. And the longer it is delayed, the more difficult it will be to resolve. Now Marquis Anderson must firmly grasp the military power. You are putting extreme pressure on Marquis Anderson like this. Aren't you afraid that he will be desperate and give Storm City to the Orcs?" Carol didn't expect Yenxing to directly lift this layer of window paper that everyone knew but didn't say. She immediately understood that Yenxing was stating his position. Although he lived in Nuda City and ran his own business in Nuda City, he was very clear about his position. As an outsider, he could say whatever he wanted. As an outsider, he could talk whatever he wanted. Carol used the ice jade porcelain tableware that was more exquisite than last time, tasting the delicious dishes she had never eaten before, and replied to Yenxing, "After all, the Windy Highland Legion is the regular frontline legion of the Principality. Marquis Anderson's prestige is based on his fight against Orcs and Elves, and the soldiers of the Legion respect and obey him. But they will never follow him to join the Orcs. At least most of the soldiers will not betray the Principality. In a crisis, the Principality's army has the ability to take over the Windy Highlands Legion before the Orcs control Storm City. Just like Earl Theodore, he is really desperate to raise supplies for Storm City. If Marquis Anderson really betrays the Principality and becomes independent, the Theodore family may rebel with him. But if Anderson wants to let the Orcs into Storm City, even if the old Earl's only 2 daughters are in Anderson's hands, he will defend Nuda City and wait for the Principality's reinforcements." Yenxing thinks what Carol said makes sense. Following Marquis Anderson to establish his own family, he is a founding hero. What's the point of following Anderson to join the Orcs? Not only will he and his family be infamous, but he will not be valued by the Orcs. But Carol was too confident. War is not something that will develop in the direction you want it to. Storm City is such an important strategic location that it must be foolproof. How can you gamble to seize military power? What if the Orcs completely control Storm City without timely support? Do you still want to turn the tables with a Nuda City? Yenxing felt that a country's think tank would never formulate such a risky strategy. Carol must have other plans in her hand that can both seize military power and keep Storm City. Of course, Carol would definitely not tell him what her trump card is. Although Yenxing was curious, he didn't ask. Since the Principality can keep its interests in the Windy Heights, I feel relieved. Yenxing raised his glass and invited Carol. "My business in Nuda City is getting bigger and bigger, and I don't want to be affected by the war and cause losses. I sincerely hope that the Principality will win this war." Carol raised her glass and clinked it with Yenxing. After drinking the wine, she covered her mouth and coughed slightly, and then asked Yenxing, "I can see that Nuda City is a little small for you. When the Principality regains real control of the Windy Heights, it will inevitably settle accounts with some people. For you, now you have to consider who are the friends you need in the future." Chapter 239, A Deal. After Carol finished speaking, she stared at Yenxing. waiting for his answer. Her eyes were full of charm. The Thunder Swamp is a very special existence in the Windy Highlands. In the past, the Swamp Tribe had a very low presence. They liked to stay in the swamp, not to contact the three parties fighting for the Highlands, and acted very harmless. And Yinxing suddenly appeared with the alchemy deep in the Thunder Swamp, forcing the outside world to face this civilization that has always been secluded. War or peace? The Silvermane Principality must consider it seriously. But the Thunder Swamp must not be allowed to expand without restrictions. The Eternal Grain Store issued food coupons in Nuda City, which made Carol feel a great sense of crisis. The alliance between Yinxing and Count Theodore must be disintegrated, whether it is for the Principality to smoothly take over the Windy Highlands, or to contain the Thunder Swamp. As long as Yinxing invests in the Principality for greater interests, the two of them are not to be feared. As for Yinxing, Carol's solicitation was already within his expectations, and he also promised Count Theodore. The alliance between the Eternal Territory and Nuda City is unbreakable, in addition to the friendship between himself and Count Theodore. This promise also fully considers the interests of the Eternal Territory. The current Eternal Territory does not have the strength to face the Principality directly. Nuda City is a buffer zone between itself and the Silvermane Principality, and it is necessary for it to exist. Therefore, even if the worst happens, that is, the Principality successfully squeezes out Marquis Anderson and controls Storm City, the Eternal Territory must also do its best to help Earl Theodore continue to maintain control of Nuda City. Earl Theodore, this ally, must not be abandoned, no matter what conditions Carol uses to lure her. At this time, the maid brought a plate of roast duck, and Yinxing took a pancake and put the sliced duck and auxiliary materials on it, and replied to Carol in a very casual tone, "I love making friends the most. Earl Theodore is my friend. Miss Siebel is my friend. And Sir Colifin, Lord Eler, you have stayed with me for a long time this time, and you must be my friend too. I am not interested in the internal affairs of your Silvermane Principality, and it has nothing to do with me whether you win or lose. I once told Earl Theodore, Thunder Swamp is right there, and whoever controls this city must carefully consider their relationship with me. Carol, this roast duck is my favorite dish. Come and try it." As he said that, Yinxing handed the roast duck he had rolled himself to Carol. This topic, like the roast duck, was returned to Carol by Yinxing. Carol took the rolled roast duck, put it in her mouth, and took a small bite. The softness of the pancakes, the crispness of the duck meat, and the various ingredients with different tastes mixed together, forming waves that hit the taste buds on the tongue. Carol couldn't help but close her eyes and savor the flavor carefully. "I strongly suggest that you open a restaurant in the capital of the Principality." Carol praised the dishes that Yinxing prepared for her. "I really don't want to never be able to eat such delicious food again after I return. I also formally invite you to visit the capital of the Principality as a special envoy of Thunder Swamp. Duke Silvermane knows everything you do here, and he is looking forward to meeting you for the first time." Yinxing picked up another pancake and continued to roll the roast duck. Opening a restaurant is a very good suggestion. As for visiting the capital of the Principality to meet Grand Duke Silvermane, I'm afraid I can't go this year. Yinxing gave the rolled roast duck to Carol again and continued, "You just said that this war will end when winter comes. I'm afraid the sphere of influence on the Windy Highlands will have to be redivided. Thunder Swamp also needs to be prepared to face a new situation. As for you, I think you will stay in Nuda City for a long time in the future. I'll ask my chef to prepare whatever you want to eat in the future." Yinxing politely declined Carol's invitation. "I'm afraid it's easier to meet the Duke of Silvermane than to come back. If you want to travel far, you need to have a strong fist." Carol ate the roast duck that Yinxing rolled for her and asked, "The Duke welcomes your visit at any time, and the Principality will definitely entertain you with the highest standards of etiquette. However, you said that I will stay in Nuda City for a long time? What basis do you have for such a conclusion?" Yinxing picked up another pancake and rolled it up. "There is no basis. Just a guess. And I don't want you to leave early. It's a pleasant thing to think about having a beautiful woman living at home." Facing Carol's hand extending to take the roast duck, Yinxing stuffed the whole rolled roast duck into his mouth this time, chewing and saying, "This time you asked me to meet. It should not just be an invitation to me to the capital of the Principality." "Right." Carol withdrew her outstretched hand with some embarrassment, picked up the napkin on the table, and wiped the corner of her mouth. From the beginning of the meal, Carol deliberately showed her charm. She knew what men liked, and how to make men let down their guard in front of her. She thought she had done a good job, and Yinqing was courting her. But she didn't expect that she was the one who made a fool of herself. Carol found that Yinqing was very different from the men she had met before, and he was completely beyond her own experience. Yes. In addition to asking you to visit the principality, I have prepared a lot of things for this meeting. Carol wiped her hands, chanted a spell in a low voice, and slowly rubbed the ring on her other hand with her fingers. The ring was inlaid with a translucent milky white gem, and with a slight pop sound, a small space window opened in front of Carol. From Yinqing's position, there was an irregular space distortion in front of Carol. He immediately asked Chuichu to retrieve the camera installed behind Carol, and watch this private space from behind Carol in his own consciousness space. This was the first time Yinqing saw space magic and space magic props. At this time, Yinqing had read all the magic books of Count Theodore and had a deeper understanding of magic. Any space magic is a very advanced magic. Only those who have reached a high level of magic expertise are qualified to come into contact with this kind of spell. Space props are naturally also extremely advanced alchemical products. It can be said that every space prop is priceless. Carol released space magic in front of him and opened the space ring, which must be a show of strength. It not only shows her personal strength, but also the strength of the principality behind her. From another perspective, Yinqing can see that Carol is facing an open space magic window. There are 9 grids in the window, and different things are placed in each grid. Some grids are for jewelry, some are for potions, some are for emergency food, and some are for documents. Carol took out a few pieces of paper full of words from the grid where the documents were placed, and then closed the private space. This war has caused great damage to the area controlled by the Principality of Windy Highlands, and too many supplies have been consumed by the war. When winter comes, there will definitely be a shortage of resources for the winter. Carol handed a document to Yinqing. Yinqing wiped his hands and took the document. While Yinqing was reading the document, Carol roughly explained the contents of the document. The Principality has begun to prepare to regain control of the Windy Highlands after the war. In order to appease the Windy Highlands Legion, the Principality will invest a huge amount of money in pensions for fallen soldiers and rehabilitation of injured and retired soldiers. Generals and soldiers at all levels need to be rewarded. There is also the reconstruction of destroyed cities. At the same time, more people will be transferred to the Windy Highlands to expand the logistic self-sufficiency of the Windy Highlands Legion. Due to the limited transportation capacity of the roads in the Principality of Windy Highlands, many materials can be purchased in Windy Highlands. The Principality is richer than Earl Theodore. Carol finally said, I have been investigating the reserves of Nuda City and the production of various materials for some time. It is difficult to buy all the things I want to buy locally, especially cotton clothes and bedding. These are necessary materials for winter. It is good enough for Nuda City to guarantee its own supply, and there is no surplus to be distributed to the reorganized Windy Highlands Legion. I think your Eternal Chamber of Commerce should be able to solve part of it. Carol did not give up Earl Theodore because of Yinqing's refusal, and gave up her plan to win over Yinqing. As long as he is closer to Yinqing, he will be farther away from Count Theodore. Suspicion will arise silently, and it will be too late when it is discovered. Therefore, Carol prepared a large order for Yinqing. Don't you want to make money? I'll let you make money. The document in Yinqing's hand is a cotton-padded jacket and quilt purchase plan for the Windy Highland Corps. A total of 200,000 sets. So many? Yinqing looked at the purchase plan on the document and couldn't help but exclaimed, Does the Windy Highland Corps have so many soldiers? Are you going to give each person 2 sets? But there is no need to give 2 sets of quilts. Right? Yinqing often went in and out of the city lord's mansion, and knew that the total strength of the entire Windy Highland Corps was less than 100,000. Carol said, The Windy Highland Corps has an expansion plan, and even if it can't be used up, it can be kept as a reserve. Anyway, the purchase volume signed by the Grand Duke is so much. I am acting according to the order. How much can the Eternal Chamber of Commerce provide me? I can give you a portion of the purchase share first. A portion of the share? It's only 200,000 sets. Who are you looking down on? Yinqing calculated quickly. It should be 2 months before winter. According to the production capacity of our Greater China region's ready-made clothing products, producing 200,000 sets is just a matter of working overtime for a few days? The purchase price of a full set of cotton-padded clothes and quilts given by the Principality is 1 gold per set. 200,000 sets means 200,000 gold. The cost of purchasing 1 set is only about 100 yuan, with a profit margin of nearly 9,000%. This deal is worthwhile. Yanqing said. Just give me all the orders. I guarantee the quality and quantity. And deliver to you on time. Carol was shocked to hear that Yanqing was going to take the entire order in one go. Did I hear it wrong? These are 200,000 sets of cotton padded clothes and quilts. And they must be delivered within 2 months. Yanqing said very straightforwardly, you heard it right. If it's fast, I can prepare all the cotton padded clothes and quilts you want in 1 month. You didn't lie to me? Can it really be that fast? As long as your money is fast. My goods will be fast. Yanqing, who was blinded by money, smiled and picked up food for Carol. The customer is God. Money is to God. Hearing Yanqing's guarantee, Carol finally lost her composure. She never thought that she could solve the problem of these 200,000 sets of cotton padded clothes and quilts in the Windy Heights. She believed that she would purchase as much as she could, and the principality would need to find a way to solve the shortfall. You must know that this purchase was very sudden, and Yanqing definitely did not have the finished military quilts of the principality. These 200,000 sets of cotton padded clothes and quilts were sewn by hand, and they wanted to be completed within 2 months, or even 1 month. Why was he so confident? You really didn't lie to me? Carol still didn't believe it. Yanqing put another chicken leg on Carol's plate and said with a smile, within a month. The war is not over. I can't produce enough goods. And you still have time to make other remedies. What good will it do for me if I lie to you? On the contrary, I am worried. I have prepared the goods. But you can't take the Windy Heights. How should the payment be handed over? We will definitely be able to regain control of Storm City, Carol said confidently. Yanqing said, that's your business. Since both of us are afraid of the risks, I will tell you a way. You first give me the patterns of cotton padded clothes and quilts, and I will produce 100 sets of samples in a week. If you are satisfied with the samples, pay me 20,000 gold as a deposit. I will let you see 200,000 sets of cotton padded clothes and quilts in my warehouse within a month. When the time comes, you can give me the remaining money and take these quilts away at any time. For Yanqing, if Carol finally refuses to pay for this batch of goods, he can still get 20,000 gold. 900% profit. Although the profit is small, it is still profitable. Besides, it is impossible to waste so many cotton padded clothes and quilts on oneself. I can digest some in my own territory and sell some in Nuda City. The Windy Highland Legion must also purchase them for winter. At worst, I can slash the price and sell them to them at a 20% discount. Yanqing's calculations in his mind were clattering. Carol also agreed with Yanqing's proposal. Yes, winter will come in 2 months. Yanqing promised to deliver the goods in 1 month. If he can't see this batch of bedding, the principality still has time to make emergency arrangements. If he can deliver the goods on time, it will solve a big problem for the principality. As for whether the principality can control the Windy Highlands and hand over the payment on time, if Yanqing can't produce enough goods, Carol may not be sure. But as long as this batch of cotton clothes and quilts arrive in time, this land is destined to return to the control of the principality. Okay, I'll do as you say. I want to see 100 samples in a week. After I pay the deposit, I want to see 200,000 sets of military bedding all in the warehouse of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce within a month. Seeing that Carol still looked distrustful, Yanqing smiled and said, it's just a business of 200,000 gold. Are you so worried? Let's sign a purchase agreement. Master Yanqing, always keep my word. Sign your name, and I won't lie to you. Yanqing asked Chuichu to write a purchase agreement, print it out in his office, and then let the maid take it to the restaurant. There were 2 copies, and Yanqing signed his name on it and gave the agreement to Carol. After reading the agreement, Carol also signed her name on it. In the end, she was still surprised and asked, how can you make 200,000 sets of bedding in a month? I'm afraid this time is not enough to prepare the raw materials. Chapter 240 Mrs. Carol's Beauty Trap. Carol had no idea about the power of the industrial park's processing line. Yanqing only understood what the World Factory was after he started working. It would be extremely difficult to deliver 200,000 sets of bedding in a month in other parts of the world. But in my Greater China region, it's just a matter of paying more overtime. The raw material suppliers and supporting factories are all together, and all the materials needed for production can be obtained with a few phone calls. Then, there is the large-scale production of the assembly line. My own production capacity is not enough, and I can outsource some orders to other factories. It's just 200,000 sets of bedding, which can't make any splash in the clothing industry. However, if it is all sewn by manpower, it will be a huge project. The Principality of Silvermane offers 1 gold coin for a set of bedding. In addition to the expensive raw materials, labor is also a major expense. In response to Carol's repeated questions, Yinxing took his signed agreement and gave it to the maid to keep, and said to Carol, "You buy and I sell. Why do you care how I produce? Anyway, you prepare the gold coins, and I can deliver on time. By the way, I remembered something. My Eternal Grain store is holding an event. If you buy 200,000 gold food coupons at a time, you can get an extra gift ticket equivalent to 10,000 gold. It's a good deal." Carol was stunned for a moment and asked, "When did the Eternal Grain store hold such an event?" Yinxing smiled and said, "Just now. I organized this event especially for you. If you use the grain coupons of the Eternal Grain store to buy this batch of bedding, it will be much cheaper." The profit of this bedding business is enough for Yinxing. If Carol buys all the grain coupons of the Eternal Grain store with 200,000 gold, then after paying the payment, she will still have grain coupons worth 10,000 gold. It's about several million kilograms. If you have grain coupons, you have to spend them, which can increase the circulation of grain coupons in Nuda City. And Carol and her Rose Court represent the Silvermane Principality. The Principality's envoys all use the grain coupons of the Eternal Grain store, and the advertising effect is absolutely great. This endorsement fee is absolutely worth it. Carol didn't expect Yinxing to take the initiative to lower the price. You know, the state purchases. But the production cost of a set of bedding is calculated by many factors, which reduces the profit of the supplier to the lowest level. Suppliers can only make money by quantity. Yinxing not only took the initiative to lower the price, but also lowered it so much at a time, which basically makes no money. If you rush the work, you will definitely lose money. Carol looked at Yinxing for a while, and guessed the purpose of his price reduction. She couldn't help but admire. "Your Excellency is really ambitious. You lose money to supply 200,000 sets of bedding, just to give me a grain coupon. I don't know why you are so active in promoting the circulation of Yunhan grain coupons. Do you have so much grain?" Yinxing replied, "Yes. There is not so much food. Wouldn't it be a death wish for me to send out so many food coupons? If you don't trust the food coupons of Yanghang Food Bank, I can give you food directly. But after the food is exchanged, it cannot be exchanged for food coupons again. If it is less or damaged, you have to bear the loss yourself. The special food of Yonghang territory can only be exchanged but not received, to prevent people from maliciously exchanging and then depositing it. The exchanged food must be borne by the person himself, so that people are more willing to keep the food coupons. Exchange as much as you use, and the excess food coupons can be circulated in the market. The Yonghang Food Bank will not have such great exchange pressure." Carol considered the gains and losses of accepting this offer. 200,000 gold bedding purchases are not a small sum. If you can save 10,000 gold, you will definitely be able to show your ability in front of Duke Silvermane. With so much more available funds in your hands, you can do a lot of things. As for promoting the circulation of Eternal Grain coupons in Nuda City, since the Eternal Grain coupons have become the second currency in Nuda City, you can't stop anything. So you might as well do Yinxing a favor. Carol kept in mind that winning over Yinxing was her primary goal. "Then thank you, Master Yinxing, for opening a special offer for me." After raising her glass to toast to Yinxing for the signing of the purchase agreement, Carol handed all the remaining papers in her hand to Yinxing and said with a smile, "I heard that you were not married yet. For you, a young and promising person, these women from remote noble families in Nuda City are too vulgar. A real noble woman must not only be of noble birth, but also be well educated and beautiful. These are the ladies from noble families that I specially found. Which one do you like? I can arrange for her to meet you in Nuda City. I believe that a good marriage can further deepen the friendly relationship between Thunder Swamp and Silvermane Principality." Yinxing didn't expect Carol to suddenly become a matchmaker to introduce women to him. He couldn't help but have some small expectations for these noble ladies selected by Carol. Each page of paper is an introduction to the family background of a noble lady, with a magic image attached. The ladies in the video have their own characteristics. Although their looks vary, their overall level is still quite good. Looking at their identities, each of them has a prominent family background, and there must be an elder in the family who is an important official of the principality. In modern times, they are all official families. Yinxing slowly admired and scored each noble lady in his heart. Although he knew the purpose of Mrs. Carroll's matchmaking for him, it would not be too much to take a look. If there is really a beauty who can overwhelm the country, it would not be too much to ask her to come and meet. But while flipping through, Yinxing found that there was actually an acquaintance in it. Isn't this Ligeia? In the magic video, Ligeia was wearing a goose yellow deep V-cord dress and a popular bun. A ruby necklace is worn on the white neck, and the sparkling diamond pendant makes people unconsciously look at the imaginative position. The Ligeia here is very different from the one Yinxing saw in the tavern. Through comparison, it can be clearly felt that Ligeia has made some subtle disguises on her appearance in order to blend into the market. It is these subtle disguises that have caused a significant deviation in her appearance. It even feels like two different people. Yinxing confirmed that this is Ligeia after blowing. This is very interesting. Carol saw Yinxing turn to Ligeia's page and stopped turning down, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but reveal a barely detectable smile. Since the first time she met Ligeia, Carol knew that her strongest weapon was her beauty. As long as she could use her beauty, she could become the most powerful spy. Because of the leak of the Assassin's Guild's intelligence, Ligeia had to withdraw from the reception of the elf envoy according to the procedure. But Carol didn't think that Ligeia's identity had been leaked, and it would be a pity to let her sit idle like this. It would be better to plant her next to Yinxing. The information of these noble ladies was indeed carefully selected by Carol, and their role was to serve as a foil for Ligeia. Like green leaves, they set off the brightness of flowers. Let Yinxing think that he had chosen her. At this time, Yinxing couldn't help but laugh in his heart. It turned out that Ligeia was actually Mrs. Carol's person. So the boss behind the Assassin's Guild should be the Principality. As for why Chui didn't find it, that's because when Ligeia took this magic image, she didn't have the watch that he gave her. In this identity information, Legeia's full name is Ligeia Eldefin, the granddaughter of Eldefin, the Grand Master of the Silver-Mane Principality Academy. She once studied in the central temple of the Principality and has the title of priest. She is also an earth magician. At this time, watches have just become popular in the Principality. Ligeia didn't wear a watch when taking this magic image because she was afraid that Yinxing would be suspicious. She took off her watch and put it in the tavern, so Chui naturally had no way to track her. As for her identities, Yinxing judged that Carol must have fooled him, and he had no way to go to the capital of the Principality to verify it. Even if he wanted to verify it, as long as there was a person named Eldefin, it would be a piece of cake to arrange a granddaughter or a granddaughter from a branch of the family for him. But Ligeia had to use the identity of Blood Falcon of the Assassin's Guild to help me find the Orc Vault. At the same time, she had to use the identity of Eldefin's granddaughter to help Carol seduce me. She was really busy. Then let's see what will happen if you use two identities against my two identities. So Yinxing stopped looking at the information of the noble ladies behind, and took out the one of Ligeia alone, and asked Carol directly, "This Miss Eldefin is really beautiful. I like her very much. If she comes to Nuda City, I will definitely make her feel like a princess." Seeing that Yinxing finally took the bait, Carol took Ligeia's information. It turned out to be Ligeia. She is now pursued by countless noble sons, and she is getting more and more beautiful. Perhaps in the near future, the title of the most beautiful woman in my principality will be given to her. If you like her, I will invite her to Nuda City in my name. I think Ligeia will definitely give me this face. And as for the rest, it depends on you to grasp it well. After all, Grand Secretary Eldefin is highly regarded by the Grand Duke, and it is not easy for me to decide on his granddaughter's marriage. I know what to do. Thank you very much. Yinxing toasted Carol with a smile. Carol clinked glasses with Yinxing with a smile. After that, Carol did not talk to Yinxing about other things, as her goal had been achieved. Money. Women. The two-pronged approach slowly disintegrated the alliance between Yinxing and Theodore. Once the two of them were separated, they could be defeated one by one. Carol talked to Yinxing a lot about Ligeia's life in the capital of the Principality, solidifying Yinxing's impression of Ligeia as a noble lady, shaping a perfect, innocent woman. Carol didn't think Yinxing could see through the identity she designed for Ligeia. She could see that Yinxing didn't understand the human society. Although he was a lord and had his own servants, the way he treated his servants was very different from that of a real human noble. Who has ever heard a noble say thank you to his servants? But Carol heard Yinxing say thank you to his subordinates and servants more than once. That thank you was not intentional, but he himself didn't know what was wrong with a thank you. Yinxing received a good education, but it was definitely not given to him by people. Therefore, he definitely couldn't see through Ligeia's identity, unless he had seen Ligeia. But how could he go to such a remote tavern where only the lowest class would go? While talking about Ligeia, Carol kept trying to find out the secrets of Thunder Swamp. Want to know what kind of existence the powerful alchemist group hidden deep in the swamp is? Those alchemical luxury goods are all exquisite. Now they may still have the ability to produce 200,000 sets of cotton clothes and quilts within a month. Are there so many garment workers in Thunder Swamp? So many cloths and cotton? Why did we detect Thunder Swamp from the air, but found nothing? And Yanxing's eternal territory. Intelligence from all channels showed that it was an extremely magical territory. Its style was completely different from this world. The lives of ordinary subjects in the territory were actually better than those of ordinary nobles in the principality. Yanxing talked nonsense to Carol about her probing. My territory? I can build it however I want. My subjects? I can give them whatever I want. Yanxing and Carol ate and drank. And they chatted like frank old friends. The Thunder Swamp Special Embassy was still magnificently lit, making other parts of the city even darker. At this time, Ligeia was packing her few belongings in the simple hut behind her tavern. A new mission came. It caught her off guard. Use beauty to seduce Yanxing, alienate his relationship with Count Theodore, and explore the secrets of the Eternal Territory and the Thunder Swamp. The profession is not suitable. I am a thief, wandering in the dark. Excessive beauty has always been a minus point for me as an excellent thief. So I have thought of many ways to make my appearance become ordinary. Now, Madame Carol actually let herself show her beauty and charm. Let a man fall in love with her, and reveal secrets to her. Ligeia didn't know what to do at all. She also rejected this kind of thing of selling her body. But she was a spy of the principality, and Lady Carol was her immediate superior. Orders were orders, and they had to be carried out. Lady Carol ordered Ligeia to move to the Rose Court tonight. She would receive personal training from Lady Carol in the coming days. It was not an easy task to become a noble lady in such a short time. Packing up her few linen clothes, Ligeia could not help but think of the fact that she had been recruited to shoot magic images in the Rose Court a few days ago. With the help of the maid, she put on a gorgeous dress that only noble ladies were qualified to wear. The jewelry she wears is probably worth more than she can earn even if she runs a tavern for her whole life. Standing in front of the mirror that can only be bought at the Eternal Chamber of Commerce, Ligeia is shocked by what she looks like in it. Madame Carol's words rang in her ears. These are not limited to hiding in the dark. A true thief, even if he stands under the scorching sun, people will not discover his identity. Your mission is to steal Yanxing's heart. Make him fall in love with you. Make him unable to extricate himself from you. Make him listen to everything you say, and tell you everything about him. Tell me everything you hear and see.